In the city of Jiangsheng, at the grand soiree hosted by the Su family, a woman of stunning beauty and haughty demeanor coldly addressed a strikingly handsome man before her, saying, "How dare a mere son-in-law of the Lin family act so audaciously? Hey, show that fellow a thing or two," she commanded. The handsome man quickly bowed his head in response, "Yes, I shall ensure the young lady is satisfied." With that, he turned and strode towards an unremarkable man seated in a corner of the ballroom. As he turned, a hint of resignation flickered across his face. His name was Qin Luo. In his previous life, while crossing the street, he was inadvertently struck by a vehicle and was transported to this urban narrative world, rife with various tropes of invincible protagonists. The plotlines included tales of son-in-law dragons, divine healers descending from the mountains, retired soldiers from foreign assassin organizations, and even absurd scenarios, like a daughter residing in a doghouse. Though he was clad in an extraordinary appearance and had obtained the supreme lackey system, which promised rewards for performing menial tasks, he faced a dire ultimatum. If he did not bind himself to a villain within a month, he would meet a complete and untimely demise. The commanding woman was known as Su Muwan, the principal antagonist of this urban tale. One notable aspect of her character was that she would only meet her end at the story's conclusion. Thus, Qin Luo chose to bind himself to her present. The narrative unfolded during the ballroom segment of the urban son-in-law Dragon King storyline. It was here that Su Muwan had previously clashed with the Dragon King, Xiaotian. Unbeknownst to everyone, Su Muwan's once arrogant expression began to soften, transforming into a look of bewilderment as she surveyed her surroundings, her astonishment gradually morphing into delight. This was the Su family swore? Had she been reborn? Realizing this, Su Muwan felt tears welling in her eyes. In her previous life, her extraordinary martial talent and privileged upbringing had fostered a haughty disposition, leading her to foolishly provoke those favored by fate, ultimately resulting in her tragic demise. In this new life, Su Muwan resolved to remain prudent and steadfast, vowing never to tread the path of her past. Suddenly, she recalled a pivotal figure at the soiree whom she must not offend. The Lin family's son-in-law, Xiaotian, who, in truth, was the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. In her previous life, her arrogance had led to a rift between them, she remembered, having summoned a lackey to humiliate him. This time, she had to intervene swiftly, hoping to prevent the unfolding of that fateful scene. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a commotion arose from the distance. Crack! With a resounding slap echoing through the ballroom, came a mocking voice. "You there? Is it you who's the Dragon King?" Upon glancing in that direction, Su Muwan's vision darkened. It was over. As for Qin Luo, he approached Xiaotian with an air of arrogance, delivering a sharp slap to his face. Successfully humiliated the fated protagonist, the Dragon King. Attribute points 1. Well done. Qin Luo maintained a facade of indifference while casting a sidelong glance at Su Muwan. Contemplating whether his actions would satisfy the other party, Qin Luo was suddenly taken aback. His astonishment, he saw Su Muwan approaching with an expression of distress. Why was that? Did she think one slap was insufficient? Meanwhile, the Dragon King, Xiaotian, felt a stinging pain on his cheek, his head buzzing with confusion. Although he was often chastised by his wife, mother-in-law, father-in-law, and sister-in-law, those were his family. But what did this lackey of the Su family amount to? He abruptly stood up, casting a dark glare at Qin Luo, and coldly remarked, "You dare to strike me." How could he, having just played the part of a prominent figure in the corner, be assaulted by an outsider? Upon hearing this, Qin Luo turned his head disdainfully toward Xiaotian and retorted, "A worthless fool, and yet you dare to refer to yourself as this lord? If you don't receive a lesson, you might truly believe yourself to be someone of consequence." With that, in the face of Xiaotian's furious gaze, Qin Luo swiftly delivered another resounding slap. "You seek death." Xiaotian's eyes flashed with anger. How could he still strike? After all his restraint, the audacity of this insolent fool was truly intolerable. "Stop!" At that moment, Su Muwan hurried over to restrain her subordinate. "What on earth?" She grasped Qin Luo's arm and whispered, "Why did you hit him twice?" In a previous life, when the Dragon King Xiaotian revealed his identity, he ordered the execution of all outsiders who had dared to strike him. Upon realizing this, Qin Luo understood. So that was it. She was concerned that his petty skirmishes might tarnish the dignity of the Su family. After all, the Su family held immense power in Jiangcheng, and he was merely a concealed son-in-law. Unbeknownst to Su Yuan, Xiao Tian was a dragon king. Thus, 2 slaps were hardly sufficient. With a devoted expression, Qin Luo nodded and assured her, "Rest assured, Mississippi. This is merely the beginning. Next, I shall make him aware of the consequences of opposing the Su family." He then shot a defiant glare at Xiao Tian, declaring, "You worthless son-in-law. Having provoked Miss Su, there will be no place for you in Jiangcheng, and the Lin family will suffer the repercussions as well." No, that's not what I meant. Su Yuan internally shouted, but she could not openly express her thoughts, as it would reveal her unease. At the same time, laughter echoed around the ballroom. Oof. A mere son-in-law of the Lin family dares to cause a scene at a gathering hosted by the Su family, truly ignorant of his own mortality. Exactly. A mere waste dares to call himself a dragon king if he truly is one. I shall eat excrement on the spot. He'll join you for a pound. Ah, indeed. Su Yuan felt a wave of despair in her previous life. She had relished such flattery, resulting in countless enemies. This time, she could not afford to repeat her past mistakes. No, she must put a stop to this. With that thought, she forced a smile toward Xiao Tian. Xiao. In the next moment, Xiao Tian clenched his fists and glared at Su Yuan, who stood beside Qin Luo, and coldly remarked, "So it was you, Su Yuan of the Su family, who orchestrated all of this? Very well, dare send people repeatedly to humiliate me. Once I regain my strength, I shall ensure the annihilation of your entire Su family." As his words fell, a voice cried out, "How audacious! Slap!" Before Su Yuan could utter a word, Qin Luo struck with a resounding slap. Ugh! Xiao Tian clasped his cheek, steadying himself against the table to counter the dizziness. He looked at Qin Luo in disbelief. "Are you actually hitting me?" Furiously, Qin Luo positioned himself protectively in front of Su Yuan and yelled, "A mere waste dares to speak disrespectfully to my lady. This slap is for your insolence. Slap. And this slap. It is for your arrogance. Slap. Yet another slap. This slap. It is for your audacity. Slap. 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 And these slaps. They are for your unfortunate appearance. This. Wait." Not only was Xiao Tian stunned by the blows, but Su Yuan was equally taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Qin Luo's rapid strikes. No. Why must he even strike for looks? While it was indeed satisfying to see this minion thrash the Dragon King, I shall be the one to perish once he regains his strength. Why can't I recall my subordinate being this brazen in my previous life? Oh no. How many times has he struck the Dragon King? Su Yuan's heart ached with despair, yet she needed to maintain her current persona. To outsiders, she appeared exceedingly arrogant and domineering. Any sudden change would undoubtedly attract attention. Qin Luo, having his arm seized by Su Yuan, attempted to withdraw, waving his hand with a grin. "My lady, I am not tired. If I were to land a few more slaps, this waste would soon behave." No. I fear he will reclaim his identity and slay me." Su Yuan silently cried out, but on the surface, she merely chuckled and shook her head. "That is sufficient after all. This is my Su family's ball, and making too much of a scene would not bode well." With that, she turned to the simmering Xiao Tian and said, "Mr. Xiao, I believe we can turn enmity into friendship and transform conflict into peace. What do you think?" Su Yuan was aware that her reasoning was somewhat strained, yet she had no choice but to gamble on this desperate measure. Meanwhile, Qin Luo stood by, beginning to decipher the intentions of this formidable antagonist. As a villain, she would not simply extend a hand in reconciliation with the protagonist. Thus, Qin Luo's eyes widened. Was she employing another method to humiliate Xiao Tian? Indeed, she was living up to her reputation as a villain who had amassed numerous enemies, now showcasing her ability to provoke the protagonist's ire. Xiao Tian was equally incensed. First, he had been humiliated at the ball by Su Yuan's orders, then a minion was sent to slap him. Now, in front of everyone, she spoke of turning enemies into friends. Xiao Tian took a deep breath and coldly replied, "Miss Su, I shall not forget this grudge against the Su family." Su Yuan maintained her smile on the surface. In truth, her heart had already begun to weep. "No, is there truly no way to salvage my precarious existence?" Suddenly, Su Mu-wan recalled how, in her previous life, Xiao Tian had shown particular care and affection for Lin Wanrong, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. If she could forge a friendship with Lin Wanrong, wouldn't that allow her to evade a fatal outcome? Indeed, it is as such. Meanwhile, Qin Luo, noticing Su Mu-wan's pallid complexion, presumed his efforts were insufficient and was about to escalate his actions. At the same moment, Xiao Tian was also preparing to retaliate. In the next instant, Xiao Tian, you worthless fool! I scarcely glanced at you, and you've already stirred up such a calamity. Chapter 2. Su Mu-wan enough. A furious roar erupted from the side, instantly silencing Xiao Tian, who was poised to retaliate. His expression shifted dramatically as he turned to face the newcomer. Qin Luo and Su Mu-wan exchanged knowing glances and raised their eyes in unison. Before them stood a figure adorned in formal attire, holding an empty wine glass, her cheeks flushed and exuding the scent of alcohol. Qin Luo recognized her immediately, Lin Wanrong, the eldest daughter of the Lin family and Xiao Tian's wife. Su Mu-wan's eyes sparkled with delight. Lin Wanrong, Xiao Tian's wife. This was splendid news. Perhaps the tense atmosphere could finally be alleviated. Xiao Tian, seemingly accustomed to Lin Wanrong's derogatory words, was instead struck by the realization of her inebriation. Filled with concern, he stepped forward and asked, Wanrong, why have you drunk so much? No sooner had he spoken than, slap. Lin Wanrong, infuriated, raised her hand and delivered a stinging blow. The force of it made Xiao Tian's face flush with pain once more. He maintained a turned head, fists clenched tightly, but soon relaxed them again. Qin Luo watched in astonishment, thinking, really, my friend, you can endure this? Su Mu-wan quickly dismissed her previous thoughts, realizing that this was not an uncommon occurrence for him at home. Lin Wanrong had no intention of sparing Xiao Tian. Instead, she escalated her tirade. Dragon King, do you truly believe yourself to be the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? You are nothing but a waste. A son-in-law living off our Lin family. This grand ball hosted by the Su family was an excellent opportunity for our Lin family to forge connections. Yet you have ruined everything. Useless. Xiao Tian opened his mouth. Wife. Slap. Lin Wanrong raised her hand again. Do not call me wife. But wife. Slap. Wife. Slap. Wanrong. Slap. Xiao Tian lowered his head, allowing Lin Wanrong to rain slaps upon him. He changed his address, lowering his voice in a humiliated tone. Miss Lin, I did not intend for this, but those individuals were plotting against you. Plotting against me? At this Su family ball? Who could possibly have ill intentions towards me? Do you think everyone is as deranged and useless as you? Lin Wanrong retorted mercilessly, wiping away the tears of disappointment that had gathered at the corners of her eyes. Turning to Su Mu-wan, she took a deep breath and stepped forward, her demeanor filled with both apology and anxiety. I apologize. This useless man, Xiao Tian, has offended Miss Su. I am aware that Miss Su previously assisted our Lin family in securing a substantial order. Our entire Lin family holds you in the highest regard. Might you forgive us for not properly managing this foolish individual? Su Mu-wan softened slightly. Although she had witnessed Lin Wanrong striking Xiao Tian in a previous life, witnessing it again felt utterly absurd. She smiled and replied, I am not one to harbor a petty spirit. Since Miss Lin has offered her apology, I shall not pursue the matter further. Miss Lin, might we exchange contact information? Should there be further opportunities for collaboration in the future, we could keep in touch more frequently. Lin Wanrong's expression brightened with joy. Happiness had arrived unexpectedly. She had actually obtained Su Mu-wan's contact details. It was indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Beside her, Xiao Tian covered his face, his voice tinged with bitterness. Wanrong, that $1 million order was facilitated by my connections, not due to the Su family. As his words hung in the air, Lin Wanrong, who had been in the midst of exchanging contact information, suddenly turned pale. She gazed incredulously at the useless son-in-law. You waste. How dare you speak so boldly in front of Miss Su? After finally having the chance to exchange contact details with Su Mu-wan, Xiao Tian's remark undoubtedly irked Miss Su. Consequently, there was no hope of securing that contact. What an incompetent fool he was. Angrily, she retracted her phone and stormed toward Xiao Lin. Meanwhile, Su Mu-wan, who had been just a step away from exchanging details, froze momentarily, looking at the phone Lin Wanrong had just withdrawn. The next moment, a resounding slap echoed. Useless. Lin Wanrong raised her hand, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, her voice choked with disappointment. This $1 million is all due to Miss Su's efforts. What connection does it have with you? a good-for-nothing who idles at home. At that moment, Qin Luo also stepped forward, fulfilling his role as a loyal lackey, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Lin. He then mocked, "A waste is indeed a waste. Miss Lin, having such a son-in-law must be quite taxing. If possible, you should consider divorcing this good-for-nothing to protect your family's interests." As his words settled, another sycophantic voice chimed in. "Mr. Qin is absolutely right. I have already discussed this matter with my family, Wanrong, multiple times, but her grandfather simply refuses to agree. He insists that the engagement between Xiao Tian and Wanrong was established by the former Dragon King. Isn't that absurd?" Qin Luo turned to see a woman resembling an older version of Lin Wanrong approaching. It was her mother, Lu Li. "Mom." Lin Wanrong tugged at Lu Li, signaling her not to speak of such matters in front of Xiao Tian. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lu Li. "Mom, how dare you call me a waste?" With that, Lu Li, feeling disgusted and enraged at Xiao Tian's audacity to call her mom, raised her hand in a swift slap. This action drew the audience, who had been watching the scene unfold, to utter mocking remarks. A mere son-in-law from the Lin family dares to act so arrogantly in front of Miss Su. Did you see that? This is the outcome. Indeed, even his own family does not support this waste. What worth does his existence hold? Truly, a good-for-nothing son-in-law who still claims to be the Dragon King is laughable. Huh. You should have heard him earlier, boasting that he had a hand in securing that $1 million order. Ha! It's utterly hilarious. Who doesn't he know that it was thanks to Miss Su's intervention that the order was finalized? Xiao Tian's face was swollen from the beating, and the sound of mockery echoed in his ears. However, two words resonated in his mind: endure. With the 6-year deadline yet to arrive, I must hold back. Thus, Xiao Tian clenched his fists tightly, refraining from retaliating. Qin Luo blinked in surprise. Truly, this was the saga of the son-in-law Dragon King. He was indeed deserving of the title. Just as he contemplated further humiliating Xiao Tian, a voice interjected with indifference. "Enough. This is a gathering of the Su family, not a venue for your family disputes." At last, Lin Wanrong and his family ceased their aggression. Inside, Su Muan was caught in a tempest of emotions, feeling utterly drained. Just let me die. She had thought that returning to life would allow her to evade the narrative of death, yet here she was, entangled with the Dragon King. What the young lady stated is correct. My family has bestowed a lucrative order of 10 million upon your Lin family. We even invited you to this gala to facilitate future collaboration. Yet, the outcome was quite the opposite. Qin Luo, playing the role of a sycophant, glared fiercely at Xiao Tian. The existence of this waste is a stain upon my young lady's honor. Lin Wanrong turned pale, while Lu Li swayed unsteadily. Su Muan lowered her head, pleading, "Please, no more." Xiao Tian coldly retorted, "You are but a mere lackey, relying on power for your arrogance. Just wait until I slap." "Silence, you worthless fool." Lin Wanrong lost control and struck him again. He then bowed apologetically to Su Muan. "I apologize, Miss Su. This incident is a matter of our Lin family. We shall take our leave and not disturb your peace. Tomorrow, we will come to your family to offer our apologies." With that, he dragged Xiao Tian away in disgrace. Completion of the gala event. Lackey evaluation score. Attributes gained. 5 points. Title acquired. Number 1 lackey. Meanwhile, Qin Luo received a notification from the system. He approached Su Muan with delight, pledging his unwavering loyalty. However, upon seeing her devoted little follower, Su Muan's vision darkened. Her mind blanked, and she fainted. "Ah, let it be. Miss. Chapter 3. This young lady has truly reborn. The arrival of the foster daughter of the ball concluded abruptly as Su Muan fainted. Inside a black car, Qin Luo composed himself, shedding the guise of a lackey. As he grasped the steering wheel and sighed deeply, at last, it is over. He had feared that he would be struck down by the Dragon King's vengeful hand. Fortunately, the Dragon King had thus far remained true to the original storyline, exhibiting remarkable restraint. However, it was unfortunate that he had not yet reaped any rewards before Su Muan succumbed to unconsciousness. Qin Luo pondered. Could this young lady be suffering from low blood sugar, fainting so suddenly? He decided it best to assess the outcomes of the evening. Remaining in the car, he activated the lackey system interface. In an instant, a black panel materialized before him. Qin Luo, strength, 2 points, normal, 1 point, defense, 1 point, normal, 1 point, stamina, 1 point, normal, 1 point, agility, 1 point, normal, 1 point, perception, 1 point, normal, 1 point, available points, 6 points title. Premier Lackey. Naturally exudes the aura of a lackey. All boisterous acts performed will be attributed to the one who stands behind you. Martial arts. God's palm ignores the target. Anyone struck must endure until the host is satisfied. Gazing at his attribute panel, Qin Luo nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. A total of 6 attribute points. Indeed. Aligning oneself with the right antagonist ensures that risk and reward are proportionate. Moreover, this title was simply exquisite. Every audacious act he undertook would be misattributed to the villainous figure. He could act freely, and Su Mu Wan would bear the blame. What a delightful arrangement. However, this world could be considered one of low martial prowess. Without a modicum of strength, it would be challenging to contend with the cadre of protagonists. It is crucial to note that this world harbored more than one Dragon King. Therefore, Qin Luo allocated points to his strength attribute, then to defense. With 6 points invested, his defense surged to 7. In an instant, he felt a wondrous transformation envelop him. He had become more resilient. A satisfied smile crept across his face. Being forced into the role of the villainous lackey, the most crucial aspect was to possess the ability to endure. Strength alone was of little consequence compared to the formidable foes he would face. He was acutely aware that, aside from the system, he was merely a minor pawn in the hands of the antagonist, an expendable shield to absorb the blows. Thus, defense was his paramount concern at this stage. Next, he opened the task interface. The lackey system issued various daily tasks, and completion would yield rewards. Daily task. Act as a lackey. Completed. Urban son-in-law Dragon King Ball plot. Completed. Additional tasks awaiting unlock. Friendly reminder from the lackey system. Please continue to fulfill your role as a competent lackey. Lackey. Couldn't the system's name be a bit more appealing? Have you ever seen such a dashing lackey as me? Qin Luo silently closed the panel. Reflecting on the fact that over the past month, he had received only 2 daily tasks that granted attribute points. One occurred when he first bound himself, and the other was during the recent ball. The remainder of the tasks consisted of trivial skills such as beginner's combat, basic driving, and elementary cooking, insignificant abilities that held little relevance. Calculating the time, Qin Luo concluded that Su Mu Wan was nearly due to return to the Su family. As a competent attendant, it was imperative to swiftly return and ingratiate himself with this future antagonist. By winning the favor of the villainous character, he could ensure a more prosperous journey alongside her, thus avoiding the fate of being a nameless pawn. In a secluded villa belonging to the Su family, within Su Mu Wan's bedroom, a dramatic scene unfolded. Su Mu Wan, know that retribution is merely delayed. You have tormented us for years. Today marks your demise. Prepare to face your end. No, I was wrong. I should not have insulted the Dragon King. I shouldn't have allowed the daughter of the war god to dwell in a doghouse. I should not have bullied the landlady. Su Mu Wan, pale and breathless, rose from her bed and scanned her surroundings. Am I at home? Gradually, her emotions stabilized. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Oh, I'm alive. I have truly been reborn. Overcome with emotion, she lay on her bed, sobbing. Who understands my plight? My family is formidable. Had I not provoked the protagonist in my past life, how blissful my existence could have been. Yet, I foolishly entangled myself with not just one, but over a dozen protagonists, leading to the ruin of my family and my own demise at their hands. In this life, I must reform. I will remain prudent and unassuming. However, suddenly, the narrative of the family ball flashed in her mind. She pressed her forehead as the sound of applause echoed in her thoughts, the image of that dashing attendant striking his hands resounding. How infuriating. She had certainly drawn the ire of the Dragon King. Nevertheless, attracting only one antagonist was not overly concerning. Her downfall in the past had stemmed from the sheer number of foes she had provoked. One issue was manageable. But to be cautious, she must tread carefully. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Miss, are you all right? The voice belonged to the handsome attendant. Su Mu Wan wiped her tears, nearly overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself. She must remember that she still projected an image of arrogance to outsiders. Transformation takes time, and she could not reveal her unusual state just yet. Coincidentally, she found herself intrigued by the loyal attendant from the ball. With this thought, her demeanor shifted to one of haughty elegance, her voice calm as she said, "Come in." In the next moment, with a soft click, Qin Luo entered. Pushing a small cart before him, he gently pushed Su Mu Wan to the side of the bed and softly said, "Miss, I have prepared a calming lotus seed soup for you. Drinking it can help adjust your emotions and relax your spirit. I know you are troubled by family matters, but you must also take care of your health. Su Muwan glanced at the lotus seed soup, then at Qin Luo. He was handsome and loyal. Yet she could not recall any memory of such a striking figure from her past life. She nodded, picked up the soup, and began to sip it gently, inquiring, "What is your name again?" Qin Luo understood this was a trait of those in high positions who often forget names. He promptly replied, "Qin Luo. How long have you been here?" "I joined a month ago through the recruitment event for your attendance, Mississippi attendant event." "Oh." Su Muwan recalled that she had not recruited bodyguards, but rather her own devoted attendants, those who would follow her every command without question. Due to the Su family's formidable influence, many vied eagerly to become her attendant. Contemplating the situation, Su Muwan turned to Qin Luo and asked nonchalantly, "What was the reaction from the Lin family?" At her words, Qin Luo's lips curled into a slight smile as he earnestly replied, "Naturally, they were awed by your presence." Mississippi. It is said that after Lin Wanrong returned, he punished that good-for-nothing Xiao Tian by making him clean the toilets on his knees. Cough, cough, cough. Su Muwan choked slightly. Qin Luo immediately stepped forward, offering her a tissue and gently patting her back with a look of concern, saying, "Miss, are you all right? That Xiao Tian is indeed arrogant. I shall teach him a lesson later to relieve your frustrations." As Su Muwan wiped her mouth, she internally shook her head. "No, no, no, that is entirely unnecessary." At that moment, a pitiful voice came from the doorway. "Sister Su, did you really faint?" Lian had nearly burst into tears upon hearing the news. Thankfully, seeing that Sister Su was unharmed brought relief to Lian and her parents. Chapter 4. Why are you crying? Who is so vile? Qin Luo felt a shiver run down his spine as he heard the shrill voice. He lifted his gaze towards the doorway and beheld a cute young woman with reddened eyes, seemingly having just wept. Her expression transformed into one of pure delight as she gazed upon Su Muwan. Su Muwan, however, regarded her with a cold demeanor, stating flatly, "Oh, Su Bailian, what brings you here?" Su Bailian. A flash of recognition ignited in Qin Luo's mind. Su Bailian is the adopted daughter of Su Muwan's parents, favored for her delicate disposition. "Ah, so it is her." Qin Luo silently stood aside. Retrieving the empty bowl that Su Muwan had handed him, his thoughts drifted to the narrative surrounding her. It could be said that one of the principal reasons Su Muwan became the ultimate antagonist was indeed Su Bailian. The latter's seemingly fragile, yet cunning nature endeared her to Su Muwan's parents, resulting in Su Muwan losing a significant portion of her parents' affection to her. As time passed, she found herself relegated to the remote Su family villa, becoming an outcast within her own family. Furthermore, in the unfolding events, every action taken by Su Bailian would garner the approval and praise of the Su family, while Su Muwan's efforts were taken for granted. Even when their company was later inherited by the two sisters, Su Bailian's mismanagement led to losses amounting to hundreds of billions. Yet the entire Su family would rather believe Su Bailian, attributing the failures to Su Muwan's supposed incompetence and character flaws, while blaming Su Bailian for none of it. Who could withstand such treachery without succumbing to despair and transforming into a villain? Su Bailian approached with her hands clasped behind her back, looking innocently at Su Muwan, and spoke softly, "Sister Su, we are like sisters. Upon hearing of your fainting spell, I was genuinely distressed. Father and mother are preoccupied with company matters, so they sent me to check on you." Upon hearing this, Su Muwan maintained her impassive expression, gripping the blanket tightly as she replied, "Well, I truly appreciate it." With a gentle smile, Su Bailian responded, "It is but the duty of a younger sister. Ah, and also." She turned her gaze towards Qin Luo, her face beaming with a smile. "Could I kindly ask this attendant brother to fetch the supplements I brought with me? They are rather heavy, and I find myself unable to carry them." As she spoke, Su Bailian adopted a pitifully delicate demeanor, glimmering with an air of vulnerability towards Qin Luo. Why am I being implicated in this? Nevertheless, it is indeed inappropriate for me to linger here. Perhaps I should take my leave. With this thought, Qin Luo glanced at the expressionless Su Muwan and softly said, "Young miss, I shall take my leave to fetch the second Mrs. items." With that, he pushed the cart out of the bedroom, leaving the two sisters alone in the room. As soon as Qin Luo departed, Su Bailian's previously pitiful countenance morphed into one of scornful indifference. She cast a cold smile at the impassive Su Muwan and remarked, "Ha, Su Muwan, you truly have a clever hand, keeping a pretty boy by your side. Don't you?" Su Muwan, weary of explanations, coldly remarked, "Is it so difficult to conceal your true nature? Have you grown weary of pretending before my parents and come here to seek validation?" As she spoke, Su Mu-wan tightly clenched the bedclothes. In her past life, her parents perished because of this very Su Bailian. In this lifetime, she must unmask this individual's true face. Meanwhile, Su Bailian shrugged, chuckling. Is it exhausting to perform? I merely came to mock you, the Su family's eldest daughter, isolated to the outskirts by your own parents. Her expression then shifted to one of feigned vulnerability. Ah, by the way, the family gathering is approaching, and soon, my parents will announce the new heir. However, as a mere adopted daughter, I can hardly compete with my esteemed sister. I only hope you won't cast me out of the Su family. Su Mu-wan's expression remained unchanged, but her inner fury began to surge. This insufferable individual remained as detestable as ever. Upon arriving downstairs, Qin Luo discovered the so-called burdensome supplements attributed to Su Bailian. How could a mere basket of fruit be so heavy? He mused, lifting the basket with an exasperated expression. From the system, Qin Luo had gleaned insights into the nature of Su Bailian. This charade was likely an attempt to present herself as fragile before him. Unfortunately, his role as the antagonist was Su Mu-wan, rendering her act utterly ineffective. Just then, a cold voice interrupted, isn't it a bit excessive to prepare both lotus seed soup and deliver fruits? A mere newcomer should not be so arrogant. One trusted confidant is sufficient for the young lady. Allow me to take that upstairs, the voice continued. Qin Luo turned to see a formidable-looking woman clad in black, standing nearby. Qin Luo, sensing an opportunity, looked at her with defiance, sneering, Zhulan. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? The woman, named Zhulan, was Su Mu-wan's personal attendant, having been responsible for bringing her back when she fainted at the ball. However, Qin Luo, with his audacity, had positioned himself as a close aide despite only having been employed for a month. Zhulan was momentarily taken aback. It was evidently the first time she had been confronted in such a manner by a newcomer. Just as she was about to respond, Qin Luo grinned, leveraging his height to loom over her, mockingly stating, Zhulan, do you know what the young lady just told me upstairs? What? What did she say? Zhulan faltered under Qin Luo's imposing presence, her confidence wavering. Could it be that the young lady had conferred some authority upon Qin Luo? Qin Luo raised his thumb to his chest, exuding arrogance. I came down for the fruit with the consent of both the young lady and the second miss. If you attempt to seize it, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Why are you trying to steal my thunder, you number one lackey? Upon hearing this, Zhulan slowly raised a question mark. She felt utterly humiliated to be intimidated by such a fool. For a moment, she was at a loss whether to be angry or amused. Shaking her head, Zhulan remarked, Qin Luo, you truly leave me feeling. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from upstairs, seemingly the wretched cry of Su Bailian. Oh no, enemies. Zhulan's expression changed dramatically as she dashed upstairs in a single bound. Qin Luo blinked and quickly followed suit. When Qin Luo arrived on the upper floor, a scene unfolded before his eyes. A group of flustered attendants stood awkwardly at the doorway. Su Bailian was on the ground, covering her face. Her eyes red and teary, looking pitiful. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed while glancing at Su Mu-wan and then towards the entrance. Woa. Sister Su, why did you suddenly hit Lian? I merely mentioned that grandfather's health has been deteriorating, urging you to visit home more often, but you, woo-woo. As she spoke, Su Bailian broke into full-blown tears. Su Mu-wan stood on the bedroom floor. Her gaze filled with fury as she looked down at Su Bailian. Clenching her fists, she coldly addressed the attendants rushing to the door, saying, Zhulan, show them out. Upon hearing this, Zhulan found herself in a predicament. She glanced at the weeping second miss on the floor. Torn between loyalty to the first miss and sympathy for the second Mississippi, she couldn't afford to offend either. Moreover, the second miss usually showed warmth and kindness towards them, making her a beloved figure. Nervously lowering her head, she stammered, Miss, is there some misunderstanding between you and the second Mississippi? As soon as she spoke, Su Mu-wan's expression remained unchanged, though she had anticipated this outcome long ago. Just as I thought. Given Su Bailian's reputation, everyone instinctively sides with her. This was true in this life as well. However, unlike in her previous life, her mindset had matured, and she would not lose her composure or lash out in anger. Yet, Su Mu-wan clenched her fists, still feeling a sense of resentment. This little wench had deceived everyone so well that even her attendants were fooled. Su Bailian felt a surge of delight within, thinking, serves you right, Su Mu-wan. With just a small stratagem, I've managed to turn everyone against you. You'll be slowly isolated until you find yourself utterly alone. At that moment, a figure pushed through the crowd and made their way forward. Seeing Qin Luo, Su Mu Wan let out a sigh. This newcomer likely believes I am the cause of all this chaos. No matter, I have grown accustomed to such judgments. Su Bailian also lifted her head to meet Qin Luo's approaching gaze, crying even harder, "Big brother." Heh, yet another fool lurking under my pomegranate skirt. As Qin Luo approached her, he extended his hand. Then, just when everyone assumed that Qin Luo intended to assist Su Bailian, in the next moment, a resounding slap echoed through the air. "How dare you cry?" Qin Luo roared, retaliating with a swift strike. "You've soaked our young lady's carpet with your tears." Su Bailian was struck, her face turning to the side, a fiery pain radiating from the impact. Her mind went blank, momentarily stunned. Wait, have I just been hit? Chapter 5. You. How dare you strike me? The atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence. Su Muin's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Qin Luo, who had just struck her. Was this how the script was supposed to unfold? Wasn't it meant to depict the newcomer standing before Su Bailian, accusing her with righteous indignation as a villain? Why? Why did it deviate so drastically from my expectations? Su Bailian's mind buzzed as she touched her stinging cheek. In an instant, a tumult of anger and grievance surged from her chest. She stared incredulously at Qin Luo, shrieking, You actually dared to hit me? Do you wish to end your life? You. But before she could finish, a resounding slap interrupted her incantation. Qin Luo, towering over her, coldly retorted, Silence. You have disturbed my lady's composure. How dare a mere adopted daughter resort to underhanded tactics in front of my lady? Su Bailian. Do you truly believe yourself to be the rightful mistress? Upon hearing this, Su Bailian clutched her cheek, her expression gradually stiffening. A mere adopted daughter. Indeed, she had been ridiculed during her school days for just that. Yet, through diligence, I have long since earned the trust and affection of the Su family. What does it matter if I am an adopted daughter? In the end, victory shall still belong to me. A mere follower, just a mere follower. She pushed herself off the ground, her eyes ablaze with fury as she shouted at Qin Luo. What of Su Muin? The one recognized in the main household is me. A mere follower should not be so arrogant. As her words hung in the air, another slap echoed through the room. Ugh! Qin Luo struck again, and Su Bailian stumbled, collapsing to the floor once more. She stared vacantly at the ground, her mind reeling in disbelief. This follower struck me again, yet it was not over. Qin Luo seized Su Bailian by the arm, and with a cold smirk, raised his hand, declaring, This slap is for your insincerity. Slap. This slap is for your loathsome words. Slap. This slap is for your lack of humility. Slap. This slap is for your... The sound of slaps reverberated throughout the room, leaving the followers in a state of shock. No, should we not intervene? Stop. Qin Luo, do you even know who you are striking? Julan, her face pale with panic, stepped forward, wishing to put an end to this. Offending the second young lady would bring calamity upon us all. However, silence. Qin Luo's furious rebuke stilled Julan's advance. He turned to the group of followers at the door, lamenting their fate and chastising them for their ignorance. You worthless lot. Do you not understand who you are following? Is it Su Bailian, this adopted daughter, or our true lady, Su Muin? Just moments ago, when the young lady was slandered by that wretched person, where were your efforts to assist? Now, you all suddenly seem to have a change of heart. How laughable. Listen closely. For those of you who lack the courage to confront, I, Qin Luo, shall take action. For those you fear to offend, I, Qin Luo, shall offend. To put it succinctly, I, Qin Luo, am unafraid to confront those whom you deem untouchable. In fact, I shall dare even more. This is my decree. Sanctioned by the young lady. Do you comprehend? With that, Qin Luo surveyed the crowd. His voice cold as he proclaimed, Should anyone dare to step forward and halt my punishment of this wretched individual, they shall not escape my wrath. You. Were you not just a month into your position? You only recently completed training to join this entourage. Julan felt a deep shock, but upon hearing Qin Luo's words, a wave of shame surged within her. Indeed, she followed the young lady, yet when the young lady instructed her to escort the second young lady away, she hesitated. The other attendants, chastised, lowered their heads, unable to meet the gazes of Su Muin and Qin Luo. On the other side, Su Muin stood, her expression frozen as she watched Qin Luo reprimanding Su Bailian. An inexplicable feeling swelled within her. How peculiar. The circumstances of this rebirth are not as I had envisioned. The sound of slaps echoed throughout the room. One final strike. It was a blow too grotesque to behold. It utterly tarnished the eyes of my young lady. With a resounding slap, the hand of fate forced Qin Luo to unleash his might. Su Balian collapsed to the ground, her cheeks swollen and bruised. As she reached for her face, tears streamed down her cheeks. In a fit of despair, Su Balian cried out, "You're the ugly one. You are the hideous man. Wah! You, this sycophant, dare to strike me. Woo-woo. I shall inform my father and have you thrown into the sea to feed the sharks." The more she spoke, the angrier she became, and soon she was openly weeping. This was no act, it was genuine sorrow. The entourage gazed at the second young lady, who had resorted to such vulgarity, their perceptions shattered in an instant. Is this truly the gentle second young lady they once knew? At that moment, applause erupted. Su Balian trembled, fearing another blow. Qin Luo turned to see Su Muan, a smile gracing her lips as she gently clapped her hands. Looking at the sobbing Su Balian sprawled on the ground, she chuckled softly. "Sister Lien, if you continue to cry, you will surely dampen my carpet." Julan, witnessing this, was addressed by Su Muan, who kindly suggested, "Please escort Sister Lien away for now. I shall accompany you to return her to the main house later." "Yes." Julian trembled all over, her hair standing on end. She quickly lowered her head, feeling guilty and embarrassed, and pulled Su Balian to walk outside. The other attendants also retreated shamefully one by one. Qin Luo shook his wrist, exhaling. His hands were exhausted. However, he thought, this could be considered a qualification as a capable attendant, right? With that in mind, he turned to Su Muan and began, "Little." But before he could finish, he was taken aback. For Su Muan was displaying a smile he had never seen before, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. This smile seemed to convey a sense of gratitude, relaxation, and naturalness. "Qin Luo, is it? I will remember you. From today onwards, you shall be my personal attendant and my most trusted subordinate." She continued, "Take this unlimited black card. Later, you will accompany someone to the commercial street to procure an outfit and daily necessities. You shall stay here in the Su family villa, just like Julien." With that, Su Muan handed him a black card and a key to the garage. "Congratulations. Su Muan's trust level has increased by 5, current level, 5. Reward obtained. Automatic counter. Can automatically counter any attack that cannot penetrate the host's defenses. The countered attack will return to the attacker with 100 efficacy." What? A hidden reward? Qin Luo felt a surge of joy in his heart, yet maintained an outward appearance of unwavering loyalty, bowing deeply and saying, "Thank you, miss." He then left with a sense of satisfaction. With Qin Luo's departure, the room was once again left with only Su Muan. Her expression gradually faltered. "Hee. Umph. Ha ha ha. Keek 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 keek." Initially suppressing her laughter, she soon could no longer contain herself and burst into a loud guffaw. Clenching her fists, images of Su Balian crying from the beating flashed through her mind, and she joyfully exclaimed to the heavens, "Delightful. I have been displeased with her for far too long in my previous life." Chapter 6. You have disappointed both me and the young lady outside the Su family villa. Qin Luo gazed contentedly at his newfound spoils. However, as he continued to observe, a peculiar expression crossed his face, and he muttered, "Automatic rebound. It was never capable of breaching my defenses. What difference does it make? Is it merely for the sake of reflecting others' attacks back upon them? What use is that?" Furthermore, Qin Luo felt a twinge of annoyance. Su Muan had instructed him to gather a few people to procure items from the commercial street, yet this nefarious antagonist seemed incapable of employing any semblance of logic. "I am but a newcomer who has joined the ranks merely 3 days prior. How could this cadre of seasoned followers heed my words?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard, "Lo. Lo go. Lo go. We realize we were wrong." Lo go? Qin Luo turned, maintaining a stoic expression. Before him stood a group of followers, lined up with heads bowed in trepidation. At the forefront was a robust man whose visage betrayed a hint of fear. It was he who had uttered the phrase "Logo." Qin Luo slowly raised an eyebrow in inquiry, but soon grasped the implications. Although Su Muan had gradually been marginalized within the Su family, she remained the esteemed young lady of the clan. Regardless of her reckless behavior outside, the Su family would ultimately intervene to resolve any ensuing troubles, imposing no restrictions on her spending or personal freedom. One could assert that apart from being relegated to this villa a few kilometers from the bustling center, she retained all her entitlements. Consequently, it was only natural for these followers to dread the repercussions of today's events and the potential for Su Muan to seek retribution. Qin Luo recalled the ruthlessness depicted in the original narrative, leading him to empathize with these followers. Thus, he straightened his posture, crossed his arms, and offered a chilling smile. "Now you realize your faults? What exactly did you err in?" Upon hearing this, the burly man turned pale, collapsing to his knees with a thud. followed by the rest of the followers, who also fell prostrate, their faces ashen. Lo gu. Our mistake lay in hesitating while executing the young lady's orders. Despite being her loyal followers, we swear to remain steadfastly loyal to her from now on. Lo gu. We implore you to intercede on our behalf before the young lady. Listening to their pleas, Qin Luo felt a deep sense of disappointment wash over him. He sighed and shook his head, turning his back to them with his hands clasped behind him. If this is all you have come to realize, then I must sadly declare that both the young lady and I are thoroughly disheartened by you. At this pronouncement, the group's eyes widened in shock, beads of sweat cascading down their cheeks. The burly man quaked on the ground, beseeching, Lo gu, please, guide us. I have dependents. I do not wish to be cast into the depths of the river by the Su family. This world is one where strength reigns supreme, particularly in the martial realm, with the Su family reigning over Jiangqing. Witnessing this scene, Qin Luo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Excellent. The Su family's aura of intimidation mirrors precisely that of the original narrative. Upon this realization, Qin Luo turned around, casting a lofty gaze upon his followers. He spoke slowly. You are mistaken, but your errors extend beyond mere trivialities. There are 3 fundamental mistakes you have made. As he addressed the group, he raised a finger before the attentive faces of his subordinates. First, your error lies in your hesitation to heed the orders of the young lady. Second, it is a misstep that, after my intervention, you would harbor pity for Su Bailian. Third, you failed to align yourselves with the young lady in condemning Su Bailian's treachery afterward. These constitute your 3 original sins. Let it be known that we are the loyal subordinates of the young lady. Our allegiance to her ensures a brighter future and greater prospects. Understand that the words of the young lady are correct, absolute, and embody truth. As he spoke, Qin Luo's tone softened slightly. He regarded the crowd with warmth and continued. The young lady, in her magnanimity, does not hold grudges against her subordinates. As long as you remain steadfastly loyal to her henceforth, she shall not dwell excessively on today's events. However, should there be a next time, Qin Luo's voice turned cold. His expression darkened as he clenched his fist. There will be no need for the young lady's intervention. I, her most valued and trusted aide, will ensure that any traitor is dealt with. At his words, a palpable sense of respect for Qin Luo emanated from everyone present. Yes, Luo gu. They stood in unison. Rise, he commanded, and they complied. Qin Luo approached a burly man, fixing his gaze upon him, and inquired, What is your name? What is your current level of mastery? The burly man, upon hearing this, bowed his head respectfully and replied, Luo gu, my name is Shinfei. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, I am currently at the early stage of the Ascendant Realm. Qin Luo nodded in acknowledgement. In this world, there exists a hierarchy of power that transcends the mundane. The levels of mastery range from the initial insight stage, through the Ascendant stage, the Great Achievement stage, the Pinnacle stage, and ultimately, the Return to Simplicity. Each stage is further divided into 3 phases: early, middle, and late. It can be said that one at the Ascendant stage is already considered a minor expert. Shinfei, apart from Jilan, stood as the foremost martial artist besides Su Mu Wan. Qin Luo patted Shinfei's shoulder and smiled. Very well, Shinfei, can you drive? Yes, Luo gu. Shinfei replied cautiously. Although Qin Luo was still a newcomer, he sensed an extraordinary connection between him and the young lady, Su. After all, upon becoming a novice, Qin Luo already exhibited tendencies of becoming the young lady's foremost confidant. Hearing this, a smile crept upon Qin Luo's lips as he handed him a set of garage keys. Excellent. Gather the others. Accompany me to the commercial street. The young lady has instructed us to procure seasonal attire for each of the brothers. Yes, Shinfei responded, deeply moved. Despite their previous transgressions, the young lady not only bore no resentment, but also showed such consideration for them. We shall vow to follow the young lady to the ends of the earth. Whatever she asks of us, we shall execute it with utmost dedication. Meanwhile, a luxury vehicle cruised along the road leading to the Su family estate. Julian sat in the driver's seat, fully absorbed in her task. In the back seat, Su Bailian, her eyes swollen from weeping, sobbed intermittently to Su Muan beside her. Wuwa, Su Muan, I will not let your lackey go unpunished. I will ensure that my father tosses him into the river to feed the sharks. Just wait for him. At that moment, all notions of gentleness and fragility, all pretenses of being under Su Muan's thumb, were irrelevant to Su Bailian. One thought consumed her. She wished for Qin Luo's demise. Su Muan sat elegantly beside her. exuding an air of superiority with every movement. Upon hearing Su Balian's words, a disdainful smile graced her lips, imbued with a hint of coldness and scorn. Slowly, she extended her hand, her slender fingers striking like a serpent capturing its prey, swiftly grasping Su Balian's cheek. With a forceful tug, she showed no mercy. Ugh! Su Balian's speech was interrupted. Her gaze quivered as pain intertwined within her heart. Su Muin leaned closer, her breath chilling like a winter wind, sharp and penetrating. The oppressive aura of the former villainess bore down upon Su Balian, her eyes gleaming like swords, piercing into the very depths of her soul. Gazing at the terrified expression on Su Balian's face, she smiled lightly, saying, "If you remain well-behaved, I will allow you to continue your life as the second young lady of the Su family in peace. But should you insist on opposing me, even my parents will be unable to shield you. Behave as your station requires, and do not overreach. Do you understand?" As Su Muin pinched Su Balian's swollen cheek, her actions bore a mix of mockery and a greater threat. When did Su Muin become like this? Panic and fear surged within Su Balian. Yet she could only nod submissively on the surface. For the first time, she experienced true fear in Su Muin's presence. How could it be that the girl who once fell apart at her every word had transformed so completely? Satisfied, Su Muin released her grip, her face resuming an elegant smile, as if the entire encounter had merely been a game. With her rebirth, she suddenly comprehended much. She was no longer the impulsive fool of her past life, easily losing her composure over Su Balian's barbs. Indeed, in this life, she would meticulously plan every strategy to ensure her own tranquility and stability. Having merely incurred the wrath of a dragon king was hardly a cause for alarm. As for Qin Luo, the protagonist is not a common cabbage. What are the odds of encountering a second one? Even if she did, how could she provoke him without cause? Therefore, all was well. Su Muin could relax and savor this renewed life. Chapter 7. Who do you think you are to buy the same vase as our young miss? In Jiangcheng, on the bustling commercial street, a grand procession captivated the attention of all passers-by. Clad in impeccably tailored black suits, they carried an array of fashionable shopping bags. At the forefront, Qin Luo donned a sleek black trench coat, his hands adorned with leather gloves, and a subtle smile graced his lips, exuding an air of refined elegance and formidable presence. After an hour of intense shopping, Qin Luo and his companions had nearly swept through all the luxury boutiques in the area. Their purchasing method was almost instantaneous. A mere glance would prompt the staff to wrap up their selections. Shenfei walked respectfully behind Qin Luo, inquiring, "Where shall we head next, Brother Luo?" Pondering the question, Qin Luo recalled that in the original narrative, Su Muin had a penchant for collecting antiques, ancient texts, and scrolls. Hence, he resolved to utilize the card she had provided to procure some exquisite items. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a mechanical voice echoed in his consciousness. Task issued. The divine doctor emerges from the antique city. Please humiliate the fated child, Wang Yong, with great zeal. Task reward. A complete set of Tai Xian 13 needles crafted from dark iron silver. Taken aback by the sudden announcement, Qin Luo's expression shifted. Another protagonist has arrived? Is the system truly so merciless? Su Muin has just entangled herself with the Dragon King, and now she must confront a divine doctor descending from the mountains? How splendid! With a smirk playing on his lips, he snapped his fingers and chuckled. Let us visit the antique city and procure a gift for the young lady. My apologies, dear lady. You have already attracted the attention of these protagonists in the original tale. As your attendant, I merely facilitate your encounters in advance. Half an hour later, at the Antique City Association in Jiangcheng, a strikingly beautiful woman, carrying a luxurious handbag, strode ahead with determination. Trailing behind her was a dejected-looking man, seemingly resigned to his fate. Noticing his lagging pace, the woman halted, turning back with a pout. Wang Yong, could you possibly walk any slower? I have my sights set on an antique I've long desired at the association, and if someone snatches it away, I shall hold you accountable. With a huff, she continued. I fail to understand why my father insists on appointing you as my bodyguard. You hardly seem formidable. With that, she tossed her hair and marched ahead. Wang Yong, feeling a headache coming on, could only grimace but followed dutifully, constrained by his master's request. Renowned in the industry as the Ghost Immortal, King of Hell, his mastery of both medicine and poison instilled fear in many. Even formidable opponents at the late stages of their cultivation would steer clear of him. Yet here he was, reduced to serving as a bodyguard for Jiang Sueki, the president of the Jiang Corporation, due to an engagement letter from his master. However, as he observed Jiang Shuiqi's graceful form swaying ahead, he couldn't help but think, well, Jiang Shuiqi is indeed quite stunning. It seems she also possesses a congenital poison body, requiring her to cultivate through special means. If we were to cultivate together, my poison skills would surely reach a remarkable peak. Wang Yong wiped the drool from his mouth and reassured, "Do not worry, brother. I shall protect you from falling into the hands of others." At that moment, in the antique shop, the store manager, a middle-aged man dressed in a traditional Chinese suit, wiped his sweat and smiled nervously at the young man before him. "Well, that Lord Qin, this vase has already been reserved by someone else." "Oh." Qin Luo picked up the vase, and upon hearing this, a slight smile graced his lips. He turned to the store manager and said amiably, "Manager Su, does your statement imply that you wish to oppose my young lady?" Manager Su's lips twitched, and he hastily lowered his head, trembling as he replied, "And no, that is not my intention. It's just, this vase, left by a formidable cultivator, has been reserved by Miss Jiang from the Jiang family in Jiang City. If you take it, it may cause." Before he could finish, Qin Luo's expression darkened, and he coldly gazed at Manager Su, saying in a chilling tone, "Humph, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that my young lady fears Jiang Shuiqi of the Jiang family? Let me tell you, even if Jiang Shuiqi stands before me, this vase shall be taken back to present to my young lady." With this declaration, Manager Su found himself at a loss. He wiped his brow, pondering when this notorious figure from Jiang City had acquired such an unreasonable subordinate. Or perhaps this was indeed the intention of that lady from the Su family. However, if he truly handed it over, the reputation of his shop would suffer greatly. What was he to do now? Just as Manager Su was at his wit's end, a clear voice rang from outside, "Uncle Su, where's the vase I reserved?" Upon hearing this, Manager Su's face brightened, and Qin Luo turned to look towards the entrance. There, a stunning young woman walked in, followed by a figure clad in simple clothing. His eyes narrowed. Detected the chosen one, Wang Yong. "Please, host, commence your performance." As the system's voice echoed, Qin Luo recognized the identities of the newcomers, the divine physician Wang Yong, and, holding the vase, Qin Luo smiled at Jiang Shuiqi, saying, "Miss, I believe this is the item you were looking for." Upon hearing a handsome young man call her, Jiang Shuiqi turned her head. When she spotted the vase in his hands, her expression shifted, and she looked at Manager Su. "Uncle Su, have you sold this vase to someone else?" Manager Su quickly shook his head, distancing himself from the situation with a, No, I have certainly prepared it for you. But, Miss Su has also taken a liking to it." As he spoke, Manager Su deliberately glanced at Qin Luo, then sighed and shook his head. Jiang Shuiqi's furrowed brow instantly relaxed as she came to a realization. She then calmly turned to Qin Luo, extending her hand, "Little handsome, I advise you to hand it over obediently, as it was reserved by me in advance. If you do not wish to offend the Jiang family, refrain from actions that would jeopardize your future. That person behind you will likely not be able to protect you." Jiang Shuiqi exuded an air of confidence for her family. The Jiang clan reigned supreme in Jiang City. Even the equally formidable Su family would think twice before provoking them. Wang Yong, intrigued, cast a glance at Qin Luo. He was well aware of the Jiang family's influence. No one in Jiang City dared to offend Jiang Shuiqi. It was highly likely that this sycophant of the Su family would comply without a fuss. However, in the next moment, Qin Luo's previously cheerful demeanor shifted abruptly. He retorted, "What are you? You dare to compare yourself to my lady and purchase the same vase? Jiang Shuiqi, let me inform you that today, no one can intervene. My lady has never relinquished what she desires. A mere Jiang family is beneath her notice, let alone you, a waste who cannot even practice martial arts." As his words hung in the air, Manager Su gasped, staring at Qin Luo in disbelief. Jiang Shuiqi's expression froze, her outstretched hand suspended midair. Wang Yong was momentarily taken aback, pondering, this fellow dares to insult Jiang Shuiqi to her face? Is he courting death? Or could it be that this is all part of a scheme devised by someone behind him? The eldest daughter of the Su family, indeed, matched the rumors, an arrogant and overbearing individual. If her underling was so audacious, one could only imagine the extent of her own arrogance. Meanwhile, in the Su family residence, Su Muin, who had been engaged in conversation with her parents, suddenly shivered. She abruptly lifted her head, gazing around in bewilderment. What was happening? Why did an inexplicable chill wash over her? Surely, nothing has gone awry with Qin Luo? No, that cannot be. I mustn't frighten myself. Muin, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Let us continue discussing my desire to take over the family business immediately. While Su Muin wore a smile on her face, her heart was gradually becoming unsettled. Surely, nothing could have gone wrong with Qin Luo. Why did she feel such an eerie sensation? Chapter 8. Face? What is face? Jiang Xueqi found her hand suspended in midair, her expression gradually transforming into one of profound displeasure. Indeed, throughout her life, the most pointed criticism directed at her had been her inability to master martial arts. This world, as it were, held martial prowess in the highest regard, which rendered her incapable of inheriting her family's martial arts legacy, forcing her instead to take the reins of a pharmaceutical company. However, this was certainly not a valid reason for others to mock her. As her wounds were laid bare, Jiang Xueqi's eyes reddened, and she bit her lip in anger, directing a furious tirade at Qin Luo. You insufferable scoundrel, are you seeking death? Scoundrel? Qin Luo, upon hearing this, seemed to find amusement in her words. He scoffed with disdain, to hurl insults simply for speaking the truth. Miss Jiang, you are being rather unreasonable, aren't you? Enough of this banter. I want that vase. Shenfei, charge it to my card. With that, Qin Luo raised the vase and handed it to Shenfei, who eagerly accepted it. Understood, Brother Luo. Shenfei glanced at Jiang Xueqi, then at the brazen Qin Luo, admiration swelling within him. Truly, one could see why he was favored by the illustrious lady. His presence was formidable. Jiang Xueqi, witnessing this, gritted her teeth in frustration. You. Wang Yong, observing the scene, recognized it was time for him to play the gallant hero. After all, dealing with a mere lackey would be a trifling matter. With newfound confidence, he stepped forward and spoke with deliberate calmness. Wait a moment. As his words echoed, all attention turned to Wang Yong. He savored the moment as he approached Jiang Xueqi's side. She regarded him with a hint of uncertainty. Wang Yong, you. Silence, leave everything to me. He declared with a self-assured smile that he believed to be charming. A flutter of reassurance coursed through Jiang Xueqi at the sight of his grin. Though Wang Yong often appeared frivolous, her father had mentioned the formidable strength he possessed, potentially capable of resolving her physical issues. Perhaps she should place her trust in him. With that thought, Jiang Xueqi fell silent, watching Wang Yong as he prepared to take action. Shenfei's expression shifted as he recognized Wang Yong's presence. Leaning in to whisper to Qin Luo, Brother Luo, this individual is at least at the entry stage. Qin Luo nodded slightly. His interest piqued as he regarded this world's fated champion, Wang Yong. And who might you be? Qin Luo inquired with an amiable demeanor, projecting an air of calm. Wang Yong, interpreting Qin Luo's demeanor as a sign of fear stemming from knowledge of his entry-stage capabilities, sought to impress Jiang Xueqi. He shook his head, scoffing. I am Jiang Xueqi's bodyguard. Your lady desires this vase, but so does my mistress. Here's the deal. You set the vase down, and I shall only cripple your limbs. As for your underlings, they will merely suffer paralysis from the waist down. Wang Yong earned the moniker Yama for a reason. Every move he executed was lethal, and to witness it was to court death. S expression darkened, astonished that someone dared to threaten them. Yet, before he could take action, Qin Luo chuckled lightly and shook his head. I was wondering who it was. With a leisurely stride, he approached Wang Yong, standing a mere 10 centimeters away. Under Wang Yong's furrowed brow, he scoffed. You're just a pathetic bodyguard. When did it become your place to speak? As Wang Yong stood momentarily stunned, Qin Luo swiftly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed, and Wang Yong tilted his head, his eyes widening, his mind momentarily blank. Did I just get hit? It wasn't that Wang Yong couldn't evade the strike, but rather he underestimated Qin Luo's audacity to confront him. After all, he had just issued a rather imposing threat. Anyone would think twice about its authenticity. But the outcome was unexpected. He truly struck. Jiang Xueqi's complexion paled. Huh? He really hit him? Why didn't Wang Yong dodge? Was he merely posturing? Manager Su, tucked behind the counter, gasped in shock. This unreasonable fellow actually went through with it. This is disastrous. Things could escalate. I must quickly inform the president. With that, he hurriedly pressed a button beneath the counter. Simultaneously, a notification from the system indicated the completion of a task. Congratulations, host. You have humiliated the destined child, Wang Yong. Reward, a complete set of Taishan 13 needles. Crafted from Xian iron silver. The Taishan 13 needles are an esoteric technique of the Taishan sect, rumored to possess the ability to revive the dead and restore flesh to bone when mastered to perfection. Wang Yong gradually regained his senses, gingerly touching his cheek, which burned with pain. Suddenly, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. He slowly turned his gaze to Qin Luo, enunciating each word with lethal intent. "You dare strike me?" As soon as the words left his lips, Qin Luo responded with another slap to the other side of his face. Following this, amidst the astonished expressions of Jiang Sueki and Wang Yong, Qin Luo sneered disdainfully. "What of it? You are nothing but a loser." With his words hanging in the air, Wang Yong's breathing grew labored. Anger surged within him. He, the king of hell, had never felt such fury. He glared at Qin Luo, raising his hand to strike, bellowing, "You're seeking death, Brother Luo." Shen Fei rushed forward, but it was too late. Just as everyone expected Wang Yong to land a blow, a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. His fist halted a mere 3 centimeters from Qin Luo's face. "What's wrong, fool? Do you think your vital energy is unable to flow properly?" Qin Luo taunted, effortlessly prying Wang Yong's fist apart, his expression one of disdain. Taishian 13 needles, activate. In an instant, Wang Yong's entire meridian system was blocked. And with that, another slap resounded through the air. He delivered another resounding slap to Wang Yong's face, mocking. "Go on, keep calling. You dare not. Slap. You cannot. Slap. You slap. Slap." A spatter of blood from Wang Yong's mouth splattered onto Jiang Sueki's face. Jiang Sueki covered her cheek, incessantly trying to wipe it clean, but to no avail. In a fit of despair, she cried out, "Wang Yong, you useless fool. All that boasting, and it turns out you are nothing but a waste. Aren't you my bodyguard? You worthless scoundrel." At that moment, Wang Yong began to sense something was amiss within his body. His meridians were blocked, and his vital energy was stagnant. When had someone sealed his acupoints? Damn it, with his acupoints obstructed, he could not move his hands, let alone release the blockage. Cursed be this large-chested, brainless woman who could only yell and scream on the sidelines, too foolish to even call for help. On Qin Luo's side, he felt he had imparted enough of a lesson. Just as he intended to pack up the vase and leave, suddenly, a steady voice resonated from outside. "Everyone, cease your actions. Young brother, grant me a favor." As the words fell, all eyes turned to the entrance. There stood a man of commanding presence, adorned with an elegant and amiable smile. President. Director Su hastily emerged from behind the counter, respectfully explaining the situation. This man was Long Dingtian, who at the tender age of 28 had single-handedly established the renowned antique market in Jiangcheng. Rumor had it that he had significant ties with the Long family of Wancheng. Even their family head would greet him with friendly respect as President Long Shen Fei promptly clarified the visitor's identity to Qin Luo. Jiang Sueki's eyes brightened. "Brother Long." She glared fiercely at Qin Luo, thinking this damned scoundrel was finished now. Long Dingtian positioned himself between Qin Luo and the coughing, bloodied Wang Yong, radiating a genteel demeanor as he addressed Qin Luo with an unassailable tone. "Young brother, I have some relations with Wang Yong. Might I ask you to kneel and apologize?" "Leaving the vase behind? Let this matter pass." Upon hearing this, Jiang Sueki protested, "Brother Long, I still want to cripple this scoundrel's Dantian. I want him unable to practice martial arts." Long Dingtian chuckled lightly, turning to her with a hint of exasperation. "Sueki, be obedient. Let him apologize and make amends. To render him a cripple is excessive." With that, Long Dingtian turned kindly towards Qin Luo, stating, "Young brother, what do you think? For my sake, would you comply with my request?" Though Long Dingtian wore a smile, his words were laced with arrogance and an undeniable authority. After all, in his eyes, granting Qin Luo favor was merely due to the latter being the subordinate of the young lady from the Su family, who was known as the Bane of Jiangqing. He had no desire to provoke her completely, knowing that the Jiang family would undoubtedly seek trouble with the Su family afterward. Director Su also bore an expression of vindication as he cast a glance at Qin Luo. No matter how audacious one may be, must they not lower their tails and behave in the presence of our esteemed leader? Shen Fei swallowed hard and whispered to Qin Luo, "Brother Luo, what shall we do? Perhaps I should kneel." What to do indeed? However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Qin Luo merely offered a cold smile, then disdainfully glanced at the stiff-faced Long Dingtian, and mockingly remarked, "How dare a discarded, illegitimate child, cast out from his own family, bark like a dog here? Face, what is face? What are you that my lady should afford you any consideration? Have you become too full of yourself?" As the words fell, a sharp crack resounded through the air. Qin Luo swiftly delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Long Dingtian's mind went blank. His face was turned askew from the force, and he felt a searing pain. Humiliation of the pivotal character Long Ding Tian successful. Attribute Point 1, Chapter 9. The astonishing Long Ding Tian silence. A silence as oppressive as death enveloped the room. Manager Su's face turned ashen, and he suddenly collapsed to his knees. He gazed in disbelief at Long Ding Tian, who had just been struck by Qin Luo. The president was struck? Jiang Sueki stood frozen, her mind reeling. She looked incredulously at Long Ding Tian, who tilted his head in confusion, and then at Qin Luo, who still held his hand in the posture of having just delivered a slap. For a moment, her mind went blank, and she began to question whether she was dreaming. How could such a surreal scene unfold before her eyes? A mere attendant of the Su family's young lady dared to strike the president of the Antique Association, a man whom even the head of the Su family would greet amiably. Was the world changing too rapidly? Wang Yong lay on the ground, coughing blood from the corner of his mouth. Though he did not know Long Ding Tian, he sensed from snippets of conversation that Long Ding Tian held a lofty position. This insignificant attendant had dared to provoke someone of such stature. Surely, this man was doomed. Even the Su family would be unable to shield him. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Long Ding Tian, despite his grim countenance, did not retaliate immediately. He merely took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and fixed a piercing gaze upon Qin Luo, asking, "How did you come to know?" All present overlooked the critical point in Qin Luo's words. He was a discarded, illegitimate child, exiled from his family. The family in question was none other than the Long family of Wanqing, and Long Ding Tian was the legitimate son of the current head of the Long family, Long Outyin. Rumors had long circulated about his connection to the Long family, but in truth, it was a tragic tale. He was the offspring of the family head and a servant, born with an innate inability to practice martial arts. To cleanse the family's reputation, Long Outyin had abandoned him and his mother in Jiaqing. Astonishingly, this secret had been so effortlessly revealed by Qin Luo, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Qin Luo's demeanor exuded an air of calm authority as he spoke coldly. "My lady's influence spans the globe. No one can escape her discerning gaze. Long Ding Tian, do you know why I have come to your Antique Association today to procure antiquities?" He audaciously addressed Long Ding Tian by name, and mentioned a lady. Was this all part of a scheme orchestrated by Su Muin? Jiang Sueki, still in a daze, pondered the unfolding events. Long Ding Tian's pupils constricted at the mention of the Su family's young lady. Had this all been a trap set by the demon of Jiangqing? From the initial visit to purchase antiquities, to instigating a disturbance to draw him out, every step had been meticulously planned by that demon. Long Ding Tian was filled with trepidation and disbelief. Could it be that the demon of Jiangqing possessed such cunning? Jiang Sueki observed Long Ding Tian's expression shift to one of shock, and an uneasy premonition surged within her. Unable to contain herself, she called out, "Brother Long." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Long Ding Tian interjected, "Sueki, I sincerely apologize, but I have matters to discuss with this young man. Please take Wang Yong and leave. I assure you, I will present you with a finer antique later." Upon hearing this, Jiang Sueki's expression shifted, revealing her discontent. Yet, considering the current situation, she could only nod reluctantly and sigh, "Understood." With that, she cast a disdainful glance at Wang Yong, who lay on the ground with wide eyes full of disbelief. She then turned to the equally sprawled manager Su and said, "Hey, come over here and help me move him to my car." Manager Su, unable to keep pace with the unfolding events, quickly nodded. "Oh, okay." He rose, grasped Wang Yong's clothing, and dragged him out. This place was no longer suitable for him to remain. "Brother Luo, I will step outside to ensure no one enters." Shen Fei swallowed hard, feeling somewhat astonished. So, their shopping expedition was entirely orchestrated by the young lady. Brother Luo was executing a covert mission. With these thoughts, he exited and closed the door, standing guard outside. In that moment, only Qin Luo and Long Ding Tian remained within the chamber. Long Ding Tian clasped his hands and spoke gravely. "Let us get straight to the point, young man. What does the individual behind you intend to achieve?" Upon hearing this, the title of number 1 lackey weighed heavily on Qin Luo. His demeanor shifted as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an imposing aura. He replied leisurely, "Long Ding Tian, my young mistress appreciates your talents and wishes to cultivate a connection with you. Thus, she intervened before you encountered Wang Yong, employing certain means to facilitate your meeting." At this revelation, Long Ding Tian's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily inquired, "Wang Yong? May I ask if your mistress is aware of my intentions regarding him?" "Ah, She is indeed aware, Qin Luo replied with a slight smile, observing Long Dingtian's reaction. He continued, you seek Wang Yong for two reasons. First, you hope he can uncover the cause of your inability to cultivate martial arts and remedy your condition. Second, you wish to enlist Wang Yong's assistance to visit the Long family in Wang City to heal your father, Long Aodian, the family patriarch. Through this, you aspire to reclaim your place within your family. After all, Wang Yong possesses lethal poison techniques and life-saving medical skills. As these words fell, Long Dingtian's composure shattered. His face drained of color. These matters, long buried in his heart, had been unearthed by the woman behind Qin Luo. In that instant, Long Dingtian took a deep breath and slowly said, young man, does this mean your mistress can assist me? Naturally, Qin Luo replied with a slight smile. That slap earlier was merely a greeting. You may now assess your physical condition. Upon hearing this, Long Dingtian was taken aback, then swiftly began to sense his body. To his astonishment, he discovered that his once exhausted physique could now actively absorb the essence of heaven and earth for cultivation. For many years, he had attempted countless methods, yet none could enable his feeble body to cultivate its martial arts. Astonishingly, it seemed, it truly worked. Long Dingtian, covering his slightly flushed cheeks, felt his initial anger transform into sheer surprise. He gazed incredulously at Qin Luo and exclaimed, little brother, no, master, what on earth is happening? Upon hearing this, Qin Luo offered a subtle smile and replied, our esteemed young lady has long been aware of your condition, Long Dingtian. According to ancient texts, this affliction is known as meridian true qi obstruction. Only through a special technique can the true energy be infused into your body to cleanse your meridians, thereby allowing you to resume your cultivation. This technique has been entrusted solely to me by the young lady, with the purpose of healing your injuries. Long Dingtian had lost count of how many times he had been astonished today. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he clenched his fists tightly. Bowing his head and clasping his hands, he asked, may I inquire about your esteemed name, master? Qin Luo replied calmly, Qin Luo. Qin master, I implore you to completely heal my injuries. Long Dingtian stated hurriedly, that is not feasible. The treatment must be gradual, requiring special techniques each time. Qin Luo shook his head and then turned to Long Dingtian, stating nonchalantly, you have yet to provide your answer. I await your response to relay to the young lady, which will determine whether to continue your treatment. Upon hearing this, the joy within Long Dingtian gradually waned, replaced by a struggle of emotions on his face. He had not anticipated that the individual behind Qin Luo was so astutely concealed. The facade of an arrogant and reckless young heir in public masked a mind that meticulously gathered information about everyone's identities and even discovered a solution. Such cunning was undeniably formidable. Aligning himself with this faction implied that his antique shop would fall under the sway of the Su family, or more precisely, the young lady of the Su family. This would certainly offend many families in Jiang City. Yet, Long Dingtian sensed that with such astuteness, this young lady would undoubtedly rise to prominence among men. Thus, he, Long Dingtian, would take the gamble. With that thought, he bowed deeply and earnestly declared, Long Dingtian vows to follow the young lady of the Su family unto death. From this day forth, my antique shop shall heed her every command, becoming her most loyal vassal. Tomorrow morning, I shall personally present gifts and pay a visit. Random lackey event completed. Congratulations, host, for assisting the antagonist and persuading the original protagonist's team member, Long Dingtian, and earning Lackey Heart Sutra X1. In just 2 days, the host has matured into a seasoned lackey. Though, the system's notification chimed in. Enough, Qin Luo nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Then I welcome Brother Dingtian to serve alongside me for the young lady. As he spoke, Qin Luo appeared to ponder something further. With a friendly demeanor, he stepped forward and gently patted Long Dingtian's shoulder, saying, by the way, my young lady also mentioned that once you return to the Long family, she will assist you in ascending to the position of the family head. Surely, that must be your aspiration as well, to seek vengeance against the Long family for the expulsion of you and your mother all those years ago. Am I correct? Upon hearing these words, Long Dingtian's heart skipped a beat, and a chill swept down his spine. How could she possibly know this? The young lady of the Su family, truly formidable. Even without having met her, I can sense a wave of coldness. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that Long Dingtian felt even more assured that he had aligned himself with the right person. Chapter 10. An outing that provoked 3. In the luxurious living room of the Su family villa, Su Muan reclined languidly on the sofa, enveloped in a sense of comfort. I am utterly exhausted, she mused. Through clever manipulation of her past wisdom, she had finally persuaded her parents to entrust her with the management of the family business in Jiangxing. If she could successfully oversee this enterprise, it would pave the way for her to gradually take control of other ventures. In her previous life, due to her arrogant and reckless demeanor, she was forced to share the management of the Jiangcheng family business with Su Balian. Unfortunately, this collaboration led to her being framed, resulting in substantial losses that ultimately disappointed her parents. In truth, Su Balian was merely a tool crafted by her parents to hone her skills, a fact she had regrettably failed to recognize in her past existence. However, this time around, she vowed not only to behave herself, but also to utilize her former wisdom to strengthen her family's standing, ensuring her own stability in the process. After 10 o'clock in the evening, her subordinates departed, leaving only Zhulan, her personal bodyguard, to remain within the villa for her protection. Zhulan respectfully placed a teacup before Su Muan, her tone laced with remorse. I apologize, miss, for my earlier actions. Before she could finish, Su Muan interjected calmly. There's no need for further explanation. I understand the difficulty you faced, Zhulan. Just as Qin Luo said, you chose to follow me. I forgive you this time. But there shall be no next. Her voice, though devoid of warmth, no longer carried a sense of estrangement. Zhulan understood that her mistress had granted her forgiveness, and relief washed over her, illuminating her face with joy. She bowed her head and replied, Yes, miss. Yet, hesitatingly, Zhulan continued, But, is it truly wise to allow that new subordinate to stay here? After all, Qin Luo is a man. Upon hearing this, Su Muan recalled Qin Luo's loyal demeanor and chuckled softly, shaking her head. There's no need for concern. I can see that Qin Luo is a commendable subordinate. He knows how to maintain propriety. With that thought, she lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip. Just then, a voice called from outside, Miss, I have returned. Qin Luo entered, carrying an array of items, and with utmost respect, approached Su Muan. He presented a beautifully crafted vase, saying, And this is an antique I selected for you from the antique market, as I remembered how much you adore such pieces. Oh, you bought this for me? Su Muan's lips curled into a subtle smile as her gaze fell upon the vase before her. It struck her as familiar, its exquisite craftsmanship instantly captivating her. But why did it seem so recognizable? She dismissed the thought, attributing it to a memory from a past auction. Taking another sip of her tea, she smiled at Qin Luo. As she regarded his refined and handsome visage, she nodded in satisfaction. Not bad at all. Qin Luo is indeed quite pleasing to the eye. In her past life, she was arrogant and had never experienced love, and now, having been reborn, she has no intentions of pursuing romance for the time being. However, her return does not preclude the presence of an aesthetically pleasing attendant, which certainly brings her some joy. This is the true essence of a typical rebirth narrative. Although she had recently provoked a Dragon King, that was merely a command issued before her reincarnation. As long as she remains cautious and strategic in her endeavors, she should be perfectly fine. Julian stood nearby, observing Qin Luo, who had purchased a plethora of items with her young mistress's money in an attempt to curry favor, and felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Furrowing her brow, she addressed Qin Luo, why are you spending so much? While it is indeed the young lady's black card, such extravagance is unwarranted. She felt a deep sense of pity as she noted the seemingly useless items Qin Luo had acquired. Why 2 computers? And a game controller? Does she intend to play games in this villa? Upon hearing her words, Qin Luo turned to Julian and sneered, Julian, how dare you speak? Why didn't you voice your concerns when Su Balian was present? What is this? Submissive in public yet ruthless behind closed doors? Young mistress. I suggest we dismiss her. Julian harbors ulterior motives. Julian's face flushed with shame. What do you mean? Did I say anything wrong? Qin Luo retorted. Why young mistress? Although Su Muan had forgiven her, Julian still felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Now, with Qin Luo's words, she found herself contemplating her place in this household. Enough. Let us not bicker, Su Muan interjected, shaking her head in exasperation as she glanced at Qin Luo. Qin Luo, refrain from speaking so much. I understand that Julian means no harm. By the way, where did you purchase that vase from the antique market? It's rather exquisite. Sipping her tea, Su Muan deftly shifted the conversation. Qin Luo, fully aware of Julian's loyalty to Su Muan, relished the opportunity to tease her. Upon hearing Su Muan's inquiry, he grinned and boasted, I bought it from the Antique Guild. You see, this vase was already reserved by the young lady of the Jiang family, Jiang Sueki, but I thought you would surely adore it, so I couldn't let it slip away. I unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Jiang Xueki, reducing her to tears. Can you guess what happened next? Oh. The antique guild Jiang Xueki Su Mu Wan was initially engrossed in what she thought was a bedtime story, but when Qin Luo uttered the name Jiang Xueki, her eyes widened in shock. Her hand, which held the teacup, began to tremble slightly. Wait, you mean Jiang Xueki? Su Mu Wan interrupted Qin Luo, her expression one of disbelief. Yes, what of it, young mistress? Is there a problem? Qin Luo paused, looking at her with uncertainty. Is there a problem? This is no small matter. Jiang Xueki is the poison saint from my past life, having reached the pinnacle of the late stage in her cultivation. In a previous life, she had fallen into disadvantage due to the toxic arts of another, known by the ominous moniker Yama. Yet, how could that name have slipped from Qin Luo's lips? A foreboding unease settled in Su Muan's heart. The more she gazed at the vase, the more it stirred a sense of familiarity within her. Her voice trembled as she urged, please, continue. Oh, and that Jiang Xueki has a useless bodyguard named Wang Yong. Wang Yong, a formidable master of the late stage of Yama from a past life, was renowned alongside Jiang Xueki as the unparalleled Poison King. It seems that long ago, they indeed shared a master bodyguard relationship. Su Muan listened with a stiff demeanor as Qin Luo exaggerated the events of the antique market gathering. That Wang Yong, with his arrogant demeanor, dared to boast that he could extinguish the esteemed Su young lady with but a gesture. Can you imagine my temper? I couldn't possibly let that slide. I gave him a resounding slap to put him in his place. A single slap. Su Muan's complexion paled, her breath quickened, and her vision blurred. She felt tears welling up. How had a simple outing to purchase something led her to cross paths with two central figures? How could this be? Miss, are you all right? Qin Luo paused mid-sentence, casting a hesitant glance at Su Muan, noting her trembling form and moist eyes. Could it be that she was moved to tears? A surge of exhilaration coursed through Qin Luo. He felt compelled to continue. It should be fine now, right? Taking a deep breath, Su Muan managed to force a faint smile. It's nothing. So far, I've only attracted 3 main characters. 3. Surely there's more. More. Su Muan's body shuddered. Indeed. Then the chairman of the antique market, Long Dingtian, made his entrance. Long Dingtian, who in his past life became the head of the Long family in the royal city, possesses influence that far surpasses that of the Su family. Yet, knowing Qin Luo's audacity, he wouldn't dare. But he intends to play mediator upon arrival. Can I let him have his way? Rest assured, miss. I will make him behave with just one slap. You. Upon hearing this, the anxiety that had gripped Su Muan finally subsided. With a sudden swoon, she rolled her eyes and collapsed onto the sofa, losing consciousness. 3 encounters from a single outing? Is fate conspiring against me? Miss. Chapter 11. My lady. Allow me to assist you in changing attire. Julian stood at the door, her expression clouded with concern as she sighed softly towards Qin Luo, saying, My lady must be exhausted lately, which is likely the reason for her repeated fainting spells. Upon returning to the Su family, she has requested the family's assets in Jiacheng from the elders. If managed well, she will gradually take over all the Su family's enterprises. Perhaps this is the source of her considerable stress. Julian's tone was laced with deep empathy and guilt. Clearly, her lady was under immense pressure, yet she had previously failed to recognize it. Qin Luo nodded in acknowledgement, preoccupied with the rewards sent by the system. He replied, I see. Julian, please remain here. I shall wash up and retire for the night. Julian was taken aback, her mouth agape, but before she could voice her confusion, Qin Luo had already turned and made his way downstairs. What is this? What happened to your previously unwavering loyalty? She pondered, bewildered. The young lady has fainted. And you can still sleep soundly? Julian found herself in a state of perplexity, questioning the genuineness of Qin Luo's feelings towards the young lady. Choosing to avoid unnecessary complications, Qin Luo selected a bedroom on the first floor for his personal quarters. Lying in bed, he murmured. Could it be that the formidable antagonist is suffering from low blood sugar? Perhaps in my previous life. It was indeed a sudden bout of dizziness that led to my defeat. But after mastering the 13 needles of Taishian, I did not observe any symptoms of hypoglycemia in them. Could it be some obscure ailment? Well, I shall prepare some sweets for her, just in case. With that thought, Qin Luo opened his interface to examine the rewards he had acquired. Attribute points. 1. Dog Servant Manual. X1. The attribute points were self-explanatory. Qin Luo noted that the enhancement provided by these points was the most straightforward, yet their acquisition was exceedingly rare. After contemplating his options for a moment, he decided to allocate the point to his defense, instantly raising it to 8. Even formidable practitioners at the late stage of the Ascendant Realm would struggle to breach his defenses. Coupled with automatic counterattacks, it could yield remarkable results. Next, he opened the Dog Servant Manual. In an instant, a piece of information appeared before him. Dog Servant Manual, description: by cultivating this technique, the practitioner becomes unwaveringly loyal and fearless in battle, doubling their fighting prowess at the command of their master. Abilities: Dog Servant Loyalty. The host cultivates absolute loyalty and unconditional obedience towards their master through daily interactions, accumulating loyalty points that convert into formidable combat strength during battles. Dog Servant Phantom Body. This ability allows the host to move nimbly in combat, evading attacks while launching unexpected strikes against adversaries, leaving them defenseless. Dog Servant Phantom Palm. Now fused with God's palm regardless of identity or realm, as long as it is for their master. Even a deity shall be subject to their might. Having reviewed the manual, Qin Luo covered his face in disbelief. What sort of absurd technique is this? Go, dog, go. And you dare to call yourself a master? What do you mean by that? Are you implying that Su Mu Wan is my master? What nonsense. I am merely here to work, for goodness sake. This is an outrageous accusation. Qin Luo strongly condemns this. Even though this martial arts world does indeed exhibit such hierarchical divisions, I never claimed to have sold myself to Su Mu Wan. You ridiculous system, cease your unfounded assertions. However, despite my grievances, this dog's heart sutra does possess some utility. Thus, I shall practice it. The following day, in the early morning, sunlight streamed into the room. Su Mu Wan awoke, her eyes fluttering open in confusion. She surveyed her familiar surroundings, the well-known ceiling, the comforting bed. Have I restarted again? In the next moment, there was a knock. Miss, are you awake? Lin Wanrong entered, bearing a plethora of gifts as an apology for the previous night's ball. I have also prepared breakfast and toiletries for you. Mississippi Qin Luo's voice echoed from outside. Su Mu Wan felt a surge of irritation. How infuriating. It is still this life. Her expression fell as she sat up, rubbing her temples in discomfort. Come in. Qin Luo certainly had a knack for stirring trouble. Last night he had entangled himself with not one, but 2 key figures, including the future head of a prominent family. For the sake of her own safety, Su Mu Wan contemplated whether she should consider providing Qin Luo with a settlement to encourage him to leave. Would 50 million be sufficient? While this sum would not accomplish much, most of her available funds were tied up with the conglomerate, leaving her unable to offer more. Yet, it would be unjust to dismiss Qin Luo, who had incurred the ire of the protagonists on her behalf. As she reached for an object, her hand brushed against a vase positioned at her bedside, causing her arm to tremble slightly. Oh no. Qin Luo, you have truly put me in a dire situation. With a gentle push, the door swung open. The young lady has arrived. As Qin Luo's voice filled the room, the atmosphere transformed into one of warmth. His tone was soft and polite, evoking a sense of familiarity and comfort. Soon, a delightful aroma of food wafted through the air, akin to the warmth of morning sunshine, enveloping the entire space. Su Mu Wan lifted her gaze, momentarily entranced by Qin Luo, who entered with a dining cart. Draped in a sleek black coat, he exuded charm and elegance. Such dedication to his role as a subordinate is remarkable. I never encountered such a devoted aide in my past life. Please, young lady, tend to your personal care first. Qin Luo held a meticulously arranged tray, showcasing an array of grooming tools. The dining cart was laden with a sumptuous breakfast, each dish carefully prepared, both nutritious and visually appealing. As he presented the tray, Su Mu Wan snapped back to reality, intending to assist herself. However, Qin Luo swiftly seized a warm towel, and with a smile, he said, "How could the esteemed young lady attend to such trivial matters? Allow me to handle this for you." "Ah, no, that is quite unnecessary." Su Muan began to protest. Yet she found herself gently persuaded as Qin Luo took it upon himself to assist her. He tenderly wiped her cheeks, then set down the towel and presented an array of toiletry items, wholeheartedly attending to her needs. "Come, my lady, rinse your mouth. Spit. Now, my lady, let me cleanse your face. And now, my lady, it is time for breakfast. Wow, this is delicious." This meal was meticulously sourced from the original supplier and delivered via cold chain air transport within 8 hours to ensure the freshness of the ingredients. Impressive, Qin Luo. I didn't know you possessed such skills. For you, my lady, I am willing to do anything. After this thoughtful service, Su Muan completed her morning preparations while still nestled in bed. How extraordinary, how delightful. I have never experienced such attentive service before. This Qin Luo is quite remarkable. A hint of satisfaction graced Su Muin's face, instantly dispelling her earlier thought of offering Qin Luo 50 million to dismiss him. Such talent, as long as it does not provoke the main character, is indeed the perfect companion. At that moment, Qin Luo picked up a pair of socks and, with a devoted expression, declared, "Come, my lady, rise so that I may assist you with your attire." "Oh, Su Muin nodded gently, instinctively responding, only to be struck by a sudden realization. She looked at Qin Luo, who wore a smile, in astonishment. "You wish to help me get dressed?" Chapter 12. Once again, opportunity slipped away due to your useless son-in-law. Qin Luo appeared nonchalant, smiling as he spoke. "What are you saying, miss? As your devoted attendant, is it not my duty to handle such trivial matters?" He continued, "Since you fainted last night, your attire remains intact. You merely need to don your socks to commence a new day of work." With that, Qin Luo raised his hand, revealing a pair of pristine black ankle socks. Upon hearing this, Su Muwan felt a moment of hesitation. But, such matters, perhaps I should attend to them myself. Before she could finish her thought, Qin Luo interjected with unwavering conviction, "Miss, your words are misguided. You are destined to inherit the Su family. Such trivialities should henceforth be entrusted to me, your devoted attendant. From now on, I shall take full responsibility for your daily needs, allowing you to focus entirely on managing the family." Hearing this, Su Muwan glanced at the socks in Qin Luo's hand, and then at his earnest expression. A pang of guilt washed over her. It seemed that Qin Luo genuinely had her best interests at heart, and yet she had contemplated dismissing him, perhaps for him. Serving her was indeed the essence of his role as an attendant. Should she decline his offer, it would likely sadden him for the entire day. She could not bear to wound the heart of such a loyal companion. Indeed, Su Muwan thought, do not overthink it. Qin Luo harbors no ill intentions. Look at his devoted demeanor. It is as if he is my foremost attendant, solely preoccupied with the thought of serving me well. Resolving herself, Su Muwan lightly bit her lip, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she feigned calmness. "Very well, then please be swift about it." With that, she pulled back the covers, revealing a pair of feet as white as jade before Qin Luo's eyes. Subsequently, Qin Luo took on an expression of utmost propriety, his demeanor grave yet gentle as he delicately picked up the black socks. He first gently opened the sock's opening before carefully sliding Su Muwan's delicate foot into it. With deft fingers, he skillfully twisted at her ankle, smoothly pulling the sock up above her ankle, ensuring that every inch of her skin was perfectly enveloped, neither too tight nor too loose, although a sense of peculiarity lingered within her. Witnessing Qin Luo's respectful demeanor allowed Su Muwan to gradually relax. She observed him, noting how fluid and natural his movements were, his gaze focused and solemn, as if he were performing a significant ritual. Is putting on socks such a solemn affair? Su Muwan had never felt this way before. She had never encountered someone so unwaveringly loyal in her past life. "All done, miss," Qin Luo announced as he stood, a smile gracing his face. "I suspect that your recent fainting spells may be due to overexertion with family matters, or perhaps a touch of low blood sugar. Thus, I have specially prepared some handcrafted candies for the young lady, believing they might yield a more favorable effect." With that, Qin Luo placed the confections upon the bedside table, then wheeled in the dining cart. Observing Su Muwan's momentary distraction, he smiled and remarked, "I shall take my leave to attend to the guests." With a click, the door closed behind him. Su Muwan sat at the edge of the bed, gazing down at the handmade candies prepared for her by Qin Luo. A warm current flowed through her heart, causing her to gently cover her chest. What a peculiar sensation. Qin Luo's gaze was clear, devoid of any impurities. His actions stemmed purely from his unwavering loyalty to her. But why? What could possibly inspire such steadfast devotion? Outside the door, Qin Luo could no longer maintain the facade of a virtuous gentleman. He gleefully beheld the loyalty points he had garnered. Loyalty points, 10. His early morning attentiveness was not motivated by any ulterior desires, particularly not by the alluring charms of the young lady. It was merely a means to accumulate loyalty points, devoid of any additional thoughts. Having practiced the dog's heart sutra the previous night, he was compelled to perform his daily duties this morning. Judging by the outcome, the results were indeed satisfactory. However, the true utility of these loyalty points remained a mystery. Nonetheless, he was confident that their value would reveal itself in subsequent endeavors. With a light-hearted hum of an unknown tune, he pushed the cart downstairs. Moments later, in the reception hall on the first floor, Lin Wanrong sat anxiously upon the sofa, unable to find solace. She had brought numerous gifts in an effort to apologize, hoping to persuade Su Mu Wan to overlook the disgraceful conduct of her worthless husband at the ball the previous evening. Yet, Su Mu Wan had yet to make an appearance, perhaps reluctant to grant them forgiveness. What should she do? At that moment, the uninvited husband, the Dragon King Xiao Tian, sat nearby, his swollen cheek rendering his speech somewhat comical. He shook his head and said, "Wan Rong, do not be so tense. Even if Su Mu Wan refuses to forgive us, I possess the means to elevate the Lin family to the pinnacle of Jiang City." He continued with an air of arrogance. "I have subordinates in various groups across the globe. With but a word from me, I can secure thousands of orders for the Lin family." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong stood in disbelief, swiftly approaching Xiao Tian with indignation. She raised her hand and struck him, exclaiming, "You fool! Do you still not comprehend the gravity of the situation? When Miss Su arrives, you shall kneel and apologize without uttering a word. Do you understand?" In her disappointment, she could hardly fathom that even at this juncture, Xiao Tian was still lost in his delusions. Xiao Tian covered his cheek, clenching his fists, his heart heavy with bitterness. Why did his wife not believe in his words? Just then, a cool voice interjected, "Miss Lin, this is the Su residence. If you wish to fight, kindly take it outside." Upon hearing the voice, Lin Wanrong's expression brightened instantly. She quickly lifted her gaze towards the source of the sound, only to find Su Muan accompanied by her dashing attendant approaching with an imposing aura. "Miss Su, I merely lost my composure momentarily, as this good-for-nothing was once again spouting nonsense. Thus, I have brought these items to express my apologies," Lin Wanrong said, her head bowed and a nervous smile gracing her lips. Su Muan glanced around the parlor, taking in the luxurious items before giving a slight nod. She had no intention of provoking the Dragon King's family, and if this could serve as a resolution, she would not oppose it. With this thought, a faint smile appeared on her face as she spoke. "Very well, let bygones be bygones. The Lin family and the Su family shall remain the best of allies in the business realm." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly nodded, "Thank you, Miss Su." However, it seemed a thought struck her, and she turned with indignation towards the unmoving Xiao Tian, exclaiming, "You worthless fool! Why aren't you crawling over here to kneel before Miss Su and apologize?" It's really not necessary," Su Muan said, her expression stiffening as she raised her hand, intending to interject. At that moment, Xiao Tian clenched his fists defiantly, retorting, as the Dragon King, "How could I possibly bow my head in apology to a mere young lady of the Su family?" "You." Lin Wanrong's complexion turned pale, her anger flaring as she prepared to drag him over to kneel before Miss Su. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from outside, "Arrogant! This is the Su family. How dare you, a mere junior, act recklessly here?" Su Muan was taken aback, and the crowd turned their gazes in unison. A figure of remarkable demeanor strode in, his expression slightly irate, followed by a host of bodyguards carrying numerous boxes. The uniforms revealed they belonged to the Antique City Association. Su Muan tilted her head, wondering, what brings Long Dingtian here? Could it be? She turned her gaze stiffly towards the grinning Qin Luo. Before she could utter a word, Qin Luo seemed to grasp her thoughts and stepped forward as if to claim credit. "Indeed, when did this place become a playground for you? A good-for-nothing." He emerged from behind Su Muan, his face twisted in anger as he directed a cold sneer at Xiao Tian. "A mere son-in-law of the Lin family dares to act so audaciously. Initially, my lady was prepared to forgive your actions, considering Lin Wanrong's earnest attitude. All that was required was for you to kneel and apologize." Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Luo's expression turned icy as he addressed Lin Wanrong. "Once again, the opportunity has slipped away due to your family's worthless son-in-law." Lin Wanrong's face blanched. "Su Muan. No, I haven't even said anything yet." Chapter 13. I, Lin Wanrong, have decided to divorce Xiao Tian. As Qin Luo's words echoed in the air, Lin Wanrong's body trembled slightly, her complexion turning an ashen hue. Beads of perspiration streamed down her forehead as she clenched her fists tightly, seemingly having made a resolute decision within her heart. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her gaze towards Su Muan and, pointing at the still-seated Xiao Tian, declared, "Miss Su, the situation has escalated beyond our expectations. The root of all this turmoil lies with this useless son-in-law. Thus, I, Lin Wanrong, have resolved." As Lin Wanrong spoke, she inhaled deeply, her gaze filled with disdain as it fell upon Xiao Tian. "I shall divorce Xiao Tian." Boom. With that proclamation, Xiao Tian felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him. His face registered shock as he sprang to his feet, rushing toward Lin Wanrong in a flurry. Wife, what are you saying? Why would you want a divorce when everything was fine? However, before Xiao Tian could close the distance, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Lin Wanrong, her eyes reddened, reprimanded him with a choked voice. Xiao Tian, I have treated you well, yet why do you persist in opposing me and the Lin family? I haven't. Xiao Tian protested, covering his stinging cheek, his tone flustered. He reached out to grasp Lin Wanrong's hand, but she repeatedly shook him off, seeing him still unrepentant. Lin Wanrong exclaimed in disbelief, Haven't? You are arrogant and presumptuous. You have been brazenly boasting before Miss Su. Do you not realize you are jeopardizing the entire Lin family in Jiangqing? Xiao Tian, panic in his eyes, hastily attempted to clarify, No. The Su family is but a speck of dust before me. Once I... Smack. A louder slap interrupted his words. Humph. Arrogant. This mere son-in-law dares to speak so insolently. Su Muin's expression hardened as she observed Qin Luo, who had, unbeknownst to her, swiftly positioned himself before Xiao Tian and delivered a sharp slap. Foolish wretch. Xiao Tian, stunned by the sudden blow, stared incredulously at the figure who had appeared before him. How swift. When did this happen? Despite his current state of diminished power, he should not have been unable to perceive the speed of a mere subordinate. Qin Luo glared fiercely at Xiao Tian before turning to Lin Wanrong, calmly stating, Miss Lin, if you truly intend to divorce Xiao Tian, then today is the day to take action. Our young lady prefers to associate with those who are perceptive. With those words, Qin Luo felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Given the context of the original narrative, it was clear that Su Muin's earlier gaze had been a cue for him to intervene and teach Xiao Tian a lesson. Having executed his role so splendidly, he could only imagine that Su Muin had praised him in her heart 100 times over. However, contrary to Qin Luo's expectations, Su Muwan was indeed murmuring about him. Nevertheless, Qin Luo, how could you once again charge forth like this? You actually struck the Dragon King again. While it was undeniably satisfying to witness, alas, I am the one who will bear the consequences. This is dire. You've even forced Lin Wanrong to contemplate divorce from the Dragon King. It is well known that the Dragon King, Xiao Tian, holds Lin Wanrong in the highest regard. Even amidst the abuse he endured in his past life, he could not bring himself to sever ties. Lin Wanrong is, without a doubt, Xiao Tian's Achilles heel. To provoke this is tantamount to courting death. Now, with Qin Luo adding fuel to the fire, Xiao Tian will surely direct his wrath toward him. And by extension, me. The opposition will undoubtedly presume that I orchestrated this. Oh no, there is no turning back now. On Lin Wanrong's side, she nervously swallowed hard and turned to Su Muwan. Observing her unwavering expression, she grasped the unspoken understanding between them. The Su family is formidable, and this useless son-in-law has repeatedly brought me trouble. Divorcing him would allow me to ally with the Su family, a surefire investment. If it weren't for my grandfather's incessant remarks about the betrothal with the former Dragon King and his current hospitalization, I would have divorced him long ago. However, if I do not express my intentions now, I fear I may lose the chance to befriend Miss Su altogether. She has already afforded me too many opportunities. This time, I must seize it. With this thought, Lin Wanrong resolved to act. Xiao Tian was seized by an ominous premonition as he gazed at Lin Wanrong. 1. Slap. Silence. Before Xiao Tian could voice his thoughts, Lin Wanrong swiftly delivered a resounding slap, cutting off his words. Coldly, she declared, I have made my decision, Xiao Tian. I will divorce you. The divorce papers will be delivered to you immediately for your signature, and I shall compensate you with a divorce settlement. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's mind went blank. Divorce? Ignoring his thoughts, Lin Wanrong took a deep breath, her expression tense as she turned to Su Muwan. Miss Su, do you find this satisfactory? Can you forgive the Lin family's previous indiscretions? Su Muwan felt utterly disillusioned. The situation had escalated beyond her past experiences. In her previous life, Xiao Tian had revealed his identity precisely because Lin Wanrong pressured him into signing the divorce. She glanced at Qin Luo, who stood loyally by her side, and sighed inwardly. Maintaining a kind smile on the surface, she replied, Certainly. Qin Luo, remember this. Once everyone has departed, I shall have a word with you regarding your mindset. Qin Luo glanced at Lin Wanrong, then at the dazed Xiao Tian. A smirk crept across his lips. If these two truly divorced, he would have unwittingly engaged in yet another act of servitude, and one that diverged from the original narrative. I wonder if this will yield any substantial rewards? Qin Luo seemed to have noticed Long Dingtian, who had been standing there for quite some time. He then turned his head and whispered to Su Mu Wan, "Miss, Long Dingtian has been standing there for quite a while." Upon hearing this, Su Mu Wan regained her composure and glanced at Long Dingtian by the entrance. In that moment, her heart was filled with uncertainty. What was going on? Just moments ago, he had been speaking on behalf of the Su family. Su Mu Wan cast a quick glance at the large boxes behind him. Were they gifts? What was Long Dingtian's true intention for coming here? Could it be? She stole a glance at Qin Luo beside her. Could this be related to him again? With this thought in mind, Su Mu Wan turned her gaze back to Long Dingtian and inquired, "May I ask, President Long, what brings you to my humble villa?" Upon hearing Su Mu Wan's question, Long Dingtian immediately realized that she was testing him. He bowed respectfully and replied, "Miss, it was due to Master Qin's guidance yesterday that I had an epiphany. Thus, I have come to present some small items from the Antique City as a token of my allegiance to you, Miss Su." The Antique City. Lin Wanron's expression turned to one of shock, quickly followed by admiration for Su Mu Wan. Even President Long of the Antique City has pledged loyalty to her. This would undoubtedly elevate the Su family's status even further. Su Mu Wan, however, was momentarily taken aback. "I merely took a nap. Yet it seems as though the world has transformed. And who is this Master Qin? Is he referring to Qin Luo? That rascal. What on earth has he been up to? Once everyone leaves, I must extract the truth from him." Chapter 14. Is old Master Lin on the brink of death? Qin Shi is indeed the renowned physician. Before Su Muan could utter a word, Qin Luo seemed to have discerned the unspoken sentiments of her silence. After all, she was still unaware of the good deed he had performed for her the previous day. Perhaps her heart was already brimming with gratitude and surprise. Thus, Qin Luo softly reassured Su Muan, saying, "My lady, rest assured, Long Dingtian genuinely wishes to ally himself with us. I have already recounted your esteemed reputation before him." Reputation? What reputation? Did you not slap him across the face? Where does this so-called reputation stem from? Can you not wish for my well-being? A tempest surged within Su Muan's heart, yet she could not voice her thoughts to Qin Luo. After all, he truly intended well for her, although this goodwill was likely to lead her to an unsightly demise. Moreover, what stratagem had Qin Luo employed to persuade Long Dingtian, the former head of the Long family, to join her cause? Such inquiries could not be posed at this moment. They would have to wait until they were alone. Thus, Su Muan suppressed her inner turmoil, managing a faint smile as she said, "President Long is indeed considerate." Upon hearing this, Long Dingtian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though he remained uncertain about one matter, did the young lady comprehend his intentions? He turned his gaze expectantly towards Su Muan, hoping for a definitive response. However, why did Long Dingtian's eyes reveal a mixture of anticipation, anxiety, trepidation, and disappointment? Su Muan was taken aback. Was his gaze truly so intricate? Did he have further inquiries? How should she respond? On the other hand, Qin Luo sensed Long Dingtian's desires and stepped forward, gesturing grandly as he proclaimed, "Long Dingtian, my lady is already aware of your wishes. As long as you remain steadfast and diligent, she shall assist you in ascending to that coveted throne." Su Muan swiftly turned her head towards Qin Luo, her eyes widening in astonishment. "What? I am aware of nothing. The throne? What throne?" Long Dingtian, meanwhile, felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. He bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, young lady." Su Muan glanced at Long Dingtian again. "Wait, what are you thanking me for? Have I even agreed? Who can explain to me what has transpired? Why can I not interject?" At that moment, Qin Luo leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "My lady, once everyone departs, I shall elucidate everything to you." The warm breath against her earlobe sent a shiver through Su Muan, causing her cheeks to flush. She quickly stepped aside, covering her left ear. "Hold on, this is not the time for shyness." Realizing her reaction, Su Muan turned sharply and glared at Qin Luo. This rascal had indeed stirred up a great deal of trouble on her behalf. As the dust settled, Lin Wanrong loudly congratulated, "Congratulations, Miss Su. With the support of the president of the Antique City Association, your ascension to the helm of the Su family is just around the corner. I, too, shall follow the footsteps of Miss Su into the fray." No, you exaggerate. How did Su Mu Wan fail to notice the peculiarities in the words of those sycophants surrounding her in her past life? Each one elevating themselves to the pinnacle of a pyramid, only to vanish when she faced betrayal from all sides. Realizing the situation was exceedingly intricate and tumultuous, Su Mu Wan yearned to swiftly conclude this convoluted farce. Just as she prepared to nod and dismiss the others, a thunderous cry erupted. No. Startled, Su Mu Wan turned to see Xiao Tian, who had been questioning himself, suddenly roar with fiery red eyes. Qin Luo, taken aback, chastised him. You fool. What is the matter with you? You have frightened our young lady. Su Mu Wan remained silent, while Lin Wanrong's expression shifted, casting a displeased glance at Xiao Tian. What do you intend to do, Xiao Tian? We are already preparing for divorce. No, Wanrong, you cannot divorce me. Xiao Tian's face was etched with bitterness and despair as he clutched his chest, choking back tears. For 5 years, I have diligently served the Lin family, helping your Lin Corporation become a moderately sized enterprise in Jiang City. Yet you, how can you simply? Before he could finish, Lin Wanrong angrily stepped forward and slapped Xiao Tian harshly, rebuking him. What? The growth of the Lin Corporation is solely due to my business acumen. What relevance do you, a worthless parasite, have in this? Speak another word, and I shall make you incapable of self-sufficiency. Standing beside Su Mu Wan, Qin Luo found the scene quite entertaining and muttered under his breath, TSK, TSK, per Xiao Tian. How can he endure such treatment? Su Mu Wan nodded in agreement. Indeed. I found it absurd at the time, and now it appears even more so. As they spoke, both Su Mu Wan and Qin Luo suddenly paused. Exchanging a glance, Qin Luo, filled with uncertainty, queried, Miss? Silence. Watch the show properly, Su Mu Wan interrupted hastily, turning her head to feign calmness as she gazed toward Xiao Tian. Oh no, how did I instinctively respond to him? Qin Luo scratched his face, regarding Su Mu Wan with suspicion. How strange. The demeanor of this antagonist seems quite different from the original narrative. According to the text, this villain would have directly insulted Xiao Tian, calling him a pitiful, worthless son-in-law, claiming his current state was entirely his own doing, and that such a waste would only pollute the air in death. Yet now, it is rather peculiar. Uncertain, he continued to observe her with a probing gaze. Meanwhile, Su Mu Wan endeavored to maintain her composure under his intense scrutiny as she focused on Xiao Tian. TT, please don't look at me, I beg you. If you keep staring, I truly won't be able to hold it together. I acknowledge that my demeanor is somewhat different from my usual self. Yet, is there not a saying that captures this sentiment? My previously prickly exterior was merely a guise. In truth, I yearn to be a good person. Contemplating this, Su Muan turned her head and glared at Qin Luo, muttering, What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll gouge your eyes out. This resonated with him. Qin Luo smiled slightly and diverted his gaze, replying, Very well, my lady. It seems I was overly suspicious. Indeed, she embodies the quintessential antagonist from the original narrative. Seeing Qin Luo smile reassuringly after her scolding left Su Muan feeling helpless. Why is it that my being good feels so peculiar, while my being bad brings me relief? Family, who understands? The animosity directed towards us villains in this day and age is overwhelming. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian, after receiving a barrage of slaps, was nearing the end of his ordeal. Despite the relentless assault, he steadfastly refrained from retaliating, stating earnestly, Lin Wanrong, you cannot divorce me. The old master Lin still requires my treatment. My grandfather? Needs you to treat him? Lin Wanrong paused, taken aback by what she deemed an absurd topic. Xiao Tian nodded, explaining, precisely. Considering the timeline, the old master Lin is due for another treatment session. This one is crucial. Once healed, you should be able to leave the hospital. Without me, there is no one in this world capable of treating your grandfather. At this revelation, Lin Wanrong was so incensed that she almost laughed, looking at Xiao Tian with disbelief. Oh, is that so? Without you, my grandfather cannot survive? Xiao Tian, sensing her desperation, felt a surge of protectiveness and smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, leave it to me. The old master will be fine. Just as she was about to respond, the ringing of her phone interrupted her train of thought. Frowning, she glanced at the screen. And it was her mother calling. It seemed the old master Lin's condition had worsened. Xiao Tian appeared to be aware of the situation, and his demeanor shifted to one of confidence. Lin Wanrong answered the call, and after 3 seconds, her expression changed dramatically. What? Grandfather is in critical condition? Su Muan's expression also shifted. The pivotal turning point from her previous life had arrived. Qin Luo's lips curled into a subtle smile. The moment had come. The crucial turning point regarding the son-in-law Dragon King was upon them. This was also the moment Xiao Tian would first reveal his abilities. Lin Wanrong hung up, her countenance flustered as she looked at Su Muan. Su, Miss Su, my grandfather. Su Muin nodded. Go ahead. We shall discuss our collaboration later. All right. Thank you, Miss. Lin Wanrong expressed her gratitude with a nod, hesitantly glancing at the self-assured Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian. Is what you said true? Seeing his wife finally exhibit a hint of pleading, Xiao Tian felt a rush of protectiveness and smiled. Do not worry. Leave it to me. The old master will be safe. As Lin Wanrong was preparing to take Xiao Tian to the hospital, Long Dingtian boldly stepped forward and exclaimed, Hold on. Miss Lin. Do not let yourself be troubled by a fool. If this useless person is lying, then the old master Lin would truly stand no chance of survival. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong suddenly realized her folly. Indeed, she should not hastily seek a remedy from the inept. If Xiao Tian were to deceive her, it could endanger her grandfather's life. Thus, she turned to Long Dingtian and inquired, Might there be anyone else capable of treating my grandfather? Certainly. Long Dingtian gestured grandly towards Qin Luo, who smirked and took a step forward. Su Muin's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at Qin Luo. What are you meddling in? Long Dingtian clarified, Miss Su. There stands an unparalleled divine physician beside you. Master Qin is that very physician. Su Muin replied, Wait, a divine physician? Qin Luo nodded, looking at Lin Wanrong with a smile. Miss Lin, you may allow me to accompany you. If. He glanced at Xiao Tian, a cold smile gracing his lips. This waste has no ability. I can still reverse the situation and turn the tide. Xiao Tian scoffed at these words, shaking his head and choosing to remain silent. In this world, aside from his Tai Chi 7 needles, no one could possibly heal old Master Lin. Very well, let Wanrong witness the true extent of his prowess. Lin Wanrong felt a sense of relief upon hearing this, and gratefully looked at Su Muin, saying, Thank you, miss. She understood that this was undoubtedly at Su Muin's behest. Ah, ha ha ha. Su Muin managed a stiff smile. No need for thanks. We shall go together. Miss, how did I perform? Qin Luo stepped back beside Su Muin, softly seeking praise. Su Muin looked up at him, her lips twitching. Ha ha, you are quite remarkable. Qin Luo, after this, I must have a serious talk with you about your thoughts. A divine physician. If you are truly a divine physician, then I, Su Muin, shall share your surname. Chapter 15. The inflated confidence of Xiao Tian in a hospital room in Jiancheng. A profound sorrow enveloped the atmosphere, punctuated by the sounds of weeping. The elderly matriarch, Mrs. Lin, leaned over the bed, tears glistening in her eyes as she cried out to the frail old man lying there. Old master, you cannot leave us. Beside her, Lu Li, Lin Wanrong's mother, attempted to console her, saying, Grandma, do not fret. Grandpa will be fine. I have already informed Wanrong. And she mentioned that Miss Su has a miraculous doctor by her side who will surely be able to heal him. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lin's expression brightened, and she grasped Lu Li's hand, asking eagerly, Is that true? Is Miss Su willing to help us? The surrounding friends and family members also displayed expressions of relief. Wonderful. With Miss Su's assistance, our esteemed old master is surely saved. Indeed, Miss Su's intervention not only suggests the possibility of the old master's recovery, but also signifies that our Lin family may rise in stature through Wanrong's connection with the Su family. Absolutely, Wanrong is truly capable and astute, unlike that good-for-nothing. Once the old master recovers, perhaps we should consider having Wanrong divorce Xiao Tian. I recall that young Master Wang from the Wang family has been fond of Wanrong since childhood. Yes, yes. The atmosphere gradually lightened. However, a feeble voice emerged, abruptly shattering the momentary ease. Everyone, be quiet. The room fell silent, and all eyes turned towards the bed. To their astonishment, the old master seemed to rally for a moment, summoning all his strength to whisper, No one can save me. Only Xiao Tian can save me. In his youth, he had received assistance from the Dragon King, and thus had always remembered the favor. Many years prior, the Dragon King had approached him, foretelling that the next Dragon King, Xiao Tian, would face a calamity in a few years. He would require the protection of the Lin family for 6 years. Consequently, the old master had readily agreed and arranged for his granddaughter to marry Xiao Tian, harboring his own ulterior motives. For he understood that Xiao Tian was indeed the Dragon King. By uniting his granddaughter with him, the Lin family would surely flourish. Yet, a voice of disbelief erupted. What nonsense! Old man, have you lost your mind? That Xiao Tian is nothing but a useless son-in-law. How could he possibly save you? Given your condition, how can you still believe in such absurd tales about him being the Dragon King? I'm well aware of his attempts to treat you in secret. But what has it achieved? Your condition has only worsened. Mrs. Lin shrieked in horror, unable to comprehend why her beloved had become so deluded. The old master fell silent, acknowledging that his wife was not entirely wrong. Xiao Tian had indeed come to the hospital to treat him on several occasions, yet there had been no improvement. In fact, his health had deteriorated further. Nevertheless, the old master understood that Xiao Tian was the Dragon King, and his unconventional methods must be driven by a deeper purpose. However, as events unfolded to this point, even he began to feel a twinge of insecurity. Just then, with a creak, the door swung open, and several figures entered. Leading them was the self-assured Xiao Tian, who immediately spotted the frail Lin patriarch lying in the hospital bed. Noticing his weakened state, Xiao Tian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Indeed, he had previously employed acupuncture on the elder in secret, but that was merely a prelude to this final treatment. The patriarch's serious illness was solely due to a life-and-death struggle from years past, which had caused a reversal of his vital energy. It was nothing short of miraculous that he had endured for so long. The previous needles had locked the acupoints, concentrating the reversed energy in one place, with the ultimate aim of expelling all of it in this final treatment. Upon reflection, everything was as he had envisioned. Just then, a loud slap resonated through the air. "What are you smiling about, Xiao Tian? Are you pleased to see my grandfather in this state?" Lin Wanrong stepped forward, disappointment etched across her face. She couldn't believe her grandfather had been reduced to such a condition, and yet Xiao Tian still wore that smug expression. Xiao Tian, covering his face, regained his composure and smiled confidently. "Wanrong, you misunderstand. I am smiling because the patriarch will be discharged today." "You, Xiao Tian, you are utterly arrogant." Lin Wanrong was left speechless with anger. Lu Li also stepped forward. Slap. She raised her hand and struck him hard across the face, then scolded, "Xiao Tian, my mother mentioned that you quietly treated the elder before. Did you intentionally leave my father in this state?" At this, Lin Wanrong looked at Xiao Tian in disbelief. "Xiao Tian, our family has treated you well, yet you harbor such malicious intent." At that moment, Qin Luo shook his head, stepping forward to cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Tian before sneering. "Heh, Miss Lin, isn't the answer to this question glaringly obvious? Xiao Tian's actions are aimed at harming the Lin patriarch to seize the family fortune. With such a wolfish ambition, I advise you, Miss Lin, to divorce Xiao Tian at your earliest convenience." As Qin Luo spoke, the members of the Lin family echoed in agreement. "Exactly. Xiao Tian's ambitions are treacherous. This scoundrel. Our family has treated him well. If it weren't for our patriarch bringing him back years ago, he might have starved on the streets." Each scornful remark pierced Xiao Tian's heart. He clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath. It was inconsequential. After today, everyone would come to realize that Xiao Tian was not a useless person. Thus, his confidence swelled once more. He cast a glance at Qin Luo and calmly replied, "This is a matter concerning the Lin family. Outsiders need not meddle." Turning to Lin Wanrong, whose face had turned pale with anger, he continued, "Only I can treat the patriarch, Wanrong. You will soon understand the purpose behind my previous discreet treatments." Lin Wanrong gritted her teeth, resolutely refusing to allow Xiao Tian to perform any medical procedures on her grandfather. She screamed, "Silence, you good for nothing. You have caused my grandfather to end up like this. Do you think I would dare to let you lay a hand on him?" With that, she anxiously turned to Su Muin, respectfully imploring, "Miss Su, I beseech you, to allow the divine healer, Master Qin, to intervene." Su Muin's expression remained unchanged, yet internally she was on the verge of breaking. "A divine healer? Master Qin?" She cast a benevolent smile at Qin Luo and said, Qin Luo, what do you think? You would do well to consider your words carefully. I have graciously provided you an opportunity." Upon witnessing Su Muin's calm demeanor laced with subtle implications, Qin Luo suddenly understood. So that was it. Su Muin, true to her role as the main antagonist in the original narrative, not only had no doubt regarding his medical prowess, but also believed in him, hoping he would deceive Xiao Tian once more. Now it all made sense. With this realization, Qin Luo offered Su Muin a reassuring glance. A tremor ran through her heart. Wait a moment. He then turned his attention to Lin Wanrong, chuckling lightly as he shook his head. "Miss Lin, since your useless husband insists that only he can save old Master Lin, let him have a go and reveal his true capabilities. Should he fail, I shall certainly step in." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong felt a weight lift from her shoulders and respectfully nodded. "Very well, Master Qin." She then turned to Xiao Tian, scolding him furiously. "You useless fool. Are you satisfied now? Hurry and go treat my grandfather." Xiao Tian clenched his fists, anger boiling within him as he glared at Qin Luo. This scoundrel was inciting discord. Humph, if that is the case, I shall directly heal old Master Lin to demonstrate my true abilities. Chapter 16. Xiao Tian is actually a fraud. Qin Luo comes to the rescue. Treatment begins. Everyone cleared a space for Xiao Tian and old Master Lin. Qin Luo and the others stood at the forefront of the crowd. The former cast a glance over old Master Lin, immediately discerning the gravity of his condition. It turned out that there was a reversal of vital energy. Xiao Tian's earlier intention was to gather the scattered reversed energy within the meridians into one cohesive point. However, this method was rather antiquated, necessitating multiple applications to achieve the desired effect. Yet, this was also a requirement of the plot in Urban's son-in-law Dragon King, which demanded that one must endure a certain level of indignation before the eventual climax could be truly gratifying. Xiao Tian stood before old Master Lin, extending his hand to press against the elder's pulse. Xiao Tian, old man, I'm counting on you. Old Master Lin opened his eyes, gasping as he spoke to Xiao Tian. He chose to trust him. After all, this was the successor appointed by the former Dragon King. It was merely a calamity that had kept him at the Lin family for 6 long years. Having assessed old Master Lin's entire physical condition, Xiao Tian wore a confident smile. Rest assured, old Master Lin, I will heal you. Huh. I hope your words ring true. Otherwise, I shall make you pay. Lin Wanrong stood nearby, her expression dark as she regarded Xiao Tian. He took a deep breath, feeling a bitter pang within. Wanrong still did not believe in me. But it matters not. Once I heal old Master Lin, all the doubts the world harbors against me shall vanish. With this thought, his gaze turned resolute. He then extended his hands, waving them gracefully. Swoosh. 7 silver needles shot forth from his palms, piercing into various points on old Master Lin's body. Su Muin's eyes narrowed in anticipation. Here it comes. This is one of Xiao Tian's techniques from his past life, Tai Chi 7 Needles. It can channel vital energy to assist patients in treating various complex ailments. In his previous life, Xiao Tian had saved old Master Lin's life using this very technique. However, those surrounding them remained oblivious to this fact. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Wanrong screamed in terror and rushed forward to grab Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, you useless fool. What are you trying to do? Are you attempting to kill my grandfather? Lu Li, equally horrified, shouted, This is insurrection. How dare this mere son-in-law of the Lin family attempt to harm the master? Someone, get that useless fool away from him. Yet, old Madame Lin discerned the truth and, with a grave expression, interjected, Wait, I recognize Xiao Tian's state. He has entered a meditative state. As she spoke, old Madame Lin kept her gaze fixed upon Xiao Tian. Though Lin Wanrong had grasped his arm, he remained utterly unfazed, his focus unwavering on old Master Lin. Entered a meditative state? Lin Wanrong released her grip in uncertainty. This useless fellow possesses such abilities? Due to the presence of the esteemed Lin Patriarch, Lin Wanrong was aware that martial arts training existed in this world. He had also heard the term entering a meditative state. It is said that when an individual devotes themselves entirely to a particular task, there is a chance they may enter this state. And now, could it be that this seemingly useless person has achieved such a state? Is it possible that this individual truly possesses some remarkable abilities? Lu Li gazed incredulously at the matriarch, inquiring, Mother, could it be that this waste truly has the capability to heal father? The matriarch hesitated, shaking her head in uncertainty. I cannot say for sure, but since Xiao Tian has repeatedly emphasized this point, perhaps he genuinely possesses such skills. With a sigh, she remarked, It seems we may have underestimated this son-in-law. The members of the Lin family were left in stunned silence. Had they been misjudging Xiao Tian all along? Meanwhile, Qin Luo observed Xiao Tian, who was intently focused on treating the Lin Patriarch, and a subtle smile crept onto his lips. According to the unfolding narrative, it was certain that the Lin Patriarch would be healed. However, he cast a sidelong glance at Su Muin, whose expression was somewhat disturbed, likely disapproving of Xiao Tian stealing the spotlight. In light of this, he resolved to take matters into his own hands as a subordinate. The thought elicited a gentle sigh from him. Ah, young lady, where else can you find a subordinate as dedicated as I? With someone like me by your side, you ought to revel in your good fortune. With this in mind, Qin Luo's gaze sharpened. Buzz. The 13 needles of Tai Xian. Activate. Beside him, Su Muin's demeanor was far from calm. It was not due to the imminent healing of the Lin Patriarch, but rather because it stirred up some unpleasant memories from her past life. It was during the Lin Patriarch's birthday banquet that Lin Wanrong, still enamored with her childhood sweetheart, the young master of the Wang family, announced her intention to divorce Xiao Tian. That day marked the end of the 6-year period, and Xiao Tian's identity as the Dragon King was revealed. While the revelation itself was inconsequential, as the notorious young lady, she had inadvertently fanned the flames, leading Xiao Tian to harbor resentment against her. Thus, she thought it best to leave that matter undiscussed. Nevertheless, as long as Xiao Tian successfully treated the Lin patriarch, she could align herself with the notion of Qin Luo being a divine physician. Provided that, Su Muin shot a glare at Qin Luo, wishing he would refrain from making unnecessary moves. Oh, the young lady is looking at me, and her gaze seems tinged with discontent. Does she find my actions too sluggish? Such impatience. Truly, this young lady is difficult to please. Nonetheless, the necessary actions have been taken, and soon it would be time for. Qin Luo leaned slightly to the side, lowering his voice to Su Muin, saying, "Now, we shall witness the spectacle, young lady." Su Muin was taken aback by this abrupt statement, feeling a chill run through her. "HM? Why does this statement send a shiver down my spine?" At that moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Xiao Tian emerged from his meditative state, retracting the 7 silver needles, his body drenched in perspiration. Although this exertion had drained a substantial portion of his vital energy, he was relieved to conclude the treatment. He then glanced around at his friends and family, who regarded him with a mixture of astonishment and skepticism. Gradually, his expression transformed into one of confidence. A slight smile graced his lips as he rose and proclaimed, "Old Master Lin, I have successfully treated you. You may be discharged today." With that, he turned to Lin Wanrong, taking her hand in his, and earnestly inquired, "Wanrong, do you now believe in my abilities?" This time, Lin Wanrong did not withdraw her hand. She gazed at her grandfather, who appeared visibly improved in health. A surge of emotion washed over her. Could it be that Xiao Tian truly possessed medical expertise? Luli, momentarily forgetting her astonishment, rushed to the bedside of the old Master Lin, softly calling out, "Dad, are you all right?" All eyes were fixed on the scene. Time ticked by, yet old Master Lin remained silent. Lin Wanrong, hesitant, began to withdraw her hand from Xiao Tian's grasp, her voice tinged with uncertainty as she asked, "Xiao Tian, what is happening? Why hasn't my grandfather awakened yet?" In response, Xiao Tian flashed a confident smile. "Do not worry, the treatment has just concluded. He will." Cough, cough, spurt. Before he could finish, the expression of confidence on Xiao Tian's face abruptly froze. Everyone turned their attention to the bedside, where old Master Lin suddenly coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his face contorted in pain, eyes wide with disbelief. He shakily extended a finger toward Xiao Tian, his voice weak and accusatory. "Xiao Tian, how could you possess such a venomous heart, to forcibly extract my vital energy from my body? Do you wish for me to die?" Old Master Lin could scarcely comprehend the situation, stunned by the revelation that Xiao Tian had, at this moment, drained his internal energy, an apparent attempt to bring about his demise. Coupled with the words of a certain attendant who had been by Miss Su's side, it dawned on him that Xiao Tian's true aim was indeed the Lin family's wealth. Once he perished, could the Dragon King Xiao Tian be dealt with by his own kin? How naive of him to endure humiliation for so long, only to reveal such a sinister intention. At that moment, old Master Lin's mind began to falter, his thoughts dulled. He failed to realize that a figure as formidable as the Dragon King Xiao Tian had no need for their family's fortune. This accusation reverberated through the ward like a stone cast into water, creating ripples of outrage among the Lin family. "Xiao Tian, you deserve death. You truly dared to commit such inhumane acts. If old Master Lin were to die, we shall ensure you accompany him to the grave." Xiao Tian's mind went blank, a heavy fog descending as he stared in shock at the old Master Lin, who was now bloodied and unconscious. It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. His Tai Chi 7 needles had never failed. How could this be? He quickly turned to Lin Wanrong. "Wife, do you believe?" Smack. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Wanrong was met with a furious slap from Xiao Tian, who withdrew her hand in indignation, cursing, "Good for nothing. How dare you deceive us?" Despair engulfed Lin Wanrong as she realized that Xiao Tian, in a bid for revenge against the Lin family, had chosen this critical moment to act against old Master Lin. Old Madame Lin's complexion turned pale. She closed her eyes and fell backward, lamenting, "I was blind to his true nature. This worthless fool remains just that. Everything was a pretense. Old Madame, grandmother." Lin Wanrong was now reduced to tears, her thoughts racing. She hurriedly knelt before Su Muin, pleading, "Miss Su, I implore you, Please have Master Qin intervene to save my grandfather." With desperate thuds, the other members of the Lin family soon followed suit, their faces etched with sorrow as they knelt before Su Muin, crying out, "Miss Su, please save our old Master Lin." Su Muin, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. Finally, she glanced at Qin Luo with a look of helplessness, urging, "Qin Luo, it's up to you to heal old Master Lin." Frustration welled up within her. How did things come to this? Are your legs made of cotton? You kneel at the drop of a hat. Qin Luo, you must save him. Otherwise, I won't know how to face the aftermath. They could have saved themselves earlier. Understood. Mississippi. I assure you I will complete the task. Qin Luo, upon hearing Su Muin's words, felt a surge of energy. Suddenly, he sensed a new awareness dawning in his mind. A mission directive appeared. Received mission directive from the antagonist. Detecting remaining loyalty value. 10. Shall the host utilize the loyalty value to completely heal old Master Lin? Mission reward. 70 of the Lin family's assets. What? So this is how loyalty value is utilized? It can be directly employed to fulfill the tasks assigned by the antagonist? Qin Luo was momentarily stunned, even considering the enticing reward. In light of this, he donned the title of the foremost lackey. With a resounding force, Qin Luo radiated a tremendous aura that instilled immense confidence in the Lin family. Even Su Muin, the antagonist, unaffected, was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Why are everyone's eyes suddenly shining with hope? Standing beside old Master Lin's bedside, Xiao Tian instinctively remarked as he observed Qin Luo approaching, "Impossible. Wanrong. Do not trust this man, in this world." Smack. Before he could finish, Qin Luo coldly raised his hand and struck him to the ground. He then looked down with an icy gaze, mocking, "A mere son-in-law dares to put on airs before my lady. I thought you were a talent, but to my surprise." He chuckled derisively, shaking his head. "You are nothing but a fool, spinning tales of being the Dragon King and claiming to possess medical skills. Fortunately, my young lady possesses a discerning eye, which prompted her to inform me in advance to join her." Upon uttering these words, the members of the Lin family turned their gaze towards Su Mu Wan, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Su." Su Mu Wan's lips twitched, revealing an enigmatic smile. "Hee hee. I had no idea I was so remarkable." Immediately thereafter, Qin Luo approached the elder of the Lin family, extending his hand and gently placing it upon the man's chest. He commanded in a low voice, "Awaken." With a resounding boom, in an instant, a surge of energy, which to the common eye appeared overwhelmingly potent, erupted from Qin Luo's palm. It was a pure essence of true energy, unleashed in a display that was nothing short of spectacular. A fierce wind howled within the hospital room, causing the windows to rattle and spin. Everyone was left in astonishment. Such a technique. Indeed, Master Qin is a divine healer. Absolutely. Just moments ago, that Xiao Tian had shown no response whatsoever. What a useless charlatan. Thankfully, we have Miss Su here. Now, the life of the elder Lin is secured. Su Mu once silently observed Qin Luo as he took action. Wait. If my 20 years of martial arts experience from my past life serves me correctly, this clearly is merely an exaggerated illusion created by expelling true energy outward, isn't it? Such a technique could hardly be considered curative. As she pondered, Su Mu Wan's eyes widened in surprise, for she witnessed the once feeble elder Lin suddenly straighten up. He opened his palms in comfort, his voice brimming with vitality, and joyfully looked at those in the room. "I feel as though I have regained 50 years of youth." The members of the Lin family were filled with astonishment. Xiao Tian's expression twisted in disbelief. Qin Luo feigned exhaustion, deliberately allowing sweat to trickle down, and then stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Glancing at Su Mu Wan with a slight smile, "I have not failed you, my lady. Surely, you must be satisfied now." Su Mu Wan was left in a daze. Is this how the script unfolds? Chapter 17. The collapse of Xiao Tian. Su Muin was utterly bewildered. Once again, she gazed upon Qin Luo's loyal and handsome visage, her heart filled with incredulity. Could it be that Qin Luo truly possessed medical prowess? No. She must interrogate him thoroughly later. On the surface, Su Muin discreetly cleared her throat and remarked, well done." Upon witnessing this, Qin Luo offered a slight smile and praised, "It is all thanks to the diligent training of the young lady." At this declaration, the members of the Lin family surrounding them expressed admiration and gratitude towards Su Muin. If even such a miraculous healer were under the guidance of Miss Su, did that not imply that her own medical skills were even more formidable? Su Yuen felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, managing only an awkward smile. You, sigh. Old Master Lin, feeling remarkably well, clasped his hands in gratitude towards Qin Luo, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Qin, for pulling me back from the brink of death." Qin Luo shook his head, lightly chuckling as he attributed the credit to Su Yuen. "It was the young lady who urged me to assist you, Old Master Lin. If you owe thanks, it is to her." Old Master Lin nodded in acknowledgement, turning his gaze to Su Yuen. "Thank you, Miss Su, for your invaluable assistance. I am eternally grateful." Su Yuen inclined her head slightly, smiling as she replied, "As fellow citizens of Jiangqing, it is only proper that we help one another." Her words warmed the hearts of the Lin family members. They had not anticipated that the usually extravagant Miss Su was, in fact, a genuinely kind-hearted individual. However, while some rejoiced, others despaired. "No, it cannot be." Xiao Tian had already risen from the ground, his face contorted in anguish as he looked at Qin Luo. His expression was one of disbelief as he pointed an accusing finger at Qin Luo, shouting, "This is all a lie. Everything is a fabrication. Qin Luo, you could never possibly heal Old Master Lin. Who else in this world, besides me, can channel true energy? Only I can. I am the Dragon King. If I cannot achieve it, then neither can anyone else." Yes. Xiao Tian observed the increasingly grim countenance of Old Master Lin. And as if a realization dawned upon him, he cackled maniacally, "I already cured you earlier, didn't I? The blood you coughed up was merely stagnant blood within your body." Old Master Lin clenched his fists, astonished that even at this juncture, Xiao Tian remained ensnared in his delusions. He spoke coldly, "Xiao Tian, be silent. My recovery has nothing to do with you." Lin Wanrong rushed forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Tian, rebuking, "You worthless fool. Silence yourself. Do not disturb the peace of others. Get out of here at once." Disappointment washed over Lin Wanrong. She had not expected Xiao Tian to devolve into madness after being exposed. The other members of the Lin family also advanced to chastise him, hurling every disparaging term they could muster at Xiao Tian. Rendered speechless by their accusations, Xiao Tian's expression twisted in anguish. Su Yuen watched with keen interest, shaking her head with a TSK. It was indeed unprecedented to see the Dragon King reduced to such a state. Had it truly been so dire in his past life? Qin Luo turned his head slightly and whispered to Su Yuen, "Miss, how captivating is this performance? Humph, you wouldn't believe it. It's quite enjoyable. But in the end, it's I who meets my demise." Su Yuen felt a pang of bitterness within, yet she refrained from voicing it, merely casting a fierce glare at Qin Luo. However, due to Su Yuen's extraordinary beauty, this meaningful glare was misconstrued by Qin Luo as a sign of her satisfaction. Thus, he chuckled softly, "That's good to hear." Su Yuen was taken aback. Did he misunderstand something? Qin Luo remained oblivious to the turmoil within her mind. Naturally, he likely assumed she was praising his efficiency. As the brief scene reached its conclusion, he leaned in to inquire softly, "By the way, Miss, lunchtime is approaching. Where shall we dine?" How did the conversation shift to food? Yet, it was indeed nearing noon, and the hospital scene involving the Dragon King Xiao Tian had come to an end. Moreover, having just taken over the family business, it was the perfect opportunity for her to assess the situation. Thus, Su Yuen contemplated and replied, "Let's eat something casual. Afterward, we shall head directly to the Su Group. I've just assumed control of the family enterprise and need to see how things stand." The Su Group, a renowned leading enterprise in Jiangqing. It was worth noting that Zhu Lan had mentioned Su Yuen visiting the Su family the previous night before taking over the family business. With this reminder, Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback, as in the original narrative, Su Yuen had not assumed control of the company at this point. Could it be a butterfly effect triggered by his arrival in this world? Suddenly, Qin Luo felt a tremendous weight of responsibility. He declared earnestly, "Understood, Mississippi. Since the plot is shifting, the main antagonist surely won't survive to the end, will they? No. Until you have fully matured, Su Yuen, I cannot allow you to perish." On Su Yuen's side, seeing Qin Luo's unwavering loyalty, she felt a sense of curiosity. Although this notion had always lingered, it now resonated more profoundly. After all, she distinctly remembered a lack of such devoted subordinates in her past life. Could it be Su Yuen's heart tightened slightly? Was this due to the butterfly effect caused by her rebirth? Perhaps this was the only explanation that made sense, since she had no one absolutely loyal to her in her previous life. Was it that heaven had bestowed upon her a Qin Luo in this new existence? Yes, that must be it. Therefore, I must treat Qin Luo, Su Muin, with even greater kindness. Qin Luo and Su Muin exchanged a glance, both sharing a faint smile. Externally, they smiled. What could she be laughing about? Meanwhile, in Xiaoyan's world, his ears were filled with insults and slander, and his self-esteem felt trampled underfoot. Why? How did it come to this? My operational steps were flawless. Where did it all go awry? I simply cannot afford to fail. Why? Where? Where Xiaoyan's mind spiraled into chaos, suddenly. Out of the corner of his eye, Xiao Tian caught sight of Qin Luo and Su Muin standing at the rear of the crowd. Their gazes intertwined, filled with an unspoken affection. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Tian experienced a profound epiphany regarding the issue at hand. With fervor and madness, he bellowed, I am not in the wrong. I cannot be mistaken. It must be this way. He pointed vehemently at old Master Lin, exclaiming, what you just coughed up was merely the stagnant blood that had long accumulated within you. Turning to Qin Luo and Su Muin, he continued, and you, shameless pair, have conspired to usurp my achievements. The one who cured old Master Lin is clearly. Silence. A ghostly figure surged through the throng, standing before Xiao Tian. It was Qin Luo, his expression darkened, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across Xiao Tian's face. His aura intensified, eyes ablaze with fury. Qin Luo rebuked. What sort of person do you think my lady is, that you, a mere waste, would dare to insult her? How audacious to incite discord between me and my esteemed lady. She is a phoenix among people, needing not to engage in such disgraceful acts of stealing the credit of others alongside a lowly subordinate like yourself. Your abilities are lacking. Yet your arrogance knows no bounds. If it were not for my assistance, old Master Lin would have perished long ago due to your pitiful medical skills. Yet here you are, barking like a rabid dog, oblivious to your own limitations. You are truly a worthless fool, even beneath a mere clown. The onlookers from the Lin family were all taken aback by the force of Qin Luo's wrath. Su Muin glanced at the empty space beside her, then back at the suddenly charging Qin Luo, covering her cherry lips in surprise, her eyes shimmering. Qin Luo. Su Muin felt a surge of emotion. Chapter 18. A resounding slap to the Dragon King. Is this the villain? Xiao Tian stood there, dazed, cradling his stinging cheek. He gazed at Qin Luo's furious expression, then turned to meet the disdainful and contemptuous stares of the crowd surrounding him. In that moment, he felt as if his very being was shrinking, while the others loomed over him like towering walls, suffocating him with their judgment, scorn, and insults. Suddenly, it dawned on Xiao Tian that perhaps he had indeed erred. Why was he still deluding himself? Though the cause of his misstep eluded him, it was evident that old Master Lin's treatment had failed. Had it not been for Qin Luo's intervention, old Master Lin would have perished. With his hands covering his face, Xiao Tian gradually lowered his gaze, his eyes losing their spark. Had he truly been wrong? Lin Wanrong, observing the fallen man lost in thought, looked upon him with utter disdain and furiously exclaimed, You worthless fool! Sign the divorce agreement with me today? Then get out of the Lin family. Xiao Tian opened his mouth, but only a bitter smile escaped. He understood his mistake, yet that did not mean he would divorce Lin Wanrong. However, her attitude towards him had undoubtedly plummeted, leaving no chance for reconciliation. Regardless, he resolved to endure until the completion of his 6-year term. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike him. A flicker of excitement shone in his eyes. Yes, how could I have forgotten? These people disrespect me, loathe me, beat me, insult me, and scorn me, all because they are unaware of my true identity, mistaking me for an impostor of the Dragon King. But, once my 6 years are over, my identity will be revealed. At that time, everyone will know that I, Xiao Tian, am indeed the Dragon King. All will respect and revere me. And Lin Wanrong, she will fall in love with me anew. Indeed, with that thought, the gloom within him lifted. He raised his head, confidence returning to his face as he shook it gently. Wanrong, I shall not divorce you. Once my true identity is restored, you will realize what a fortunate thing it is to be married to me. As for the Su family, Xiao Tian stood tall, casting a calm glance at Qin Luo. In light of your saving old Master Lin, I shall only cripple your limbs and deal with your backers and their family. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong trembled with rage, pointing at Xiao Tian in disbelief. Xiao Tian, you worthless wretch. You are utterly beyond redemption. She could hardly fathom where this audacity stemmed from. How could he remain so defiant even in such dire circumstances? Su Muin's expression fell. She had been touched by Qin Luo's bravery, but now felt her spirits plummet upon hearing Xiao Tian's words. No. Are you all right? Why are you so fixated on me? Su Muwen was acutely aware of whom Xiao Tian referred to as Qin Luo's backer. Wasn't he that her? In the end, it seemed they were bound for an unending conflict with the Dragon King. What could she do? Having reached this point, Su Muwen found herself compelled to seek an alternative path. With this thought in mind, she began to move forward slowly. Meanwhile, Qin Luo had just contemplated delivering a resounding slap to Xiao Tian. How absurd! To annihilate my Su family. You, a mere son-in-law, dare to attempt it? Suddenly, a voice, chilling and indifferent, resonated from behind Qin Luo. Startled, he turned to see Su Muwen approaching gracefully, emanating a cold aura. Her beautiful eyes regarded Xiao Tian with icy disdain as she raised her hand. With a resounding slap, a surge of frigid energy struck Xiao Tian's face. The force sent him crashing into the corner of the hospital room like a kite severed from its string, landing heavily on the ground. His body rendered immobile, as if paralyzed. Blood spewed from Xiao Tian's mouth, and the world around him began to blur. He sensed that his meridians were frozen, leaving him utterly incapable of controlling his own body. Coughing up blood, he struggled to speak. How swift? When did this strike? Render me powerless. The eldest daughter of the Su family, truly a concealed powerhouse. So formidable. Xiao Tian's consciousness faded as he slumped to the side, unconscious. Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing as he glanced nervously at the swift actions of Su Muwen. Gulp. Could it be? Did she just knock out the Dragon King with a single slap? Is this even humanly possible? This Su Muwen is undeniably the arch-villain from the original narrative. Her early prowess far exceeds that of an ordinary boss. Suddenly, realization struck Qin Luo. He recalled that in the original story, Su Muwen possessed unparalleled martial talent. Yet her greatest delight was to command her subordinates to discipline the protagonists. Only when the protagonists had sufficiently matured would she deign to intervene, always suppressing them with absolute strength. Much like a cat toying with a mouse, her greatest pleasure lay in taunting the protagonists to satisfy her twisted desires. This cycle continued until the protagonists grew stronger and ultimately united to vanquish Su Muwen. Thus, if Su Muwen were to engage directly, perhaps the story would have unfolded differently. Yet, it was unrealistic to expect her to always fight herself. Qin Luo sighed inwardly. The trait of a great antagonist is to revel in the winds of fortune, thriving even more in adversity. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of saving old Master Lin. Reward, 70 of the Lin family's assets, which will be distributed in a reasonable manner later. A subtle smile graced Qin Luo's lips. Excellent. As Su Muwen withdrew her hand, her gaze shifted to Qin Luo's face. Calmly, she stated, let's go. Snapping back to reality, Qin Luo nodded in agreement, replying, yes, Mississippi. Without paying any heed to the stunned crowd, Su Muwen departed the hospital room alongside Qin Luo. Old Master Lin's gaze was filled with horror as he tightly clutched the bed sheets. The overwhelming force displayed in that previous strike. Miss Su. Has she truly reached such a remarkable level of mastery? How young is she? A talent like this is indeed a rare gem in the world. As for Xiao Tian, the Dragon King, Old Master Lin withdrew his shocked stare and glanced at Xiao Tian, who lay there like a mass of discarded flesh. With a weary sigh, he remarked, take Xiao Tian back for now. Once I have recovered, I shall host a birthday banquet and publicly announce the dissolution of the marriage between Wanrong and this waste of a man. Lin Wanrong's face brightened with joy. Thank you, grandfather. This is wonderful. By making a public declaration, everyone will know that I, Lin Wanrong, have divorced that useless Xiao Tian. And I can finally seek out my brother Wang. Boom. A convoy traversed the road. Among them, a luxurious business vehicle was surrounded and protected by a fleet of black sedans. Qin Luo and Su Muwen were seated in the customized rear compartment of the business car. Zhulan was at the wheel, while the spacious rear allowed for 4 people to sit facing each other, with an opulent square table placed in the middle. This arrangement was a special privilege granted to Qin Luo by Su Muwen, for he appeared to be the most loyal, thus deserving of certain perks. If possible, she wished to cultivate Qin Luo into her most capable and loyal subordinate. Leaning against the window, she gazed at the passing scenery, her mind replaying her recent actions. At this point, she had come to realize that she could only engage in a life-and-death struggle against the Dragon King Xiao Tian. Knowing this, she felt no need to hold back any longer. Hence, she had delivered that resounding slap. Truth be told, it felt utterly exhilarating. Su Muwen glanced at the composed Qin Luo before her, who was also staring out the window, lost in thought. Humph. No wonder he relished slapping Xiao Tian so much. If I were unconcerned about my own safety and that of my family, I would have taken the opportunity to teach those who resemble protagonists from novels a lesson. But, having been killed in my past life and now reborn, I truly dare not act recklessly. 4. I fear the consequences. Provoking a Dragon King to the brink was already her limit. Any more would be unwise. Oh, right? Su Muin seemed to recall something. So she turned her beautiful gaze towards Qin Luo. Qin Luo, her tone bore a hint of interrogation. Where did you learn your medical skills? And what did you agree to with Long Dingtian at the antique convention yesterday? Long Dingtian had recently lavished her with praises, to which she could only maintain a gracious smile, while inwardly wondering when she had become so formidable. Upon hearing her words, Qin Luo silently acknowledged that the moment had arrived. Fortunately, he had been prepared for this. Suddenly, regaining his composure, he turned to look at Su Muang, their eyes locking in a gaze filled with a hint of melancholy. He spoke softly, "Miss, I am, in truth, an orphan. In my early years, I was fortuitously taken in as a disciple by an elderly gentleman, from whom I acquired my medical knowledge." Orphan? Elderly gentleman? Wait a moment. Su Muang felt a jolt throughout her body, her eyes widening in astonishment. How could it be that I recall that the protagonists of the Fated Ones were all orphans as well? Surely, you do not mean to suggest that you are also a protagonist, do you? Chapter 19. Are you also the protagonist? No. Do you truly dare to calculate? The atmosphere within the vehicle descended into a somber melancholy. Qin Luo vividly recounted his tragic childhood, where he became an orphan at a tender age, teetering on the brink of starvation amidst the harsh realities of society. It was during this desperate time that he encountered an elderly gentleman who imparted to him the ancient arts of medicine and divination. Subsequently, he arrived in Jiangqing and learned of the Su family's establishment of a charitable foundation named Su's Hope. This foundation was dedicated to rescuing impoverished children, ensuring they were nourished and clothed. Those with talent were encouraged to pursue martial arts, while those without were assisted in their education. With his eyes glistening, a solitary tear escaped Qin Luo's eye as he covered his mouth, gazing earnestly at the slightly taken aback Su Muin, his voice trembling as he declared, "Thus, from that moment, I resolved to join the Su family and serve them loyally." Coincidentally, at that moment, the young lady was recruiting a henchman, and thus it was only natural for him to become her subordinate. Qin Luo released his hand, taking a deep, sincere breath, and looked directly at Su Muin, affirming, "My lady, I shall devote my life to you and the Su family." Meanwhile, Su Muin felt a surge of emotion within her heart. Indeed, the Su family did possess a charitable foundation known as Su's Hope. As one of the leading powers in Jiacheng, the Su family sought not only wealth, influence, and status, but also a commendable reputation. Thus, establishing a charitable foundation was a rather effortless endeavor for them. Even if their original intent was flawed, they had undeniably performed a noble act. However, she was astonished to discover that Qin Luo had chosen to join their family for such a reason. Even more surprising was the revelation of his proficiency in both medicine and divination. This was a living template of a protagonist. Su Muin, being an avid reader of novels herself, reflected on the myriad of dragon kings, battle gods, and miraculous healers she had encountered in her previous life, recognizing them as the fated children of destiny, or rather, protagonists. Therefore, Qin Luo was also a protagonist right by my side. Su Muin marveled internally, pondering the whims of fate, as in her past life, she had been surrounded and ultimately perished at the hands of a group of protagonists. Now, in her rebirth, a protagonist had appeared beside her. How delightful! Though moved internally, Su Muin maintained a facade of playful sarcasm as she turned to Qin Luo and inquired, "You claim to possess skills in medicine and divination? I have witnessed your medical prowess. But what of your divination? What did you foresee regarding Long Dingtian's allegiance to me?" Upon hearing this, Qin Luo understood that Su Muin had already begun to believe him and was now testing his knowledge. He nodded, responding, "Indeed, I foresaw that Long Dingtian is, in fact." He lowered his voice, leaning closer to Su Muin, whispering softly near her ear, "He is destined to become the head of the Long family in the royal city." Ah, the great antagonist draws near, and the scent is rather pleasant. Su Muin felt her heart flutter as Qin Luo leaned in to speak. Yet, recognizing the gravity of his loyalty and the importance of his words, she managed to compose herself. At this moment, upon hearing the revelation of Long Dingtian's true identity, Su Muwan's heart trembled. It was astonishing that it was indeed correct. Meanwhile, Julan, who was driving, gripped the steering wheel tightly, her lips continuously biting as tears welled in her eyes. "Oh dear. Young miss, why are you being so kind to this newcomer? Not only allowing him to sit in the back seat, but also letting him whisper intimately by your ear. Should I not be in the car any longer? Am I to relinquish my title as Zhu Lan's foremost follower to Qin Luo?" On the other hand, Qin Luo had settled back into his seat, his expression somber. Inquiring, "So, Miss Su, do you believe me now?" As his words hung in the air, a notification chimed. "Congratulations. The trust level with the antagonist has increased by 5. Congratulations. The host has received a reward. God-level hacking skills." "Oh, this grand villain has come to trust me?" Externally, Qin Luo feigned loyalty. Yet internally, he chuckled with glee. Could it be that my earnest demeanor convinced him? Moreover, what use is this so-called God-level hacking skill? Will it enable me to open a box of little black things? Su Muwan naturally believed him. After all, she was someone who had died once and was aware of Long Ding Tian's future identity. Yet, logically, she should have displayed a facade of disbelief at this moment, subsequently prompting Qin Luo to divine a simple matter to prove his worth. Thus, she coldly scoffed and shook her head, saying, "Ridiculous. How could I trust such foolish words based merely on your assertions?" Though there were rumors of a connection between Long Ding Tian and the Long family of Wang City, they remained mere tales. With that, Su Muwan leaned back against the seat, arms crossed and legs intertwined, casting a frigid gaze toward Qin Luo. "If you cannot come up with a reasonable conclusion, I shall not believe your nonsense. In fact, I might even suspect you to be a spy sent by another family to infiltrate my circle." Observing Su Muwan's fierce demeanor, Qin Luo inwardly smirked. TSK. This grand villain, already convinced in her heart, still maintained a facade of strength. Very well, if that is the case. It seemed an idea struck Qin Luo, as he outwardly assumed a troubled expression. Well, Su Muwan, taken aback, thought, "Come on, just say something I know." On the surface, she let out a cold laugh. "What? Are you unable to?" In response, Qin Luo sighed softly. "It's not that. It's just that my divination requires contact with the person being divined. Yet, with no one around, it is difficult to divine." For the young Mississippi hearing this, Su Muwan felt a sense of relief wash over her, and she extended her palm toward Qin Luo, stating, "Then do a reading for me." Qin Luo observed the alabaster arm extended towards him, hesitating momentarily as he glanced at Su Muwan, saying, "Miss, the art of divination can reveal intricate details about a person. If I were to." Noticing the lingering uncertainty in his demeanor, Su Muwan shot him a sharp glare, exclaiming, "If I command you to divine, then do it. Stop wasting words." "Yes." Qin Luo, no longer hesitating, aligned his index and middle fingers over Su Muwan's pulse. He closed his eyes, his expression growing increasingly grave. Su Muwan regarded him with a skeptical look. "What are you doing? Is this how it works? Shouldn't you toss a few coins or shake some turtle shells?" As moments passed, her confusion deepened. Does it really take this long? Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Qin Luo opened his eyes, his expression fraught with difficulty, his gaze flickering. Seemingly reluctant to meet Su Muwan's eyes, his voice wavered. "Miss, I have discerned something, but certain aspects of the future are rather peculiar. If I were to articulate them, you might be incensed enough to end my life. Hence, I shall only share what is presently known." Seeing his demeanor, Su Muwan nodded and replied, "Speak, then. I am curious to discover what you have divined." Upon hearing this, Qin Luo cleared his throat, his gaze darting towards Su Muwan. "This matter is rather private, Mississippi. It would be prudent to draw closer." "Very well." The corner of Su Muwan's mouth twitched, bemused by Qin Luo's insistence that the matter was so urgent it required proximity. With that thought, she leaned in, attentive. After swallowing hard, Qin Luo leaned forward, whispering softly into her ear, "May I inquire, Mississippi, do you have an interest in certain forbidden romance tomes?" At this revelation, Su Muwan's previously graceful demeanor shattered instantly. She gasped, her cheeks visibly flushed with a mix of embarrassment and astonishment. "What? You truly possess the gift of divination. I would never dare to divine such a thing. And you not only divined it, but also had the audacity to speak it aloud." Chapter 20. Providing emotional value to Su Muwan while becoming stronger. As Qin Luo's words fell, a rosy blush adorned Su Muwan's cheeks, rendering her momentarily motionless. Thunderous. Her mind felt as though it had been cleaved by a bolt of lightning, plunging into a void of blankness. A wave of mortifying shame surged within her, leaving her utterly embarrassed. No, could it truly have been deduced? This is disastrous, utterly disastrous. Yet, The ordeal was far from over. Qin Luo hesitated before adding, "Miss, I implore you to exercise restraint after you finish reading. After all." At this utterance, Su Muwan's heart quivered violently, as if he had struck upon a deeply concealed secret, one that could not be spoken aloud. Stop. Stop. Please, no more calculations. Do not utter another word." Her complexion flushed crimson as she swiftly raised her hand to cover Qin Luo's mouth, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Her voice trembling as she asserted, "Enough, enough. I believe you. I trust in your capabilities. Please, do not continue." With his mouth silenced, Qin Luo inhaled the faint, fragrant scent lingering in Su Muwan's palm and secretly chuckled to himself. He recalled that the original text explicitly stated this formidable antagonist had a penchant for romantic literature. In the original narrative, every time Zhulan reported on the protagonist group, the following description would ensue from behind the screen. A bewitchingly enchanting figure delicately turned the page of the book in hand. Listening to the subordinate's report, a smirk graced her lips as she remarked, "Oh, how intriguing. They managed to defeat XXX. Quite interesting, yet not worthy of my intervention. Zhulan, send XXX to test them further. Should XXX falter, then let XXX." Zhulan, understood. In essence, every time Su Muwan appeared, she was engrossed in her reading while simultaneously absorbing her subordinates' reports. The nuances in their speech hinted at the romantic novels she indulged in. However, why did Su Muwan react so vehemently? He had merely suggested she exercise self-restraint after reading to avoid immediate cultivation. After all, having just read would cause her blood to surge, making cultivation at that moment prone to chaos. Ultimately, since she insisted he remain silent, he would comply. Thus, Qin Luo gently extricated himself from her grasp and smiled. "Very well, Mississippi. Your faith in me suffices." On her end, Su Muwan felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. She had not anticipated that even her post-reading embarrassment would be laid bare before him. How could she possibly maintain her aloof and authoritative image in front of Qin Luo now? Oh, the agony! The art of divination is indeed real. The atmosphere inside the vehicle grew tense and peculiar. Suppressing her inner vexation, Su Muwan glared fiercely at Qin Luo, commanding, "Forget everything you have deduced, understood?" Qin Luo, fully aware of the antagonist's fragile pride, recognized that her discovery of her penchant for romantic novels would undoubtedly infuriate her. Therefore, Qin Luo promptly assured, "Indeed, the emotional fluctuations of the antagonist have resulted in a gain of 10 loyalty points. No, this is a bit perverse, isn't it, you wretched system? Aren't you supposed to be a loyal hound system? Shouldn't this deduct 10 loyalty points instead?" Replying to the host, the hound system's principles can convert the emotional value provided to the antagonist into loyalty points. Thus, regardless of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, as long as it is not an emotion the antagonist despises, it can be transformed into loyalty points. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo was left pondering with several question marks. Wait a moment. Does this imply that I can not only earn loyalty points by performing acts of fidelity, but can also acquire them through other means? Su Muwan's emotional value translates to loyalty points? This raises a question Qin Luo contemplated. Firstly, loyalty points are equivalent to the tasks assigned by Su Muwan through swift completion. Completing these tasks yields a series of rewards, which in turn enhance Qin Luo's own strength. In essence, this means that stronger loyalty point rewards allow for personal growth. This is a rapid shortcut. Qin Luo, as if enlightened, suddenly conceived how to expedite his own power. Meanwhile, Su Muwan felt the flush on her face gradually dissipate, yet her heart remained somewhat unsettled. How infuriating it was that Qin Luo had discovered her greatest secret. She truly hoped this scoundrel would forget, otherwise, she might have to consider employing some physical means of erasure. In the main cockpit, Zhulan was intensely curious about what Qin Luo had deduced to cause such a significant shift in her young lady's emotions. However, it was evident that this individual possessed some capability, indeed a talent. Yet, there were slight inconsistencies in the preceding statements, after all. Is there truly anyone in this world who would voluntarily become Su Muwan's followers solely due to the benevolent acts of the Su family? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the young lady, in fact, there is another reason why I chose to become your follower. Qin Luo's gaze fixed intently on Su Muwan, his voice imbued with utmost seriousness. Su Muwan, feeling somewhat bashful under his fervent gaze, hesitantly inquired, "What other reason could there be?" In truth, Qin Luo took a deep breath and earnestly stated, I chose to be the foremost follower of the young lady because I am captivated by your charm. Su Muwen's heart skipped a beat. Your visage is akin to that of a celestial maiden. Each night, the only figure that occupies my mind is yours. And your hands as pure as jade. Hey, hey, hey. Zhu Lan's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at Qin Luo through the rearview mirror. No. What are you trying to do? Are you plotting to devour your master? Qin Luo continued to express his feelings with deep sincerity, his voice imbued with admiration. Every time our palms meet, I am enveloped in an indescribable warmth and sense of security. Thump, thump. Su Muwen had never before encountered such effusive words. Her heart raced, leaving her momentarily at a loss to articulate her feelings. She gazed at Qin Luo, who appeared utterly devoted. Surely he harbored no ulterior motives, did he? Your smile, akin to the gentle warmth of spring sunshine, dispels all shadows within my heart. Ah, how can I be so esteemed? In my past life, I tangled with numerous protagonists. Committing countless misdeeds, I was a formidable villain, although I have since turned over a new leaf. A delicate blush crept across Su Muwen's cheeks as she lowered her head slightly, striving to conceal her embarrassment. Her heartbeat quickened, rendering her unsure of how to respond to Qin Luo's earnest affection. Observing her flustered demeanor, Qin Luo gently placed his hand over his heart and softly said, Mississippi. Su Muwen quickly lifted her gaze, sitting up straight and nervously meeting Qin Luo's serious expression. He pressed his hand against his chest and spoke with fervor, Miss. I understand that my words may surprise you, but every single word, every syllable, is spoken from the depths of my heart. I wish to be your follower, not merely because of your status, but because you are exceptionally beautiful, kind, strong, and courageous. It would be a privilege to serve you. Ah, how delightful. Please, no more. Su Muwen's spirits soared, a smile creeping onto her lips as she relished the praise. This was the first time she had been lauded in such a manner, and it left her feeling exhilarated. Oh dear, if you continue, I might burst into laughter. She stifled her amusement, managing to present Qin Luo with a smile rich with meaning. She extended a finger, playfully lifting his chin, leaning closer. Her eyes glinting with a teasing smile. How intriguing. Qin Luo, your words have truly touched my heart. Have you perhaps uttered such sentiments to many others? Loyalty level 1. Loyalty level 1. Loyalty level 1. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, Qin Luo, emboldened, seized Su Muwen's wrist, gently clasping her hand in his palm. With unwavering sincerity, he declared, I swear, these words have only been spoken to you. Mississippi, loyalty level 5. Loyalty level 5. Su Muwen's inner thoughts. Oh, delightful. Qin Luo truly understands me. Qin Luo's inner musings. Acquiring loyalty points is far too effortless. These antagonists genuinely relish flattery. Zhu Lan's thoughts. How has the bond between the young lady and this newcomer intensified so swiftly? Chapter 21. The Su Group. A sudden humility. The Su Group, established by the Su family in Jiang City, is essentially one of their enterprises, primarily engaged in real estate, given the family's substantial influence. It is said that half of the properties in Jiang City were constructed by the Su Group. At this moment, beneath the towering edifice of the Su Group, luxury cars converged around a business vehicle. Zhu Lan exited from the driver's seat, poised to open the door for Su Muwen, when a figure abruptly sidled past her. Turning her head, Zhu Lan beheld Qin Luo standing by the door, having opened it with a protective gesture for Su Muwen. Miss, please watch your step. Thank you. Su Muwen grasped Qin Luo's outstretched hand as she alighted from the vehicle, her gaze drifting towards the towering building, her heart heavy with melancholy. In her past life, her excessive arrogance had led to her parents forbidding her from taking on deeper responsibilities within the family business, relegating her to manage only a real estate group alongside Su Balian. Unfortunately, Su Balian proved inept, causing the group to suffer losses amounting to hundreds of billions. Even more tragically, everyone attributed the failures to Su Muwen, believing her to be the one who had led Su Balian astray. Sighing, she reflected, in my previous life, I was the villain who incited public outrage. In this life, I simply wish to be a good person. Meanwhile, Qin Luo instructed Shen Fei to park the vehicle, then surveyed the empty space beneath the group's headquarters. Raising an eyebrow, he turned to Su Muwen and said, Miss, I have already conveyed your arrival to the group. Su Muwen gently shook her head in response. No matter, let us first assess the situation. She anticipated such a reaction, for the entire organization was aligned with Su Balian. Very well. Mississippi. Qin Luo fell silent, his mind already racing with ways to provide emotional support for Su Muin. According to the original narrative, Su Muin had little authority over the group, which only acknowledged Su Bailian's commands. Thus, he reasoned, if I can help unify the group under Su Muin's leadership, it will surely foster her trust in me. At that moment, on the top floor of the group, a subservient man rubbed his hands together as he reported, "Brother, Miss Su has arrived. I did not send anyone to greet her. She is currently waiting in the lobby with her entourage. What should we do next?" In response, a middle-aged man reclining in a boss's chair, cigar in hand, and exuding an air of menace, scoffed, "Humph, the eldest daughter of the Su family? Merely a discarded waste. It is Miss Su Bailian whom we ought to follow. Do not align yourselves with the wrong side." This man was none other than Siejun, the current head of the Su group. Understood. The subservient man nodded knowingly, a smirk crossing his lips. "Brother, I shall go show her a taste of our authority." Seeing his subordinate so compliant, Siejun grinned broadly. "Ha, Li Jun, you truly are delightfully wicked. Go ahead, and should anything arise, I will take responsibility. After all, we have the second Miss Su backing us." Yes. In the grand hall of the group, Su Muwan awaited with a calm demeanor. During this period of anticipation, not a single person approached to greet her. Su Muwan understood that the current situation was entirely due to Su Bailian having long since infiltrated the group's influence. Thus, her objective was to establish her own authority within the organization. In her previous life, she had employed ruthless tactics to reprimand all those who had initially scorned her. But the outcome was merely a facade of respect while they covertly obeyed Su Bailian's directives. Therefore, in this lifetime, she resolved to adopt a different approach, one that would not be as forceful. At that moment, a sharp, mocking laughter echoed from a distance. "Ha! My sincerest apologies. The esteemed Miss Su has graced us with her presence, and I, in my busyness, momentarily overlooked this. Truly, I am sorry." As the crowd turned to look, they saw a slender man, his face etched with contrition, accompanied by a group of surly security personnel. Qin Luo cast a glance at the assembly. Recognizing them as a band of ruffians masquerading as security guards, their capabilities merely that of ordinary individuals, Zhulan furrowed her brows and whispered to Su Muwan, "Miss, the news of your arrival has long been conveyed to them." Yet, Su Muwan raised her hand to silence Zhulan. She was aware of this, but could not directly retaliate. Such actions would only exacerbate the situation, leading to a repeat of the circumstances from her past life. Li Jun, leading the group, approached with a face full of apologies, rubbing his hands nervously as he looked at Su Muwan. "Miss, I truly apologize. You see, we were unprepared for your arrival. Everyone is quite busy, as you know. This real estate company has a myriad of affairs to attend to. The fact that you're here to take over the group is common knowledge. So please, is there anything you wish to inquire about?" Though his demeanor appeared sincere, he was, in truth, the very person from her past life who excelled at superficial compliance. Upon hearing his words, Su Muwan replied coolly, "If you cannot answer my questions, summon the person in charge to see me." Li Jun shook his head apologetically, chuckling, "Miss, it's nothing to worry about. I am merely the second in command of the group. If you ask me, I will surely know." "Is that so? Then how many employees does the group currently have?" Li Jun's expression revealed a hint of distress. "Well, that is rather difficult for me to ascertain." Su Muwan's gaze sharpened slightly as she pressed further. "Where is the current person in charge?" Li Jun shook his head again. "I do not know. He is the boss, and how would I know his whereabouts?" "Ah, miss, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from questioning me further." At that moment, Li Jun interrupted Su Muwan's discourse, his face adorned with a smile of regret. "I am merely a worker. How could I possibly be privy to such matters?" Seeing this, Su Muwan took a deep breath and clenched her fists tightly. Although she recognized the challenges ahead, she had not anticipated them to be this formidable. Li Jun was evidently a pawn sent by the current head of the group to intimidate her. If she were to take matters into her own hands and discipline this individual, she would unwittingly play into their scheme. In such a scenario, the entire organization would perceive Su Muwan as nothing more than a brute devoid of intellect. In today's society, sheer strength is not the most crucial asset. Rather, it is the hearts of the people. This was a truth that Su Muwan grasped from her previous life. Unity can triumph over even the most formidable of individuals, as she had experienced firsthand. Therefore, she must exercise restraint at this moment. Li Jun wore a facade of apologetic smiles, yet inwardly he was mocking her. How amusing that she managed to refrain from striking him. It seemed that the rumors regarding Miss Su's lack of cunning were exaggerated. However, it mattered little. Should she refrain from action this time, Opportunities for her to do so would certainly arise in the future. And the moment she succumbed to the temptation to strike, at that point, she would lose all support from those around her. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a furious shout reverberated throughout the hall. Damn you! What good are you if you can't even respond to a simple question? You're worthless. Su Mu Wan. Li Jun. The crowd was taken aback. Su Mu Wan's expression shifted as she looked up to see Qin Luo striding towards Li Jun. No. Qin Luo, what are you doing? Taken aback by the sudden insult, Li Jun's face stiffened. Noting that Qin Luo was merely a lackey, he adopted a rather unfriendly tone. What do you mean by that? Slap. Before he could finish, Qin Luo raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Thud. Li Jun was sent crashing to the ground, his cheek visibly swelling from the impact. His face burned with pain, and his head throbbed. Wait. Su Mu Wan hadn't even spoken, so why did he strike? Chapter 22. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of my young lady? Upon witnessing Li Jun collapse to the ground, the security personnel who had accompanied him were momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. What? Our boss has been struck. What should we do? Should we retaliate? Su Mu Wan was equally taken aback. Recovering her composure, she exclaimed, Qin Luo, what are you doing? Come back. Why did you suddenly resort to violence? Though it did alleviate some pent-up frustration within me, I could not help but feel that this situation mirrored my past life too closely. This young lady certainly knows how to put on an act, playing along with him. With this thought, Qin Luo turned around, wearing an expression of contrition, and stated, Young lady, I perceive this individual as exceedingly dull-witted and utterly incompetent, a veritable fool who could not even respond to your inquiries. The fact that such a simpleton is allowed to hold a position of authority within the organization suggests that the leader is no better. Both are fools. Indeed, it enrages me to think that such a dimwit could linger within the Su family enterprise, undermining its assets. In my indignation, I could not help but take action. I hope you will forgive me. Mississippi, standing in the background, Shun Fei and the other followers wore expressions of satisfaction. They looked at Su Mu Wan with admiration. Realizing that since it was inconvenient for the young lady to command them to act, they let Luo Ge take the initiative and assume responsibility for the actions. Li Jun, regaining his senses, first cast an incredulous glance at Qin Luo and then turned his gaze to Su Mu Wan, his eyes widening in disbelief. What a malicious heart! If he had acted himself, he would have faced repercussions, but if this subordinate took the blame, it would pose no issue. The esteemed Miss Su was not as reckless and mindless as the rumors suggested. Su Mu Wan stood frozen, glancing at Zhu Lan and then at the others. Quickly realizing that they must have misconstrued the situation, believing she had instructed Qin Luo to act and take the blame. But she truly had no knowledge of this. In the next moment, a pained wail echoed through the air. They've assaulted me. They've assaulted me. Li Jun cried, clutching his face in agony. Su Mu Wan's subordinate has attacked us. Humph. It matters not. Even if your subordinate acted on their own volition, they are still bound to you. With just a touch of embellishment, black can be painted white. As Li Jun's words subsided, the group of security personnel he had brought began to accuse Su Mu Wan one by one. Miss Su, what is the meaning of this? Why did you strike our employees? We were all quite busy, yet you insisted we come to see you. And yet, you resort to violence when you cannot extract a satisfactory answer? How are you any different from that thug? Do you believe that being the young lady of the Su family grants you the right to act with impunity? Witnessing this scene unfold, Su Mu Wan could not help but let out a gentle sigh within her heart. If one were to take a step back, it may stabilize the situation. Yet the prospect of reclaiming control over the conglomerate would undoubtedly become more arduous. Conversely, should one opt for the same domineering suppression as in the past, it would likely lead to an even more challenging predicament. Is this truly a deadlock? Am I destined to follow the narrative of my previous life? In the next moment, a figure transformed into a shadow, flitting through the crowd with an eerie grace. The sound of slaps echoed throughout the hall. One after another, several figures collapsed to the ground, their whimpers rising from the floor. They lifted their heads, hands covering their faces, gazing with fear and shock at the figure standing before them. Before them stood Qin Luo, having unleashed the shadowy specter technique, swiftly incapacitating all standing security personnel. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Qin Luo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze coldly sweeping over those who had been struck down, sneering, "Umph. Ridiculous. This is the Su Corporation, a property of the Su family. And my lady here is the future heir of the Su clan. What are you to dare bark like dogs here? Don't even think about it. I could toss you into the river to feed the fish, and no one would dare claim my lady is not within her rights. A bunch of useless fools dared to play petty tricks before my lady. At this, Qin Luo cast a glance at Shen Fei behind him and commanded, Shen Fei, Julan, take these worthless individuals and accompany me and the lady to meet this so-called person in charge. How dare they act so arrogantly before my lady? As his words fell, Julan was momentarily taken aback, pointing at herself in disbelief. Huh? When did you acquire the authority to command me? Meanwhile, Shen Fei had already stepped forward, exclaiming, Understood, Brother Luo. He waved his hand, and all the subordinates advanced, forcing Li Jun and his companions into line. Julan, seeing this, had no choice but to join in. Su Muwan stood with her mouth agape, utterly astonished. Huh? How did it come to this? Qin Luo had already returned to Su Muwan's side, respectfully stating, Miss, this group of useless individuals has been dealt with. We await your command to fully take over the corporation. Hey, don't make it sound like I'm a villain seizing someone else's territory. Su Muwan retorted, exasperated. You. Qin Luo, you are simply infuriating. She could only helplessly face-bomb. Let us go meet the person in charge. Alas, there are no fated children of destiny within this corporation. Even if all were provoked, it would not matter. However, without these individuals, the corporation would likely struggle to operate in the short term. Sigh. Thus the person in charge must remain untouched. If they are willing to explain themselves, I shall smoothly take over the company. At the upper echelons of the corporation, Xie Jun lounged in his executive chair, leisurely smoking a cigar. He reveled in the thought that, if his guess was correct, the temper of Miss Su would surely compel her to act. And once she did, it would play right into the hands of the second young lady. Merely a daughter ostracized from the Su family. How could she possibly compete with the second young lady? At that moment, the group would undoubtedly have the second young lady take over, allowing them to reap further benefits. Time to assess the situation had come. It was imperative to understand the unfolding events. With this thought, Xie Jun extinguished his cigar and rose from his chair. Just as he stretched comfortably, there was a sudden crash as the door was forcefully kicked open. In walked Qin Luo, frowning and shouting into the sparsely occupied room. Who is Xie Jun? Xie Jun was momentarily taken aback, and soon after, a series of figures were dragged in. Their faces were swollen, expressions filled with dread. One individual resembled a pig's head, yet Xie Jun recognized him at once. Li Jun, he exclaimed, astonished by the state of his subordinate. Next, his gaze fell upon the rumored Miss Su, exuding a formidable aura and a chilling demeanor. The pressure emanating from her made Xie Jun break out in a cold sweat. His rise to this position had not been by mere chance. He had learned to read the room. He understood that this was not the time to provoke Miss Su, and he could only endure for now. Thus, he stepped forward with a forced smile, inquiring, Miss Su, what is the meaning of this? Is it that my underlings? Before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the room as Qin Luo struck him, abruptly interrupting his words and leaving his head ringing. Why was this fellow acting so irrationally? Why not allow him to finish his explanation? After delivering the slap, Qin Luo scolded, What are you pretending for? Aren't you the mastermind behind this? What more do you need to say? Seeing that Su Muwan remained unfazed, Qin Luo assumed she was still unsatisfied and stepped closer, seizing the collar of the startled Xie Jun. He pointed at the battered Li Jun and exclaimed, This scoundrel Li Jun claimed you were absent, yet here you are. Since you are present, you must receive 200 slaps from me. Xie Jun's face paled at the mention of 200 slaps. His voice trembled as he asked, Who decreed this? Qin Luo raised his hand, scoffing, I did. With that, a barrage of slaps ensued, filling the room with the sound of smacks. Li Jun and the others trembled in fear, while Su Muwan maintained her stoic expression. Not because she was unaffected, but rather because, when Qin Luo had approached without hesitation to slap Xie Jun, she had grown numb to it all. Nothing mattered anymore. Qin Luo, I hope you understand how to manage a large corporation, otherwise your young lady might endure great hardship. Surely, you wouldn't want to witness your esteemed lady facing another disastrous end, would you? Chapter 23. You may leave. The forceful takeover of the group in the upper echelons of the Su Corporation, a group of individuals resembling bloated swine, knelt in unison upon the ground, trembling as they cast furtive glances at the expressionless Su Muwan before them. Though their demeanor appeared composed, their hearts seethed with contempt. How infuriating, Su Muwan! Once we receive the directive from the second young lady to devise a new plan, we shall ensure that you encounter setbacks at every turn within this corporation. To think that you would allow a mere subordinate to act with such severity. Su Muwan, You possess a heart of stone. Qin Luo, relishing the moment, strolled over to Su Muin's side, his expression devoid of emotion. Miss, these individuals have been subdued. A peculiar smile graced Su Muin's lips at his words. Subdued? They are likely concocting schemes to undermine me in secret. Alas, it seems we have returned to the same predicament as in my previous life. However, I had anticipated this outcome. After all, these individuals were always aligned with Su Balian. Initially, I had contemplated retaining them to prevent the corporation from stagnating. But now that they have provoked me, keeping them would only invite disaster. With that thought, Su Muin turned her gaze to Xiejun, who had just received 200 slaps, and said flatly, "You may take your people and leave. We have no need for your kind here." Xiejun, who had been contemplating biding his time to relay messages for the second young lady, was taken aback by Su Muin's words. Panic set in as he exclaimed, "Miss, this cannot be. If we leave, who will manage this corporation? From top to bottom, everyone has their roles. If we depart, this company will become nothing but an empty shell." Su Muin merely responded with a cold laugh. How absurd. This corporation is filled with countless employees. What difference would it make if you few parasites were gone? It may complicate matters in other areas, but it matters not. I merely need to keep an eye on a few key points from my past life. Xiejun's mind went blank upon hearing this. He had expended half his life to ascend to his current position. At this final juncture, he had chosen to ally with the second young lady, believing that aligning himself with the right side would secure a life of comfort for himself and his descendants. But who would have thought that this eldest young lady would act so unpredictably? Qin Luo, observing the scene, stepped forward and shouted at the quaking individuals. "Are you deaf or blind? Did you not hear my lady demand that you vacate the premises? You lot, who are mere lackeys of Su Balian. Why do you not hurry and leave?" As his words echoed, Xiejun's pupils constricted. He incredulously looked up at Qin Luo, and then at Su Muin. What? Su Muin had known all along that we were Su Balian's lackeys. No wonder. All our previous actions before Su Muin must have rendered us nothing but fools in her eyes. The eldest daughter of the Su family is truly terrifying. She is nothing like the debauched socialite depicted in public rumors. Xiejun, feeling defeated, realized that he and his companions had no further chance to remain. He could only lower his head and reluctantly reply, "Yes. What can I do if I disagree?" The subordinates surrounding Miss Su possessed remarkable strength. While they were merely an assembly of ordinary individuals, how could they possibly contend? Nevertheless, it mattered little. The entire organization was filled with allies of ours. Once we depart, this company will merely become an empty shell. As for the second young lady, there is only so much I can do for you. Before long, Xiejun and his companions took their leave. A series of executive positions within the group stood vacant. Su Muin dispatched individuals to clear out the belongings of Xiejun from the top-floor office, including his desk, chair, and even a self-portrait. Qin Luo flatteringly remarked, "The young lady is wise and formidable, astutely ridding the group of its detrimental elements with ease." Hearing this, Su Muin smirked slightly. Why are you always so fond of speaking the truth? However, I do appreciate honesty." Half an hour later, a brand new office was completed. Su Muin sat behind a grand mahogany table, lost in thought. With Xiejun and the others expelled, the next task was to find individuals to fill these vacancies. The support from the Su family could not be relied upon, as this was a trial set by her parents. Thus, it seemed she would have to resort to conventional means for recruitment. Yet, the newcomers might be a mixed bag. If anyone connected to Su Balian or any adversaries infiltrated, trouble could arise again. Su Muin had learned caution from past experiences, having been deeply frightened in her previous life. This led her to adopt a meticulous demeanor in this life. She had already instructed Zhu Lan to summon the remaining executives of the group, and soon she would ascertain the current situation. Presently, she had a question to pose. Therefore, Su Muin turned to Qin Luo beside her and inquired suspiciously, "How do you know that Xiejun and the others are associated with Su Balian?" Qin Luo replied, "I deduced it, but you need to interact with them to deduce. Don't you?" Su Muin questioned further, her suspicion growing. Qin Luo smiled slightly and confidently stated, "I figured it out while slapping their faces." "Is that even possible?" Su Muin's eyes widened slightly in disbelief as she gazed at the grinning Qin Luo. For some reason, she felt that Qin Luo was certainly concealing something from her. Initially, she wanted to probe further, but upon seeing Qin Luo's cheerful and loyal demeanor, images of him calculating while reading romance novels flashed through her mind. She turned her head, clenched her fists, and huffed. In any case, be more courteous to others next time. This is a civilized society, do you understand? Qin Luo was taken aback by her words. Huh? How could such a statement come from the lips of the most ruthless, disdainful, and twisted antagonist from this narrative? Oh, Qin Luo suddenly realized. This must be the antagonist subtly hinting at him, speaking in reverse. It is imperative to convey that one cannot merely act overtly. Covert maneuvers are equally essential to achieve success. The final remark implies that, after all, Su Muwan, being the eldest daughter of the Su family, would provide protection should any troubles arise. How enlightening. Qin Luo couldn't help but smile faintly, responding, understood, esteemed lady. But do you truly grasp the essence of my words? Su Muwan glared at Qin Luo, sensing a lack of comprehension from her. Yet, this was to be expected. Her reputation as a flamboyant and arrogant individual was difficult to amend in an instant. Alas, it seems this matter can be postponed for the time being. What weighs upon her now is a matter of life and death. Why, upon her rebirth, did she immediately contemplate seeking her parents to take over the family business? Specifically, to assume control of the Su group in Jiacheng. The reason was simple. In her previous life, the daughter of the war god had been reduced to living in a doghouse, all due to her indirect actions. It is well known that the Su group is a real estate enterprise. In her past life, when she and Su Bailian first took the reins of the group, it was already entrenched in severe financial loss. The primary culprit was none other than Su Bailian herself. Lacking any acumen for business, she nonetheless exploited her status to exploit the employees of the Su group, meddling in internal affairs, which directly led to numerous unfinished projects. At that time, Su Muwan was oblivious. It was only when trouble ensued that she realized she had inherited a veritable hot potato. Consequently, the entire organization shifted the blame onto her. Thus, she found herself ensnared by Su Bailian, burdened with hundreds of billions in losses. However, that was not the crux of the issue. The buyers of one of the unfinished properties included none other than Tang Wenyu, the wife of the war god. As a result, they not only lost their home, but also their wealth. Tang Wenyu was left to cling to her 10-year-old daughter, seeking refuge beneath a bridge in a doghouse. Just as she managed to clean up the mess left behind by the group and was ready to initiate the reconstruction of the unfinished buildings, the war god returned. Upon discovering that his daughter had been forced into a doghouse by Su Muwan's actions, he was consumed by fury, rallying an army of 100,000, vowing to eliminate her, the true instigator. Alas, Su Muwan covered her face, lamenting her misdeeds. Is there something peculiar about my constitution? Why do I seem to provoke protagonists wherever I go? Nevertheless, this time around, I am determined to alter my fate. Once Zhu Lan arrives with the necessary information regarding the group's current situation, I shall ascertain the next steps to take. Su Muwan brimmed with confidence. After all, she was indeed astute and formidable. Chapter 24, Collective Resignation. Miss, your judgment is astute. An hour later, in Su Muwan's office, she found herself lost in contemplation as she gazed at the pile of resignation letters handed to her by Zhu Lan. Are you saying that all the employees of the group have resigned? Su Muwan asked incredulously, pointing at the mountain of resignation letters before her. Zhu Lan, appearing somewhat anxious, nodded and replied, Yes, Mississippi. They stated that they no longer wished to continue working, hence their resignations. The group is now devoid of staff. With a resounding clap, Su Muwan covered her face, her disbelief seeping through her fingers. No, aren't you all devoted sycophants of Su Bailian? What benefits has she provided you? Why is everyone opposing me? Do you not have mortgages to pay? Do you not have car loans? Do you not support families? Is it so simple to resign? Such audacity. Internally, Su Muwan felt tears welling up. Oh heavens! This beginning is akin to traversing a hellish trial. Why has this happened? The entire group has vacated, leaving me as a mere solitary commander. How can reality be so surreal? This narrative, even in a novel, would be criticized for its absurdity. What am I to do now? Most importantly, I cannot seek assistance from my parents. Otherwise, Su Muwan, on the verge of tears, envisioned the scene. Oh, so steadfast in your declarations, yet the moment hardship arises, you turn to your parents? Little one, it's commendable that you care, but you too, Muwan, cannot falter at such minor obstacles. How will you take over the family in the future? Daddy, Mommy, if my sister is unable, let Bai Lian come to our aid. No, it cannot devolve into that. Su Muwan covered her face, tears threatening to spill. In my previous life, I had graded countless papers and read numerous reincarnation and time travel tales. Now, I find myself in what appears to be the most dismal scenario for a reincarnator. Which reincarnator has faced such adversity? Even with foreknowledge of future events, I am powerless to act. Julan swallowed hard, flipping through the documents she had gathered, and continued. Additionally, Miss, the group seems to be facing severe financial losses, currently with a deficit of 20 billion. She added indignantly, these individuals are parasites, unaware of how much benefit they have extracted from the Su family. Stop. Enough. In my previous life, this deficit only grew larger, ultimately burdening me with 200 billion in debt. Oh, what am I to do? Is it too late to recruit new employees? Most importantly, the construction of that house must continue. It cannot be left unfinished. Otherwise, what will the Tang mother and daughter do? Who can enlighten me on the course of action to take? My previous life did not commence under such arduous circumstances. On the other side, Qin Luo perceived Su Muin's predicament and smiled gently to himself. Su Bailian truly possesses remarkable tactics. It seems the entirety of the Su group is aligned with her. No wonder she is referred to as Su Muin's lifelong adversary in the original text. Alas, what a pity. The devious plot of Su Bailian seems unlikely to succeed, for he has already devised a means to assist Su Muin through this challenging predicament. It is time for me to absorb some loyalty points. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at his lips as he addressed the pensive Su Muin, saying, Miss, I can resolve the current situation. These words shattered the silence that enveloped the room. Really? Su Muin exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with joy at the revelation. Yet, recalling her persona of regal authority and aloofness, she quickly cleared her throat, attempting to conceal her excitement. With an enigmatic smile, she scrutinized Qin Luo from head to toe and inquired, Qin Luo, are you aware of the consequences of deceiving me? Qin Luo, upon hearing this, chuckled softly and replied, I could deceive anyone in this world, but I would never mislead you, Mississippi. For I, Qin Luo, he gazed earnestly at Su Muin, am your most loyal and cherished confidant. At this declaration, a sensation surged within Su Muin. Her heart trembled. Oh dear, there's no need to be so touching. It's rather embarrassing. Her shoulders quivered slightly, and her eyes sparkled as her icy demeanor began to falter. She covered her mouth to stifle the uncontrollable smile creeping upon her lips, then shot a sharp glare at Qin Luo, smooth talker. Since when have you been my most cherished aide? And, most cherished? When did I ever say such a thing? In response, Qin Luo lowered his head. Filled with contrition, I have overstepped, Mississippi. I believe that most cherished equated to most trusted. I thought my unwavering loyalty would imply that you hold me in the highest regard. Oh, is that so? Su Muin mused, a smile curving her lips. That may not be the case now, but it does not preclude it in the future. As she spoke, she reached out, gently lifting Qin Luo's chin with her finger. Her touch was soft yet teasing, bringing his face into sharper focus before her. With a playful smile, she said, strive to become my most cherished aide, will you? This task is entrusted to you. Ensure its completion. As her words lingered in the air, a mechanical voice echoed in Qin Luo's mind. Main task issued. Assist Su Muin in steering the Su group onto the right path. Would you like to use 100 loyalty points to expedite this task? Current loyalty points, 75. Task reward. Supreme command. Unite in purpose. All allies' loyalty increased to 100. Never to betray. At that moment, Qin Luo paid no heed to the voice in his mind. He simply blinked at Su Muin, her beauty so strikingly close. His heart raced slightly. What a strange allure. It has quickened my heartbeat. The magnetism of a formidable adversary is indeed formidable. You suggested that I strive to become your most favored subordinate. A rather cunning tactic to manipulate your underlings. Had I not been aware of your true nature, I might have been easily swayed like a naive native. What a jest. Su Muin, you indeed possess a certain charm. However, if you believe that mere words could utterly sway my heart, you are gravely mistaken. I, Qin Luo, am not one to be so easily influenced. Furthermore, all expenses during this period will be deducted from this card, and I shall not inquire further. The limit stands at over 90 million. As the time approached, Su Muin released Qin Luo and handed him a black card. This card has a credit limit of 100 million, allocated by the Su family as Su Muin's annual expenditure. Should she exceed this limit, any further expenses for the year would have to be earned by her own efforts. Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback, then, with unwavering loyalty, accepted the black card, proclaiming, I assure you I shall fulfill the task. Miss, your judgment of character is truly astute. Chapter 25. Xie Jun and others imprisoned. The Su family fully recruited. Su Bailian. The adopted daughter of the Su family reclined on the sofa, her cheeks adorned with ice packs. This was the result of Qin Luo's slap, the swelling yet to subside. Miss, everyone in the group has resigned, and all construction sites have come to a standstill. Even Su Muin, without the support of her family, would find it impossible to operate the group within such a short time frame. Once the property ceased to be developed, the public's wrath will undoubtedly crush Su Muin. At that moment, Su Baiyan's devoted follower reported, her head bowed respectfully. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Su Baiyan's lips, her ice-laden face betraying a hint of satisfaction. Humph, excellent. That group has long been of interest to me. How could I allow Su Muin to seize it? How dare she suggest that I remain docile and avoid trouble? Recalling Su Muin's threatening words from that night in the car, Su Baiyan's fury rendered her speechless. Especially, ouch. The pain from her cheek made her eyes redden, her teeth clenched in frustration. Especially that wretched lackey of Su Muin's, to dare strike me so many times. If I do not avenge this enmity, I shall not be called Su Baiyan. At the Su group, in a technical room, Qin Luo sat before a newly assembled high-end desktop computer, his fingers rhythmically dancing across the keyboard. The sound of rapid keystrokes filled the air as obscure lines of code materialized on the screen. Previously, his elevation of trust with Su Muin had granted him extraordinary hacking skills. To extricate the Su group from its current predicament, these skills were pivotal. A slight smile graced Qin Luo's lips. He yearned for a swift resolution, yet his loyalty points were insufficient. Thus, he had to rely on his own efforts. A few minutes later, he exhaled deeply, having crafted a small dispersive virus code. He hit enter to send it off, and, seemingly struck by a thought, retrieved a USB drive and inserted it into the main unit. With a light chuckle, he shook his head. Ah, Su Muin, with a subordinate like me, you should count your blessings. In a square, a group of recent graduates sat glumly on the edge of a flower bed, their phones raised as they perused job listings. One young man sighed. Sigh, is it really that difficult to find a job with weekends off? His companion nodded in agreement. Don't get me started. I once inquired through a recruitment app if our company offers weekends off. You wouldn't believe the response I got. Young people shouldn't think too much. They must learn to endure hardship and have a spirit of contribution. He even claimed there were no jobs with weekends off in the entire Jiang city. And then he blocked me. The group huddled together, commiserating. I majored in information security in college, yet the job listings demand a minimum of 3 years of experience. I pursued a degree in accounting and previously secured a position at a company where I endured for a month, only allowed a single day of rest. My take-home pay amounted to a mere $1,800, with no provision for social insurance, leaving me utterly astonished, prompting my immediate resignation. As a few colleagues conversed, a sudden notification simultaneously appeared on their phones. Su Group Talent Recruitment Announcement, Positions Available, Financial Analyst, Marketing Specialist, Project Manager, Software Engineer, Human Resources Specialist, Legal Advisor, Customer Service Representative, Employee Benefits, Salary exceeding 10,000, a 4-day work week, holiday gift cards, and year-end profit sharing. Contact information, 1xxxxxx Group Address. No. 1, Jiangqing Road. If interested, please click the appointment button. Appointment. Cancel. The group stared in disbelief. They exchanged glances and, with a hint of uncertainty, murmured, could this be a scam message? Su Group, after all, is a renowned real estate conglomerate in Jiangqing. They had never dared to dream of entering such an esteemed organization. How could a recruitment announcement suddenly materialize? Moreover, the announcement indicated a substantial hiring spree, even for civil engineering positions. Did this imply they were constructing grand edifices? In any case, whether a ruse or not, they decided to make an appointment, resolving to close the window immediately if asked for sensitive banking information. Agreed. Consensus. An hour later, at Su Group, Su Muin sat behind her desk, her brow knitted in concern. Her fingers rhythmically tapped the surface, producing a steady sound. Her gaze revealed profound anxiety and helplessness. The desk was cluttered with various financial statements, contractual documents, and internal audit reports, each page chronicling the group's losses and issues. Among these were several documents relating to critical real estate projects. However, she had recently received alarming news via express delivery. Multiple construction sites had halted operations, with site managers claiming allegiance only to the previous group leader. It appeared they had been prepared, as the signed contracts failed to address any compensation. They had simply abandoned their posts without a word. As the project stalled, It would take an indeterminate amount of time for Su Muin to find replacements, and by then, the properties would likely be rumored to be abandoned. Should misunderstandings arise, the consequences could be dire. Sigh. Such an audacious maneuver must surely be the work of Su Balian. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. But why is this happening? This is utterly farcical. Why isn't my fresh start unfolding in a more triumphant manner? Su Muin inhaled deeply once more and resolutely began to scrutinize the documents again, her gaze lingering on each page as she sought to uncover the root of the problems. She realized that the Group's losses primarily stemmed from the failures of several large projects, compounded by poor management and corruption issues. How could they have so recklessly jeopardized my family's enterprise? Do not let me uncover evidence of your corruption. I will see each of you imprisoned. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed as Qin Luo entered, holding a USB drive in his hand. Qin Luo? Su Muwan, who was anxiously pacing, froze at the sight of him. Wasn't he out scouting for talent? Qin Luo approached Su Muwan, placing the USB drive on the table with a smile. Miss. While I was recruiting, I stumbled upon some incriminating data regarding the former manager. It contains crucial evidence of their corrupt dealings. Su Muwan's expression faltered, revealing a charming innocence. Just as I was contemplating sending them to jail, you have delivered the evidence to me? It's almost as if a pillow was provided just as I began to doze off. Moreover, how did you manage to find their weaknesses among those crafty old foxes? Skeptically, Su Muwan connected the USB drive to her computer. Within seconds, her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Qin Luo. How did you accomplish this? Qin Luo smiled faintly. Actually, I possess a bit of knowledge in computer technology. Moments later, Su Muwan was taken aback. It turned out that during his youth, Qin Luo had not only learned divination and medicine from an elderly mentor, but had also been taught an array of hacking skills by a reclusive expert. The more she observed Qin Luo, the more she noticed the brilliance of his aura shining ever so brightly. Oh, is this what it means to have the protagonist by my side? How reassuring. With evidence so tangible before her, Su Muwan harbored little doubt. She gleefully tucked the USB drive away and inquired with a smile, by the way, how many people have you recruited? Don't worry. We still have at least a month to complete this. Recruiting talent for the company and subsequently hiring for the construction of the building would undoubtedly consume considerable time. Given the short duration, it was improbable that Qin Luo could have recruited anyone, and it was already commendable for him to have procured evidence. However, Qin Luo wore a mysterious smile and pointed towards the floor-to-ceiling window behind Su Muwan. Miss, I actually came to report on the recruitment status. We are already fully staffed. Su Muwan suddenly sprang to her feet, disbelief etched across her face. Fully staffed? She rushed to the window and peered down. Instantly, she was rendered speechless. Below, a dense crowd of people filled every inch of space, completely occupying the open area of the corporation. Su Muwan gasped. Qin Luo. Are you a Superman? Chapter 26. The War Goddess Wife. Tang Wenyu. At this moment, the Su group was bustling with activity. Each individual stood anxiously at the entrance, clutching their resumes. Me. I am the most capable, diligent, and selfless. All I desire is to join the Su group. So am I. I am not here for the high salary. My passion for the Su group drives me. And it's not just because I work only 4 days a week. It's solely my love for the Su group. The atmosphere was electric. Su Muwan stood within the hall, her expression far from calm. She cast a glance at the smiling Qin Luo beside her. Could it be? He really managed to attract such a crowd? How on earth did he accomplish this? Even with benefits and perks, how could he possibly recruit so many individuals simultaneously? The entire spectrum of vacancies within the group had been filled from top to bottom. How astute was this young man? Moved by her thoughts, Su Muwan reflected on how he not only unearthed evidence against Xie Jun and his associates, but also assisted in recruiting talent for the group. His own exceptional qualities made her feel fortunate to have such a capable aide in this lifetime. As for the expenses incurred, mere trifles. Miss, should I help maintain order at the scene? Qin Luo inquired at that moment. His recruitment strategy was not a scattershot approach, but rather a targeted one. The individuals who arrived were precisely suited to the vacancies within the group, including seasoned employees recently laid off, who could train the novices. Within a week, everyone would be adept at their roles. Su Muwan nodded thoughtfully, then shook her head. She turned to Qin Luo and smiled. You have done exceptionally well. As the head of the group, I shall take care of the remaining tasks. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo ceased to contest her authority and nodded with a smile. Understood. Mississippi. Has Su Muwan undergone a transformation? In the original narrative, after taking over the group, she had always delegated responsibilities to her subordinates, only taking charge when losses reached hundreds of billions. As time passed, evening arrived. The recruitment efforts at the Sue Group finally concluded. Some newly hired individuals commenced their roles immediately, with the HR department facilitating contract signings. The vacancies within the group were finally addressed. To their astonishment, these new recruits discovered that the Sue Group had undergone a massive purge, dismissing all previous employees in favor of their own. In a moment of concern, they wondered if they too might be dismissed. However, news soon broke onto trending topics, revealing that former head Jun and others had engaged in corruption and embezzlement. Suddenly, everything became clear. The previous employees were a nest of corruption, all eradicated by Miss Sue. Realizing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously praising Sue Muin's formidable methods and decisiveness. To have executed such a thorough replacement in a single day was truly remarkable. As dusk descended, the sound of footsteps echoed through the halls. A woman clad in a black office attire hurriedly approached the entrance of the Sue Corporation, her breath coming in quick gasps as she navigated her high heels. Anxiously, she peered inside. However, after scanning the area, she realized that the job fair had long since concluded. "Excuse me, is there anything I can assist you with?" A security guard emerged from the booth, kindly inquiring. Upon hearing this, the woman adjusted her breathing and promptly asked, has the job fair at Sue Corporation ended for today?" The guard adjusted his cap and responded with a smile, "Madam, you are a bit late. The fair concluded 3 hours ago. Just look at me. I've only just taken my post." At this, the woman's expression dimmed, and she clenched her fists. Had she truly arrived too late? With a soft sigh, she expressed her gratitude and turned to leave. Her name was Tang Wenyu, a married woman with a daughter. Her husband had abandoned her during her pregnancy, disappearing without a trace. It had been a full decade since then, leaving her to raise their daughter alone in solitude. Today, she faced an additional blow. She had been laid off. Unfamiliar with her phone, she had only seen the job announcement while on her way home after receiving her termination notice. With a flicker of hope, she had rushed over to try her luck, but alas, she had arrived too late. For years, she had resided in a modest 8-square-meter shop, having saved diligently in hopes of purchasing her own home. Now, with her job gone, she felt lost. The guard paid her little mind as he returned to his post. At that moment, 2 voices drifted over. "Qin Luo, you did well. What reward do you desire?" The young lady laughed, to which Qin Luo replied, "As long as the young lady allows me to accompany her, I am content." You. I'm serious. Is there anything you wish for?" Sue Muin felt a rush of embarrassment from Qin Luo's words. He was perfect in every way, except for his knack for saying things that made her heart race. The guard, sensing the atmosphere, quickly exclaimed, "Good day, young lady." "Hello, Brother Luo." Qin Luo acknowledged him with a smile before sharing light-hearted banter with Sue Muin as they exited the corporate gates. The guard felt deeply moved. Such a remarkable individual as Brother Luo was so kind to him. "I must pledge my unwavering loyalty to the Sue Corporation. I will not allow any ill-intentioned individuals to enter." At the entrance, a convoy had been waiting for some time. Zhulan opened the door of the business vehicle respectfully, addressing Sue Muin as she approached. "Young lady, Jun and the others have been apprehended and sentenced to life imprisonment." However, they did not divulge any information about Sue Balian. Sue Muin nodded gently upon hearing this. That will suffice. She never truly intended to imprison her sister, despite the countless betrayals in her past life. "I am indeed too kind." Su Mu Wan entered the car, first glancing at the motionless Qin Luo, then patting the seat beside her with a hint of reluctance, remarked, "Qin Luo, please continue to articulate what it is you desire. I must reward you." Although Qin Luo insisted that it was unnecessary, she was determined to bestow a reward, as it was a matter of principle. Zhulan blinked, intrigued. "A reward? What kind of reward? Can I also request one?" Seeing her expression, Qin Luo could only feign a touched demeanor and promptly settled beside Su Mu Wan, saying, "Then, my esteemed lady, I shall not be modest." As she spoke, her mask of emotion faded, and she turned to Zhulan, who stood by the car door, coolly instructing, "What are you staring at? Hurry and close the door. Start the car." Zhulan tightened her grip on the door, her lips twitching. "All right, I will endure." The convoy set into motion. Su Mu Wan, glancing at Qin Luo beside her, cheerfully inquired, "Qin Luo, do tell, what do you wish for?" Today, her spirits were high. She had resolved issues within the corporation and ensured that the troublesome Xie Jun and his ilk were incarcerated. Thus, whatever Qin Luo desired, she would gladly acquiesce. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo met Su Muwan's gaze, and as the latter appeared somewhat unrestrained, she stated, "Esteemed ladies, I wish to acquire all the street-side shops in the old town. I have foreseen certain future events, and this acquisition will only benefit you." Zhulan, driving, scoffed slightly. "Foreseen the future, have you? Are you some sort of charlatan? Do not fall for his words, esteemed lady." In response, Su Muwan waved her hand grandly, exclaiming, "Very well, I believe you. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to purchase those shops." She had long witnessed Qin Luo's prophetic abilities and thus had faith in him. Zhulan remained silent. Qin Luo, hearing this, smiled inexplicably, then, "I thank you, esteemed lady." Simultaneously, a system notification chimed. Detected Ace War God in the Blood-Soaked City female lead, Tang Wenyu. Please, host, execute an S-level task of servitude. Reward, War God Token X1. The bearer of the War God Token can command 100,000 border troops. Qin Luo maintained her smile. Yet her gaze drifted through the car window to a fleeting figure outside, head bowed and exuding despondence. Tang Wenyu. How intriguing. The task reward was indeed the War God Token, a remarkable item. What must one do to achieve an S-level rating? The primary motivation for wanting to purchase those shops was precisely because Tang Wenyu resided within one of them in the old town. Chapter 27. The antagonist who differs from the original. The following morning, at the suburban villa, in the kitchen, the sound of sizzling filled the air as Qin Luo, clad in an apron, hummed a tune while preparing breakfast for Su Muwan. As a diligent aide, it was only natural for him to prepare a nutritionally balanced meal for the young lady. At that moment, a system notification chimed in Qin Luo's ears. "Congratulations. Su Corporation is back on track. Reward issued, absolute loyalty." Upon hearing the notification, a slight smile danced on Qin Luo's lips. The reward had arrived. In layman's terms, absolute loyalty ensured that their personnel would pledge unwavering allegiance, alleviating any concerns of betrayal. Simply perfect. Just then, the kitchen door swung open, and Su Muwan, donned in a dark green shark-themed pajamas and shark slippers, strolled in while yawning. "Qin Luo, you're up so early. Wow, it smells wonderful," she exclaimed, scampering over to his side. With a playful grin, she pinched one of the sausages Qin Luo had prepared and popped it into her mouth. Delicious." Su Muwan licked her lips. In truth, when the employees of Su Corporation had collectively resigned, she had been on the verge of tears. Yet, who would have imagined that Qin Luo would manage to rally everyone back that very day? The emotional roller coaster had left her exhausted, leading her to retire early the previous night, resulting in her early rise this morning. Qin Luo smiled as he handed her a tissue. "As long as the young lady enjoys it, that's what matters. It was meant to be served in bed." "Thanks, but there is no need for that," Su Muwan replied. "If I were to resolve all my meals in bed, I might end up becoming a rice weevil." Taking the tissue, Su Muwan shook her head in resignation at Qin Luo's excellent service. One might mistakenly believe he was a servant she had purchased to attend to her needs. However, upon glancing at Qin Luo's face, she quickly averted her gaze. "Ahem, this male servant is rather handsome." Qin Luo chuckled lightly. "Even if the young lady were to become a rice weevil, it would be no concern. I shall care for you for a lifetime." Su Muwan froze at his words, her expression shifting to one of disbelief as she looked at Qin Luo. Maintaining his smile, Qin Luo observed her incredulous reaction and inquired, "What's the matter, young lady? Isn't it natural for an aide to take care of you?" "Oh, aide." Su Muwan coughed lightly, her cheeks flushing. She glanced at Qin Luo and then, unable to maintain eye contact, took a deep breath and exclaimed, "From now on, you must not speak such ambiguous words again." "Ambiguous?" Noticing Qin Luo's obliviousness, Su Muwan raised her head and, with a mix of embarrassment and irritation, retorted, "Exactly. I almost thought you had feelings for me, given the things you say." Upon hearing this, Qin Luo's expression momentarily faltered before a smile graced his lips. "I do indeed have feelings for the young lady." Su Muwan. She was taken aback for a moment, then pointed at Qin Luo's beaming face and exclaimed, "Is it the kind of affection a subordinate has for their boss?" Qin Luo shrugged and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Indeed, what else could it be?" "Humph. Nothing at all." Su Muwan's mood gradually stabilized. She felt that Qin Luo had an uncanny ability to influence her state of mind. However, the primary reason was that a scene from the romantic novel she had perused in her past life suddenly flashed in her mind. dressed in her pajamas. She envisioned Qin Luo preparing breakfast in the kitchen. The banter and laughter shared between them hardly resembled the dynamic of a mere attendant and a young lady of noble birth. It seemed slightly ambiguous. On Qin Luo's side, he was reveling in the increasing loyalty points. How delightful. Loyalty points first thing in the morning. He mused. What has gotten into Su Yuan? Her mood swings are quite pronounced. Moreover, he cast a glance at Su Yuan, who was clad in a shark-themed pajama set. Truth be told, she possessed both beauty and intellect. Setting aside her role as the antagonist, he found himself rather fond of her type. It was not merely her looks. It was also her personality. Qin Luo began to sense that Su Yuan was not the cold and ruthless villain depicted in the original narrative. Instead, she had an unexpectedly charming side. As he pondered this, the frying pan emitted an irregular sizzling sound. Qin Luo, what are you daydreaming about? It's burning. Su Yuan, catching a whiff of the charred aroma, hurriedly seized the frying pan and tossed it into the sink. Snapping back to reality, Qin Luo stepped aside. Observing Su Yuan as she dealt with the culinary mishap, he couldn't help but chuckle. I was just thinking that the young lady appears to be quite different from the rumors. Splashing water as she rinsed, Su Yuan froze upon hearing his words, her expression shifting to one of alarm. Oh no. Her current persona was supposed to embody aloofness, arrogance, and commanding presence. Yet, having resolved a significant issue, she had forgotten to uphold her fayade. Before she could clarify, Qin Luo continued, they say the young lady is spoiled and tyrannical. But I believe she possesses an endearing side. This morning, I have reaffirmed that she is not at all as others have described. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned, her eyes reflecting a hint of unexpected joy. Cute, are they referring to me? Although she knew she was indeed the world's most adorable, eternally youthful beauty. No one had ever said such words to her in her past life. Back then, others kept their distance, viewing her as an unapproachable antagonist. Even the dogs passing by feared and respected her. No one dared to call her cute or beautiful without fearing for their lives. But who among her family understood? I, too, am a girl who enjoys reading romance novels. I too yearn for compliments on my beauty, rather than being likened to a gifted enchantress. A prodigy of the martial world, an unparalleled talent, or a heart as treacherous as a serpent's, a viperous woman. Ahem. Upon this thought, Su Yuan, eager to express her sentiments to Qin Luo regarding such candid truths, turned her head only to find Qin Luo smilingly remarking, by the way, miss, you share a common interest with ordinary young ladies in indulging in romantic literature. This discovery truly delights me. Instantly, the words that Su Yuan had intended to voice retreated, her cheeks visibly flushing crimson. In a fit of embarrassment and irritation, she emitted a sharp exclamation. Did I not ask you to forget about it? Qin Luo, go to hell. Outside the courtyard, Zhulan, who was practicing her punches in the early morning, abruptly lifted her head towards the house. Was that the young lady's scream? What was amiss? Yet, sensing no hostile presence, she noted instead that Qin Luo and the young lady's auras were closely intertwined. Could it be? Zhulan widened her eyes, letting out a begrudging sound. That insufferable Qin Luo. He has seized my position as the chief attendant. An hour later, outside the villa, Shenfei and others stood in two neat rows, creating a spacious passage for Su Yuan. In unison, they called out, "Good morning, miss." "Good morning." Su Yuan, however, paid them no heed, her expression stern and her demeanor stormy as she strode towards the vehicle. Qin Luo followed closely behind. Observing this, Shenfei hesitated momentarily before quietly inquiring of Qin Luo, "Brother Luo, what troubles the young lady? Is it related to yesterday's events at the group?" At this, Qin Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, recalling her previous flustered and indignant demeanor. She had even unleashed a series of punches upon his chest. Thankfully, he had managed to temper his strength. Otherwise, he might not have been able to stand there. Regaining his composure, he sighed lightly at Shenfei. "Indeed. You all should be more cautious and avoid provoking the young lady." No sooner had he spoken than an irate voice rang out. "Qin Luo, how long do you intend to chat? Hurry up and come sit beside me." Shenfei and the others quickly bowed their heads, trembling in trepidation. Qin Luo, however, merely smiled and approached, coming, Mississippi. This was indeed the villainous persona he had come to recognize. This morning's demeanor must have been a result of her still waking. Yet to fully engage, was it not? Chapter 28. Tang Wenyu and her daughter, Spare My Daughter. In the old district of Jiangcheng, an ancient and dilapidated street stretches forth. A procession of black cars is parked along the roadside, drawing the attention of all passersby. Isn't that the parade of the Su family's young lady? But why would this little demon come to our rundown area? What on earth is happening here? Su Muin, renowned for her formidable reputation, always travels in luxury vehicles, frequently gracing the headlines of newspapers. In her heyday, even the stray dogs on the street would have felt the sting of her kick, ensuring that the majority of Jiangshan's populace, even the ordinary citizens, recognized her. With a soft thud, the door of a luxury vehicle swings open. Su Muin, adorned in sunglasses and draped in a black leather shawl, steps out, her designer attire accentuating her affluent lineage. She surveys her surroundings with a discerning gaze before fixing her glare on Qin Luo, who also dons sunglasses, and remarks, "Is this truly the place you spoke of? Moreover, I've summoned the responsible party." Clad in a black trench coat and sporting sunglasses, Qin Luo casually surveys the row of shops along the street from the sidewalk. Behind him stands Xin Fei, dressed in a black suit, exuding an air of seriousness. Before them, a man fidgets with his hands, ingratiatingly stating, "My lord, how about I sell you these shops at 500,000 each?" Although this area is rather run down, it does attract a fair amount of foot traffic. Who would have thought there'd be a willing buyer for these shops? What a delightful surprise. The Su family's financial prowess ensures that any gain, however modest, is welcome. These shops are remnants of the Su group's previous real estate ventures. Due to the area's decrepit state, crumbling roads, and perennial traffic congestion, the streets fall silent at night, often becoming a haven for unsavory characters, instilling fear among the locals. Here, the prospect of opening a store is bleak, with very few residents remaining. Most tenants occupy these inexpensive dilapidated houses, often commuting elsewhere for work. Qin Luo examines the row of approximately 30 to 40 shops. Acquiring them would necessitate an investment exceeding 10 million. Su Muin produces a black card and inquires of Qin Luo, "What do you think? Shall I proceed with the transaction?" This location is so dilapidated that even the Su group had deemed it unworthy of acquisition or development. Yet, Qin Luo must have his reasons for pursuing this venture, especially since the environment here seems strangely familiar, almost reminiscent of a place from a past life. Upon hearing her words, Qin Luo nods and adjusts his sunglasses, affirming, "This is indeed the correct location." The onlookers remark, "Those sunglasses are quite unique." His motivation for purchasing these shops is twofold. First, one of the establishments houses the wife and daughter of a legendary warrior. Second, according to the original narrative, this small district is destined to be designated as a key experimental base for Jiangsheng, specifically aimed at systematically cultivating martial arts prodigies. Among the protagonists, one brilliant young hero was born in this experimental base. Su Muin had already completed her payment. The person in charge, feeling awkward, rubbed his hands together and explained, "Miss Su, there is one more thing I forgot to mention. Although the shop is vacant and all those who should have moved out have done so, there remains a mother and daughter residing in one of the shops. However, there is no need for concern. I had already sent someone to evict them before your arrival." Upon hearing this, Su Muin's composure shattered. Mother and daughter. She pointed an accusatory finger at the person in charge and rebuked, "You incompetent fool. How could you allow this to happen?" Just as the person in charge was about to apologize for his slow efficiency, Su Muin interjected, "Is their contract expired?" The person in charge, taken aback, instinctively replied, "No, not yet." "Then how dare you evict them? Have you compensated them?" The person in charge blinked, sensing something amiss, and sheepishly replied, "No." "Scoundrel, how can someone like you exist in a civilized society?" Su Muin shouted in fury, her body trembling with rage. In her past life, her subordinates would often create unnecessary troubles, leading her to inadvertently provoke individuals she should have avoided. Now, having been reborn, she must eliminate any potential future troubles. If those two women happened to be protagonists or connected to them, it would be disastrous. The person in charge stood there, bewildered. Why has Miss Su changed her demeanor? At that moment, Qin Luo stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap, snapping the person in charge back to reality. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry and take us to see the shop you mentioned." Afterward, Qin Luo scolded, "Scoundrel." The person in charge covered his face. On the verge of tears, yes. Inside the shop, a pitiful wail echoed continuously. "Don't touch my daughter. You beasts." Tang Wenyu cried out, being pressed to the ground. While beside her, a little girl was being pulled away, screaming, "Mom, let go of my mom." A brutish man, disdainfully tossing a token towards Tang Wenyu, sneered, "Humph. Tang Wenyu, if you had any sense, you would leave quickly. We wouldn't have to be so rough as to throw your belongings out." He gestured to his subordinates. Let them go. Outside the shop, a pile of personal belongings had been carelessly discarded, all belonging to Tang Wenyu and her daughter. As they were released, Tang Wenyu immediately embraced her daughter, collapsing to the ground, crying out in despair, "You are nothing but beasts. Our contract still has 2 months left. How can you just evict us like this?" Tang Wenyu, naturally gentle and charming, exuded a captivating maternal aura after having a child, making her tears even more heart-wrenching. The portly man, noticing the growing crowd around him, let out a cold snort, acknowledging his own guilt. Enough of the commotion. There are plenty of houses available outside. You can simply rent another. If you refuse to leave, it may not be us who drive you away. Are you aware of the esteemed young lady of the Su family? She has set her sights on these shops. If you persist in this entanglement, both you and your daughter might find yourselves fed to the fish in the river by her. Upon hearing these words, Tang Wenyu's face paled. The mention of the Su family's young lady filled her with despair. Why was the world so cruel to her and her daughter? The little girl in her arms trembled in fear. "Mom, I'm scared." The portly man, satisfied by their reaction, smirked and declared, "Good that you understand. Having offended the young lady of the Su family, you two will no longer exist in Jiang City." Before he could finish, a furious voice suddenly rang out from a distance. "Silence! Shut your mouth! Who dares to provoke me? Qin Luo, make that wretched creature quiet." "Yes, Mississippi." In the moment of surprise for the portly man, a ghostly figure abruptly appeared before him. With a swift motion, a shadowy hand struck him. Thud! His eyes widened in shock, and before he could utter a word, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The crowd fell silent. Tang Wenyu's eyes were wide with confusion, clearly not grasping the situation. "Are you all right?" Sumuwon arrived late, rushing over with a friendly smile directed at Tang Wenyu and her daughter. "Oh, what a surprise to see this mother and daughter duo. Heaven must have given me the ability to attract enmity. I buy a shop for Qin Luo, and I encounter the wife and daughter of the god of war." Tang Wenyu blinked, and her daughter stopped crying. What was happening? Why was the young lady of the Su family smiling at them? Could it be a devil's smile? Rumors said that she would smile faintly before taking a life. Tang Wenyu swallowed hard, quickly lowering her head, her voice trembling. I'm fine. If the young lady desires the shop, I shall leave at once. Just, please don't harm my daughter. You may take my life instead. Wuwa. As she spoke, fear overwhelmed her, and she crumpled to the ground in tears. Sumuwon's smile froze on her face. "Hey, I haven't said anything. Is it a crime to show concern for you? What kind of ingrained impression was this?" Taking a deep breath, Sumuwon forced a smile towards Qin Luo. Her voice strained as she squeezed out, "Qin Luo, come here. Release daily task for the antagonist. Soothe this mother-daughter duo, ensuring they understand that the host and her companions harbor no ill intentions. Reward: innate affability. Everyone will perceive the host as amiable and virtuous." Note: once standing alongside the antagonist, the villainous aura of the antagonist will be accentuated. As Sumuwon's words echoed, the system task materialized. A slight smile graced Qin Luo's lips. "Truly, Sumuwon, you are a precious gem." He replied with a warm smile, "Very well, young lady." Chapter 29, Innate Affinity. Come work for our Su group. Tang Wenyu felt an overwhelming sense of fear and despair. She could not comprehend why the world harbored such malice towards her. In her youth, she had fallen in love with a man, only for him to vanish after leaving her with an unwanted pregnancy, along with a peculiar token inscribed with the character for battle. Cast out by the Tang family due to her unwed pregnancy, she wandered the streets of Jiangcheng, transforming from a pampered young lady into a beggar. It was only after the birth of her daughter that hope began to flicker in her life once more. For the sake of her daughter, she worked tirelessly, washing dishes, cleaning, and assembling screws, year after year, nurturing her child to adulthood. With a modest savings, they rented a shop no larger than a restroom and made it their home, gradually accumulating wealth through frugality. Tang Wenyu's greatest desire was to own a house for herself and her daughter. However, just when she managed to secure a position in a company, she was dismissed on the grounds of frequently requesting leave to care for her child. Now, the eldest daughter of the Su family had set her sights on their meager dwelling and even threatened to annihilate her entire family. Why? Why did the world wield such cruelty against her? If she had never been involved with that man, might her life have taken a different path? Years of accumulated grievances finally culminated in Tang Wenyu's public tears. At that moment, a gentle voice broke through her sorrow, warm as a spring breeze. "Madam Tang, I believe this is something you dropped." Tang Wenyu shuddered, fear gripping her as she looked up. Her eyes reddened. Before her stood a handsome man, crouched slightly, extending his hand with the very token left by that scoundrel for her to safeguard. Thank you, Tang Wenyu cautiously accepted it, murmuring her gratitude to Qin Luo. He did not appear to be a malicious person, yet why was he employed by the young lady of the Su family? Was he perhaps under duress? Noticing Tang Wenyu's willingness to engage, Qin Luo glanced at the little girl beside her, gently reaching out. Despite the girl's initial trepidation, he affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "Your daughter is very brave. She will muster courage to protect you in times of danger. I, too, have a fondness for children." Ah, speaking of which. A smile grazed Qin Luo's face as he extended his palm, performing a swift motion. Suddenly, a colorful lollipop appeared in his hand. Wow! The little girl's eyes widened in astonishment. She tugged at her mother's sleeve and whispered, "Mama, this brother is amazing." Tang Wenyu, gradually easing her guard due to Qin Luo's gentle demeanor, found herself softening. Seizing the moment, Qin Luo offered the lollipop to the little girl, smiling. "What is your name, little one?" The little girl took the lollipop and looked at Qin Luo with some joy, saying, "My name is Dodo." Qin Luo smiled lightly, replying, "Dodo, what a lovely name. However, it seems rather unkind to make your mother kneel on the ground. Let her rise, please. Your elder siblings mean no harm. In fact, we are here to assist you." As he spoke, he turned to Tang Wenyu, extending his hand with a warm smile. "Miss Tang, you mustn't catch a chill while on the floor. Let us converse while standing." His gaze was sincere as he added, "Trust me." Dodo also looked at Tang Wenyu and chirped, "Mommy, this big brother is a good person." Upon hearing this, Tang Wenyu gently pressed her lips together, lowering her head as she took Qin Luo's hand and stood up. If Miss Su intended to harm Dodo and me, she would have acted long ago. There was no need for her subordinates to explain patiently like this. Indeed, it seems there has been some misunderstanding. Perhaps I have overthought things. As this thought crossed Tang Wenyu's mind, a system notification rang out. "Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, natural affinity. Anyone will find the host amiable and kind-hearted." Note: once standing alongside the antagonist's malevolent aura will be further accentuated. In an instant, an innate charm radiated from Qin Luo. The expressions of Tang Wenyu and Dodo gradually shifted to one of reassurance as they regarded him. Conversely, Su Muan, observing from behind Qin Luo, felt as if a layer of ominous intent enveloped him, instilling fear in both women. With the tension alleviated, Qin Luo stepped back to Su Muan's side and whispered, "Miss, the rest is up to you." Su Muan, momentarily stunned by Qin Luo's actions, thought, "No. Is this the treatment reserved for protagonists in novels? Why is this happening? Most importantly, how can he charm children and married women so effortlessly? Where did that lollipop come from? Can he perform magic?" There were many questions swirling in her mind. Yet she knew it was not the time to inquire. Thus, she approached with a smile and greeted, "Hello, everyone." Tang Wenyu, visibly tensed, quickly hugged her daughter and said, "Su, Miss Su, no, why are you so nervous around me?" Su Muan felt a tearless sorrow, thinking, "I am also a good person." On the surface, she maintained a gentle smile, saying, "There is no need to be so formal. I harbor no ill intentions towards you." This acquisition was indeed an unexpected turn of events. As an apology, Ms. Tang, feel free to choose any property in Jiangcheng. Tang Wenyu was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, "What? You want to give me a house?" "No, that's not possible. I can't accept that. I can manage to rent a place myself. I cannot accept this compensation." Tang Wenyu, somewhat incoherent, repeatedly waved her hands in refusal. Although she yearned for her own home, she had never considered relying on others, especially since she had merely been cast out and someone else was offering her a house outright. No, a mere house was something she could afford on her own. Su Muan also shook her head vigorously. "No, you must accept this. I truly fear you might end up living in a doghouse." "I cannot accept it, Miss Su." Tang Wenyu insisted. "You must." "I won't." "You will." "I shall not." "You must." Suddenly, Su Muan fell silent, bewildered. In this day and age, was it possible that one would refuse a house offered for free? Thump. Seeing Su Muan's silence, Tang Wenyu mistakenly thought she was angry. In a panic, she knelt on the ground, trembling as she spoke. "Miss Su, I truly cannot accept. This house is far too precious. I wouldn't dare to live in it." With wide, fearful eyes, she looked at Su Muan, pleading, "Sister, please don't harm my mother." "Great. Here we go again." Su Muan's lips twitched as she helplessly rubbed her temples. "When did I ever say I would harm you? Indeed, When have I ever taken a life? Why is there such a disparity between me and Qin Luo? Thinking this, Su Muin shot a glare at Qin Luo. Gesturing with her lips, you come here. Qin Luo's mouth twitched in annoyance. Was he now the target of her frustration? This young lady was indeed a challenge to please. With a resigned nod, he approached Tang Wenyu and her mother. He half squatted down, smiling as he said, my young lady is a good person, just a bit stubborn. Since you, Miss Tang, are unwilling to accept the house, how about we offer you a different form of compensation? Under Tang Wenyu's astonished gaze, Qin Luo extended his hand and continued, why not come work at our Su group? Tang Wenyu. Under the sunlight. Qin Luo's smile and voice were indelibly etched in Tang Wenyu's heart. Was this the warmth of humanity? A tear streamed down her cheek as she grasped Qin Luo's hand, nodding with choked emotion. All right. Behind them, Su Muin stared in disbelief at the suddenly transformed Tang Wenyu. What? Why is this attitude such a stark contrast? Chapter 30. Completing the mission and obtaining the War God Order. Is this love at first sight? As Tang Wenyu cast aside her former allegiances and joined the Su group, a system notification chimed in the air. Congratulations, host, for assisting the antagonist in persuading the original protagonist team member, Tang Wenyu. Rating S-Class. Reward. War God Order X1. The holder of the War God Order can command 1,000,000 elite troops. In the realm of reality, Tang Wenyu and Dodo had managed to regain their composure. She cast a timid glance at Su Muwan, feeling an inexplicable trepidation. Despite the gentle and warm smile of her counterpart, an overwhelming fear gripped her heart. She swallowed hard, trembling as she extended her hand to present a token to Qin Luo, saying, Qin Luo, I am not quite familiar with this item. But Miss Su possesses vast knowledge and insight. She may recognize its significance. Su Muwan glanced at the token, and her expression shifted instantly. The token was entirely black, seemingly crafted from a unique material, adorned with a blood-red character that read War. This was the War God Order, the very token that granted its bearer the ability to command 1,000,000 troops. In her previous life, the return of the War God had been facilitated by this very order, summoning numerous individuals to trouble her. Quick, Qin Luo, accepted. Qin Luo took the token, feigning confusion as he inquired, Sister Tang, this token appears to be made from a rare material, likely of considerable value. Isn't it important to you? At his words, Su Muwan shot an annoyed glare at Qin Luo. Some things were better left unasked. Tang Wenyu shook her head, her gaze clouded with memories that had faded over the years of trials and tribulations. With a light sigh, she offered a bittersweet smile, saying it was once significant, but now it holds little importance. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo accepted the token and remarked, Sister Tang seems to have come to terms with it, so I shall not refuse. Su Muwan exclaimed in delight, yea, we've obtained the War God Order. A major threat has been eliminated. With this thought, Su Muwan stepped forward and spoke kindly. Since this shop has been vacated, it is best not to linger here. I will rent you an apartment less than a kilometer from the company. However, the rent will be deducted from your salary. How does that sound? I trust you can accept this? Tang Wenyu, upon hearing this, ceased her objections and timidly nodded. All right, Mississippi. The effect of the army command activated, ensuring absolute loyalty from all who joined their faction. Yet, the fear lingered. Observing Tang Wenyu's fearful demeanor, Su Muwan felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. It appeared she needed to alter her villainous image in others' minds. She called out helplessly, someone, take the mother and daughter duo to the Maple Forest Villa. Purchase any necessary items along the way. Yes, Maple Forest Villa. Tang Wenyu's eyes widened in astonishment. This place cost 200,000 per square meter. Yet, Miss Su was offering them accommodation. How could one possibly afford the rent on such a salary? Miss Su was indirectly providing them with a home. Tang Wenyu felt a surge of emotion. Although Miss Su appeared intimidating, she was indeed a truly benevolent person. Thank you, Miss, Tang Wenyu expressed, her gratitude overflowing. Daodu and I will surely repay you in the future. Before departing, she bowed deeply to Su Muwan. Daodu waved her little hand, exclaiming, thank you, big sister. Thank you, big brother. Su Muwan smiled and waved back. With this, Tang Wenyu believed she could evade the formidable enemy, the god of war. As she left, however, Su Muwan's cheerful demeanor vanished, and she shot a glare at the grinning Qin Luo. In a sarcastic tone, she remarked, Qin Luo, you are quite adept at charming married women with children, aren't you? It seems you have a knack for it. Su Muwan felt an inexplicable annoyance. She could not fathom why, but she was irked. Watching her subordinate smile charmingly at another woman, albeit for the purpose of averting her own demise, filled her with discontent. This was likely a common possessive instinct. After all, Qin Luo was her subordinate and should reserve his smiles solely for her. Qin Luo, having secured the token, approached Su Yuan. Upon hearing her sudden sarcastic comment, he was momentarily perplexed and asked, "Miss, didn't you ask me to cheer her up?" Su Yuan's cheeks flushed. Of course. She was aware of that. However, could he not be so overt? Look at how Tang when you gazed at him, nearly drooling. A lonely, alluring married woman with a child. And Qin Luo, who was quite handsome. What kind of absurd plot was this? In any case, he was affectionate and tender with others. While with her, well, perhaps he was also gentle, taking care of her needs. No, wait. Ultimately, be quiet. It's your fault. Having concluded the matter, Su Yuan turned and headed toward the vehicle. Qin Luo, suppressing a smile, followed suit. The capricious young lady was also quite endearing. Inside the vehicle, Su Yuan asked, "What's wrong, miss?" "Be quiet. Let me take another look," she replied, her eyes narrowing at Qin Luo as she grasped his hand, examining it closely. His hands were exceptionally handsome, resembling a sculptor's meticulous work, every inch exuding delicacy and strength. His fingers were long and well-proportioned, with slightly prominent joints. And as sunlight streamed over them, the veins beneath his skin became faintly visible. Su Yuan compared her small hand to his and realized that he could easily envelop it. She scrutinized it from all angles, muttering, "Aside from being good-looking, there's nothing particularly special about it." Reluctantly, she released his hand and curiously inquired, "How did your hand turn into a lollipop?" "So that was the reason. I thought you were just a hand enthusiast." While contemplating this, Qin Luo smiled and replied, "It's quite simple. It's just a little magic trick. You toss something into the system space and then pull it out directly." This was a recent discovery of his, revealing that the system was quite comprehensive, akin to what one might find in a novel. "Little magic trick? Show me a transformation," Su Yuan said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Qin Luo. "All right." Qin Luo replied with a subtle smile, forming a fist and placing it before Su Yuan. He then extended his other hand above it, winking at her. "Did you see that, my lady?" Upon finishing his words, he raised the hand that hovered above the fist. Suddenly, a cascade of crimson rose petals poured forth within the vehicle. Amidst the swirling petals, a singular blooming red rose was deftly retrieved by Qin Luo, which he then presented to Su Yuan with a grin. "For my dearest lady." Thud. Loyalty value. 5. Su Yuan's heart raced slightly, her cheeks flushing with a mix of surprise and delight as she accepted the rose. Turning to Qin Luo, her eyes sparkled with admiration. "How impressive. Teach me, Qin Luo. How does one master this system?" Qin Luo shook his head, chuckling. "Magic is meant to bring joy to others. My lady, you only need to allow me to make you happy. As for this magic, I shall handle it." Upon hearing his words, Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, her gaze shimmering with newfound light. Turning her head, she shyly inhaled the fragrance of the red rose in her hand, a wave of inexplicable emotions surging within her. She gently spoke, "Qin Luo." Qin Luo smiled softly. "What is it, my lady?" With a smile, Su Yuan extended her hand. "Please hand me that token." "TSK. I thought you had forgotten." Qin Luo replied reluctantly as he surrendered the war god token. After examining the token and finding no issues, Su Yuan tossed it back to Qin Luo. "Never mind, keep it. It serves no purpose for me." The war god token could command 1,000,000 troops, and with the Su family as her backing, she deemed it unnecessary for herself. As for Qin Luo, he could possess the token as a safeguard. Qin Luo hesitated, glancing at Su Yuan. "Is it possible that you are unaware of the token's capabilities, my lady? Just take it if I say so. No need for further discussion." "Yes." Qin Luo acquiesced, stowing the token away. He watched as Su Yuan, sitting beside him, excitedly took out her phone to capture the beauty of the red rose. The sunlight enveloped her, casting a delicate halo around her figure, causing Qin Luo's heart to race slightly faster. "Why is my heart beating so quickly? Could it be that I am developing feelings for Su Yuan? But we have only known each other for a few days, and I am aware of her true nature. Surely not. Could this be what they call love at first sight? No, that cannot be." Qin Luo chuckled and shook his head, dismissing the notion that he could be so trivial as to fall for someone simply based on their beauty. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, nervously capturing images of the red rose, pondered why she felt such a stirring for a mere subordinate. Could it be that I have developed feelings for Qin Luo? But it has only been a few days. Is this what they refer to as love at first sight in the stories I have read in my past life? But that cannot be. Having perused countless tomes, I consider myself, after having faced the tempest of life, a person who has, in a sense, experienced death. Thus, Su Mu Wan chuckled softly, shaking her head, realizing that her intrigue was merely directed towards such a marvelous individual, seemingly adorned with the aura of a protagonist. Indeed, it must be so. Heh, Su Mu Wan, you have been overly fatigued lately, rendering your nerves excessively sensitive. It would be best to return home and indulge in some well-deserved rest and relaxation. Chapter 31. Do not let me know who your master is. From now on, call me Master Donghua. In a rainforest, a resounding crash echoed as a formidable figure collapsed against a tree trunk, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. A distinct, concave imprint marred his chest. He lifted his head, a grim smile gracing his lips as he regarded the stern-faced man approaching him. Heh! At the pinnacle of the great achievement realm, you truly live up to the title of War God. However, it is regrettable that this encounter has confirmed my Master's suspicions. The War God's order has indeed been concealed by you elsewhere. The man fell silent for a moment, memories of a figure he had wronged a decade ago flashing through his mind. A flicker of pain crossed his eyes. Quickly masked by an impassive facade, he stepped forward, his voice cold as he inquired, "Who is your master?" The man chuckled mockingly in response. "Oh, you shall never know who my master is. What matters is, my master is currently searching for your wife and your daughter. I presume they will soon be found and dealt with. And you, War God Tung Ao, do you have the means to rescue your family now?" At these words, Tung Ao's expression hardened, his gaze igniting with disbelief. "You mean, my wife and daughter? When you is pregnant? I have a daughter? I have a daughter." Tung Ao trembled, tears of joy cascading down his cheeks. Excitement surged within him. His wife was safe, and he was to become a father. This was undoubtedly the most exhilarating news he had received in years. Yet, his expression swiftly darkened. He extended his hand, pressing it forcefully against the man's forehead. His eyes ablaze with rage as he bellowed, "Speak. Who is your master? What does he intend to do to my wife and daughter?" The burly man, resigned to his fate, taunted, "You shall never know. That master will inevitably become the mightiest in this world, an unparalleled being who transcends all martial arts, standing at the pinnacle of combat, seeking death." With a furious roar, Tung Ao crushed the man's skull in an instant. Blood dripped from his fingers as he raised his gaze, his expression a tumultuous mix of exhilaration and fear. He had a wife and a child, yet he remained unaware of their whereabouts. It seemed imperative to enlist the aid of his hacker friend to locate them. Currently burdened with a mission from the War God's Hall, he could not return home. "Forgive me, once I conclude my task, I will return to you at the earliest opportunity," he vowed. His countenance darkened as he clenched his fists. Who was that so-called master who had set his sights on his wife and daughter? "Do not let me find you, otherwise I shall ensure your body is torn to shreds." Tung Ao harbored a subtle concern within, fearing that the other party had discovered his concealment of the War God token with Wenyu. This apprehension led to the belief that they might seek her out. Should this group's enigmatic benefactor acquire the token, it could spell substantial trouble for him. "Who, indeed, is this benefactor?" "In the villa of Su Mu Wan," she exclaimed, "it's unbearably hot," as she activated the air conditioning and reclined upon her bed, indulging in leisurely relaxation. A triumphant smile graced her visage. After establishing a rapport with Tang Wenyu and her daughter, she felt assured that there would be no issues arising from Tung Ao. How astute she was, detecting the anomaly at once and swiftly intervening to thwart those scoundrels from harming the mother and daughter duo. With the assistance of Qin Luo, she had deftly evaded the fate of a destined protagonist. The Su Corporation was gradually regaining its footing, and construction on various properties had recommenced. There would be no recurrence of the dilapidated buildings that plagued her previous life. With matters settling, she suddenly sprang from her bed, leaping to the floor and retrieving a hefty safe from beneath. "Let us see if my treasures remain intact," she mused, licking her lips with a glimmer of anticipation. After entering the password, the safe swung open, revealing its contents to Su Mu Wan. Before her lay an abundance of forbidden romance novels. She casually extracted a tome titled The Overbearing CEO and His Man. After perusing a few pages, her cheeks flushed and heart raced, covering her mouth in astonishment. Wow, it still has that allure. Absolutely splendid. In her past life, the Su family had been annihilated, taking these cherished books with them in the conflagration. This loss had been a profound sorrow for her. However, cradling the safe, she vowed to safeguard them diligently this time. "Oh, right? A particular book crossed her mind. She rummaged through the safe and, moments later, found it. With a hint of hesitation and a touch of embarrassment on her beautiful face, she revealed the cover, which boldly proclaimed, "The Malicious Heiress and Her Cunning Loyal Wolf Dog." This book had significantly influenced her, ushering her into the realm of a willful young lady and the role of a villainess. For reasons unknown, thoughts of Qin Luo conjured the book's essence in her mind. In any case, she seized the volume, retreated to her bed, and began savoring it while basking in the cool breeze of the air conditioning. Time for a review. On the first floor, in the living room, Qin Luo, as her devoted attendant, remained vigilant, ensuring he was always within reach of Su Mu Wan's call. He lounged on the sofa, legs crossed and resting on the coffee table. With the air conditioning humming and the television on, he remarked, "Lo gu. This is the seafood and sauce you asked me to fetch." Just place it there," she replied. Qin Luo held a lollipop in his mouth, a contented sigh escaping his lips. Indeed, one must remain in the air-conditioned room during the sweltering summer. Not long ago, upon returning to the villa, Su Mu Wan had mentioned she needed to stay in her room to attend to an important matter, requesting not to be disturbed. Thus, to pass the time, Qin Luo decided to indulge in comfort. As he watched the variety show on television, he called out, "Come forth, little puppy." "Greetings, host," as it was a loyal dog system. Qin Luo aptly named it. He continued, opened the personal panel, and also, "Pop." Qin Luo pulled out the lollipop and, with a serious expression, declared, "From now on, refer to me as Master Host. I have completed numerous tasks over these past few days. It is time to assess my current achievements." "Understood, Master Host." The system's voice resonated with a delightful clarity. "However, you truly can alter your form of address?" Teasing a system made Qin Luo feel a twinge of guilt. After all, what merit was there in jesting with a mere robot? He pondered for a moment before deciding. "Just call me Master from now on." "As you wish, Master." In the next instant, a panel materialized before Qin Luo. Qin Luo, cultivation level, early stage of ascendancy strength, 2 points defense, 8 points stamina, 1 point agility, 1 point comprehension, 1 point available points, 0 loyalty value, 85 title, number 1 loyal dog. Inherently imbued with the aura of a loyal dog, all actions attributed to the loyal dog will be blamed on those behind you. Mind method, loyal dog's heart suture skills, ghostly dog form, ghostly dog palm, automatic counter, supreme 13 needles, elite hacking techniques, innate affinity, basic combat skills, basic culinary skills. A myriad of miscellaneous daily skills, items, set of mysterious iron silver needles, warlord token X, 1 chapter 32. "Come here and rub my legs, you scoundrel." A dazzling array of skills adorned the panel before Qin Luo, who nodded in satisfaction. This was far more splendid than when he first acquired the system. To his astonishment, after only a few days in the company of this notorious villain, he had amassed so many skills. It was truly beyond his expectations. As for his cultivation level, it appeared to have naturally ascended due to the allocation of attribute points. He was now a formidable practitioner at the initial stage of the ascendant realm. Lost in thought, he closed the panel, rose from his seat, and made his way to the kitchen, retrieving the takeout of succulent seafood he had ordered. He would plate it nicely, add a couple of fruits, and consider it as lunch for Su Mu Wan. Oh, and since it was the height of summer, he should prepare a chilled beverage for her as well. TSK, Su Mu Wan, tell me, where else could you find such a loyal subordinate? On the 3rd floor, in her bedroom. Hiss, ha, she exclaimed. After all these years, this was still the most exhilarating read. Su Mu Wan lay on her bed, her delicate jade-like feet kicking playfully, clad in a thin shirt. As she flipped through her book, she emitted peculiar, gleeful laughter. Her lovely face was a canvas of emotions, often flushing with a charming blush as she encountered thrilling plot twists. At times, she would burst into hearty laughter at amusing scenes, while other moments found her biting her lip, her heart racing as she clutched the pages tightly. How thrilling! No matter how many times she read this scene, it was simply too exhilarating. As the young lady, being toyed with by a subordinate was utterly scandalous. Hiss, this little wolf cub is rather wicked. At first, he pretended to adore the young lady, but behind her back, he intended to use her for revenge. His parents' company had been driven to bankruptcy by the malicious villainess's family. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Su Mu Wan's mind, and Qin Luo's image flashed before her. Oh no, she blushed. Why was I thinking of Qin Luo? I don't harbor any feelings for him. His regard for me is merely that of a subordinate towards a superior. Thus, It bears no relation to the contents of this book. Suddenly, knock, knock. Miss, it's time for lunch. I'm coming in. At the sound of the voice, Sumuwon startled like a frightened bird, her bashful thoughts evaporating in an instant. A flurry of panic crossed her features as she glanced at the scattered books on the floor that were surely too risque for Qin Luo to see. Oh no, he must not lay eyes on these. She hastily shouted toward the door, "Wait a moment." With that, she sprang from the bed, landing on the floor, and frantically stuffed the books into her safe before shoving it under the bed. Outside the door, loyalty value 1, loyalty value 1. Qin Luo paused at the system's notification. It was well known that the means to acquire loyalty points was by providing emotional value to Sumuwon. Qin Luo found himself momentarily stunned. He had barely done anything, just knocked on the door, and yet, the young lady's mood shifted so dramatically. Just as he was about to knock again to inquire, the door swung open with a creak. Sumuwon, having tidied up the remnants of her previous activities, appeared breathless at the threshold. Clad in casual homeware, her long, fair legs were conspicuously visible, captivating Qin Luo's gaze. She shot him a fierce glare, but upon noticing the small seafood delicacies he was holding, her heart softened, and she refrained from scolding him. Instead, she declared, "Next time, you needn't bring it inside. I will come down to eat. Did you remember?" Qin Luo nodded, casting a curious glance at Sumuwon, whose cheeks had taken on a rosy hue. A fine sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead, likely from the heat. With genuine concern, Qin Luo suggested, "Miss, perhaps you should turn on the air conditioning. It's quite warm." The moment those words left his lips, Sumuwon felt a pang of guilt. Flustered, she raised her voice to mask her embarrassment, retorting, "What does it matter to you? Just mind your own business." After saying this, she shoved Qin Luo playfully, her tone a mixture of shame and irritation. "Go on, go downstairs." Confused, Qin Luo could only respond with an "Oh." What was with this young lady? Why the sudden fluctuations in her emotions? Downstairs, after a hearty meal, Sumuwon languidly reclined on the living room sofa. She crossed her long legs atop the couch, contemplating how to make Qin Luo undertake some menial chores as punishment for the emotional turmoil he had caused her. She gestured at him, who was idly standing by. "Qin Luo, my legs are sore. Come over and give me a massage." "Sore?" A smirk crept across Qin Luo's face as he replied, "At once." He stepped forward and extended his hand to begin the massage. Beginner massage technique activated. As Qin Luo's hands worked their magic, an unfamiliar sensation surged within Sumuwon. His playful response made her chuckle. "What do you mean, at once? Do you think you're a eunuch?" Feeling the softness beneath his palms, Qin Luo responded with a smile. "To me, miss, you are akin to an ancient princess." "Humph. Smooth talker. Do you actually know how to massage? Though your technique is mediocre, you must have learned it somewhere." She teased. "Well, this is something I taught myself. Just for you, Mississippi umph." "You better be." Sumuwon felt a wave of satisfaction at his words. She then turned her attention away from him, leaning back on the sofa, and opened her chat window on WeChat, engaging in conversation with someone saved as Superstar. "Superstar, are you busy?" A few moments later, a humorous gif of a little yellow character picking its nose popped up. "Nose picking, what is up? I'm getting my makeup done." Seeing the reply, Sumuwon's lips curled into a smile. "Nothing much, just missing you, my dear, shy." "Oh, why are you being so attentive, miss? What do you truly want from me?" "My wife, as astute as ever, I cannot conceal anything from you. I merely wish to inquire if your parents have mentioned anything regarding a betrothal lately." "A betrothal? None at all. How could you, Sumuwon? I am diligently focused on my career. Can you not wish for my well-being? Woe is me. If I were to marry, you would find yourself a widow." Upon encountering such frivolous banter, Sumuwon rolled her eyes dramatically, her fingers flying over the keyboard. "Not a chance. If there's nothing, then let it be." With that, she closed the window, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Phew, it seems that fated person has yet to make an appearance. In a previous life, a scion from a prominent family was betrothed to my closest friend. She had rushed to me in tears, and I had patted my chest, vowing to handle the matter. Thus, I gathered a group of formidable warriors to annul the engagement on her behalf. Under my overpowering presence, on the day of the annulment, the spurned scion hurled the engagement document aside, his face ablaze with fury, exclaiming, 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of adversity. Do not underestimate the youth. The humiliation inflicted upon my family today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future." And then, well, we all understand what transpired. In short, I must not repeat the mistakes of my past in this lifetime. However, my dear friend truly does not wish to marry. I shall need to adopt a gentler approach. Just then, my phone rang. Upon seeing the caller's name, I couldn't help but smirk. After answering, I casually asked, "Hello?" Suddenly, an odd sensation overcame me. Lifting my gaze, my cheeks flushed crimson. There stood Qin Luo, meticulously massaging with an intense expression, almost excessively so. On the other end, a familiar, mischievous voice chimed in. "Sister Sue, how have you been lately? I find myself missing you, and since grandfather's health has improved, we are planning a family banquet in 3 days to celebrate. There are many arrangements to be made. Would you like to come and assist?" The sweet voice of Sue Balian floated through the line. "A family banquet? Ah, indeed. In my previous life, my grandfather, Su Laozi, also hosted a banquet upon his recovery. However, I was abroad at the time, so no one informed me. This time, I must attend without fail." Just as I was about to respond, my voice came out oddly. "Oh, understood." With that, I snatched my foot away from Qin Luo's grasp and glared at him fiercely. That scoundrel. Could he have done this on purpose? Exerting such pressure while I was on the phone? Loyalty level 2. He returned to reality, gazing at the irate Su Muin with confusion. What is wrong with this young lady? My technique should be flawless. Could it be that she finds my skills lacking? TSK, truly difficult to please. Very well. I must ensure your satisfaction. Now is indeed an opportune moment to cultivate this loyalty. Thus, Qin Luo took hold once more. Su Muin. As for Su Balian, she was somewhat apprehensive due to the imprisonment of Xie Jun and others. She feared that they might break under pressure and divulge her involvement. This prompted her to proactively call Su Muin to inform her about the family banquet and subtly gauge her emotional state. Under normal circumstances, she would have leapt from the balcony to her demise rather than remind Su Muin. However, upon hearing Su Muin's voice, Su Balian found something peculiar, yet she dismissed it. She continued, "Oh, by the way, Sister Su, Mom and Dad expressed their desire to meet your newly recruited attendant, so do bring him along when you come." "Attendant?" "Yes, the one named Qin Luo." "Oh, him. Sister Sue, are you all right?" "I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? In any case, I will attend." And with that, the call was brutally terminated. Su Muin's face flushed with embarrassment as she clutched the corner of the sofa tightly. "Are you satisfied, miss?" "Satisfied." At this, Su Muin turned her head, casting a look of indignation at the ever-loyal Qin Luo. Subsequently, bang. "Ouch. You scoundrel. You did that on purpose." Chapter 33. The peculiar duo of XP journey to the Su family ancestral home. The sound of running water echoed in the bathroom as Qin Luo, with a sense of resignation, splashed cold water on his face. As the chilly droplets struck his skin, he found himself at a loss for words. "Seriously, Su Muwan, are you out of your mind? Wasn't it you who summoned me to attend to your needs? Why the sudden violent kick?" However, as Qin Luo raised his gaze to meet his reflection in the mirror, an inexplicable expression crossed his face. It was strange. Why did that moment keep replaying in his mind? Wait a minute, could it be? Qin Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his own reflection. He covered his mouth, shocked. Qin Luo, male, 24 years old, single. In his previous life, he had lost both parents, and one fateful day, while crossing the street, he was struck by a vehicle, tearing through the fabric of reality and arriving in this world. He had never experienced love, thus was uncertain of what kind of woman he favored. Yet following the earlier incident, Qin Luo seemed to have realized something. Could it be that he actually harbored feelings for No? This information must not reach Su Muwan. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face disdain and ridicule. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Moments later, Su Muwan's voice called out, "Qin Luo, are you all right? Feeling better?" Standing at the door, Su Muwan wore an expression of deep conflict and embarrassment. She swore to the heavens that her earlier action had been purely reflexive. It had nothing to do with any entitled demeanor. It was merely a moment of being overwhelmed by shame and anger that led to the misunderstanding with Qin Luo. But at that moment, she truly could not help herself. It was an instinctive reaction that resulted in her kicking out. Nonetheless, Qin Luo's physique seemed rather sturdy, as he had fainted from the impact. At that moment, the door creaked open. Qin Luo stepped out with a wry smile adorning his face. He regarded Su Muwan, whose expression was fraught with apology, and chuckled, "It's nothing. That kick from the young lady truly made me experience the prowess of a martial arts prodigy." As he spoke, Qin Luo patted his chest, recalling the near miss of coughing up blood. "Even though I'm at the initial stage of the ascendant realm, I felt my blood surging and almost choked. Su Muwan's cheeks flushed crimson as she glanced at Qin Luo's large hand. Biting her lip, she retrieved a handkerchief, grasped Qin Luo's hand, and began to wipe away the moisture, apologizing. I'm sorry, that was purely an instinctual kick. Seeing your hand wet, let me dry it for you as an apology. Seeing Su Muwan's sincere demeanor, Qin Luo realized she was genuinely not trying to toy with him. He smiled and attempted to retract his hand. There's no need, young lady. This is something I can handle myself, however. Before he could finish, his smile froze on his face. Why can't I pull my hand back, young lady? Qin Luo awkwardly glanced at Su Muwan, who continued to hold his right hand, meticulously wiping it down with the handkerchief. The latter, without lifting her gaze, continued to wipe diligently, saying, It's nothing. Allow me to assist you. Su Muwan lowered her head, carefully cleaning Qin Luo's palm. In truth, hissing softly, this delicate hand had always been quite appealing. Little did she anticipate that these droplets would lend an enchanting allure to Qin Luo's hand. Humph, such a captivating hand, capable of seducing others. In reality, Su Muwan harbored a significant secret, one far more profound than any romance novel. This secret was, she was, in fact, a hand enthusiast. No, this matter must never reach Qin Luo's ears. Otherwise, she would surely be met with disdainful glances, branded as perverse. After a brief moment, Su Muwan composed herself, calmly folding the handkerchief and releasing Qin Luo's hand. She then smiled at him and broached a serious topic, saying, By the way, Qin Luo, aren't you skilled in medicine? It just so happens that I'd like you to accompany me to my parents' place this evening. They wish to meet you. You can showcase your medical prowess to them, and if all goes well, I'll ask them to permit you to treat my grandfather's chronic ailment. As she spoke, Su Muwan reiterated her caution. In 3 days, there will be a family banquet. Besides our immediate relatives, distant relatives will undoubtedly come as well. And they can be quite acerbic. If they speak ill of me, you must hold your tongue. In previous lives, at every family banquet, those aunts and uncles would mock me for not being married, claiming I was trouble, and comparing me unfavorably to Su Balian. Each time, she had been infuriated, but now, having been reborn, she had learned to take it all in stride. As she spoke, her gaze fleetingly fell upon Qin Luo's hand before she quickly averted her eyes. Qin Luo, catching her glance, noticed Su Muwan's delicate foot encased in her shark slippers, before hastily looking away and replying with a smile, Understood, Mississippi. Seeing this, Su Muwan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Their eyes met, and they shared a moment of mutual understanding and a smile. The fact that I am a hand enthusiast must remain a secret from her. At 6:00 p.m. at the Su residence, Su Muwan's dedicated convoy navigated through layers of stringent security, arriving at an imposing open iron gate. A middle-aged man in a butler's uniform, hands clasped behind his back, stood waiting at the entrance. The convoy came to a halt before the iron gate. With a soft click, Julan approached the rear and opened the car door. First to emerge was Qin Luo, adorned with familiar sunglasses, followed closely by Su Muwan, who also donned shades. She lifted her gaze to survey the well-known iron gate and the grand scene reminiscent of a royal courtyard beyond it. Memories flooded her mind. The Su family estate. I have returned. The middle-aged butler, upon seeing Qin Luo clad in a black trench coat, revealed a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, which he quickly masked as he stepped forward, feigning respect, and addressed Su Muwan. Miss, it has been a long time. The master, madam, and the second young lady all miss you dearly. Su Muwan gazed at the middle-aged butler before her, memories flooding back. She let out a subtle, cold laugh and remarked, The second young lady certainly does not. She must be wishing for my prolonged absence. The middle-aged butler smiled without a word, instead directing his gaze towards Qin Luo, and with a meaningful tone, remarked, This must be the new attendant you have taken under your wing, miss. It is unexpected that you hold him in such high regard, bestowing upon him such a significant honor. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Qin Luo turned to face the butler. Oh, could this bespectacled gentleman be the same scheming butler from the original story who plotted to assist Su Balian in becoming the head of the Su family? He recalled something about a name, something with Bo? Ah, yes, it was Su Bo. Chapter 34, a mere adopted son. Recognize your position upon hearing this. Su Muwan calmly explained to Qin Luo, Though Qin Luo is my attendant, his capabilities are indeed worthy of standing alongside me. It is possible that he may be able to treat my grandfather's injuries, and my parents wish to meet him as well, which is why I have brought him along. Su Bo, please lead the way. With that, Su Muin turned her gaze towards Su Bo, recalling the actions of this individual in her past life. From the time he was adopted as an adopted son by Old Master Su during his childhood, he had been scheming to seize the Su family's wealth and ascend to the position of head of the family. However, how could such a vast inheritance be entrusted to an outsider? Thus, upon realizing that he could never inherit the Su family's estate, Su Bo conceived another plan, to willingly become the steward of the Su family and ensure that his biological daughter, Su Balian, would inherit the family legacy. Everyone was deceived by Su Bo's facade of unwavering loyalty. In reality, he was the one who harbored the deepest schemes, only revealing that Su Balian was his biological daughter moments before his death. Initially, Su Muin's parents had intended to select an orphan girl as a means to groom her into a tool for their ambition to become the head of the family. Little did they anticipate that this adopted daughter would be swapped for Su Bo's own flesh and blood. Under Su Bo's covert assistance, Su Balian gradually won the favor of the family members, slowly encroaching upon the family's vast enterprises, until she reached the most crucial aspect of the Su family, their martial arts legacy. Su Bo adjusted his glasses, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Su Muin and Qin Luo, while internally he was mocking them. How amusing it was that a mere pawn, whose future path had been predetermined from birth, dared to return. No matter, you have rendered my daughter countless favors. At this family banquet, I shall ensure you are utterly humiliated, so you will never be able to hold your head high in the Su family again. With this thought, Su Bo did not immediately usher Su Muin and Qin Luo inside. Instead, he shook his head and said with a smile, "Miss, you may enter," but he cast a sidelong glance at Qin Luo, speaking coldly. "I cannot allow someone of dubious origin to enter freely. You just claimed that this lad could treat my adoptive father's injuries, but..." Su Bo's lips curled into a mocking grin as he looked at Qin Luo, saying, "I do not believe it." Su Muin's brow furrowed, her fists clenched tightly. She did not expect Su Bo to abandon any pretense and openly issue a warning. "Although I might appear to be expelled from the Su family, the rights I am entitled to remain intact." Su Bo is truly blinded by this fleeting glimmer of hope. Taking a deep breath to suppress her anger, she regarded Su Bo coldly and stated, "Su Bo, I have already mentioned that Qin Luo may be able to treat him. You can either lead the way or step aside." Upon hearing this, Su Bo inwardly chuckled. "Ah, this is precisely what I was waiting for." His expression darkened as he spoke in a grave tone. "Miss, Master Su is my adoptive father, and I cannot entrust his life to someone with such dubious origins. The family banquet is in 3 days, yet you arrive at this moment with an unfamiliar companion claiming they can treat my adoptive father. Miss, are you jesting with Master Su's life?" At this point, Su Bo's demeanor shifted to one of righteous indignation as he turned to Qin Luo, coldly stating, "I must inform you, Miss is inexperienced in the world, and I have investigated your background. You are without parents or kin. How could you possess any medical knowledge? You would only bring our Miss to ruin." Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp sound interrupted him. Su Bo's face tilted as he momentarily froze, feeling a stinging pain on his cheek. "What? I was struck? By whom?" He clutched his face and turned stiffly to see Su Mu Wan, her wrist flicking elegantly, her gaze icy and her tone indifferent. "Silence. Who do you think you are to dictate to my associate? You are merely an adopted son. Recognize your place." Su Mu Wan. Su Bo's pupils constricted, an uncontrollable rage surging within him. Her words pierced his heart like needles. Adopted son. Indeed, he despised being referred to as Master Su's adopted son. He could claim it himself, but he would never allow others to say so. Just as he opened his mouth to retort, "Su Mu Wan, you..." Slap. Before he could finish, the other side of his face received another blow. Su Bo's head tilted in shock. "I was struck again. By whom?" His eyes widened as he turned to confront his assailant. There stood Qin Luo, pushing up his comical sunglasses to reveal a disdainful gaze, mirroring Su Mu Wan's dismissive gesture. With an arrogant expression, he declared, "You worthless fool. Who permitted you to call my lady by her full name? An adopted son should behave as one. You ought to remain in the shadows like that adopted daughter, Su Bailian, and not provoke disdain." With that, Qin Luo raised his middle finger to Su Bo and sneered, "Loser." Having said his piece, he lowered his sunglasses once more. He then turned to Su Mu Wan, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he remarked, "Come, miss, I have figured out our way forward. I spotted the sightseeing vehicle parked behind the iron gate. Oh, you must admit, the Su family's estate is truly vast. Sumuwon was taken aback by Qin Luo's audacity in striking Su Bo without a second thought. Observing Su Bo's darkening expression, she sensed that he was on the verge of exploding with rage. Qin Luo, do you realize that this fellow is at the late stage of the ascendant realm? In his past life, he even reached the consummate stage. Sigh. He would have merely harbored hatred towards me, but now, he will surely direct his ire at you as well. This audacious man truly dared to provoke anyone. Oh well. Su Muwen offered a faint smile. Her arms crossed over her chest, her lips curling slightly in a haughty manner as she strode toward the iron gate, declaring, very well. I shall take you to meet my parents. As she spoke, she turned to the group behind her, who were momentarily stunned, and instructed, Julien, please park the car and come inside. Julien snapped back to reality, glancing at Su Bo, who wore a grim expression after having received 2 slaps. She swallowed hard and replied, understood. Hiss. Su Bo is a seasoned expert at the late stage of the ascending realm. It is said he could break through to the great accomplishment stage at any moment. That the young lady struck him was one thing. But what audacity does Qin Luo possess to also dare to strike him? He must truly have no fear of death. Wait. Julien suddenly came to a realization, her gaze shifting to the retreating figures of Su Muwen and Qin Luo. It all made sense now. No wonder the young lady treated Qin Luo with such distinction. It was because he was indeed extraordinary. That earlier proclamation, those you dare not provoke, I, Qin Luo, shall, was not mere bravado, was it? Julien felt a profound respect for Qin Luo. I commend your bravery. You dare to strike even an expert in the late stage of the ascending realm. She clasped her hands respectfully towards Su Bo and said, Su Bo, we shall take our leave now. With that, she beckoned Shenfei and the others to park the car. Meanwhile, Su Bo stood rooted in place, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Having been slapped twice and humiliated, he was on the verge of exploding with rage. If there were a technique that could convert anger into cultivation, he would likely have already broken through to the great accomplishment stage by now. He furiously turned his head to glare at the sightseeing vehicle that carried Su Muwen and Qin Luo as they receded into the distance. Su Bo clenched his fists and growled with palpable malice, Su Muwen, and that lackey. I shall ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death. Hiss. Damn it. Why does that lackey's slap hurt so much? It even struck my late-stage ascending realm body. How infuriating. If I do not avenge this grievance, I am unworthy to be called a man. Chapter 35, Your Follower, as a Mother. I can no longer utilize this. The Su family is a formidable force in Jiangxing, with their influence and enterprises spanning the globe. The principal reason for their enduring strength lies in the venerable patriarch, Su Ba. He is one of the mere 7 peak practitioners in the world. Beginner stage, entry stage, mastery stage, peak stage, return to innocence. Su Ba belongs to this distinguished echelon. Alas, in his earlier years, he suffered from a hidden ailment due to the nature of his martial arts, which later exacerbated in his old age, leading him to face precarious health crises repeatedly. Consequently, the Su family's standing in the martial arts world has become increasingly precarious. The ancestral home of the Su family is a vast and magnificent estate. Within the grounds, ancient trees soar high, and pavilions and towers are artfully arranged, every corner exuding a profound sense of historical heritage and familial dignity. Qin Luo followed closely behind Su Muwen as they entered the grand hall of the Su family. Su Muwen's parents had been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. When they turned their gaze towards Su Muwen, their expressions were warm with smiles. Su Muwen's father, the current head of the Su family, is named Su Lingtian. His voice is unassuming, yet it carries a hint of fondness. Due to the constraints of his martial arts practice, he struggles to fully convey his emotions. Dear daughter, your father welcomes you back. Stay for a few days until the family banquet concludes. Your grandfather has missed you, he said. Su Muwen's mother, Ning Qingxian, the eldest daughter of the Ning family from Wanqing, had once met and fallen in love with Su Lingtian during a martial arts competition in their youth. In contrast to Su Lingtian's understated demeanor, Ning Qingxian radiated warmth and laughter. She scanned Qin Luo and Su Muwen, her gaze particularly lingering on Qin Luo's fair and elegantly structured hands, revealing a glimmer of special interest within her heart. Su Balian was also present, maintaining a gentle and demure demeanor due to the company. Sister Su, you have finally returned, she exclaimed, quickly casting a glance at Qin Luo behind Su Muwen, her eyes flashing with ire. How infuriating. Why is he still here? I'm back, Mom and Dad, Su Muwen replied with a slight smile, choosing to disregard Su Balian's presence. Instead, she turned to introduce Qin Luo, saying, Dad, "Mom, this is the new follower you wish to meet. His name is Qin Luo." As Su Muan's words fell, Qin Luo stepped forward, bowing politely as he greeted, "Uncle Su, Aunt Su, I am Qin Luo, your junior, pleased to meet you." Upon hearing this, Su Lingtian's gaze lingered on Qin Luo for a moment, seemingly scrutinizing every detail of him. Although Qin Luo was merely Su Muan's follower for reasons unknown, his demeanor exuded a blend of humility and confidence that was disarmingly approachable. In stark contrast, Su Muan's aura seemed to grow increasingly formidable. Contemplating this, Su Lingtian slowly spoke, his tone bland, yet carrying a hint of approval. Though his voice was cold and indifferent, Qin Luo discerned a trace of satisfaction underlying it. Why is that? Have I met him before? At this moment, Su Mu smiled gently, turning to Qin Luo to explain, "Your Uncle Su is rather inarticulate due to his cultivation practices. He is expressing his gratitude for your assistance in helping us resolve the crisis facing the Mu family. My daughter is rather arrogant and overbearing, making her susceptible to traps. Thankfully, you were here, or else my daughter might have led the Su Corporation to ruin right after taking the reins." Su Bailian blinked innocently, while Su Muwan's cheeks flushed red as she grasped Ning Qingxian's hand, complaining, "Mom, how can you say that about your own daughter?" Qin Luo responded with a smile, "This is entirely due to the excellent upbringing by the young lady. My contribution is but a mere fraction of the whole. The majority of the credit belongs to her intelligence and acumen." At this point, Qin Luo turned to Ning Qingxian, bowing respectfully. "I have long heard of the Su family's prowess, a dominant force in Jiangcheng, with influence spanning the globe, renowned for their martial arts, and regarded as one of the world's most formidable families. The most crucial principle is loyalty. As for me, Qin Luo, my devotion to the young lady is unwavering." Su Muwan felt a surge of emotion, thinking, "Qin Luo, you truly move me." Su Bailian scoffed, "What a sycophant. Such a brown-noser." Ning Qingxian nodded in satisfaction, appreciating Qin Luo's humility, grace, and gentle demeanor, recognizing him as a rare talent. Particularly, she noted the elegance of his raised hand. With a smile, she stepped forward and naturally took Qin Luo's hand, saying, "Little Luo, since you have become Mu Wan's personal attendant, we are family now. How about this? Mu Wan mentioned you possess medical skills." Recently, Ning Qingxian feigned distress, lightly patting her shoulder, lamenting, "I've been experiencing shoulder pain lately. It's quite uncomfortable. Could you possibly assist me?" Before she could finish, Su Muwan rushed between them, forcibly removing Ning Qingxian's hand from Qin Luo's. She stood protectively in front of Qin Luo, scolding her mother, "Mom, at your age, why are you behaving this way towards my attendant? Can't Dad help with your shoulder pain? If not, why not ask Bai Lian?" Upon hearing this, Su Bailian quickly approached Ning Qingxian, adding, "Yes, Mommy, let Lian help you." Ning Qingxian initially waved her hand dismissively, then placed her hands on her hips, eyeing Qin Luo and the protective Su Muwan. Playfully, she remarked, "Why is my daughter reacting so strongly? Didn't you say Qin Luo is skilled in medicine? I merely intended to conduct a little experiment. So, can't your mother utilize your attendant?" Utilize? Su Muwan glared at her rather inappropriate mother, indignant as she retorted, "Indeed, Qin Luo is my attendant, and I will only lend him to those I deem worthy." Qin Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Hey, this conversation makes it seem as though I am merely an object." At that moment, a peculiar sensation brushed against his waist. Curious, he glanced sideways, only to find Su Muwan's father, Su Lingtian, standing there with a stoic expression. He pointed to himself and spoke flatly, "Me?" Qin Luo was taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. Hesitantly, he inquired, "You wish for me to assist you, correct?" Upon realizing that Qin Luo understood his intent, a flicker of joy appeared in Su Lingtian's eyes. He nodded affirmatively. Qin Luo felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that the families of the formidable antagonists were somewhat peculiar. With that thought, he swiftly activated the Tai Xian 13 Needles medical technique. In an instant, he pinpointed the source of the ailment. Due to the Su family's martial arts being excessively cold and Su Lingtian endured the excruciating pain of icy meridians daily. Qin Luo discerned that he was still suffering from this torment. It was only his formidable willpower and the nature of martial arts that allowed him to appear unaffected. Thus, all that was required was to regularly assist him in dispelling the cold energy within, which would gradually alleviate his suffering. With this in mind, he deftly inserted the Xian Tai silver needles into Su Lingtian's body. Boom. Waves of extreme cold energy were expelled almost instantaneously. Su Lingtian's previously pallid complexion began to regain its color. Meanwhile, Su Muwan was engaged in a verbal spar with her mother. Suddenly, a wave of frigid energy surged from behind. Both women turned to witness Qin Luo administering treatment to Su Lingtian. Ah! Ning Qingxian gasped, her mouth agape. Eyes wide with astonishment. What sort of needle technique is this? It can actually dispel the cold energy within my husband? What is happening? Is this little lackey's medical skill truly this formidable? Su Muwan was equally astonished. Hiss. Qin Luo can actually dispel the cold energy from the Su family's martial arts? Is your medical prowess truly so extraordinary? Beside them, Su Bailian stood in a daze, unable to perceive the cold energy but sensing a chill in the air. What is going on? What has happened? Why is everyone so astonished? Should I also feign a look of shock? Only those who practiced martial arts understood the significance of being able to dispel the cold energy afflicting members of the Su family. This could be said to be a complete enhancement of the Su family's martial arts. The adverse effects of the cold energy could finally be eradicated. Su Muwan was particularly astounded. In her previous life, although she had mastered martial arts to its pinnacle, her body had still suffered from various forms of cold energy erosion. She endured excruciating pain while contending with the protagonist group. Yet, she had never anticipated. Su Muwan gazed at Qin Luo, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. The halo above his head appeared even more resplendent. Wow, Qin Luo is undeniably the protagonist. Chapter 36. Are you even hitting dogs? If only Qin Luo could be of service to you. Moments later, as the treatment concluded, Su Lingtian felt the chill dissipate, his complexion becoming rosy and his body temperature returning to normal. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath, then looked at Qin Luo with gratitude. Well done. Well done? Qin Luo retracted the silver needles, momentarily taken aback. Was this a compliment? Hee. Indeed, this is a commendation, dear Xiao Luo. You are only the second person my husband has praised in such a manner. At that moment, Ning Qingxian approached, linking her arm with Su Lingtian's and smiling warmly at Qin Luo. Who would have thought? My obedient daughter's new companion possesses such remarkable abilities. Her medical skills are truly extraordinary. Now, Lingtian's father is saved. Second, Su Muwan interjected, suppressing her astonishment as she stepped closer to Qin Luo. Casting a doubtful glance at her mother, Ning Qingxian chuckled softly, nestling against Su Lingtian's shoulder. What do you think? Su Lingtian's face visibly flushed. Indeed. Su Muwan. Qin Luo. It is often said that the villain's family is bound by love, and it appears that this adage holds true. At this juncture, Ning Qingxian beamed at Qin Luo and said, By the way, Xiao Yin, stay here and keep Xiao Luo company. I'll ask your sister to accompany me to visit Lingtian's father. Su Lingtian's father is none other than the venerable patriarch of the Su family. Su Ba. Once a dominant force in the martial arts realm, he was a paragon who left all practitioners gasping for breath. Su Bailian cast a glance at Qin Luo, seemingly contemplating a means of retribution, and promptly nodded. All right, mommy. Mother, could you refrain from addressing Qin Luo in such a manner? Su Muwan protested, albeit she eventually acquiesced to her mother's suggestion. However, before departing, she felt it necessary to offer some words of caution to a certain individual. With that thought, Su Muwan amiably approached Su Bailian, Sister Bailian. Su Bailian trembled slightly, forcing a bright smile as she faced her elder sister. Sister Su, what's the matter? Hee. Nothing much. It's just that I haven't seen my little sister in ages, and I truly miss you. Oh, by the way, your face appears somewhat swollen. What happened? As she spoke, Su Muwan kindly reached out to pinch Su Bailian's cheek. The latter's mind instantly recalled the time Qin Luo had slapped her and the threatening words Su Muwan had uttered in the car. At once, her heart twisted, yet she maintained a stiff smile. There are many mosquitoes in summer. I must have been bitten. Oh, then that's nothing to worry about. I hope you get along well with my companion. Having said that, Su Muwan averted her gaze, casting a glare at Qin Luo before departing with her parents to visit the venerable elder of the Su family. That insufferable Qin Luo. Is he particularly favored by older women? First, there was Tang Wenyu, and now his own mother. What an absurdity. Qin Luo, bewildered by the inexplicable glare directed at him, pondered. What have I done wrong? Old Aunt Ning Qingxian felt a surge of emotion as she embraced Su Muwan's arm and nuzzled her head against her. My dear daughter, why not let me take little Luo as my attendant? Get lost. Others departed. Su Bailian immediately revealed her true colors. with their parents present earlier. She had strived to maintain a smile, but now that everyone had left, she decided that this wretched attendant would not escape unscathed. Clenching her silver teeth, she cast a scornful glance at Qin Luo, mocking, "Oh, I never expected you would dare to come here." Upon hearing this, Qin Luo also displayed his expression, rolling his eyes dismissively and replying with a sneer, "If even your adopted daughter can linger here, why should I, the esteemed attendant of Miss Su, be barred?" "You." Su Beilian was instantly infuriated. "You can only gloat with your words for now." It seemed she had thought of something, and her furious demeanor gradually softened. A sly smile crept onto her lips as she said, "Let me tell you, Qin Luo, back at Su Muan's house, I was unable to act against you. But here, Boki, come here." As her words fell, a sudden bark rang out. A fierce-looking pit bull dashed over, joyfully spinning around Su Beilian's feet. Qin Luo, aware that they were at the Su residence, refrained from retaliating against Su Beilian, provided she did not provoke him. However, good boy. Su Beilian crouched down to stroke the pit bull's large head, then turned to Qin Luo with a devilish expression, stating, "Do you know? Boki is a companion I have raised since childhood. In this house, aside from my father and mother, it only obeys my commands. I can make it bite anyone I choose. Moreover, my mother adores Boki and would never allow it to be harmed. You, the attendant of Su Muan, weren't you quite arrogant before? How dare you treat me like that? This time, let us see how you can maintain your bravado. You will stand there and let Boki tear you to shreds, kneeling in pain, regretting ever crossing me." With that, Su Beilian pointed her finger at Qin Luo, commanding Boki. "Boki, attack." "Qin Luo, if you're capable, kick Boki away. Then you will have no chance of staying in this house." In reality, Boki turned to face Qin Luo, but instead of aggression, the pit bull, with an innate friendliness, emitted a cheerful bark. It then joyfully bounded over to Qin Luo, affectionately nudging against him. Qin Luo glanced at the pit bull on the ground, then back at the dazed Su Beilian, revealing a look of incredulity. He smirked and remarked, "Is this it? No way. Is this your so-called loyal dog that you've raised since childhood? What a joke. The moment I display my natural charm, even the monkeys at the zoo would burst into excitement." "You." Qin Luo's words pierced her heart like the sharp tip of a mocking needle. Su Beilian, consumed by rage and humiliation, glared furiously at the dog, Boki, at Qin Luo's feet, shouting, "Bite him! Boki, hurry and bite him!" Woof! Boki cast a fleeting glance at Su Beilian before returning to lick Qin Luo. A wave of frustration surged through Su Beilian. "You!" She immediately stepped forward, grasped Boki's hind leg, and pulled him back. "Boki, come back. I am your master." Before she could finish her sentence, woof! Ouch! Apparently hurt by the tug, Boki snapped at Su Beilian's arm, leaving a bloody gash. She instantly let go and fell to the ground with a thud. I've been bitten." Su Beilian raised her hand, her face pale, looking incredulously at Boki, who seemed entranced by Qin Luo. "Boki, you actually bit me?" A sense of grievance welled up within her, bursting forth from the depths of her heart. You're all bullying me." Su Beilian collapsed on the ground, unable to contain herself, and began to wail loudly. "What a wretched lackey! Why do you hit me? And you, Boki, you ungrateful dog! I always bought you steak, and this is how you treat your master. I can't go on living. Woe is me." Seeing this, Qin Luo, feeling a headache coming on, grabbed Boki by the scruff of its neck and lifted it up. He then brought it before Su Beilian and extended his hand. Slap! He delivered a sharp smack to the pit bull's face. "You wretched dog! What do you think you're doing biting your master? You deserve a beating." Woof! The pit bull blinked, bewildered. Boki thought, I've been hit?" It immediately covered its face with its paws, letting out a whimper, curling up and trembling. Su Beilian was equally stunned by Qin Luo's actions. She stared blankly at him, astonished. "Wait, you actually hit a dog too?" After the commotion, Qin Luo glanced at Su Beilian's injured arm with a look of helplessness. He took out a silver needle and, noticing her trepidation, said, "My young lady has stated that if you do not cause trouble, you will remain her good sister. Helping you is not my intention, but rather my young lady's wish." In the original story, Su Beilian constantly created trouble for Su Muan, so perhaps a little persuasion would lessen the chaos. With that thought, he declared, "Activate the Tai Xian 13 needles." When mastered to perfection, the Tai Xian 13 needles could revive the dead and mend flesh and bone. Before Su Beilian's astonished gaze, the gory wound inflicted by Boki began to visibly heal. Even the blood gradually vanished into the ether. I'm better? Su Bailian stared in disbelief at her suddenly healed arm, feeling somewhat dazed. How? How miraculous? Yes, you are well again, Qin Luo affirmed. Hello. My dear adopted daughter, isn't it time for you to say something to me? Qin Luo squatted on the ground, gazing helplessly at the original white lotus before him, whose tears were flowing uncontrollably. It was imperative to remedy this situation. Otherwise, explanations would become exceedingly difficult later on. Su Bailian looked at Qin Luo, gradually regaining her composure. As she observed him, she gently bit her lip, unable to resist lowering her gaze. After a brief moment, her voice was barely audible as she murmured, Thank you. Is your vocal cord damaged that you utter such a faint expression of gratitude? Whatever happened to your earlier performance? You. Su Bailian's irritation flared as she lifted her head, but upon meeting Qin Luo's gaze, she instinctively averted her eyes and retorted loudly, Thank you. Is that satisfactory? You jerk. Jerk. This is the first time I have ever experienced such humiliation. All right, you've expressed your thanks. Just don't suddenly slander me later on with baseless accusations. Otherwise, I shall unleash Boki upon you, Qin Luo admonished while rising to his feet. At that moment, Su Muin's voice echoed from the depths, Qin Luo. Come here at once. My grandfather wishes to see you. Coming. Qin Luo replied before hastily making his way over. It was only then that Su Bailian lifted her head, staring blankly at Qin Luo's retreating figure. As she continued to gaze, clarity returned to her eyes, and she couldn't help but clench her fists in frustration. How infuriating is Su Muin? Why should she have such a devoted lackey? I refuse to accept this. I shall possess what you have. Humph, this attendant indeed possesses some capability. My daughter, if you can manipulate him to serve your interests, it would significantly enhance your chances of ascending to the position of family head. At that moment, Su Bo's voice unexpectedly broke in. Su Bailian's expression shifted, and she promptly stood to face the newcomer, her countenance brightening as she exclaimed, Father. However, her joy was swiftly overshadowed by concern as she added, But Qin Luo is Su Muin's lackey. Humph, no matter. I shall devise a way to seize him for you, Su Bo retorted with a cold snort. Su Bailian nodded eagerly. That sounds wonderful. Yet, suddenly, she seemed to notice something unusual about her father. She reached out to poke his cheek, curiously inquiring, Father, what happened to your face? Why does it look a bit swollen? Ouch, that hurts. Su Bo winced internally while maintaining a calm facade, covering the cheek that Qin Luo had slapped and responding nonchalantly. It's just summer. There are many mosquitoes. Su Bailian blinked. That sounds oddly familiar. Chapter 37. Without the master of the 13 needles, I cannot survive. I seem to find myself in a spacious room, illuminated by warm lighting that casts a cozy and inviting atmosphere. At the center, the venerable Su Ba, the patriarch of the Su family, reclines against the headboard of an antique, sturdy wooden bed, his countenance serene yet authoritative. Despite his advanced age, Su Ba's sharp eyes remain vibrant and piercing, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. Surrounding him, apart from Su Muwan and a few others, are several unfamiliar men and women, relatives of Su Muwan from the main branch of the Su family, including uncles, aunts, and cousins. The Su family, with its vast influence, boasts a multitude of kin. Upon the arrival of Qin Luo, several relatives with reddened eyes exchanged bewildered glances. Who is this attendant? In response, Su Muwan approached, grasped Qin Luo's hand, and guided him to the bedside, her expression laden with concern as she addressed her grandfather. Grandfather, this is Qin Luo. He should be able to treat your injuries. Qin Luo, upon hearing this, respectfully greeted, Greetings, esteemed Su Patriarch. A hint of a smile crept onto Su Ba's calm visage at this remark. He scrutinized Qin Luo, whose innate charm was evident, and with a smile, remarked, Qin Luo, I have heard you are Mu Wan's new attendant, possessing some talents. I invited you here today to ascertain your character. However, it seems you are indeed a fine young man. Straightening his posture, Qin Luo answered firmly, Patriarch Su, you flatter me. I have always been loyal and devoted to Miss Su. Su Muwan's cheeks flushed as she tugged at Qin Luo's hand, exclaiming, Oh Qin Luo, please. No need to say such things. It makes me feel quite embarrassed. Hearing this, Qin Luo chuckled softly, Miss Su, I speak only the truth. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Humph, I don't believe you. You just treated that Su Bailian's wounds. Ah, you saw that. Qin Luo responded, surprised. Humph, how could I dare interrupt you too? Observing this exchange, Su Ba smiled slightly, but the depth of that smile held profound implications. Years ago, due to issues with his cultivation, Su Ba had become plagued by countless hidden maladies, which would flare up periodically. Yet he never allowed his family to worry, enduring silently. Recently, however, the accumulated ailments had surged, plunging him into a severe coma. After a difficult recovery, he had discerned the true nature of those who came to visit him. This prompted him to convene a family gathering immediately after regaining consciousness. Although termed a family feast, it was, in essence, a decisive moment for selecting the next heir. Ling Tian possessed decent talents, yet they were merely adequate, insufficient to bear the weight of the Su family's legacy. Uncle Su was commendable too, but regrettably harbored ulterior motives to usurp the Su family's wealth. He even went so far as to present his biological child from outside as a foster daughter to Ling Tian, aiming for her to inherit the Su family legacy. If Su Bailian's aptitude proved satisfactory, what harm would there be in allowing her to inherit? Yet the dilemma lies in the fact that Su Bailian has not engaged in any cultivation. Thus, Su Ba turned his gaze towards Su Muwan, who was conspiring loudly with Qin Luo. A glimmer of insight shone in his eyes. Muwan was the most gifted martial artist he had discerned in his decades of life. He harbored a premonition that if Muwan could flourish, she would undoubtedly surpass him and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, securing the Su family's position atop the global martial arts throne. Therefore, Su Ba's attention shifted once more to Qin Luo. A suitable guardian was precisely what Su Muwan required at this juncture. Qin Luo's background was unblemished and straightforward. Moreover, with his keen perception, Su Ba could ascertain that Qin Luo would never betray Su Muwan. This assurance was paramount. Furthermore, it seemed that his granddaughter harbored a unique affection for this attendant. After all, he observed the smile that graced her face. That willful young lady had indeed changed. Regrettably, he was burdened with a complex ailment that even if Qin Luo possessed medical skills, he could never hope to cure him. Su Ba had already come to terms with his impending death. After all, the 13 needles of Taishian had been lost to the annals of time for millennia. Even the so-called divine doctor, the world's foremost physician, had merely emulated ancient texts to create a counterfeit version known as the 12 ghostly needles. Thus, as he stood on the brink of death, he resolved to prepare for all necessary arrangements. The issue concerning Su Bo was a minor one. The true dilemma lay with the other relatives of the family. They had always cast covetous eyes upon the Su family. Upon his demise, the fragile facade of harmony would inevitably shatter. Alas, he remained oblivious to who was orchestrating this behind the scenes. Sigh. It seemed he would never uncover the truth. Yet at the very least, he wished to leave something for his granddaughter, the most talented successor in martial arts. Therefore, Su Ba first looked towards Su Ling Tian and Ning Qing Xian, then surveyed the circle of Su family members around him. With a calm smile, he said, "You may all leave for now." Upon hearing these words, everyone reacted with alarm. "No, you cannot leave us, old master. You will be fine. Indeed, our Su family cannot endure your absence." A chorus of uncles, aunts, and relatives wept, their eyes glistening with tears. Su Ling Tian gripped Su Ba's hand tightly, his voice trembling. "No?" Ning Qing Xian's eyes also glistened with unshed tears as she hesitated, saying, "Father, Qin Luo can heal your injuries." On the other hand, Su Muwan, returning to her senses, was momentarily stunned by the calm expression on her grandfather's face. An inexplicable sense of panic surged within her. She recalled her previous life. It was after a family banquet that her grandfather had passed away. Could it be that this life would mirror that fate? No. Su Muwan urgently grasped Qin Luo's hand. Turning to Su Ba, she exclaimed, "Grandfather, Qin Luo will surely be able to heal you. You will be fine." Qin Luo exchanged a knowing glance with Su Ba, blinking in response. Though the physical symptoms are intricate, with the presence of the Taishian 13 needles, should it not be quite manageable? Qin Luo pondered internally, sensing a disquieting notion that perhaps Su Ba harbored some ulterior motives. After all, is it not a common trope in novels to declare hopelessness when salvation is already at hand? Upon hearing this, Su Ba felt a wave of bitterness and reluctance wash over him. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. "It's hopeless. My old body is well aware of its own condition. Apart from the Taishian 13 needles, no one else can save me." Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback, hesitantly uttering, "Actually." Yet, before he could finish, Ning Qing Xian, with an expression of shock, interjected, her voice trembling with disbelief, "The Taishian 13 needles? It is said to be a transcendent technique, a divine art capable of reviving the deceased and restoring flesh to bones. To think it requires such a method." She covered her mouth, her shoulders quivering slightly. Could it be that her father was truly beyond saving? even though Qin Luo possessed some medical knowledge. He could never master the Taishan 13 needles. Qin Luo opened his mouth to speak, but before he could continue, the relatives surrounding them began to weep. Hesitating, Qin Luo finally managed to exclaim, "Grandfather." Sumuwan collapsed onto the bed, tears streaming down her face. "Grandfather, I don't want you to die." Suba's heart ached as he felt warm tears trickle down his cheeks. In a solemn tone, he declared, "Why do you all weep? I am not dead yet. Rest assured, before I depart, I will ensure that everything is prepared for you." He inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute, so that there will be no worries left behind. "Grandfather." "Father." "No." "Grandpa." The children called out, creating a tumultuous scene. Finally, Qin Luo found his voice amidst the chaos. He raised his hand and proclaimed, "I believe I might know the Taishan 13 needles." At this proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the room. Suba's eyes widened in astonishment, his tears still brimming. As he stared at Qin Luo in disbelief, "What did you say?" Chapter 38. The Elder is Fine. Trust levels rise. Su Mu-wan lifted her head to gaze at Qin Luo, her voice laced with astonishment as she inquired, "Qin Luo, do you truly know the 13 needles of Taishan? Was that what the mysterious elder who taught you proclaimed?" Ning Qingxian, equally taken aback, questioned, "Little Luo, you genuinely possess knowledge of the 13 needles of Taishan? This technique has been lost for millennia." Her disbelief was palpable. If Qin Luo indeed mastered this art, his status would transform dramatically from a mere apprentice with rudimentary medical skills to a national treasure. A figure worthy of protection by the entire martial arts community of the Eastern Kingdom. The relatives surrounding them exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend how this newcomer, who seemed nothing more than a simple aide, appeared to be something far more significant. One middle-aged man, whose expression had been sorrowful, now wore a rigid countenance. Incredulous at the thought that this young man could truly wield the 13 needles of Taishan. This must be a jest, he thought. I need to see more to believe it. In response to their astonishment, Qin Luo nodded and produced a set of dark iron silver needles. A total of 49 in number. 13 were the main needles, while the rest were lethal instruments. He extracted the 13 main needles and surveyed the stunned assembly of the Su family. The person who imparted this medical art to me indeed referred to it as the 13 needles of Taishan, he asserted with unwavering confidence. Turning to the tearful Su Ba, he smiled, "Old Master Su, you shall see for yourself." Su Ba blinked, wiping away his tears. A touch of bashfulness crept over him as he closed his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. "Qingxian, you and Ling Tian take the others outside. I will leave this to Qin Luo." Without hesitation, Ning Qingxian seized Su Ba's hand, which he still held, and stood up. She glanced at Su Mu-wan, saying, "Dear daughter, we shall leave this in little Luo's capable hands." The suddenness of the events left Su Mu-wan momentarily speechless. She pointed at herself, then at Qin Luo, her face a mask of disbelief. Qin Luo caught her gaze, and her expression seemed to convey, "Wait, are you serious?" As the relatives began to withdraw, the door clicked shut, leaving only Qin Luo and Su Ba in the room. With silver needles in hand, Qin Luo declared, "Old Master, I shall commence." Su Ba reclined on the bed, relaxing his body and closing his eyes. "Let us begin. I shall trust you this once." Before he could finish, an excruciating pain jolted him awake. His eyes flew open, wide with shock as he realized his body was pierced with dozens of silver needles. "Qin Luo, why so many? Wasn't it supposed to be the 13 needles?" "Relax. I am expelling the accumulated cold energy from your body. The effect of 13 needles is insufficient. I shall ensure your recovery today. Rest assured, the pain is a normal part of the process. Master Su, breathe, breathe." Qin Luo urged while administering the needles. "Breathe, breathe. No, this pain is unbearable." Even someone as resolute as Su Ba could not withstand such torment. An hour later, outside the door, a multitude of individuals displayed a range of expressions. A woman clad in luxurious attire cast a disapproving glance toward the entrance and derisively remarked, "How could a mere lackey possibly master the profound art of the 13 needles of Taishan? The old master was in good health. Let us not have this dubious character cause any mishap in his treatment." Upon hearing these words, Su Mu-wan's countenance darkened, and she retorted coldly, What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I deliberately brought someone here to harm grandfather?" The woman in opulent clothing scoffed lightly, "Mu-wan, I never suggested such a thing. It is simply that you are rarely present in the Su family, and thus you are unaware of the old master's condition. Now, You seek out some charlatan. Before she could finish, a man frowned and interjected, Huang Yu, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. The old master has long suffered from poor health, and even the divine doctors have been unable to cure him. If this lackey truly possesses a remedy, then it is indeed a fortuitous circumstance. In response, Huang Yu rolled her eyes and replied with exasperation, Fine, I shall remain silent. With that minor episode concluded, the remaining relatives harbored their own ulterior motives as they observed the scene, secretly mocking Su Muwan. Despite her prolonged absence, she remains as naive as ever. If the person she brought turns out to be a quack, the position of the next head of the Su family may very well fall into their hands. Su Muwan gazed upon her relatives, who feigned concern while harboring treacherous thoughts, feeling a wave of irritation wash over her. In her past life, these same individuals had torn each other apart in a fierce struggle for inheritance. Was it to be repeated in this life? Su Bo and Su Bai Lian were also among the crowd. The former felt a twinge of anxiety. What has happened to my adoptive father? Just moments ago, he had heard anguished cries emanating from within the room. He suspected that Qin Luo might have done something to his adoptive father. Though he wished to seize the Su family fortune, his respect for Su Ba was genuine. He had contemplated taking over the Su family and then ensuring a comfortable life for Su Ba in his later years. Seeing that no one else was willing to speak further, Su Muwan turned her gaze back to the entrance. Internally, she felt a sense of urgency. She trusted that Qin Luo would not deceive her. However, what if the one who imparted medical knowledge to Qin Luo had misled him? After all, the 13 needles of Tai Xian were not a common remedy. They had not even emerged in her previous life. Why would they appear in this one? Su Bai Lian also harbored a subtle worry for the old master's safety. Although Su Ba was not her grandfather, he treated her with the same kindness he afforded Su Muwan. He was a truly wonderful person. Moreover, could it be that Su Muwan's lackey truly knew the 13 needles of Tai Xian? If he were to save grandfather, this young lady would forgive him for the slap he had delivered earlier. In the next moment, amidst the collective anxiety of the crowd, a resonant voice emerged from within the room. Come in. It was Su Ba, his tone imbued with vigor. At this utterance, everyone was momentarily taken aback, but they quickly hastened to push the door open and enter. Inside, they beheld the once frail and bedridden patriarch, Su Ba, now astonishingly able to rise from his bed and take a seat on a nearby small sofa. His emaciated frame, previously ravaged by illness, seemed to have undergone a miraculous rejuvenation, becoming robust and vigorous once more. Behind Su Ba stood Qin Luo, his hands moving like shadows as he rhythmically patted Su Ba's back. Grandfather, this technique is called rejuvenation back opening, allowing your body to swiftly absorb the essence of heaven and earth to restore its vitality. Of course, no one else in this world can achieve such a feat, he continued. By the way, grandfather, I noticed you have many wall paintings in your room. You seem to have a fondness for antiques and ancient texts. I happen to know the president of the Antique Association. I shall arrange for him to bring you a couple of masterful originals. Su Ba was thoroughly amused by Qin Luo's technique and eloquence, laughing heartily. Ha, little Luo. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for our Su family to have you by Muwan's side. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Why was Qin Luo suddenly calling him grandfather? As realization dawned upon them, they rushed forward in excitement. Father, foster father. Su Bo also joined them, casting a look of incredulity at Qin Luo. Foster father. Truly recovered. Qin Luo merely smiled slightly and stepped aside. Father, you are really well? I'm perfectly fine. Su Ba exclaimed. It's miraculous. Truly miraculous. Indeed. Little Luo's miraculous technique brought me back from the brink of death. I even feel hints of a breakthrough in my cultivation. A breakthrough? Does that mean? Sure, let us not speak of it openly. Su Muwan hurried over, slipping beside Qin Luo, and tenderly dabbed the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. As she wiped, her eyes sparkled with surprise. Qin Luo, do you truly know the 13 mystical needles? She found herself increasingly bewildered by Qin Luo. How could such a talent exist in her proximity? Qin Luo shrugged playfully and replied, of course, when the young lady's grandfather was in peril. I had no choice but to learn. Then, Qin Luo, with your remarkable abilities, will you not be staying with me any longer? Su Muwan asked hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo paused and looked at her, sensing her expression pleading for reassurance. Indeed, she was unlike the original story's antagonist. Qin Luo chuckled softly and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, in this lifetime, I am devoted to you, young lady. Not even Jesus could deter me. How wonderful. Qin Luo, I always knew you would be the most loyal to me. Su Muwan's face broke into a radiant smile. Then, with a puzzled frown, she inquired, "And who is this Jesus?" "Oh, I forgot that this world does not have Jesus." Qin Luo cleared his throat lightly, stating, "It is of little consequence, in any case." He extended his hand and gently patted Su Muwan's back, smiling as he remarked, "Go ahead and cry. Wasn't the young lady quite fond of weeping before?" "You." Su Muwan's face flushed crimson, and she shot an annoyed glare at Qin Luo. How could this scoundrel be so oblivious to the atmosphere? Yet, her eyes revealed a hint of intricate emotions. "Regardless, thank you, Qin Luo. Whether your presence here is a result of the butterfly effect from my rebirth or not, I shall never relinquish you to another. Congratulations. The trust level of the antagonist has increased by 5. Current level, 15. Reward obtained. Pressure, an ability that exists only in certain high-level worlds, capable of exerting immense force that compels the weak to kneel and remain immobile, which can be unleashed at the host's discretion." At that moment, the system notification chimed in. Upon seeing the reward, Qin Luo's lips curved into a smirk. Pressure, wasn't that a rather ostentatious skill? However, it seemed to compel only the weak to kneel. Surely, it could only be effective against mere mortals, right? Nonetheless, while Old Master Su seemed to be recovering, Qin Luo cast a sidelong glance at a man within the crowd, though the man's expression was one of elation. The flicker of disappointment in his eyes did not escape Qin Luo's notice. Ah, as long as there are prominent families, such characters are inescapable. Chapter 39, The Relatives' Taunts. Dare you strike? Clap, clap, clap. An hour later, in the dining hall on the first floor, a long rectangular table was lavishly adorned with exquisite dishes. The 7 aunts and uncles, including Su Muwan, sat at the table, their eyes gleaming with joy as they gazed at Su Ba, who occupied the seat of honor. They cheered, "Congratulations, old sir, on your recovery. Father, with your healing, the Su family can endure for another century." "Haha, not just a century, at least a millennium." "Haha indeed." Su Ba waved his hand dismissively, letting out a cold snort. "Now that I have just recovered, let's not indulge in such frivolous talk." He then turned to Qin Luo, whom he had drawn beside him. Expressing his gratitude, "Sha Luo, I owe my survival to you." Qin Luo gently shook his head, smiling, "Grandfather, you jest. I believe that even without me, your good fortune would have ensured your safety. Here, allow me to toast to you." The incessant endearments of grandfather from Qin Luo brought a broad smile to Su Ba's face. He laughed heartily. "Excellent. Before I fell ill, nothing pleased me more than wine. Since you drink as well, we shall not rest until we are both inebriated." Grandfather, I'm not particularly skilled at drinking," Qin Luo replied, hesitant. "Haha, Xiao Luo, do not be modest." The 7 aunts and uncles wore smiles on the surface, yet their hearts simmered with irritation. Why was this little follower so eager to ingratiate himself? They cast furtive glances at Su Muwan, seated second closest to the main seat, each speculating. Why would Su Muwan return to the family after being ostracized by Su Bailian? Unfazed by their scrutiny, Su Muwan focused solely on Qin Luo. Observing the two of them as they drank cup after cup, she blinked and mused, "To be fair, Qin Luo, you seem to have a particular charm that endears you to the older generation. It almost feels as though you are truly my grandfather's grandson." An hour later, the dinner concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. "Old man, I can still drink." "Father, do stop. You have just recovered. Do not overexert yourself." "Nonsense. I refuse to concede. I will drink this little rascal under the table." Gurgle. "Oh no, the old man is foaming. Quick, take him to rest." After the elderly gentleman was hurriedly carried away, the once lively dining hall gradually fell into silence. Qin Luo set down his wine glass, exhaling a breath of relief. The atmosphere within the villain's family truly exhibited 2 extremes. Either they reciprocated your sentiments or sought to undermine you. For instance, he cast a glance at several relatives seated at the table, their expressions sour due to Su Ba's warm regard for him. Su Muwan had already perceived the situation and stood up, addressing Qin Luo. "Come, Qin Luo, let us step outside for a stroll to aid digestion." Qin Luo retracted his gaze, smiling. "Very well, Mississippi." Just as he was about to rise, a cold sneer interrupted. Not so fast. Where do you think you're going? This territory belongs to the Su family, and you, the exiled Su Muwan, have no right to roam about freely, let alone with your mere attendant." With the absence of Old Master Su and the Su Lingtian couple, the smiles that adorned everyone's faces vanished in an instant, replaced by expressions of derision. Su Muin's countenance darkened as she clenched her fists tightly. Without even turning around, she could envision the scornful expressions of those so-called uncles and aunts. In her past life, she might have erupted in fury at such mockery. However, reborn into this world, she recognized the need to contemplate her actions more judiciously, no longer allowing herself to indulge in reckless behavior. It was precisely her previous provocations that had drawn the ire of many, leading to the tragic demise of her parents and the ruin of her family following her grandfather's death. Thus, Su Muin took a deep breath, forcing a smile as she addressed Qin Luo. "Let us depart, Qin Luo. Pay them no mind. Remember what I told you before, regardless of what they say about me. Do not retaliate." Qin Luo glanced at Su Muin, then at her circle of relatives, feeling a mix of disbelief and empathy. Just moments ago, they had been affectionate, referring to her as their beloved niece, yet now, their true colors were laid bare. "Hold on, did I grant you permission to leave? Sister, have you chosen to disregard your elder brother's words?" A mocking voice interrupted the moment. Su Muin turned coldly to face the source of the taunt. A young man had risen, his gaze filled with disdain as it fell upon Qin Luo, who stood behind Su Muin. It was infuriating to him that while he was scolded for addressing old Master Su as grandfather, this mere attendant was permitted to sit and drink with him. Feeling a surge of anger, Su Muin recognized the young man as Su Tianquan, her uncle's youngest son and her cousin. Suppressing her rising fury, she sought to diffuse the tension. "Su Tianquan, what do you intend to achieve with this?" With a sneer, Su Tianquan replied, "Oh, nothing much. I merely find it astounding how little etiquette you possess, dear sister. We are all gathered here for a meal, yet you wish to leave with your attendant? Do you truly believe you can disregard us, your elders? Have you even greeted your uncle and aunt?" As his words lingered, the elegantly dressed An Huangyu cast a cold glance at Su Muin. Noticing that Su Muin appeared more charming than before only fueled her jealousy, prompting her to speak with a cutting tone. "Tianquan, cease your remarks. After all, this young lady of the Su family is destined for the role of head of the household. It is only natural that she looks down upon us, her less fortunate relatives." As the words fell, Su Tianquan feigned a grim expression of disappointment, casting a scornful glance at Su Muin. "So that's how it is, Su Muin. You are truly arrogant and conceited, stirring up trouble outside and even contemplating casting us aside once you ascend to the position of family head, are you?" The mother and son played their parts in unison, while the other relatives watched the unfolding drama with bemused expressions, particularly when their eyes fell upon Su Muin. Relishing the spectacle, Su Muin, known for her quick temper and impulsiveness, would surely erupt in a fit of rage at such derision, and in that moment, old Master Su would find himself in an awkward position. However, should she manage to endure the humiliation, there would be a grand performance prepared for her 3 days hence, destined to strip her of all dignity. Su Beilian wiped her mouth, silently observing the scene. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an ominous premonition that those mocking Su Muin would soon face repercussions. After all, the attendant appeared unwaveringly loyal to Su Muin. Yet, unlike her, this group of relatives were elders, some even possessing more seniority than Su Muin's own parents. Even if Qin Luo had just saved old Master Su, the latter would not risk alienating all his kin for the sake of a mere attendant. Thus, if Qin Luo harbored any sense of prudence, he ought to remain silent and refrain from action. Just then, as Su Beilian was contemplating this and casting a glance behind Su Muin to gauge Qin Luo's reaction, she was startled to see him stepping out from behind her. Su Beilian was taken aback. Meanwhile, Su Muin clenched her fists tightly, suppressing her fury. No, she must hold her temper. True, it was unlikely that Qin Luo would intervene, as he did not strike her as someone lacking in emotional intelligence. Yet, just to be safe, she felt compelled to caution him. As she prepared to turn and advise Qin Luo to remain silent and depart calmly, she suddenly noticed that he had already walked past her. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Su Muin, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Just as she intended to call out to him, she hesitated, retracting her hand. No, that was not right. Qin Luo was no fool, and he would not dare to reprimand anyone in front of so many elders. Such a notion was preposterous. Su Muin reassured herself that Qin Luo merely wished to discuss reason with them. It had to be so. Meanwhile, Qin Luo, with an impassive demeanor, strode purposefully towards Su Tianquan. The relatives watched with heightened interest, their expressions a mixture of curiosity, derision, and mockery as they observed Qin Luo's approach. They exchanged glances, finding amusement in the unfolding drama. What was this young attendant thinking? Surely he did not intend to defend Su Muin? How laughable. They, the elders, stood in this space. And if Su Muin dared not speak, what could her attendant possibly achieve? Huang Yu's lips curled into a smirk as she remarked, "Chinner, this lackey appears quite irate. Perfect. Let this servant learn who truly holds dominion." Su Tianquan shared the same sentiment, observing Qin Luo striding toward him with an air of confidence. He could not suppress a derisive sneer. "What's the matter, you wretched lackey? Don't think that by saving my esteemed grandfather Su, you've elevated your status within the Su family, and do not presume that your modest medical skills or abilities amount to anything of significance." With arrogance, Su Tianquan took a step forward, casting a jealous gaze upon Qin Luo's handsome visage, and mockingly declared, "Your esteemed young lady is merely a discarded waste, cast out by her own family. Huh, a worthless lackey and his equally worthless mistress. What's wrong? Are you infuriated? Go on, strike me if you dare." Before he could finish, and while the onlookers remained in stunned silence, Qin Luo's hand moved like a fleeting shadow, delivering a resounding slap across Su Tianquan's foolish face. Smack. Ugh. Su Tianquan's voice was abruptly stifled. His head tilted in shock, his mind blank, and a burning pain radiated from his cheek. I was struck? As the realization of being struck settled in, an overwhelming surge of rage, laced with murderous intent, erupted within him. He turned, bellowing at Qin Luo. "Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me?" Smack. Ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Luo retaliated with another swift slap, interrupting his tirade. Then, Qin Luo shouted at Su Tianquan, "You, a mere novice, dare to speak so insolently to my lady? My lady is of such noble stature, destined to become the unparalleled head of the Su family. What gives you the audacity to bark here? You're simply courting death." Having concluded his furious declaration, Qin Luo seized Su Tianquan's intentionally lengthened hair before the latter could react. Wait. Su Tianquan's pupils constricted, but before he could utter more, the onlookers could only gawk in disbelief as Qin Luo yanked his hair and forcefully slammed his head against the dining table twice. Bang! Bang! Ugh! A wretched cry rang out as the table splintered. Su Tianquan's visage transformed into a grotesque mask, blood spilling from his mouth. His eyes widened in shock. This beast. Is he truly that strong? Are you cursing me from within? You're seeking death. No. Wait. I didn't tea. Silence. With that, Su Tianquan was treated like a mere plaything in Qin Luo's grip, tossed up and down with brutal force. Bang. 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 The tableware was sent crashing to the ground. The servants, paralyzed by fear, knelt before the spectacle. Good heavens! Young Master Tianquan is being so brutally beaten. They gazed in disbelief at Qin Luo, who appeared demonic in his ferocity. The young lady's lackey is indeed a terror to behold. Bang! 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 The table disintegrated. Wait, I am Su Muin's cousin. Please, stop this. Su Tianquan was struck, blood streaming from his head. As he was lifted to gasp for air, he cried out urgently, "Nonsense! My lady has no relatives as worthless as you. I suspect you might be the adopted grandson of the old master. Subo? Bang! 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 Wait! No! Bang! Bang! Mom! Save me!" The pitiful cries of Su Tianquan echoed throughout the venue, snapping everyone back to reality. They began shouting in unison, realizing the gravity of the situation. Stop! Please stop! Especially Huang Yu, upon witnessing her precious son being so harshly punished, rushed forward with a piercing shriek. "Ah, Quanner, you wretched beast! Release him!" Seeing the affluent lady charging towards him, Qin Luo's eyes flared with anger. He released the disheveled Su Tianquan and raised his hand to strike Huang Yu, bellowing, "So preoccupied with disciplining your son, you've neglected to address your own disgrace." Slap. With that, he delivered a resounding slap to the advancing Huang Yu. Ah! Huang Yu's body flew back like a kite severed from its string. Thud! She crashed to the ground, her cheeks swelling rapidly, her gaze dazed as she stared at the ceiling. I was struck. A surge of intense pain and disbelief filled Huang Yu's heart. Instantly, she scrambled to her feet and lunged at Qin Luo, her body trembling with rage, her eyes ablaze. "Ah, you dare strike me. Do you know who I am?" Before she could finish, slap. Ah, she was once again sent sprawling to the ground by another of Qin Luo's strikes. You seek death." Huang Yu's cheeks were now swollen, tears brimming in her eyes as she painfully rose again, swinging her LV bag towards Qin Luo in retaliation. But, still want to fight? This time, Qin Luo firmly grasped her outstretched wrist. Once he restrained her movements, he unleashed a flurry of slaps. Slap, 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 slap. Ah, you seek death. I will bite you. Ugh. Wah. Ah. Damn Su Tian. Come save me. Huang Yu found herself forcibly held in place as Qin Luo unleashed a storm of slaps upon her. Her consciousness began to fade. The entire scene fell into a stupor. Su Balian's face turned pale as she nervously rubbed her cheeks. I'm terrified. Thank goodness Qin Luo didn't strike me as many times. Su Muin stood frozen in place. Ah, my restarted life. Chapter 40. All of you present are trash upon hearing the agonizing cries of his wife. Su Muwan's uncle, Su Tian, suddenly regained his senses. His expression twisted in rage. His lips trembled uncontrollably, and his bloodshot eyes glared with an insatiable hunger for vengeance. He could scarcely believe that a mere lackey would dare to publicly assault his wife and son. Such audacity warranted death. In that moment, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged within Su Tian. He fixed his gaze upon Qin Luo, his eyes gleaming with a ferocious light, and bellowed through gritted teeth. Stop this insolence, you wretch. As his words echoed, he stepped forward with a powerful presence that swept through the air like a tempest, instilling dread in all who bore witness. The crowd was stunned, realizing that Su Tian had already reached the mid-stage of the ascendant realm. The onlookers exchanged glances, amusement flickering in their eyes. This time, the young lackey was in grave peril. Suppressing the urge to charge at Qin Luo and crush him, Su Tian roared. How dare you, a mere subordinate, strike my wife and son? Do you not comprehend that by doing so, you are trampling upon the dignity of the Su family? I command you to release my wife and kneel before me, dismembering your own limbs. For the sake of Su Muwan, I may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall never leave the Su residence. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo paused, turning to face Su Tian with a look of confusion. And who might you be? He inquired. Believing that Qin Luo had finally grasped the gravity of the situation, Su Tian inhaled deeply and sneered. Listen closely, brat. I am Su Tian, the eldest son of old Master Su. The two individuals you have just assaulted are my wife and my youngest son. Do you now realize the magnitude of your offense by standing up for someone like Su Muwan? With a slight lift of his chin, he spoke with haughty disdain. I suggest you release my wife at once, or else. It appears you are nothing but a worthless fool. Slap. Before he could finish, a blur of motion accompanied by a cold smirk swept past. Su Tian's mouth twisted as his body was sent flying through the air, spinning 360 degrees before crashing heavily to the ground. Lying there, dazed, he wondered what had just transpired. When did he arrive? Wasn't he supposed to be at the mid-stage of the Ascendant Realm? The crowd held their breath in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief as they turned to Qin Luo, who had appeared before Su Tian with a ghostly grace and delivered a resounding slap. Gasps filled the air as they processed what had just occurred. This young man had lost his mind. He truly dared to strike Su Tian. Had he not considered the consequences? But the real question was, how could Su Tian, a formidable mid-stage Ascendant Realm expert, fail to withstand such a simple blow? Having utilized his ghostly agility to reach Su Tian, Qin Luo delivered the slap with unparalleled swiftness. Standing with arms crossed, he cast a disdainful glance at Su Tian, who lay on the ground doubting himself, and mocked. What kind of worthless fool dares to make such a ruckus here? If the Su family really relied on you to uphold their reputation, I fear. He surveyed the surroundings, a cold laugh escaping his lips. They would have perished long ago. At his words, the expressions of everyone present darkened, their fists clenched in silent fury. This lackey. How dare he be so arrogant? Who gave him the audacity? Perhaps a realization dawned upon them, as if a sudden clarity washed over their minds. They inhaled deeply, exchanging glances filled with understanding. Indeed, how could such a mere subordinate have the gall to act against them? If there were not someone covertly instigating this audacity from behind the scenes, how would this little lackey dare to challenge them? Thus, it became evident that this was a premeditated scheme. Who, then, could be the mastermind behind this little lackey? The crowd exchanged knowing glances before their attention collectively turned to Su Muwan, who had taken a seat, her expression as tranquil as still waters. She sat elegantly, seemingly unaffected by the chaos surrounding her, as if everything unfolding was of no concern to her. Yet, from her unfazed demeanor, a profound sense of disdain and contempt emanated. It appeared she was fully aware of Qin Luo's intentions, perhaps even anticipating them. In that moment, an epiphany struck the crowd, their faces contorted with dismay. So it was. Qin Luo was merely a pawn sent by Su Mu Wan to demonstrate her might. Given Su Mu Wan's usual domineering nature, even if her lackey struck them, what of it? As the foremost martial prodigy of the Su family, she possessed the privilege to act with such impunity. Damn it! Who would have thought that Su Mu Wan would disregard all consequences, willing to offend them all without a second thought? Infuriatingly, with old Master Su's recovery, not only did he seem unusually fond of Qin Luo, but he also appeared to favor Su Mu Wan. Could it be that Su Mu Wan had perceived this, emboldening her actions? Frustration marred their expressions as they reflected on the unexpected turn of events. Initially, they had contemplated uniting to put Su Mu Wan in her place. Yet it was they who ended up being schooled instead. Some felt relieved they had chosen to remain passive observers. Otherwise, they could only imagine the consequences they might have faced. They glanced at Su Tian, who lay on the ground questioning his existence, and then at the unconscious Huang Yu and her son. They swallowed hard, realizing the terrifying methods and cunning of Su Mu Wan. Meanwhile, Su Bailian, who had been watching the scene unfold, nervously recoiled upon meeting Su Mu Wan's gaze. She thought to herself, terrified, "Thank goodness I kept my mouth shut this time." As for Su Mu Wan, her calm demeanor was not merely a fade, it stemmed from the fact that, when Qin Luo had relentlessly struck Huang Yu across the face, she had been so astonished that her legs had turned to jelly. Su Muan's expression was vacant as she gazed at Qin Luo, who had somehow clambered onto the table. Her heart was already in tears. Oh no, Qin Luo, have you truly failed to heed my words? Do not provoke these individuals. Should you incur their wrath, managing this family will become increasingly arduous. And why on earth did you leap onto the table? Faced with the chaotic scene before her, Su Muan felt an overwhelming headache. In reality, everyone swallowed hard. Their bewildered gazes fixated on Qin Luo, who was now perched atop the table amidst a jumble of pots and pans, surveying the room with an indifferent expression. As an air of pressure began to envelop the onlookers, he slowly turned his gaze towards Su Muan, his eyes softening. Today, accompanying my young lady to the Su family, I have uncovered something of utmost significance. Upon hearing this, Su Muan trembled. Oh no, why are you suddenly calling my name? Qin Luo, come down. Do not draw their attention to me. She longed to bow her head and become invisible. Alas, everyone present had already concluded that this situation was orchestrated by Su Muan, and that Qin Luo was merely her most trusted pawn. The crowd held their breath, awaiting Qin Luo's next words. In the following moment, his sincere and earnest voice reached every ear. Standing atop the dining table, he surveyed the assembly and declared, I have found that, aside from my lady, everyone in the Su family, the prefix, is amiss. Upon hearing this, Su Muan's lips twitched, sensing impending doom. Do not say it. Stop. Please. Cease your words. She desperately implored, trying to halt Qin Luo telepathically. Meanwhile, the relatives leaned in, eager to hear what Qin Luo would divulge. However, reality proved cruel. The moment Qin Luo's next words escaped his lips, Su Muan's heart plummeted. The crowd heard him proclaim, standing atop the table with a mix of audacity and loyalty to Su Muan, aside from my lady, everyone present is nothing but refuse. With this pronouncement, a collective uproar erupted. Everyone sprang to their feet, pots and pans clattering to the ground, their faces twisted with fury as they glared at Qin Luo. And by extension, Su Muan. What audacity she possessed to treat them with such disdain. Though Su Muan maintained an outward calm, her inner self was collapsing, sobbing uncontrollably. Qin Luo, just a moment ago, I praised you for saving my grandfather. How is it that in the next breath, you have angered so many? I feel as if I shall be driven to madness by your actions. Yet, with the atmosphere having escalated to such a point, Su Muan had no choice but to rise. A faint smile crept across her lips, a smile as frigid and piercing as the winter wind. Subsequently, she cast a frigid gaze over the agitated faces of the relatives present, as if relishing the fruits of her cunning plan and deriving a perverse pleasure from observing the expressions of those enraged by humiliation. Their faces flushed crimson, veins protruding on their foreheads, their eyes revealing an uncontrollable fury and a sense of shame. Yet, Su Muan stood there like a triumphant victor, basking in the glory of this moment. Gradually, she raised her hand with an elegant and deliberate motion. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause echoed in the air, each clap striking like a slap to the faces of the assembled relatives. Su Muan turned to Qin Luo, a smile gracing her lips as she gently applauded. The satisfaction in her smile seemed to convey to all that she was the mastermind behind this farce. In her heart, Qin Luo, just wait. I shall instill the notion of humility into your very being. hearing the voice of the system in his mind. Qin Luo felt a surge of joy. Perfect. According to the original storyline, this formidable antagonist thrived in such audacious displays of behavior. The loyalty points were irrefutable evidence, indicating that Su Mu Wan was profoundly gratified. With this thought, Qin Luo leaped from the table to stand beside Su Mu Wan, exhibiting unwavering loyalty as he respectfully addressed her, Mississippi. Let us depart this place. Su Mu Wan feigned disdain as she glanced at the chaos around her, slowly adding, is rather vexing. Qin Luo, I am infuriated. Indeed, Qin Luo replied with a slight smile, noting her evident satisfaction. With that, the two departed in succession. As they left, the facade of composure among the onlookers crumbled. Su Mu Wan's silent, smiling exit made everyone present feel as though they had received a resounding slap across the face. No, one slap was insufficient. It must have been 2 slaps, especially with that attendant in tow. They glowered in the direction Su Mu Wan had departed, vowing to remember this grievance from the evening. Chapter 41. He only slapped me once. The villainess speaks with profound intent. The banquet concluded in a tumult of chaos. The guests, with somber expressions, returned to their seats. Huang Yu finally regained consciousness from her faint, yet her cheek was swollen to an alarming degree, rendering her appearance quite pitiable. Weakly leaning against the chair, she wept bitterly, incessantly striking Su Tian beside her, her emotions on the brink of collapse. Su Tian, you worthless fool. Your wife has been so brutally harmed, and yet you can tolerate that little wretch leaving unscathed. And that Su Mu Wan, what a vicious harlot. Huang Yu continued to sob, tears cascading down her swollen cheeks. Huan Er is her cousin. I am her aunt. Yet she allows a mere lackey to insult us so brazenly. This is utterly outrageous. Has she truly cast aside all respect for her elders? Huang Yu trembled with rage, feeling as though her entire worldview had been shattered this day. She was incensed. Su Tian's countenance was a terrifying shade of dark. He pressed his hand against his swollen cheek, internally vexed. The lackey Su Mu Wan had brought had indeed caught them off guard. At that moment, a middle-aged man slammed his palm down on the dining table, his expression grim. How dare a mere lackey be so audacious, thinking that saving the old master grants them free reign in the Su family? Ridiculous. He then surveyed the circle of individuals at the table and spoke in a low voice. What are your thoughts? With the current situation, the next family heir will undoubtedly fall into Su Mu Wan's hands, thanks to her lackey. Did you not notice Su Mu Wan's attitude just now? She has torn apart any semblance of civility. Once she inherits the Su family, we shall gain naught from it. Upon hearing this, another person wiped their mouth with a napkin and glanced at the silent Su Bailian, gently inquiring, what do you think, Bailian? Are you willing to let Su Mu Wan usurp the position of head of the family? Why am I being dragged into this? Su Bailian thought to herself, rolling her eyes inwardly. She was no fool. This group clearly intended to use her as a pawn. They had previously conspired to oust Su Mu Wan from the main family, and now they sought to do so again. However, given the current circumstances, she was certainly reluctant to provoke Qin Luo. Moreover, she pondered, had these people not witnessed Qin Luo's ferocity just moments ago? That was someone who, if given the chance, might even dare to strike the old master himself, a lawless individual. Yet, it was also possible that Su Mu Wan, that vile woman, was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Regardless, Su Bailian had no desire to entangle herself with them at present, thus outwardly displaying a hint of anger. She bit her silver teeth and surveyed the assorted expressions of her relatives, rebuking, that insufferable lackey has shown me great disrespect before. Since you all believe this person to be a curse, rather, let us. She let out a cold laugh at the family banquet in 3 days. Let that lackey and Miss Su lose all face together. That should suffice, right? Upon hearing this, the crowd readily agreed, their gazes shifting towards the most esteemed among them. Su Tian. Noticing the attention, Su Tian clenched his fists tightly and scoffed, Bailian speaks the truth. In 3 days, Su Mu Wan shall lose all dignity. My Tian Ao has already invited the esteemed young master Yuan Hua from the Yuan family of the royal city to attend the banquet. At that time, he paused, as images of Su Mu Wan's impending disgrace flickered in his mind. Unable to suppress a cold smile, he continued, this shall be the moment Su Mu Wan falls from grace. I will make the old master aware that her martial talents are but a speck of dust in the presence of true geniuses. At this declaration, astonishment illuminated the faces of all present. Yuan Hua, the very one from the royal city. They murmured, if he were to attend, the family banquet in 3 days would surely be secure. However, a voice of hesitation emerged, But what about that lackey? He wields the Tai Xian 13 needles and seems to act with total impunity. Upon hearing this, Su Tian chuckled derisively. There is no need to concern ourselves with that lackey. Even if he masters the Tai Xian 13 needles, what of it? Once Su Muwan falls from grace, I will certainly compel young Master Yuan to interrogate him thoroughly. As for his audacious behavior, he merely follows Su Muwan's orders. Have you not noticed? While it seems that Su Muwan is attempting to assert her dominance today, I perceive that she is, in fact, apprehensive of us. Su Tian spoke with confidence, a slight smirk playing on his lips. His audience, brimming with self-assurance, could not help but inquire, "Pray tell, Uncle Tian, in what regard?" In the next moment, Su Tian, cradling his swollen cheek, smiled confidently, "Because that lackey only struck me once." Does that not prove that Su Muwan does not wish to utterly offend me? In the end, Su Muwan is merely a junior, reluctant to escalate matters to an embarrassing level. The crowd, enlightened, exclaimed, "So it is. Truly, Uncle Tian is remarkable." Su Bailian blinked, gazing at Su Tian as if he were a simpleton. Had his mind been damaged? He had never appeared so foolish before. How had he lost his wit after associating with the Yuan family? On the Su family's forest path, Su Muwan and Qin Luo strolled leisurely, with the veteran employees, including Zhu Lan, trailing behind as mere background figures. Qin Luo was busy assessing his recent gains when, before he could revel in his joy, Su Muwan, walking ahead, suddenly halted, turned around, and crossed her arms, gazing slightly upward at Qin Luo. This rascal had no concept of humility. Today, she must remind him. Otherwise, wouldn't the family banquet 3 days hence attract even more trouble? Qin Luo was taken aback when he noticed Su Muwan suddenly halt. However, an epiphany struck him almost immediately. She must be intending to commend and reward him. Alas, that simply cannot be permitted. With this thought in mind, Qin Luo assumed an expression of unwavering loyalty and earnest attentiveness. In reality, upon witnessing Qin Luo's display of feigned loyalty, Su Muwan cast aside her initial intention to reprimand him. She pressed her lips together, and a wave of guilt washed over her. How could she have harbored such thoughts? Qin Luo, oblivious to his own reincarnation, merely felt that his relatives had wronged her, and thus he sought to defend her honor. He simply could not abide the thought of anyone bullying her. What fault was that of his? How could she, with the experience of 2 lifetimes, dare to reprimand a devoted follower such as him? With this contemplation, Su Muwan softened her words, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she said, "Qin Luo, you did well this time. The internal dynamics of the Su family are intricate, and these relatives harbor ill intentions. Yet, having provoked so many factions, you might find yourself under scrutiny. Fear not, for with my presence, they will not dare to harm you." As she spoke, Su Muwan remained resolute in her admonition, adding, "While it may suffice to disregard these individuals, in the future, should you encounter those who seem to possess a higher status than I, be cautious in your demeanor. Exercise restraint and refrain from acting impulsively. Do you understand?" Ultimately, these relatives were not destined to be significant players. Thus, aside from the inconvenience they posed, Su Muwan was not overly perturbed. However, she dreaded the encounter of a truly formidable adversary. Should Qin Luo react impulsively, disaster could ensue, and she might find herself retracing her former missteps. On Qin Luo's end, he was digesting Su Muwan's words with a mixture of comprehension and confusion. How perplexing. The words of this formidable antagonist were indeed cryptic. What precisely did she mean? On one hand, she warned him of the troubles that might arise from the family. Yet on the other, she advised caution against those who appeared to hold a higher status. Qin Luo pondered deeply. Surely, the words of this original villain held deeper significance, and thus he could not merely take them at face value. Could it be? Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. He understood. Su Muwan was subtly indicating that the root of the internal strife within the Su family lay with these relatives. The reason they troubled Su Muwan was precisely because they were her kin. Therefore, if they were to be expelled from the Su family, they would lose their influence and would no longer possess the means to trouble her. This was one piece of information that Su Muwan, the grand antagonist, had discreetly conveyed to him. The second insight was her caution against provoking those who appeared to hold a higher status. Such humility was evidently not in Su Muwan's nature. From the system, Qin Luo comprehended the essence of Su Muwan's character as depicted in the original work. She is portrayed as a woman so arrogant that she once initiated a global live broadcast, exclaiming, "Heaven did not give birth to me, Su Muwan. The martial way is eternal like a long night. Thus, how could such an audacious and egotistical antagonist ever perceive others as possessing higher status than herself? Therefore, the intended meaning of her words should be interpreted as, in the future, when encountering those who provoke her, one should directly confront them. Indeed, as a true antagonist, her speech embodies a certain art that I must savor and contemplate. However, with someone like me who comprehends the deeper nuances of a villain, it is likely that I am the only one in this world. Ah, Su Muin, with me around, you may take delight in your schemes. Upon this realization, Qin Luo solemnly stated, I understand, miss. From now on, I shall heed your teachings. Upon hearing this, Su Muin finally sighed in relief. It appeared that Qin Luo was indeed capable of understanding human speech. As long as she communicated with him earnestly, he would grasp the appropriate boundaries. She nodded, patted Qin Luo's shoulder, and smiled. Very well, this is excellent. Now, she could be at ease regarding the family banquet 3 days hence. Qin Luo also smiled faintly. Let us hope that no unwise fools disrupt Su Muin during the banquet. They exchanged knowing smiles, though neither was aware of what the other was truly thinking. In the royal city, at the Yuan residence, a gentleman of elegant demeanor stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his reflection in the glass mirroring a respectful expression. One hand held a telephone, while the other clutched a document regarding Tang Wenyu and her daughter. He spoke, my lord. I have located the whereabouts of the war god order. It has indeed fallen into the hands of the Tang family in Jianqing. Yes, they have joined the Su Corporation. Indeed, Old Master Su, Ba, has recovered, thanks to the 13 needles of Taishan. Understood. I will ascertain Su Muin's true capabilities at the Su family banquet in 3 days. However, my lord, do not dwell on this. The world's most gifted individual can only be you. You shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. With a click, the call ended. The amiable gentleman took a deep breath, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth, filled with disdain. Ah, Su Muin. Merely a young lady cast aside by the Su family. In 3 days, I shall make you understand what it means to face a dimensional descent from a prodigy of the royal city. Chapter 42. The Family Feast 3 days hence. The much-anticipated family banquet of the Su clan commenced as scheduled. The ancestral residence of the Su family was adorned with vibrant decorations, exuding a lively atmosphere. In the courtyard, servants busily darted about, preparing an array of delectable dishes and beverages. Inside the grand hall, long tables overflowed with a splendid variety of culinary delights, their enticing aromas wafting through the air. Moreover, a grand stage stood prominently, a quintessential feature of the martial arts family's feasts, where martial arts competitions would take place. Su Muin, clad in an elegant deep black gown, radiated grace and nobility. She paced anxiously within the hall, her expression betraying her tension. How swiftly the past 3 days had flown by. It felt as though only a single day had passed since the banquet was announced. Su Muin's heart raced with apprehension, for she had not participated in the family feast in her previous life, and was thus unaware of what transpired during such gatherings. In her recollections, the banquet seemed to have unfolded smoothly. However, it was only after its conclusion that her grandfather passed away. Failing to see him for the last time remained one of her deepest regrets from her former existence. Relax, Su Muin, she murmured to herself. This time, it will likely proceed as peacefully as before. Wait, that thought prompted another consideration. She turned her gaze towards Qin Luo, who stood obediently to the side. Dressed in a tailored black coat, he resembled a dutiful attendant. Upon meeting Su Muin's eyes, he offered a slight smile, as if he had absorbed her repeated reminders over the past days. Yet, Su Muin still felt a twinge of unease. Approaching Qin Luo, she shot him a pointed look and whispered, Qin Luo, many relatives will be attending today. Unlike our immediate family, they generally do not speak disrespectfully towards me. However, should such an occurrence arise, you understand? Qin Luo nodded earnestly, assuring her, rest assured, miss, I will remain vigilant. That is reassuring, she replied, her worries alleviated, though she chided herself for being overly cautious. After all, how many foolish individuals would dare to provoke her? She was, after all, the daughter of the current family head. It was unlikely, implausible even. At that moment, a stir erupted at the entrance. Su Muin and Qin Luo turned to see a refined gentleman gracefully entering the hall, surrounded by a throng of admirers. His presence immediately captivated everyone's attention. Yuan Hua of the Wang City Yuan family. The young Master Yuan had graced us with his presence. How could a member of the Wang City Yuan family attend a banquet at our Su residence in Jianqing? Look beside young Master Yuan. Is that not Su Tianao, the eldest son of Uncle Tian? Oh, I remember now. Su Tianao ventured to Wang City long ago. Has he allied himself with Yuan Hua? With the support of the Yuan family, the Su Tian family must surely be the frontrunners for the next family head position. Su Yuan maintained her composure, even as her mind recalled memories of Yuan Hua. He was indeed the eldest son of the Wang City Yuan clan. He is renowned worldwide for his handsome appearance and graceful demeanor. Simultaneously, in the realm of martial arts, he is a genius among geniuses. However, Su Muwan recalled from her previous life that upon arriving in the royal city, she found him to be excessively pretentious, even more so than herself. Thus, she crippled his entire cultivation with a single frost palm strike. This marked the beginning of her illustrious reputation in the royal city. Yet, in this life, well, she is no longer the person she once was. Su Muwan blinked. Her current desire is simply to remain inconspicuous. On the other hand, Qin Luo, upon seeing Yuan Hua, was met with a prompt from the system in his mind. He blinked. Yuan Hua? He actually knows that the war god token is with Tang Wenyu and her daughter? His intent was to test Su Muwan's strength on behalf of his mysterious benefactor? Is he not merely delivering himself to be vanquished? At that moment, the system chimed in, detecting the Su family banquet plot. Please complete the S-rank evaluation task of the Lackey event. Task reward. Whispers of the Wind. What the master says will be irresistibly believed by others due to the reputation of the antagonist, listening to the System S notification. Qin Luo was taken aback. This reward implies that as long as Su Muwan's reputation is illustrious, others will believe his words simply because of her renown? Is that the essence of it? In reality, Yuan Hua wore a gentle smile, his gaze warm and profound, as if he could see into the hearts of men. As he walked, he surveyed all those present at the banquet. Upon reaching Su Muwan and Qin Luo, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. So, this is Su Muwan and her rumored companion who is adept at the 13 needles of Taishan? Setting aside whether Su Muwan is indeed a martial arts prodigy, this companion appears to lack any remarkable attributes. Indeed, rumors are merely rumors. No matter. I shall soon ascertain Su Muwan's true capabilities. I will demonstrate to that esteemed individual that Su Muwan is nothing more than a grain of sand before him. Contemplating this, Yuan Hua was surrounded by the crowd as he took his seat. His arrival not only captivated the attention of the women present, but also garnered respect from many men. Wow, young Master Yuan is truly handsome. Indeed, a noble of the royal city appearing in Jiang City is quite astonishing. Although our Su family wields considerable influence, it still pales in comparison to the Yuan family of the royal city. As Yuan Hua settled in, a powerful elder stood behind him, his stern countenance scanning the banquet hall, ever ready to eliminate any fool who dared to threaten his young master. Among the throng of admirers, a man ingratiatingly remarked, "Young Master Yuan, the one standing behind Su Muwan, is Qin Luo, who is proficient in the 13 needles of Taishan. If you could acquire the 13 needles, surely your power in the royal city would grow even more formidable." Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua smirked dismissively and shook his head, saying, "You are all mistaken. This brat does not know the 13 needles at all." The crowd fell silent. Taken aback. Doesn't know? Ah, this lad has deceived you all, but he cannot fool me. I observe that his palms are devoid of calluses, even more delicate than those of a model. How could such a person possibly master the profound art of the 13 needles? In years past, I witnessed the grandeur of a true healer. His hands were long since hardened from the practice of acupuncture. Enough of this minor character. What of Su Muwan? I have noted that she does not exhibit overly arrogant behavior. Upon hearing this, the Su family hastily interjected, "Young Master Yuan, do not be misled by her faade." Huang Yu, whose swollen cheeks had yet to return to normal, added, "Indeed, young Master Yuan, this vile woman delights in having her lackey stand in front, while she orchestrates everything from the shadows." Oh, intriguing. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua seemed to ponder the powerful figure behind him. However, his own superior is the epitome of perfection in this world, and Su Muwan is but a speck of dust in comparison. With this thought, Yuan Hua cast a glance at a woman in the crowd who was flattering him and pointed at her, saying, "Hey, you the woman." Upon hearing this, touched the small boy beside her, nodded, and respectfully replied with a smile, "Leave it to me." Chapter 43. What are you, Yuan Hua? As time passed, guests gradually took their seats at the banquet. The culinary delights in the adjacent food area were readily available for all to enjoy. After 3 days of anxiety, Su Yuen finally felt hunger pangs. She sat at a small square table, laden with an array of delectable dishes. Zhu Lan and Shun Fei lingered around the hall, ever watchful for any unexpected occurrences. With delight, Su Yuen savored the dainty desserts. How wonderful! Everything at today's family banquet is proceeding smoothly. If it continues like this, I shall navigate this day flawlessly. Qin Luo stood behind her, observing as she indulged like a little hamster. A smile crept upon his lips. It appeared that this notorious villain had a penchant for sweets. Qin Luo, do join me, Su Yuen said, not forgetting his presence, as she extended a small cake towards him. Thank you, miss, Qin Luo replied, just as he was about to accept the offering. A laugh, one that caused Su Yuen's brow to furrow, echoed nearby. Oh, is that you, Sister Yuen? After all these years, you've become even more beautiful. By the way, have you found a boyfriend yet? My little Shuai Shuai is already 5 years old. Shuai Shuai, look. This is the Su Yuen your mother has always told you about. Following the sound, Su Yuen turned her gaze. A woman approached with a radiant smile, holding the hand of a boy with a watermelon-shaped head, who was tugging at his own hand while drooling and wearing suspenders. Qin Luo blinked in surprise. What was this child's name? Shuai Shuai? He found it difficult to associate that name with the boy's appearance. Upon hearing his mother, the boy sniffled, then curiously stared at Su Yuen, before pointing at her with his finger still in his mouth and teasing, Mom, this is Su Yuen, the one who's already 25 and still single. His mother, Su Fang, laughed and pulled her son closer, saying, Oh Shuai Shuai, you must apologize, Yuen is your sister. Shuai Shuai, however, wriggled free from Su Fang's grasp and made a face at Su Yuen, exclaiming, No way. I once he apologized to a woman no one wants. Such rudeness, Shuai Shuai. How did your mother raise you? Su Fang remarked with a few words of reprimand before turning to the now slightly sullen Su Yuen, adding with feigned concern. But dear Yuen, Shuai Shuai does have a point. As women, we ought to focus on marriage and childbirth. Isn't it better to leave family affairs to your uncle and his family? What is the point of practicing martial arts all day? Upon hearing this, Su Yuen clenched her fists tightly, her smile fading as she struggled to maintain her composure. The Su family was a lineage of martial arts. To forsake such a legacy for trivial pursuits was unthinkable. It was evident that Su Fang had come with ulterior motives. In her previous life, she had endured years of mockery from them, ultimately leading to a confrontation that left her grandfather deeply disappointed. In this lifetime, such occurrences must never be allowed to transpire again. Surrounding relatives exhibited a mixture of glee and discontent, some silently shaking their heads in disappointment. Yu Wenhua sat at a distance, mockingly observing Su Yuen. How intriguing! Can she truly endure this? Indeed, Su Fang was sent by him with the very purpose of discerning how long this young lady could withstand the pressure. On the other hand, Su Fang noticed Su Yuen's remarkable composure and decided to employ a different tactic. With a playful glint in her eye, she patted the head of the little boy beside her. It seemed he had been informed beforehand. He tugged at Su Fang's clothing and, sniffling, pointed at the cake in Su Yuen's hands, exclaiming, Mommy, I want the cake that woman is holding. Oh, handsome wants cake, does he? Su Fang chuckled, then turned her gaze towards Su Yuen. Dear Yuen, do you still want that cake? If not, may I take it for my dear Shuai Shuai? He is just a child and needs nourishment to grow. We rarely have such delicacies at family gatherings, so he ought to indulge a little this time. As she spoke, Su Fang's tone turned sardonic. As a token of gratitude, dear sister, I have several high-quality single gentlemen available, though they are all in their 30s. You are of a certain age now and cannot be too choosy, can you? At this remark, a chorus of snickers erupted from the gathered aunts and cousins. Every year at these family feasts, Su Yuen was subjected to their taunts, and in the past, she had often lost her composure and resorted to physical altercations. This time would surely be no different. Before the venerable Su patriarch, she would undoubtedly make a fool of herself, and the position of head of the family would surely slip from her grasp. Su Fang harbored similar thoughts, not only obeying Yuenhua's orders, but also striving to ensure her husband's inheritance of the Su family. Meanwhile, Su Yuen suppressed her rising fury. Endure. Must endure. But how much longer? I cannot repeat past mistakes, yet I feel so irritable. The urge to strike is overwhelming. But I cannot tread the same path. Observing Su Yuen's barely contained rage, Su Fang feigned concern. Yuen, have you contemplated your choices? If you're dissatisfied with my suggestions, I have a few overseas prospects. Before she could finish, a thunderous voice interrupted her. You wretched servant. Close your mouth at once. A figure who had been standing behind Su Muin suddenly stepped forward to shield her. Pointing an accusatory finger at Su Fong, he exclaimed, "What concern is it of yours whether my lady marries? What gives a mere distant relative like you the audacity to bark at my lady? Your child wants something nice to eat? If he is so discerning, why not have him dine on filth instead?" As his words lingered in the air, a profound silence enveloped the room, as if time itself had come to a halt. Everyone stared, astonished by the unfolding scene. Who was this attendant? Su Fong gazed incredulously at the suddenly emerging Qin Luo. Upon realizing that he was merely a subordinate, a surge of indignation and fury welled up within her, prompting her to shriek, "What did you say? How dare a mere lackey insult?" However, before she could finish her sentence, a crisp and resounding slap echoed through the air. Without hesitation, Qin Luo stepped forward and struck Su Fong fiercely, bellowing, "Wretched servant!" "Ah!" Su Fong clutched her cheek, crumpling to the ground in pain. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Qin Luo, clearly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. She had merely intended to provoke Su Muin, never anticipating that she would endure such treatment. I was actually struck? By a mere subordinate? A torrent of grievance and resentment flooded her heart. Did this lackey not know who she was? Instantly, a deeper sense of humiliation surged within her. The small boy, tears streaming down his face, witnessed his mother being struck and, overwhelmed with fear, collapsed to the ground, a foul odor permeating the air. He had soiled himself in fright. Regaining her composure, Su Fong scrambled to her feet, her demeanor a grotesque display as she screamed at Qin Luo, "You little brat! How dare you?" Slap. Ah! Before she could finish her words, Qin Luo struck her again, leaving her utterly dazed. The fiery pain radiating on either side of her face and the ringing in her ears indicated that she had been thoroughly stunned. Meanwhile, Su Muin also regained her senses and stood up, her mind now clear. But she could not allow this. She had discerned that this individual was deliberately trying to provoke her on behalf of the Yuan painting faction. Thus, she must not allow Qin Luo to ensnare her. Just as she contemplated halting Qin Luo's actions, a voice, filled with righteous indignation, echoed through the room. "How dare a mere subordinate lay a hand on a member of the Su family? You even frightened a child to tears. Miss Su, is this how you educate those beneath you?" As the words resounded, both Su Muin and Qin Luo turned to see Yu Wenhua, seated with an air of solemnity, his expression earnest and pained. "Though I am not a member of the Su family, I cannot abide such abuses of power. Miss Su, you are unworthy of your position. You do not deserve to sit as the head of this family." At this declaration, Su Fong, still sprawled on the ground, regained her wits and cried out in a choked voice, "I implore you, young Master Yuan, to seek justice for me." Around them, a chorus of voices began to admonish Su Muin. "Humph! Su Muin, you are truly arrogant. Your previous disrespect was one thing, but to behave so recklessly at a family banquet is unacceptable. Indeed, Su Muin's audacity has become habitual. Allowing someone like her to become the head of the family is a misfortune for the Su clan. Yes, young Master Yuan, we beseech you to adjudicate." The atmosphere grew charged with collective outrage. Su Muin found herself in an exceedingly passive position, clenching her fists tightly as an unending wave of fury surged within her. Damn it, this crowd is so opportunistic. For the sake of a mere position of authority, they would conspire against me for an outsider. Though I have traversed similar scenarios in my past life, resulting in fierce confrontations, the consequences and costs were invariably excruciating. A momentary sense of relief can only lead to endless peril. This is the wisdom that Su Muin has gleaned from her previous existence. In her former life, she lacked humility, causing harm to those who genuinely cared for her. Thus, in this lifetime, she must. As Su Muin contemplated leaving with Qin Luo, a formidable pressure surged through the venue. What on earth is happening? Everyone suddenly felt an overwhelming force compelling them to kneel. Yu Wenhua and the elder behind him shared this sensation. The former's expression shifted dramatically. "What is going on?" In the next instant, a chilling voice reverberated throughout the hall. "What are you, Yu Wenhua? This is a family banquet of the Su clan. As an outsider, do you even have the right to speak? My lady is standing here. How dare you remain seated? Kneel down at once." As the words fell, a tremendous weight bore down upon Yu Wenhua. The sound of his chair splintering echoed through the air. He felt his knees involuntarily buckling, an overwhelming force driving him to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Who is this? Kneel. Impossible. I am the eldest son of the Yuan family in the royal city. Who could compel me to kneel?" Absolutely not. Yuan Hua roared internally, struggling to lift his head, only to find a figure had suddenly appeared before him. It was that little follower. Qin Luo looked coldly at Yuan Hua, who was desperately trying to maintain his composure. Then, raising his hand, he coldly remarked, "Your head is held too high." With that, he delivered a sharp slap. The impact sent Yuan Hua's head jerking to the side, his cheek ablaze with pain, his mind momentarily blank. I was struck? Why did Elder Mo not protect me? As this thought crossed his mind, Yuan Hua's body slackened, under the gaze of all present. He was abruptly crushed to his knees by the terrifying pressure. His knee slammed against the tiled floor with a resounding thud. At that moment, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone stared at the unfolding scene. In the royal city, the so-called peerless prodigy of the Yuan family, Yuan Hua, was, at this moment, kneeling upright. All breaths seemed to halt in unison. Su Bailian, holding a glass of orange juice from a distance, was taken aback, contemplating the spectacle before her. Wait, did you just strike Yuan Hua too? Sumu Wan was equally astonished. Was this scene truly occurring? Excuse me? Chapter 44. The entire venue stunned. Is Su Muan truly arrogant with justification? Astonishment, terror, dread, dreamlike and surreal. The banquet hall fell into an eerie silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. They swallowed hard, gazing incredulously at the young master of the Yuan family, Yuan Hua, who knelt helplessly on the ground. How could this illustrious figure, Yuan Hua, be reduced to kneeling, paralyzed merely by a single utterance from Su Muan's attendant? At that moment, Yuan Hua's mind was a void, his ears ringing with a deafening roar. He stared blankly at the tips of his own shoes. Had he truly knelt? How could this be possible? How could it be? How could it be? The dignified Yuan Hua, kneeling before a mere attendant? Where is old Mo? Where has my protector gone? Though Yuan Hua was on the ground, he still managed to voice his despair. His once gentle demeanor had vanished, contorted into a grotesque expression of rage as he dug his fingers into the earth. He screamed, Old Mo, what on earth are you doing? Upon hearing his call, the elder who had been standing behind Yuan Hua finally regained his composure. It was not his fault. He had been about to intervene when a mysterious force seemed to bind him, compelling him to witness the humiliation of his young master. At that moment, witnessing Yuan Hua's disgraceful posture before an attendant, his pupils constricted, and he roared with fury, How dare you, young one? With that, a powerful aura surged forth from him, an overwhelming presence that filled the banquet hall. It was the energy of the great accomplishment realm. Rumors spoke of a formidable protector by Yuan Hua's side, and it must be him. Old Mo, I remember now. Is he not the infamous Mo Shui from years past? A merciless killer, and now he has been ensnared by the Yuan family? Hiss, quickly. If a great accomplishment expert is enraged, we shall all suffer. That attendant is finished. We must hide. The guests snapped back to reality, horrified, as they scrambled beneath the dining tables for cover. In a fit of humiliation, Yuan Hua bellowed, Old Mo. Kill him. Understood. Old Mo roared, his figure instantly appearing before Qin Luo. He extended his claw-like hand, fingers darkening to a deep brown, and with a murderous glare directed at the expressionless Qin Luo. He shouted, Die, young one. Regret ever crossing paths with my master. To his astonishment, this seemingly inconsequential attendant possessed some strength, influencing even him with an enigmatic pressure. He hadn't even realized it when his master had been struck across the face. Though talented, it was unfortunate he had provoked the wrong person. Just as old Mo prepared to deliver the fatal blow to Qin Luo, a cold snort echoed through the air. Humph, do you think you are worthy to kill my attendant? As the words fell, a pure and terrifying chill surged toward old Mo, directly freeze his meridians. Mo's pupils constricted as he observed his palm, mere centimeters from Qin Luo, suddenly enveloped in a layer of frost. Subsequently, with a resounding thud, a wave of icy energy surged into his chest, propelling Mo's body several meters away, crashing against the wall. With a loud impact, he coughed up blood, his form heavily colliding with the barrier before slowly descending. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. With a single strike, Mo was defeated. Who could it be? They turned their bewildered gazes toward the assailant, instantly rendered speechless. Was this the secret technique of the Su family? Who could it be? Could it possibly be the elder Su? Mo lifted his eyes, but the scene before him was even more unbearable. Unbeknownst to him, the haughty young lady of the Su family, once regarded as arrogant, now stood coldly beside Qin Luo, shielding him protectively. The icy energy had originated from her. One blow to incapacitate an established master? What level of prowess did Su Muin truly possess? Imo coughed blood, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Indeed. Heroes emerged from young maidens. The Su family had birthed another prodigy. Contemplating this, Imo slumped over, finally losing consciousness, his visage visibly aging. Su Muin had rendered him completely powerless with a single strike. Truly, the martial arts of the Su family were devastating, injuring both the foe and oneself. Unquestionably tyrannical. Yuan Huan knelt upon the ground, his gaze vacant. Though he lowered his head, he gleaned from the astonished tones of those around him a shocking revelation. Imo had been defeated? It seemed it was by Su Muin's hand. No, this was impossible. If Su Muin could vanquish a master at the initial stage with one blow, how formidable must her strength be? I refuse to believe it. Su Muin is merely 25. How could she possibly be at that level? I cannot accept this. Yuan Hua's breath quickened, his eyes reflecting a mixture of disbelief and fear. This cannot be. It is absolutely inconceivable. Such a prodigy must surely be backed only by the powerful figure behind him. Qin Luo cast a glance at the incapacitated Mo and swallowed hard. The formidable antagonist was indeed terrifying. He quickly turned to the icy Su Muin, expressing his respect. Miss, your brilliance and prowess are unparalleled. Thank you for saving Qin Luo. Upon hearing this, Su Muin slightly lifted her chin, relishing the praise. Humph. Say more. I do enjoy such flattery. Wait, why did I act instinctively? A sense of helplessness washed over her. How vexing. I had intended to remain inconspicuous. After all, a tall tree catches the wind. But that old fool was prepared to strike at Qin Luo. I simply could not stand by idly. Alas, since there is no protagonist among these individuals, my actions will bear no consequence. Yet, I cannot help but wonder if my conduct might lead the esteemed old master Su to perceive me as an arrogant and ineffectual granddaughter, much like in my past life. TSK. It matters little now. I have already taken action. Let me indulge myself first. With this thought, Su Muin resolved everything and surveyed the bewildered relatives gathered for the family banquet from her elevated position. She spoke coldly, her piercing words echoing in the ears of those with ulterior motives. What are you staring at? A bunch of useless ingrates. How can one of the proud Su family stoop to fawning over the worthless young master of the Yuan family? Is this acceptable? You feel no shame, yet I, the future head of the Su family, find it utterly disgraceful. A gaggle of shameful imbeciles. At this, a significant portion of those harboring such thoughts lowered their heads in embarrassment, too ashamed to respond. However, it was evident that Su Muin was not yet satisfied. She gestured toward Qin Luo and pointed at the pale-faced Su Tian family, saying, Qin Luo, go, give them a few slaps to remind them of their place. A group of ingrates dares to conspire against me. As her words fell, Su Tian's complexion turned ashen, and he shouted in terror, Su Muin, you venomous woman. I am your elder. Smack. Before he could finish, Qin Luo lunged forward, gripping his neck and delivering a resounding slap. Following this, he spat on him. Silence, you worthless scum. How dare you utter my young lady's name so casually? With that, Qin Luo raised his hand, unleashing a flurry of slaps. You seek death. You seek death. Ah! Su Tian's cheeks were struck mercilessly, leaving his mind in a haze. Now, he regretted his earlier remark about only receiving a slap. Slap, slap, slap. Huang Yu, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, covering her cheeks and murmuring helplessly. It's over. We're finished. Her two sons, Su Tianquan and Su Tianao, also looked pale. The former, having already been struck, trembled in fear and collapsed, while Su Tianao, just returning from the royal city, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He pointed at the still kneeling Yuan Hua and shouted at Su Muin, Su Muin, you are finished. You have provoked the Yuan family, this Jiang city. Smack. Before he could finish, Qin Luo interrupted with another slap. Stop barking. Once I am done with your father, I will come for you. Su Tianao, covering his face, collapsed to the ground, his expression vacant and bewildered. Could he not finish his sentence? Is this truly happening? The other relatives stood frozen in shock. They glanced at Su Muin, whose lips curled into a cruel, terrifying smile, and each felt a pang of dread. A demon. She is truly a demon. The notorious tyrant of Jiang City lives up to her reputation. Initially, those who sought to ingratiate themselves with Yuan Hua have now fallen silent. Is it not apparent that Su Muin, both audacious and possessing the means to be so, is not to be trifled with? What is this farce? Observing this scene brings Su Muin a sense of delight, Yet beneath that joy lies a profound regret akin to the feeling one experiences after finishing a romantic novel. As she watches Qin Luo grimacing, her smile gradually fades, giving way to a swell of anxiety within her. The corners of her mouth twitch. This is disastrous. Is it too late to ask Qin Luo to stop grimacing? Can I at least claim it was merely a jest among juniors? Chapter 45. Ambition of a Wolf. The expulsion of the Su family. The atmosphere was thick with shock and helplessness. Some individuals cowered beneath tables, scarcely daring to utter a sound, fearing they might be the next target of Su Muwan's wrath. While they were aware of her reckless nature, they had not anticipated it would manifest to such an extreme. Before the assembly of relatives, she brazenly allowed her underlings to strike her uncle's family. Furthermore, she compelled the young master of the Yuan family, Yuan Hua, to kneel before her, refusing to permit him to rise even now. A sense of astonishment and a tingling sensation coursed through the hearts of all present at the banquet. Was there truly no one to intervene? Yuan Hua, kneeling on the ground, found his mind consumed by a singular thought. How could Su Muwan dare to publicly disregard the dignity of the Yuan family? It was well known that the Su family boasted a formidable late-stage master, just as his own family did. Could it be that Su Muwan sought to provoke an irreparable rift between the two clans? A potent mix of shock and humiliation overwhelmed Yuan Hua. He was astonished that Su Muwan's strength surpassed that of his own protector, yet felt humiliated to be kneeling in public, a position he maintained even now. On the other side, after attending to the Su family, Qin Luo received a notification from the system. Congratulations, Master, for completing the Su family banquet incident. Event rating, S-Class. Reward, Whispers of Wind. Your words will compel others to believe them. Influenced by the reputation of the antagonist. A smirk graced his lips. Oh, how intriguing. Qin Luo glanced at the Su family, who were wailing on the floor, and an excellent idea blossomed in his mind. At that moment, a resonant voice boomed through the banquet hall. Who dares to cause trouble at my Su family's feast? Upon hearing this voice, the relatives hiding beneath the tables felt a surge of joy. It was old Master Su. They looked up in hope, witnessing the revitalized figure of Su Ba, the patriarch, entering with a stern expression. Following closely behind were Su Muwan's mother and father, who quickly surveyed the chaotic scene. Astonished by the unfolding events, with old Master Su's arrival, the crowd could no longer contain themselves. They cried out in unison, "We beseech you, old Master Su, to take charge." With swollen cheeks, Su Tian, unable to articulate his words, knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he implored, "Father, look at what your granddaughter has done. Look at how my family has been treated by her henchmen." Before he could finish, Qin Luo struck him again, scolding. "What are you yelling about? Don't you have any self-awareness? You conspired with the Yuan family to attempt to usurp the Su family. How malicious your heart is." This declaration sent shockwaves through the room. What? It turns out that Su Tian's family's flattery towards Yuan Hua was not merely an attempt to ascend to the position of the Su family's patriarch, but rather a scheme to hand over the Su family to be devoured by the Yuan clan. Su Tian was taken aback, stammering a retort when slapped. Before he could finish his words, Qin Luo struck him again, furiously rebuking, "Do you dare to retort?" The effect of the whispers took hold. Everyone's expressions shifted as they fell silent. Even the distant relatives who once supported Su Tian's family quickly lowered their heads in shock. How could they have failed to notice the sinister ambitions harbored by Su Tian's family? But how did this attendant come to know of it? Could it be? Their eyes widened as they turned to the unperturbed Su Muwan. In an instant, comprehension dawned upon them. One must question, how could a younger generation dare to strike at their elder? This indicated that the elder in question was indeed problematic. Why would Su Muwan allow Qin Luo, this attendant, to strike Su Tian's family instead of herself? This signified that Su Muwan was already aware of the collusion between Su Tian's family and the Yuan clan. At this moment, she was eliminating the traitors on behalf of the Su family. So that was it. Everyone's gazes reflected admiration and astonishment towards Su Muwan. Who would have thought that not only did she possess unparalleled martial prowess, but her cunning was also profoundly deep. This woman was truly formidable. Yu Wenhua fell to the ground, his expression twisted in disbelief. What? His schemes had been uncovered by Su Muwan? No, this is impossible. Wait, no, something is amiss. His pupils constricted as a cold sweat broke out, his hair standing on end. Why did Su Muwan's attendant dare to strike him? Did this not imply that everything was orchestrated by Su Muwan from behind the scenes? She had already perceived his intent to annex the Su family. Therefore, she had deliberately inserted herself into the situation, waiting for him to approach, only to expose his motives and humiliate him thoroughly. What a vicious heart. Yuanhua realized he had gravely misjudged Su Muwan. She was far from the useless young lady he had imagined. Rather, she was a terrifying presence akin to the formidable figure behind him. With extraordinary martial talent and an exceptionally intricate mind, he suddenly recalled Tang Wenyu and her daughter. Why had they joined the Su group? And why had Su Muwan allowed their admission? Could it be that she was aware of the matters concerning the warring goddess order as well? Gasp. A look of horror crossed Yuanhua's eyes as he clawed at the ground. No, I must inform my master. This person must not be allowed to live. Meanwhile, Su Muwan remained expressionless beside him, though her heart raced. Wait, what is the situation now? Why do I hear the sound of gasps all around me? And why are they looking at me with such strange expressions? What were you all thinking? Moreover, is it true that the Su family intended to assist the Yuan clan in usurping our Su family? How was I unaware of this? Wait, that can't be right. Su Muwan was momentarily taken aback. She then turned in shock towards Qin Luo. Qin Luo, could it be that you deduced this as well? Upon noticing Su Muwan's gaze upon him, Qin Luo couldn't help but let a subtle smile grace his lips, promptly bowing and exclaiming, Miss, your keen insight and discerning eye have allowed you to uncover the sinister ambitions of this group. It was precisely this that enabled me to deliberately ensnare them at this banquet, thus exposing their treacherous faade. Su Muwan was left in a daze. Su Tian's wife turned pale, incredulity etched on her face as she looked at her husband. Su Tian, you actually intended to help the Yuan clan in devouring the Su family? Are you out of your mind? She shrieked. Su Tianquan also cried out, Father, why are you being so foolish? Su Tianao covered his face, still grappling with the absurdity of the situation. What on earth? I went to the royal city to seek fortune, and how did I return as a traitor to the family? Su Tian was left speechless, his expression a mix of anguish and despair, stammering, No. Witnessing this scene, everyone interpreted it as Su Tian's profound remorse upon having his true intentions laid bare. Amid the chaos, a cold scoff pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention back to the present. They turned to see Su Ba, his countenance darkened. After surveying the gathered relatives, his gaze settled ominously on Su Tian's family. In a chilling tone, he declared, The Su family harbors treacherous ambitions. I hereby announce their expulsion from the Su family and the reclamation of all resources belonging to our clan. Chapter 46. Su Muwan is the next family head. As the family banquet concluded, the announcement reverberated through the hall, causing the Su Tian family to crumble in despair. They collapsed onto the ground, convulsing and weeping uncontrollably. Subsequently, Su Ba turned his gentle gaze towards Su Muwan, who maintained her composure, as if everything was well within her grasp. He sighed, proclaiming, Su Muwan is the unparalleled treasure of our Su family. Not only is her cultivation remarkable, but she has also uncovered the sinister ambitions of our kin. I, as the elder, hereby declare that the position of the next heir of the Su family shall be Su Muwan. With this declaration, shock and disbelief enveloped the room. Is it really settled just like that? Qin Luo swiftly appeared beside Su Muwan, leading the applause and exclaiming, Miss Su, both talented and beautiful, truly deserving. The followers of Su Muwan, including Shen Fei, echoed Qin Luo's fervor, chanting, Miss Su, both talented and beautiful, truly deserving. The chorus resounded, Miss Su, both talented and beautiful, truly deserving. Julan too rejoiced for her esteemed lady, thinking at last, she has reaped the rewards of her struggles. The applause erupted like thunder, compelling the entire banquet hall to join in, chanting, Miss Su, both talented and beautiful, truly deserving. Amidst the crowd, Su Bo's expression remained unsettled. He gazed incredulously at Su Muwan. What? Is it really settled this quickly? I still have many tricks up my sleeve. Similarly, Su Bailian was in a daze. How can she become the next family head just by a couple of slaps? On what grounds? Just because her followers can slap? Biting her nails in frustration, she directed her resentment towards Su Muwan. Su Muwan, I refuse to accept this. The position of family head should rightfully belong to me. She then turned her gaze towards Qin Luo, realization dawning upon her. I see now. This is all because you have good followers. In that case, I shall recruit my own, won't I? Humph, what you possess, I shall acquire as well. Furthermore, it must be better than yours. Amidst the clamor, Qin Luo inched closer to Su Muwan and whispered, Miss, congratulations on becoming the head of the Su family. Does this mean you can now expel those who oppose you from the family? Clearly taken aback by her newfound status as the head of the Su family, Su Muin's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Upon hearing Qin Luo's words, she stiffly turned to him, blinking in disbelief. Wait, am I really becoming the next head of the Su family? This isn't how it was portrayed in the books. Shouldn't I have faced numerous trials and tribulations before finally being acknowledged as the family head? That's how it transpired in my past life after my grandfather's demise. How is it that this time I've breezed through the family trials? Su Muin was taken aback, bewildered by the rapid turn of events. While she had merely observed Qin Luo dealing with everyone over the past 3 days. Then, have I truly become the head of the family? Su Muin gazed at Qin Luo in astonishment. You, Qin Luo, must be the protagonist, right? Though somewhat ostentatious, it is. As she listened to the continuous chorus of admiration surrounding her, she thought, I can't hold it in any longer. Just another minute. No. 30 seconds, and I shall burst into laughter. How delightful. Is this the treatment afforded to one who stands beside the protagonist? She suppressed the urge to cackle uncontrollably and then patted Qin Luo on the shoulder, smiling. Well done. What do you desire? Upon hearing this, Qin Luo's lips curled into a smile as he earnestly shook his head. Miss, this is my duty. No reward is necessary. Indeed, this great antagonist was quite astute, aware of the need to offer him a reward. Su Muin recognized that bestowing a reward upon such a loyal subordinate would be a form of humiliation. Although she held her principles, so too did Qin Luo have his. Thus, she did not press the matter further. Then let it be. Meanwhile, amidst the clamor, everyone had forgotten one individual. That person was Yu Wenhua, kneeling on the ground, flushed with embarrassment. Why? Has my confinement not yet been lifted? An hour later, the family banquet concluded. A taxi slowly pulled up at the Su family's entrance. Wah, you scoundrel. I should never have married you. Enough. Let us return swiftly. Father, do we still stand a chance of returning to the Su family? Alas. As the Su Tian family's vehicle was reclaimed as property of the Su family, they departed in a taxi. Another taxi gradually came to a halt at the Su family's door. The humiliation your family has inflicted upon me today shall be relayed to my parents. The warmth that once graced Yu Wenhua's face had been replaced solely by anger and resentment. Having arrived in the Su Tian family's vehicle, he now had no choice but to take a taxi to the airport, dragging the unconscious old Emo with him. Seeing the two troublesome parties finally leave, Su Muin felt a wave of relief wash over her. Phew, it is finally over. Today has been utterly exhausting. Miss, it is a pity that you did not take the stage at this family banquet. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly have been the star of the event. Qin Luo immediately flattered her. The traditional family banquet of the Su family annually featured martial arts competitions. Qin Luo had anticipated that, given Su Muin's personality, she would eagerly leap onto the stage and declare, I shall take on 10 opponents. Su Muin, upon hearing this, merely curled her lips and gazed skyward, her eyes reflecting a depth of growth as she sighed. Qin Luo, your young lady is no longer a child. Such familial competitions should be left to the youth. In her past life, she had indeed been audacious to a fault, directly leaping onto the competition stage and brazenly taunting all those below. A group of worthless individuals. I grant you the opportunity to challenge me together. You should be grateful, for it is a supreme honor to compete with me. Upon uttering these words, a flush of embarrassment swept over everyone present. In any case, a wise woman does not dwell on past glories. Su Muin declared that she had rid herself of her arrogant tendencies. Of course, the most significant reason was Su Muin stifled the pain coursing through her body. Alas, she had exerted herself too much, causing the cold to gnaw at her once more. Perhaps, upon returning, she could ask Qin Luo to administer a couple of acupuncture needles to alleviate her condition. Qin Luo smiled and nodded. Miss, you truly embody the ideal for our generation, deserving of a place in the annals of human history. Oh, that is rather exaggerated, but I do enjoy hearing it. At that moment, a soft voice from Su Balian reached them. Sister Su, are you heading back? Dear daughter, you have become the next family head. Do you still wish to return to that villa? Came the voice of Su Muin's mother. Qin Luo and Su Muin turned to see Su Lingtian, Ning Qingxian, Su Ba, Su Balian, Su Bo, and a dog approaching. Woof! The dog, Boki, joyfully wagged its tail and dashed towards Qin Luo. Observing this, Su Balian felt a surge of anger. Cursing inwardly, what a pathetic sycophant. After being slapped, you still go back to licking. Chapter 47. Qin Luo, please. Give me an injection. Upon hearing this, Su Muan nodded and smiled. Indeed, although my family is wonderful, it lacks the freedom found outside. Oh, Ning Qingxian raised an eyebrow, her gaze shifting between Su Muan and Qin Luo. Eventually, she revealed an expression that conveyed a mutual understanding. True freedom or illusory freedom? Su Muan responded with a slow question mark, gradually becoming aware of Ning Qingxuan's gaze filled with inexplicable mirth. Her cheeks flushed, and she shot an irritated glare at her mother, exclaiming, "Mom, what are you thinking? There is nothing between Qin Luo and me." Ning Qingxian, feigning innocence, blinked and replied, "Dear daughter, what are you talking about? I never mentioned Qin Luo. What are you implying?" "Mom." Cough. At that moment, Su Ba interrupted with a gentle cough, saying, "All right. Since my dear granddaughter wishes to live outside, let her do so." However, Su Ba looked kindly at Su Muan and Qin Luo, adding, "Even when you are away, the Su family will always be your haven." Upon hearing this, Su Muan felt a sudden jolt in her heart. She gazed at her parents, grandfather, and the family dog before her, feeling deeply moved. In her previous life, she never had the chance to stand quietly and listen to such heartfelt words from them. In her past, her arrogance had led to the ruin of her family. But in this life, she had been reborn. Moreover, Su Muan cast a sidelong glance at the smiling Qin Luo, a wave of warmth enveloping her as she thought, rebirth truly is a blessing. Yet, it would be even better if Qin Luo would refrain from causing trouble. With that thought, Su Muan cleared her throat, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she looked at her father and mother, saying, "All right. As for Su Balian and Uncle Su, I hope they won't create any more disturbances." As Su Muan's convoy departed, Uncle Su's expression darkened. Su Muan, and that lackey. It seemed necessary for him to recruit a similarly skilled lackey for his daughter. Watching the departing convoy, Su Balian suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. Su Muan had left so quickly. How dull it would be now. However, I should also seek out my father to recruit a capable lackey. Humph, Su Muan, just wait. When the time comes, I shall have my lackey compete with yours to see who is truly superior. That night, in Su Muan's villa, after concluding a day of work, Qin Luo remained in his bedroom, examining his gains. He opened the panel, a slight smile gracing his lips. Excellent. This time at the Su family banquet, he acquired a pressure and a whispers. This young lady indeed possesses treasures. Being associated with such a formidable final antagonist not only triggers numerous side quests, but also many protagonist tasks. The rewards obtained are incredibly generous, simply delightful. Su Muan, before you trigger the bad Yendi scenario, I am determined to stay by your side. A gentle knock echoed from outside the door, followed by a voice tinged with tremor and discomfort. Qin Luo, are you asleep? Startled, Qin Luo blinked, perplexed. What could the formidable antagonist desire at such an hour? Was she here to engage him in some form of psychological manipulation? Contemplating this, he rolled out of bed and made his way to the door. With a soft click, the door swung open, allowing a chill to sweep into his embrace. "Miss Su?" he gasped, taken aback by the sight of Su Muan nestled within his arms. Clad in a shark-themed nightgown, her cheeks were flushed, and a faint mist of icy vapor emanated from her form. Was this the encroachment of cold? Qin Luo's gaze sharpened. Su Muan's breath grew labored, her vision blurring. The intensity of her earlier exertion during the family banquet had unleashed a torrent of cold within her tonight. Pain gnawed at her body and consciousness. The sole anchor to her sanity was the thought of Qin Luo's medical prowess. Nestled in his warm embrace, her awareness flickered back momentarily. With trembling words, she clutched the hem of his garment tightly. "Qin Luo, please, administer acupuncture." As her plea fell, notifications flashed in his mind, detecting the antagonist in dire peril. Please assist the antagonist. Reward, attribute points 5. Without needing the system's prompting, Qin Luo knew he could not permit Su Muan to succumb. Resolute, he lifted her effortlessly in a princess carry and maneuvered to close the door with his foot. With a soft click, the door sealed shut. Outside, Zhulan, stationed vigilantly in the courtyard, sensed a shift and scanned her surroundings. Seeing nothing amiss, she returned to her diligent watch. Her expression radiated admiration for Su Muan. "Rest assured, Miss, Zhulan will vigilantly guard this place against intruders." As for that Qin Luo, claiming that even dogs do not work the night shift, how absurd. If he were to neglect his duty, the young lady would surely have her way with him. Inside Qin Luo's room, he laid Su Muan gently upon the bed. Her complexion was flushed. Her eyes now closed, breaths coming in quick succession, her chest rising and falling rhythmically. Her expression conveyed her acute discomfort. Without hesitation, Qin Luo swiftly peeled away the shark skin of her nightgown. There was no time to imprint the scene in his mind as he unleashed the Tai Xian 13 needles. Swish, swish, swish. A faint whimper escaped her lips as her brows knitted together. She clutched the sheets tightly, biting her lip in distress. Waves of cold were expelled from her body with each silver needle. Once he completed this urgent task, Qin Luo felt a momentary sense of relief. Yet, he realized it would be impolite to linger. With swift grace, he draped a blanket over Su Mu Wan and quietly retreated from the room. By the time she awoke, it would likely be the middle of the night. He should prepare a light supper for her. TSK, TSK, Su Muan, with a follower like me. You must be secretly delighted. In the dead of night, within Qin Luo's chamber, Su Muan's complexion gradually improved. She blinked her eyes open, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling, and felt a sense of relief wash over her. It appeared she had succeeded. The chilling aura that had plagued the Su family's techniques had always been a common ailment, yet it manifested more prominently within her. Thus, after vanquishing Old Mo's cultivation with a single strike, the cold energy within her erupted, compelling her to seek Qin Luo's assistance. But where was he now? At that moment, a light chuckle broke the silence. "Miss, you're awake." Su Muan turned her head to see Qin Luo sitting nearby, peeling an apple. It resembled a scene from the novels I've read. Just as she attempted to rise, her gaze fell upon the neatly folded shark pajamas placed beside her pillow. In an instant, her pupils constricted, and her cheeks flushed crimson. My clothes, does this mean I was?" Su Muan clutched the blanket tightly, her eyes wide with shock, as embarrassment compelled her to bury her face in the sheets, leaving only half her head exposed. She glared at Qin Luo in indignation, while he, with an innocent expression, raised the peeled apple and earnestly declared, "Miss, I did this all for your sake." The shark pajamas were too thick for the needles to penetrate. Upon hearing this, Su Muan, with her lips hidden beneath the blanket, could not suppress a faint smile. An unusual and peculiar sensation surged within her. She shot a glare at Qin Luo. After a brief standoff, her voice trembled as she softly uttered, "Pervert." The sound of her voice, tinged with shyness and a slight tremor, etched itself into Qin Luo's mind like a delicate flower poised to bloom. His pupils widened in surprise. Thump, thump, hiss. Wait, why is my heart racing so quickly? Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback, his breathing quickening. He hastily stood up, turning his back towards her as he stiffly walked towards the door. "Miss, you just too much. Quickly get dressed. I've brought you some barbecue and milk tea for a late-night snack." Seeing Qin Luo's rigid demeanor, Su Muan blinked and a mischievous smile crept onto her lips from beneath the blanket, reminiscent of a little devil. Oh, Qin Luo's reaction, how amusing. Is this still the same Qin Luo who would strike back? With that thought, she could not resist teasing him further, saying, "Qin Luo, come help me click." The door slammed shut as Qin Luo exited. Witnessing this, Su Muan couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly, pulling the blanket aside and bursting into laughter. "Qin Luo, you timid one, are quite entertaining." Outside the door, Qin Luo's breathing quickened as he covered his face, revealing an expression of disbelief through his fingers. How strange, the allure of this villain seems to quicken his heartbeat so intensely. He thumped his chest vigorously. Cough, cough. Qin Luo coughed a few times, yet he could not stop. His eyes widened in shock. Could it be that he truly had feelings for Su Muan? Half an hour later, at 2:22 a.m., Qin Luo, Zhulan, and Su Muan gathered in the living room. Su Muan had changed into casual attire, holding a skewer of grilled meat, seemingly having cast aside the earlier events. Munching away, she exclaimed, "Delicious. Qin Luo, you certainly know how to please. You knew I was hungry." As she leaned closer to Qin Luo, her lips slightly parted, a hint of seduction in her laughter as she teased, "You lecher." The innocent Qin Luo shook his head seriously. "Miss Su, this is merely for treatment. Your shark skin is too thick." With sincerity etched on his face, he gazed at Su Muan, saying, "Miss, look into my eyes. They are as clear as a puppy's." The allure of this villain was overwhelming. He thought, "I must maintain my composure, or I will surely be bewitched." Su Muan choked at his words and glared at him, grumbling, "Dog eyes." "Hey, miss, your words wound me deeply," he replied, feigning hurt. Su Muan's lips curled into a slight smile. She realized that since her rebirth, her laughter had increased. Seizing the moment, Qin Luo quickly brought over a cup of milk tea, inserted a straw, and smiled innocently. "Miss, enjoy some milk tea." She accepted it with a huff. Qin Luo blinked and smiled subtly. Are you a pig, huffing like that? Suddenly, Su Muwan sensed something amiss and glared at Qin Luo. Were you just cursing me in your heart? Qin Luo broke into a cold sweat at her words, quickly standing up and extending his hand to massage her shoulders. I am utterly loyal to you, miss. How could that be? Don't touch me, she retorted. I already told you. Ah, your technique has certainly improved, Qin Luo, she noted, feeling his touch. As he continued to knead her shoulders, he leaned closer to her ear, whispering with a laugh. This is all for you, Mississippi. The warmth of his breath brushed against her earlobe. Thump, thump. Her heart raced. A slight flush crept onto her cheeks. Could it be that this meant she was indeed moved by Qin Luo? How could a mere Qin Luo enchant someone as seasoned in romance as herself? For now, she would chalk it up to her lingering illness causing her heart to race. With that thought, she closed her eyes, enjoying the moment, softly humming. You better be. Zhu Lan, observing from the side, wore a dazed expression, her skewer falling to the ground. What just happened? What transpired between Miss and Qin Luo while I was on watch? What shark skin? What treatment? Chapter 48, Daily Errand for the Canine Task. Has the ghost immortal Wang Yong made any progress? Early in the morning, in the living room on the first floor, the command was given, bring forth the little pup. Enhance my abilities. The dog system responded, acknowledged, master. As the words faded, a panel materialized before Qin Luo. Qin Luo, cultivation level, mid-stage of the entry realm strength, 2 points defense, 13 points stamina, 1 point agility, 1 point perception, 1 point available points, 0 loyalty value, 155 title, Premier Canine. Exuding an aura of servitude, all tasks performed will be traced back to you. Mental technique, Canine Heart Sutra skills, Canine Spectre Body, Canine Spectre Palm, automatic counter. Taishian 13 needles, God-level hacking skills, natural affinity, pressure, whispered words, basic combat techniques, basic culinary skills. A plethora of miscellaneous daily skills, items, set of mysterious iron-silver needles. War God Token X1. Gazing at this impressive panel, Qin Luo nodded in satisfaction. The reward for this task was a long-awaited attribute point, which he naturally allocated entirely to his defense. He realized that the higher his attributes rose, the more his cultivation would correspondingly increase. Closing the personal panel, Qin Luo opened the task list. Daily Canine Errand. Master Adoration. Please perform the daily canine task. 01. Note. You may also select from the following individuals for the canine task. Rewards will be doubled. Dragon King's son-in-law. Xiao Tian. Location. Lin Family Dog Den. Mountain Descending Healer. Wang Yong. Location. Antique City Gathering. Jiang Group. Jiang Sweki. Location. Antique City Gathering. War God. Ting Ao. Location. Hell Rainforest. Task Reward. Advanced Driving Skill X1. Can be fused and upgraded with the Master's existing driving skills. Qin Luo blinked in surprise. In his mind, he inquired, Little pup, has the system undergone an upgrade? The response came, reporting to Master. This is due to the activation of the related storylines of the protagonists in this world, leading to the appearance of their locations in the task list. Some individuals have not been provoked by the Master, hence their specific locations cannot be pinpointed. Oh, I see. Qin Luo meticulously examined the information. Xiao Tian was undoubtedly at the bottom of the Lin family hierarchy. Wang Yong, Jiang Sweki, why are they consistently found at the Antique City Gathering? Is the group not under their care? Ahem, though Su Muin is hardly any better. Oh, and the War God, so his name is Tung Ao? Located in the Hell Rainforest, which is leagues away from Jiang City. After surveying the options, an idea struck Qin Luo, and a smile crept onto his lips. It has been quite a while since I treated Longding Tian, hasn't he it? Hence, today's canine task shall be dedicated to you, Ghost Immortal Wang Yong. Let me see if you have made any progress in my absence. With this thought, Qin Luo snapped his fingers. Come forth. In an instant. Xin Fei and a multitude of followers hurriedly arrived. They stood in a row, collectively greeting, Good morning, Brother Luo. Qin Luo nodded in satisfaction. A smirk then graced his lips as he turned to Xin Fei, saying, Xin Fei, accompany me to the Antique City. The young lady is exceedingly busy. I must procure some fine items for her. Do you understand? Xin Fei listened intently, then responded with a nod, understood. As Qin Luo's words fell, a notification sounded. Detected the Master has chosen the Ghost Immortal King Yong. Issuing exclusive task. Obtain the Poison Shadow Heart Sutra. Task Reward. Poison Shadow Heart Sutra can be fused with the dog's ghostly palm. Qin Luo was taken aback. Ah, this is truly a windfall. In the courtyard, Zhu Lan, who was practicing her punches, suddenly looked up at the vehicles roaring past. A moment of surprise crossed her mind. Has the young lady awakened? At that moment, a familiar business vehicle slowly came to a halt beside Zhu Lan. The window rolled down, revealing Qin Luo's figure. He cast a glance at the bewildered Zhu Lan and said, I'm heading out to buy antiques for the young lady. You stay here to protect her. Do not let anyone in. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable. With that, he rolled up the window and sped away. Zhu Lan stared in astonishment. And only after Qin Luo's convoy had departed did she come to her senses. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed into the distance. Wait, on what grounds does a mere attendant command me? How dare he go out with Shun Fei and the others without permission? This is outrageous. I must report this to the young lady. At the Antique City auction, two figures moved in tandem. Ever since she was humiliated by Su Muin's attendant, Jiang Sueki had been seething for quite some time, finally managing to stifle her anger. She felt too ashamed to inform her family that she had been belittled by an attendant of Su Muin. Wang Yong, is what you said truly the case? Is there a tome at this auction that can resolve my physical condition? Jiang Sueki cast a disdainful glance at Wang Yong trailing behind her. The more she observed him, the more irritated she became, wishing to rid herself of him entirely. What a worthless fool. He thinks himself formidable. Yet last time he was slapped repeatedly by Su Muin's attendant and didn't he dare retaliate. In the end, I had to drag him back to the group. Wang Yong was acutely aware of Jiang Sueki's skepticism and distrust stemming from the previous incident. However, that was in the past. He had underestimated that attendant, which led to his lack of vigilance. Next time they crossed paths, he would undoubtedly use poison to make that attendant wish for death. And as for Su Muin, do not assume I am unaware that you are orchestrating this. Even if your target is Jiang Sueki, I have also been caught in the crossfire. So I shall not let you off easily. Returning to the present, Wang Yong forced a smile and said, Sueki, you think you have the right to call me that, you worthless fool? Be silent. During work hours, one must adhere to their designated roles. Before Wang Yong could finish his sentence, Jiang Sueki abruptly halted, turning to him with an onslaught of scathing remarks. Ever since the last incident, Jiang Sueki had disregarded her family's objections and demoted Wang Yong from bodyguard to security personnel. Had it not been for Wang Yong's claim that the auction at the antique market held a secret capable of enhancing her constitution, she would have resolutely refused to accompany him. Wang Yong's expression stiffened. He clenched his fists only to release them, forcing a strained smile as he replied, Understood. General Manager Jiang, you wretched person. I am doing this for your own good, yet you humiliate me so. Not only have you banished me to the security room, but you also continue to treat me with disdain. This is sheer folly. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yong maintained his disingenuous smile, assuring her, Rest assured, General Manager Jiang. This information comes from a reliable friend of mine. It is absolutely trustworthy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sueki scoffed. How reliable can your friend truly be? Enough. If you deceive me once more, you shall be cast out of the Jiang family. Not even my parents will be able to retain you then. Wang Yong repeatedly forced a smile, affirming, Certainly, certainly. You despicable woman. Wang Yong's inner fury roared. Damn it, if it weren't for the inability to defy my master's orders, would I ever allow you to stand there and speak to me with such arrogance? Alas, considering your innate toxic constitution that allows us to cultivate together, I shall endure once more. Chapter 49, The Antique Market Gathering. Who is barking? Half an hour later, the auction commenced as scheduled. Jiang Sueki occupied a seat near the front. As the esteemed daughter of the Jiang family, she was well known to all present. Mr. Jiang, it has been a long time. You still exude charm. An elderly businessman approached with a warm smile. Jiang Sueki responded graciously. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Li. You two appear remarkably vigorous. Another young entrepreneur approached. Mr. Jiang, I have heard that Jiang Group is making significant strides lately, particularly in developing new beauty products. Is that correct? Truly admirable. Jiang Sueki humbly replied, Not quite. We are still in the development phase. As she spoke, a wave of confidence surged within her. In the entirety of Jiang City, who can boast such achievements at her age? The company was on the verge of launching a groundbreaking product that would render the entire pharmaceutical industry in Jiang City beneath her feet. Jiang Sueki was determined to make it known that even without the ability to cultivate, she could ascend to greatness in an alternate realm. At that moment, a young man approached with a smile. Sueki, dear sister, It has been ages. I didn't expect to see you here. The appearance of this youth elicited astonished expressions from those around. It was C2 Rufeng, the scion of the illustrious C2 family, one of Jiang City's premier families. Logically, given his disinterest in antiques, what had compelled him to attend? Could it be? Everyone exchanged glances between C2 Rufeng and Jiang Sweki, a shared smile spreading across their faces. It was common knowledge that C2 Rufeng and Jiang Sweki shared a childhood bond. He must have come for her sake. Upon seeing him, a flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Sweki's face, and she shyly responded, "Brother Rufeng." Nearby, Wang Yong watched with palpable jealousy, thinking to himself, "What a pretty boy. Jiang Sweki is the one I have my eyes on." C2 Rufeng seemed to sense something amiss, casting a curious glance at Wang Yong. "And who might this be?" Jiang Sweki quickly interjected, "Just a mere security guard." Wang Yong's expression soured immediately, as though he had tasted something foul. Jiang Sweki, pretending not to notice, smiled, "Brother Rufeng, do you also have an interest in antiques?" C2 Rufeng chuckled, "I merely heard that you were here, so I decided to come." Jiang Sweki felt a surge of warmth. "Brother Rufeng." At that moment, several sycophants of C2 Rufeng chimed in. They had long heard that Mr. Jiang and Su Mu-wan from the Su family shared a passion for antiques. But everyone knew that Su Mu-wan lacked any true understanding. She merely purchased the expensive items. Who could compare to Mr. Jiang's genuine enthusiasm? Indeed. When it comes to antiques, we must defer to Mr. Jiang. Jiang Sweki relished the praise. Su Mu-wan, although we are often compared. Even if your martial arts talent is slightly commendable, in matters of character and integrity, you fall short of me. Just as she was about to utter some modest words, the next moment, a loud crash echoed through the room. The grand entrance of the venue was abruptly thrust open. The crowd beheld a man donning sunglasses, flanked by a cadre of dark-clad subordinates. As discontent flickered across the faces of those present, ready to reprimand, their expressions swiftly transformed. Keen observers recognized Chen Fei and his entourage, clearly identifying them as Su Mu-wan's followers. But where was Su Mu-wan? Who was this leading man? Jiang Sweki narrowed her gaze, realizing Su Mu-wan had arrived. No, that was merely Su Mu-wan's subordinate. Damn it. As Qin Luo advanced, he cast a glance around the hall, particularly at Jiang Sweki, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. The crowd was puzzled. Who was this individual? C2 Rufeng seemed to notice Jiang Sweki's discomfort. He leaned in and quietly asked, "Sister Sweki, do you know this person?" Jiang Sweki nodded, her voice laced with fury as she muttered, "This man is Su Mu-wan's subordinate. He provoked me previously." C2 Rufeng nodded, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. So it was merely a subordinate. Contemplating, he glanced at his own sycophant beside him. The latter understood and boldly strode towards Qin Luo and his companions. Qin Luo surveyed the assembly. Upon noticing Jiang Sweki among the attendees, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Excellent. All were present. At that moment, a man approached Qin Luo menacingly. "Hey, kid, do you know our auction rules prohibit such subordinates?" Before he could finish, a resounding slap interrupted him. Thud. The man fell to the ground, clutching his face, immediately groaning in agony. The crowd watched as his face swelled rapidly, a trickle of blood escaping from his lips. His eyes widened, disbelief etched across his features. He had never anticipated that someone would dare to act so brazenly in front of so many. Did he not even entertain a moment's hesitation about the potential repercussions? The hall fell silent. All eyes were incredulously fixed on Qin Luo. This was Su Mu-wan's subordinate. How utterly audacious! It was the first time C2 Rufeng had seen Qin Luo. He had always known Su Mu-wan's subordinate to be female. This man was indeed a novel sight. Subsequently, the crowd witnessed Qin Luo, after delivering the slap, lift his nose haughtily as his calm yet arrogant voice resonated in their ears. "Shen Fei, what was that noise just now?" Shen Fei replied respectfully, "I am unaware." Qin Luo responded nonchalantly, "Then take your seat." With that, he strode forward, stepping on the fallen subordinate still grappling with his incredulity. "Ah!" the man shrieked, prostrating himself on the ground, utterly astounded. Was he really just trampled upon? The crowd's expressions turned to anger. An elder from a prominent enterprise rose, pointing at Qin Luo as he scolded, "Stop right there. This is an antique city auction, not for someone like you." Slap. Before the words faded, Shen Fei delivered a sharp slap, then pointed at the terrified general manager, who covered his face and returned to his seat, berating him, "Be silent. Who invited you to speak during my brother Luo's turn?" "Oh, my mistake. We are all here for the young lady." Qin Luo calmly offered an explanation. All right, Brother Luo. Xin Fei glared once more at the speechless general manager, then continued to follow behind Qin Luo. Wow, no wonder Brother Luo enjoys slapping others. This feeling is quite exhilarating. Chapter 50. Do they deserve to threaten my lady? Upon witnessing this scene, it became abundantly clear to everyone present that this group had been deliberately sent by Su Muwan to create chaos. Their intentions were far from benign. Wang Yong, upon seeing Qin Luo, momentarily restrained himself from taking direct action, for he noticed Situ Ruff standing beside Jiang Sueki. One could only wonder how this individual would react. Considering the evident animosity between the esteemed Miss Su and Jiang Sueki, would this arrogant subordinate dare to make a move against Situ Ruffeng? As Jiang Sueki beheld Qin Luo's brazen demeanor, feelings of humiliation and fury surged within her, overwhelming her composure. Moments later, Qin Luo approached Jiang Sueki, flanked by a multitude of subordinates, exuding an oppressive air. He adjusted the lenses of his sunglasses, revealing his audacious countenance, and directed a mocking gaze towards the visibly distressed Jiang Sueki, sneering, "Once again, we meet, worthless young lady." At this remark, just as Jiang Sueki was about to unleash her pent-up rage upon Qin Luo, Situ Ruffeng interjected, regarding Qin Luo with a frigid demeanor. He coldly stated, "Is this how Sumuwan instructs her subordinates? If you wish to avoid trouble with the Situ family concerning your young lady, you ought to demonstrate some self-awareness and kneel to apologize. Otherwise, the Situ family will ensure your lady pays a grievous price." How audacious! I shall speak up in her defense, as it shall serve to bolster my reputation. Even if I cannot compel this subordinate to apologize, the crowd will surely regard me with increased respect, and Jiang Sueki will undoubtedly admire me more. As Situ Ruffeng's words echoed through the air, the tension in the room eased. It was well known that the Situ family stood alongside the Su family as one of the foremost clans in Jiang City. This mere subordinate of Su Muwan's could hardly pose a threat. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the atmosphere grew still. Qin Luo raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Situ Ruffeng's face, taunting, "What are you, to dare raise your voice here? Threatening my lady? Do you think you are worthy? On what grounds do you believe my lady would fear the Situ family? Is it because of your ailing elder, who is soon to meet his end? Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. You came here specifically to retrieve your elder from the brink of the grave, didn't you?" As the system activated, all pertinent information unfolded in Qin Luo's mind. Wang Yong stood momentarily stunned, re-evaluating his perception of Qin Luo. This fellow, even with Su Muwan's backing, could he truly be this audacious? What made him think Su Muwan would genuinely protect him? Jiang Sueki's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief as she gazed at Qin Luo, realizing he truly dared to strike my brother Ruffeng? And what was this subordinate implying? Was Brother Ruffeng truly here for me, a mere security guard? Situ Ruffeng was momentarily stunned by the slap, his face contorted in pain. An indescribable sense of humiliation surged within him. Had I been struck? Shock, anger, and disbelief coursed through his mind. As the esteemed heir of the Situ family, he had never experienced such indignity. Yet, the latter part of the lackey's words jolted him profoundly. He clutched his stinging cheek, his expression one of horror. How could this lackey possibly know that something had happened to the patriarch of the Situ family? Or that his purpose for visiting the antique city was to seek out Wang Yong for his grandfather's treatment? No. How could a mere follower be privy to such information? Thus, the gravity of the situation dawned on Situ Ruffeng. The only one who could have revealed this information was the mastermind behind the lackey, Su Muwan. How else could one explain the audacity of a mere follower boldly approaching to strike three individuals? Such brazen behavior could only stem from a cunning scheme devised by Su Muwan. Damn it, this situation is amiss. I must endure for now. And so, under the astonished gazes of all present, the esteemed heir of the Situ family, Situ Ruffeng, remained unresponsive, clutching his face. Jiang Sueki's pupils constricted. Her lips parted in disbelief. Brother Ruffeng? Why isn't he fighting back? Why? She turned to Qin Luo, who wore a sardonic smirk. Then, glancing back at her heroic ideal. Situ Ruffeng, in his state of restraint, her heart ached with disappointment, as if a knife were carving through her. A flicker of disillusionment crossed her eyes. She bit her lip and returned to her seat. Brother Ruffeng, you have greatly disappointed Sueki. Situ Ruffeng felt a pang in his heart as he noticed the disappointment etched on Jiang Sueki's face. Yet, he felt powerless. The dire condition of his grandfather should have been a closely guarded secret, but now it had been exposed by a lackey of Su Muwan. The implications were crystal clear. Su Muwan saw it too. threaten the Situ family. What a vile individual. Su Muin was far from the brainless figure of rumor. Therefore, Situ Ruffer inhaled deeply and restrained himself. Qin Luo cast a surprised glance at Situ Ruffing, who seemed to have undergone a mental tempest. With a dismissive smirk, he thought, what a mere supporting character. A slap landed, and not even a system notification appeared. Clearly, he is not part of the main cast. With that, he resolved to reap the rewards from the protagonists. He chose a seat neither too far nor too close to Jiang Sueki, then spread his arms wide, creating a comfortable space for himself. Shen Fei and others stood by the aisle, preventing anyone from approaching. Jiang Sueki, seeing Qin Luo seated not far from her, felt her anger and disappointment in Brother Rufing's cowardice written all over her face. At that moment, upon witnessing the scene, Wang Yang's expression brightened with joy. He hurriedly approached, saying, General Jiang, do not be disheartened. Once the auction concludes, I shall teach that insolent subordinate of yours a lesson. Jiang Sueki, hearing this, turned her gaze towards Wang Yang, hesitatingly inquiring, and how do you intend to teach him a lesson? Noticing Jiang Sueki's change of heart, Wang Yang promptly replied with a smile, once the auction is over, I will ensure he receives his due. Moments later, Jiang Sueki's expression transformed into one of delight as she nodded, very well. If you can truly accomplish this, I shall reinstate you as my bodyguard. Wang Yang felt a twitch in his heart upon hearing this, yet he maintained a nod, saying, of course, General Jiang, just watch how I deal with that insufferable lackey. On the auction stage, an auctioneer wiped the sweat from his brow and, after casting a reluctant glance at Qin Luo, began to introduce the items up for bid. Now that everyone is present, let us officially commence the auction. As the auctioneer's words fell, a lady clad in a qipao presented the first item on the table. Clearing his throat, the auctioneer announced, distinguished guests, we are pleased to present a blue and white porcelain vase, collected 5,000 years ago by a master at the pinnacle of his craft. This exquisite vase boasts a graceful form, a pure glaze, and exceptional artistry, holding immense historical and artistic value, with a starting bid of 1 million. As soon as the auctioneer's words concluded, a murmur of low discussions arose in the audience. Items from a master at the pinnacle are rare indeed. Indeed, there might even be treasures hidden within. Many began to lift their bidding paddles, eager to participate. At that moment, a paddle was raised. 10 million, I will take it. The declaration changed the expressions of all present. They turned to the individual who had raised the paddle, and upon recognizing it was Qin Luo, they sheepishly lowered their paddles. Qin Luo looked at the auctioneer, who remained unmoved, and urged, what are you waiting for? Announce it already. The auctioneer, regaining his composure, swallowed hard, and, trembling, brought down his gavel, saying, congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the item. He wiped his brow and continued, next, we will auction a painting by a renowned master from 5,000 years ago, with a starting price of 1 million. As the auctioneer's voice faded, the etiquette lady unveiled the painting, leaving everyone in awe. As the scroll gradually unfurled, a majestic landscape painting came into view. The mountains and waters intertwined, enveloped in mist, with delicate yet powerful brushstrokes, as if one could feel the presence of that great master from 5 millennia ago. Every stroke and line of the artwork exuded profound skill and extraordinary artistry, leaving the audience in admiration, especially since the master was renowned for his painting. Could it not be the legendary saint of painting who painted the heavens? I bid 5 million. I bid 550,000. 7 million. No one dare compete with me. 10 million. I bid 10 million. 20 million. The bidders within the venue became lively once more, their paddles rising like mushrooms after the rain, as the price swiftly ascended. Jiang Sueki also exhibited a keen interest in the painting. She raised her paddle and proclaimed, 30 million. I sincerely hope everyone will grant me this favor, as I truly adore this artwork. Jiang Sueki was confident that her declaration would dissuade the others from competing against her. Indeed, this was the case. Upon hearing the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family speak, the others naturally smiled and yielded, saying, since Ms. Jiang is fond of it, we shall refrain from contesting. Jiang Sueki smiled faintly and turned her gaze towards the auctioneer. Just as the auctioneer was about to strike the gavel, a languid voice interrupted, I bid 31 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chapter 51. If it's difficult, then do not proceed. Master Xiaqin. Jiang Sueki's expression was grim as she cast an irate glance towards Qin Luo. There he was, reclining casually, his chin propped on one hand, gazing at her with a mocking glint in his eyes. His demeanor was deliberate. He was provoking her, Fuming, Jiang Sueki raised her paddle and declared, 31 million. However, it wasn't long before Qin Luo retorted with, 31 million and one. Jiang Sueki felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. Undeterred, she countered, 35 million. 35 million and one. You. Jiang Sueki glared furiously at Qin Luo, rising to her feet as she scolded. What is your intention? Is it your aim to provoke me with such trivial increments? Qin Luo shrugged nonchalantly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. I see you've caught on. That's all that matters. He turned to the auctioneer, chuckling softly. For every bid made by Miss Jiang, I will simply add 1 million. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They exchanged bewildered glances. Was he truly disregarding Jiang Sueki's dignity in such a manner? Refusing to back down. Jiang Sueki shouted at the auctioneer, very well. I shall do the same. I will bid 1 million more than his offer. Upon hearing this, the auctioneer appeared flustered, glancing anxiously between Qin Luo and Jiang Sueki. You both are making this exceedingly difficult for me as his words trailed off. A cold laugh from Qin Luo sliced through the tension. If it's difficult, then do not proceed. The onlookers turned to see Qin Luo rising, striding confidently towards the auction stage. He seized the microphone from the auctioneer. Jiang Sueki, incensed, slammed her hand on the table and shouted, What are you trying to accomplish? Are you intent on ruining this auction? Ruining? No. Qin Luo raised the microphone, casting a disdainful glance at the audience below. Then, with audacity, he declared, I merely wish to inform everyone present that anything my esteemed lady desires will inevitably belong to her. This auction has been entirely reserved by the Su family. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Arrogance, hubris, insolence. How dare this subordinate act with such audacity? What gave him the right? Was it merely the backing of Sima Wang? Jiang Sueki trembled with rage at Qin Luo's words. Sima Wang, I will not let this slide. She spat. This auction is organized by the president of the Antique Association. Bids are based solely on merit. What right do you have to claim this event as your own? As her voice echoed, the crowd began to awaken from their shock. Indeed, the Antique Association was not beholden to the Su family. What authority did this mere lackey of Sima Wang possess to strut around in such a manner? Gradually, the expressions of the onlookers shifted as clarity dawned upon them. Indeed, there was also President Long Dingtian. His influence was vast. Even Sima Wang would not dare jeopardize her standing by supporting this subordinate. Yet, the question lingered, what right did he have? Qin Luo seemed to have heard something exceedingly amusing. Clearing his throat, he raised the microphone, and his subsequent words rendered everyone speechless. Long Dingtian, why don't you hurry over here? Boom. As his voice fell, chaos erupted in the venue. How audacious. A subordinate dared to show such disrespect towards President Long Dingtian. Where are the security guards? Everyone was utterly enraged. Who is this madman? Finally, the person in charge of the auction arrived. Upon seeing Qin Luo wreaking havoc on stage, his face nearly twisted in anger. This was the domain of the Antique City Association, presided over by President Long. How could this junior disturb the peace? With that thought, he rushed towards Qin Luo, shouting furiously, You little rascal! How dare you! Before he could finish, another figure darted forward faster than the auction's overseer. Silence. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and struck the overseer's face hard. The overseer fell to the ground, clutching his face in bewilderment, and the entire crowd was left stunned. Especially Jiang Sueki. The one who had hastily dealt a slap to his own was none other than President Long Dingtian. Long Dingtian, his face pale with panic, approached Qin Luo and, under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, bowed apologetically, saying, I beg for Master Qin's forgiveness. Yet, this was not the end. Qin Luo, with an air of indifference, remarked, I came at the behest of the young lady, initially to treat you, and also to procure some antiques, but he cast a disappointed glance at the crowd below, adding, This auction has left both me and the young lady quite disheartened. A collective gasp arose. This subordinate dared to speak in such a manner? However, Long Dingtian's reaction was even more astonishing. Beads of sweat began to pour down Long Dingtian's back as he trembled. Master Qin, please quell your anger. All the antiques at this auction will be personally delivered to the Su family. I only ask for your forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo feigned anger and nodded. Very well, then, let us proceed to your place for treatment. This time, it should restore 70% of your abilities, allowing you to cultivate true energy. At these words, cultivate true energy? Long Dingtian's expression lit up with uncontainable joy. There is no need, Master Qin. It can be done here. Qin Luo was taken aback, then looked at him with suspicion. Here? Are you certain? Yes. After nearly 2 decades of being deemed a failure, Long Dingtian could no longer wait. Fearing that Qin Luo might change his mind, he bent down and shouted, I implore Master Qin to grant me your guidance. Boom. As Long Dingtian's words echoed, the minds of the gathered crowd felt as though they had been struck by a thunderclap. Wait, what did they just hear? Grant guidance. Who is granting guidance to whom? The illustrious president of the Antique City Association was actually beseeching a junior. For guidance? No, everyone shook their heads. It could not be taken literally. There must be some profound meaning behind it. Grant guidance, grant guidance. Was that a dialect from some country? Jiang Sueki stood frozen in place, her incredulous gaze fixated on Qin Luo and the obsequious Long Dingtian on the stage. Brother Long, why have you become like this? A profound sense of disappointment and disbelief swelled within her. Brother Long, you have truly let Sueki down. As the crowd pondered the meaning behind the bestowed palm, the ensuing scene jolted everyone into realization. Their initial suspicions had not been in vain. Qin Luo, immediately after Long Dingtian finished speaking, swiftly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Long Dingtian's face. Thud! Long Dingtian fell to the ground, trembling all over. Just as everyone anticipated a wrathful response from him, he suddenly sprang to his feet and erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha! It's happened. I've succeeded. I can cultivate now. I can harness true energy. How many years have I endured this? Mother, wait for me. I shall return to the Long family, and then I will take vengeance on that ungrateful scoundrel. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Dingtian, his face still cradled in his hands, beamed with the exuberance of a child and shouted reverently at Qin Luo, Thank you, Master Qin, for the palm strike. Buzz. The crowd's minds went blank. Wait, what did they just witness? Long Dingtian, thanking someone for slapping him? What kind of surreal narrative was unfolding before them? Everyone stood in stunned silence, questioning if they were still grounded in reality. Surely, there must have been some mistake? Meanwhile, in the Su family's villa, within the confines of Su Muwan's bedroom, she slept soundly, her brow slightly furrowed. In her slumber, she murmured, Don't provoke Qin Luo. Don't provoke the Dragon King. Don't provoke the Ghost Immortal. Don't provoke the God of War. Don't provoke the young lady who was humiliated. Don't provoke the one who was jilted. Yet as she spoke, her thoughts shifted. Qin Luo's hands are truly beautiful. What a lecher. Say something I long to hear. Chapter 52. Qin sure truly is a divine healer. Astounding. Frightening. No one could have anticipated that Long Dingtian, the president of the Antique City Association, would be rendered utterly dazed by a mere attendant of Su Muan. He was laughing uncontrollably in public. President, please, not like this. Everyone is watching, implored the association staff, gazing at the bewildered Long Dingtian. Ha! Silence. You know nothing. Long Dingtian exclaimed, his laughter echoing as tears streamed down his cheeks. He surveyed the assembly with a solemn expression and declared, in truth, I believe many of you are aware of my predicament. I am a cultivator plagued by an insurmountable limitation. However, things have changed. He approached Qin Luo with reverence and introduced him. This is Qin Luo, a master whose medical prowess is beyond comprehension, having received the true teachings from Miss Su. Just moments ago, he cured me of my long-standing affliction. I can now cultivate. Qin Luo raised his chin slightly, casting a detached glance across the crowd. His calm demeanor elicited gasps of disbelief from the assembly. What? He possesses medical skills? A senior business magnate rose, visibly trembling, his hands shaking uncontrollably. He swallowed hard, incredulous as he turned to Long Dingtian and asked, President Long, surely you jest? Ha! Old Huang, do you think I would jest? You too suffer from a hidden ailment. If you were to receive assistance from Master Qin, your condition could surely be treated. Long Dingtian wiped his tears and turned to Qin Luo with respect. Whether you can receive Master Qin's help depends on your sincerity. As the words fell, Old Huang tremblingly wiped the sweat from his brow. He was the chairman of a racing group, owning several specialized racing manufacturing companies, and was financially robust. In his youth, he had been a race car driver. Yet sadly, in his later years, he was afflicted with Parkinson's disease, a degenerative neurological disorder primarily affecting motor functions. Current treatments could only alleviate symptoms, not cure the condition. This was a source of immense sorrow for a former racer. Now, hearing Long Dingtian's words, could it be that there was hope for him? Long Dingtian would not risk his reputation for a mere attendant, so it was evident that this was genuine. With this thought, Old Huang unsteadily made his way from his seat. Chairman Huang. His bodyguards hurriedly assisted him as he approached the stage, while whispers of speculation circulated among the crowd. Did Chairman Huang truly believe that this attendant could heal him? How could such complex ailments be resolved? Was he grasping at straws in desperation? From the moment Situ Ruffing witnessed Long Dingtian approach to implore Qin Luo for assistance, following a sharp slap across the face, his expression had been anything but tranquil. The predicament of Long Dingtian being unable to cultivate was no secret among these martial arts families. Previously, Long Dingtian's dantian was as parched as a desert long deprived of moisture. Yet now, he felt a faint stir of true energy coursing through him. Situ Rufing's countenance was one of astonishment. Could it be that Long Dingtian had truly been healed? Is it possible that this attendant possesses medical prowess? Jiang Sueki, on the other hand, was filled with disappointment, for she was well acquainted with Master Huang. Grandfather Huang, why do you place your faith in this man? Suddenly, she recalled Wang Yong's frequent claims of possessing medical skills, and she turned to inquire of him. Wang Yong, is it true that this attendant is skilled in medicine? Upon hearing her words, Wang Yong's gaze flickered momentarily. To be fair, just moments ago, Long Dingtian's dantian had been withered, yet after Qin Luo's slap, there appeared to be signs of revival. However, Wang Yong wore a disdainful expression. He too possessed such healing techniques, and even more effective ones at that. Thus, he concluded that Qin Luo had merely stumbled upon a fortuitous remedy for this complex ailment. With this thought, a haughty demeanor overtook Wang Yong, and a smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Miss Jiang need not worry. He is but a frivolous jester. Once the auction concludes, I shall make him aware of the most cruel fate that can befall a man. If he claims to be skilled in medicine, let us see if he can truly unravel this. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Sueki felt a wave of relief wash over her. A flicker of joy illuminated her gaze as she hesitantly turned toward Wang Yong, saying, Wang Yong, I realize now that you possess the courage to stand against such a villain. I have misjudged both Brother Ruffing and Brother Long. Wang Yong, upon hearing this, felt a surge of satisfaction within and nodded in acknowledgement. Sueki, it is good that you understand. My master entrusted me with your protection, so place your trust in me. Jiang Sueki nodded in agreement, yet a sense of melancholy lingered within her heart. With a sigh, she remarked, It is a pity that the tome capable of healing me will now fall into the hands of that attendant working for Sun Yuan. Wang Yong shook his head, a glint of mockery gleaming in his eyes as he confidently retorted, Fear not, Sueki. Shortly, I shall have that attendant kneeling before me, dutifully presenting the tome. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sueki's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she exclaimed, Really? Wang Yong, you are truly kind to me. For reasons unknown. She felt an inexplicable sense of security wash over her in Wang Yong's presence. Why is it that I suddenly feel so reassured by Wang Yong being by my side? On the auction stage, old Huang trembled as he approached Qin Luo, gazing at him with utmost reverence. He clasped his hands together and beseeched, Master Qin, I implore you, save this old man. If you can restore me to health, I would be willing to transfer 51 of my company's shares to Miss Su. Old Huang had long since savored all that life had to offer. Now, he simply wished to heal himself and partake in one last exhilarating race. Thus, he found great satisfaction. Racing. Oh, by the way, I recall that within Su Muwan's collection of settings, there exists one that is fond of racing. TSK. How is it that you, a formidable villain, possess an affinity for antiques, racing, and even stone gambling? Never mind, I shan't dwell on it. Qin Luo slightly raised his hand, observing the trembling elder before him, and inquired, Are you certain? My method of treatment diverges from the norm. This strike will be quite painful. Upon hearing this, old Huang struggled to glance at Qin Luo's elevated palm. Yet, considering that he was already half a foot in the grave, he thought it better to take a chance rather than regretfully embrace his fate. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and replied, I. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Luo swiftly delivered a backhand slap, stating nonchalantly, I forgot to mention, striking when you're unprepared yields the best results. With a thud, old Huang clutched his burning face as he collapsed to the ground, his mind buzzing. Was this truly happening? Not a moment's psychological preparation granted. Meanwhile, everyone in the venue gaped in astonishment at the stage. Had he been cured? Wang Yong sneered at the scene before him. What a farce. Such symptoms could only be treated by his master, the divine doctor. You, Amir. Before Wang Yong could finish his thought, old Huang, to the astonishment of all, sprang up from the ground in an instant. Feeling his body, he incredulously bellowed, "I am healed." Chapter 53. I cannot believe you are a healer. I challenge you. Slap. The audience collectively gasped in astonishment. They beheld the exuberant and sprightly old Huang, seemingly rejuvenated by 50 years. Instantly, they were struck with disbelief. Has he truly recovered? A miraculous healer. This is genuine divine intervention. Good heavens, can even Parkinson's be cured? Does this mean Miss Su has triumphed over cancer as well? Indeed, it's unfathomable. A veritable miracle of humanity. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the hall. Jiang Xueqi was also left speechless. What? He has been healed? He is not a fraud? What? Wang Yang's pupils constricted. He stood up, incredulously exclaiming, "This is impossible. You must have employed some other mates." Precisely. You must have colluded together to deceive us. Wang Yang seemed to have uncovered the truth. He could not fathom that a single slap could cure a person's ailments. This defies logic. However, as his words fell, a ghostly figure abruptly flashed before Wang Yang. The figure raised a hand. Slap. With a crisp sound, Wang Yang's face twisted as he clutched his stinging cheek, his pupils dilating. How swift. When did that happen? Most importantly, I have been struck again? Long Dingtian stared in shock at the figure of Qin Luo, who had suddenly appeared before Wang Yang like a wraith. He swallowed hard. The strength of even a mere attendant beside Miss Su is astonishingly formidable. It is truly terrifying. How could the bodyguard beside Jiang Xueqi be so lacking in perception? It seems I must find an opportunity to persuade Jiang Xueqi to rid herself of this menace at once. Wang Yang, covering his face, was consumed by a deep-seated animosity. He looked up at Qin Luo, his eyes blazing with fury. You seek death. Slap. As his words fell, Qin Luo retaliated with another swift strike. Dare you speak so defiantly? He coldly declared, This slap is for your insolence. Slap. Another strike followed. This slap is for your lack of discernment. Slap. A third blow landed. This slap is for your arrogance and hubris. Slap, slap, slap. These strikes serve to temper your pride and recklessness. The relentless sound of slaps reverberated through the room. Wang Yang's head spun like a top as Qin Luo struck him left and right in a frenzy. The audience was astounded. This Master Qin truly acts as he pleases. Yet, he possesses the authority to do so. In this day and age, all sorts of individuals exist, and yet one dares to question Master Qin's medical skills. Indeed, what is this mere security guard, daring to posture before Master Qin? Having provoked Master Qin, there shall be no place for you, security guard, in Jiang City again. Jiang Xueqi cannot concern herself with this guard, so let Master Qin take charge. A chorus of derisive remarks ensued. These individuals had previously addressed Jiang Xueqi with utmost reverence, referring to her as Manager Jiang. However, at this moment, their reverence had shifted entirely due to Qin Luo's medical prowess and Long Dingtian's allegiance. Wang Yang's mind was left in a state of utter bewilderment. He realized that he was utterly incapable of retaliating. Why? Move. I command you to move. Allow me to fight back. Wang Yang's heart roared in anguish. Yet it was to no avail. With a resounding slap, it served as a warning to refrain from provoking those one ought not to. How dare you question my esteemed young lady? After delivering the final strike, Qin Luo coldly mocked. Thud. Wang Yang fell to the ground. His mind buzzing as thoughts ceased to flow. When did I ever question your young lady? At that moment, Jiang Xueqi could no longer contain herself. She had endured repeated provocations, relentless humiliation, and even deliberate harassment during the auction. Enough was enough. Jiang Xueqi sprang to her feet. Her expression one of fury as she pointed an accusing finger at Qin Luo, screaming, How much longer will you continue this madness? You have insulted my inability to cultivate. You have belittled my brother, Ru Feng. You have even disrespected my security personnel. Do you have any idea who I am? I am the young lady of the Jiang family, the most esteemed in Jiangxia. Slap. How annoying. What are you even worth? A worthless failure who cannot even cultivate. Loser. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Qin Luo retaliated with a swift slap, sending Jiang Xueqi spinning before collapsing to the ground. One side of her face was swollen and aching, her gaze staring blankly at the suddenly azure sky. Her mind was a blank slate. I have been struck, especially after Qin Luo's subsequent taunts pierced her heart. In that moment, Jiang Xueqi's eyes reddened, and she could no longer hold back her tears, crying out, Wah! I will tell my brother. I will have him come and kill you. Wah! Brother! I will report you. I want you and Su Muan to suffer a terrible fate. Upon uttering those words, she dared to threaten my esteemed lady? Seeking death. Qin Luo advanced, seizing Jiang Sueki by her collar with a grappling hold. In response to her terrified expression, he delivered a series of slaps. Jiang Sueki's cheeks swelled symmetrically. At this point, she dared not utter another word. She crumpled to the ground, covering her face and shivering. Tears streamed down, pattering on the ground. Why? Why is this happening? This is not how it should be. Of course, it's all Wang Yong's fault. Jiang Sueki, still covering her face, shouted at the equally incapacitated Wang Yong lying on the floor. It's all your fault, you worthless fool. You promised to protect me. But what have you done? You are nothing but a hindrance, a failure. You cannot even heal my body. You cannot even defeat a mere lackey. Worthless. 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 All this has led to my humiliation. It is all you're doing. It is all due to Wang Yong's fault. Wang Yong gradually regained his senses, disturbed by Jiang Sueki's piercing voice. Trembling, he rose from the ground and cast an angry glare at Qin Luo. Despite the blows he had received, he remained unconvinced of Qin Luo's medical expertise. In fact, the beating only solidified his belief that Qin Luo was desperate to conceal his lack of skill. Thus, Wang Yong coldly proposed, Qin Luo, since you claim to possess medical knowledge, let us each find 10 patients with perplexing ailments and treat them side by side in the open. Before he could finish, a sharp slap echoed through the air as Qin Luo struck him again, regarding the astonished Wang Yong with a derisive expression. What do you think you are? Why should I prove anything to a worthless fool like you? Have you become so full of yourself? Jiang Sueki, witnessing Wang Yong's continued arrogance, could not help but shout in frustration, Wang Yong, get out of here. Stop embarrassing yourself in front of us. Laughter erupted from the crowd. What can a mere security guard possibly know about medicine? Does Master Qin need to prove anything to you? Shouldn't you have a bit of self-awareness? Seeking to gather 20 individuals for treatment. Has he lost his mind? Loser. Chapter 54. The Shattered Heart of Wang Yong. In the midst who fainted again, a chorus of scornful voices reached Wang Yong's ears, and he could no longer contain his simmering anger. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing his fury to gradually dissipate, replaced by an expression of calm detachment. He gazed at Qin Luo and remarked, very well, I understand. Qin Luo, observing Wang Yong's resigned demeanor, felt a flicker of confusion. What could he possibly be thinking? Nevertheless, he glanced at the task panel, noting that everything had been completed. Thus, remaining here held no further significance for him. With that thought, Qin Luo turned to Xin Fei, saying, Xin Fei, let's go. All right, Brother Luo, Long Ding Tian shouted, Qin Master, I will deliver the items to your home right away. Qin Luo waved his hand dismissively and departed without looking back. Jiang Sueki, witnessing Wang Yong's restraint from violence once more, was plunged into profound disappointment. The last vestige of safety she had felt in Wang Yong dissipated entirely. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Wang Yong's gaze shifted from neutrality to one of malice. Everyone only recognized him by his title of Ghost Immortal, unaware that he also bore the title of King Yan. With one hand, he saved lives, and with the other, he took them. His fingertips slowly revealed a silver needle, and with a vengeful glint in his eyes, he directed his ire towards Qin Luo's retreating figure. He possessed a technique that could render a man impotent for life. This move was exceptionally sinister and cruel. He would rarely resort to such treachery unless faced with a mortal enemy. Once administered, even his master would be unable to remedy it. Wang Yong's heart darkened as he contemplated, Qin Luo, you have provoked me time and again. Therefore, do not blame me. With that thought, he hurled the silver needle at Qin Luo. However, he was taken aback when, clang, auto-reflection activated. The attack has been rebounded back to the attacker. On Qin Luo's side, the system prompt left him momentarily stunned. What is happening? After a brief contemplation, his expression shifted to one of realization. It must be that Wang Yong has employed some underhanded means. However, he could never have guessed that I possess auto-reflection. Although I am unaware of the nature of his malicious intent, it seems he has brought this upon himself. Meanwhile, Wang Yong, watching Qin Luo's departure, felt a surge of euphoric triumph. Serves you right, you wretched lackey. When you eventually realize something is amiss, you'll come crawling to me for help. Yet, alas, this needle, not even I, nor my master, can undo. So, you shall remain a eunuch for life. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a peculiar sensation erupted from his lower back. Confused, he glanced down and saw a silver needle, no thicker than a strand of hair, embedded in his body. His pupils constricted, lips turned pale, and his entire being trembled in terror. This is No, it's impossible. Why is this needle in me? Could it be that I... He trembled as he assessed his body, suddenly confronting a cruel reality. He was impotent. No. With this thought emerging, Wang Yong's mind went blank, and he collapsed, his vision dimming. Master, I wish to return to the mountain. Congratulations, Master, on completing your daily task. Reward, Supreme Driving Skill X1. Congratulations, Master, on completing Wang Yong's exclusive task. Seize the Poison Shadow Heart Sutra. Reward, Poison Shadow Heart Sutra X1. Congratulations, Master, for performing the task of a lackey for Jiang Sueki. Reward, 1 attribute point. Congratulations, Master, for shattering the Tao heart of the protagonist Wang Yong from the Divine Doctor comes down the mountain. Reward, 12 ghostly needles of the underworld. Can be fused with the 13 needles of Tai Xian, removing the dross. On the return journey, a series of system notifications echoed in Qin Luo's mind. His expression was one of delight. Excellent. This trip had yielded considerable rewards. With a mere thought, he commanded in his mind, Little pup, fuse everything for me. Allocate all attribute points to defense. Understood, Master. As the words faded, Qin Luo's defense value immediately surged to 14 points. Furthermore, the lackey ghostly palm has fused with the Poison Shadow Heart Sutra. It has now upgraded to the lackey ghostly poison palm. When the master strikes a person, he can choose whether to inflict poison damage, causing mild facial decay or severe skeletal disintegration. The 13 needles of Tai Xian have fused with the 12 ghostly needles. It has now upgraded to the 14 mystical ghost needles. The first 13 needles can bring the dead back to life, while the 14th can work in conjunction with poisons to kill invisibly. As the system notifications concluded, Qin Luo's mind was suddenly flooded with numerous techniques related to poison. Combined with the mystical ghost 14 needles and a set of Xian iron silver needles, he would achieve remarkable results. A slight smile graced Qin Luo's lips, at last. He possessed some means of self-defense. By the way, the great antagonist should be waking up soon, right? Perfect, when she awakens to find the room filled with antiques. She will surely leap with joy. TSK, Qin Luo seemed to envision the scene. He couldn't help but muse, with me around. It truly is a stroke of luck for you, my lady. Just think, who else would be busy dealing with the protagonist while also bringing back gifts for you? With such a devoted follower as myself, you can relish in secret. An hour later, at the Su family villa. Ah yes. Just place it there. Hey, set that aside, correct? Good. And this one too, display it in the living room as a figurine. Oh, wait for this painting. I have use for it. The sound of footsteps echoed down the stairs. Su Muan, now dressed in casual attire, rubbed her eyes as she descended, murmuring, Qin Luo. What on earth are you doing so early? Where did all these antiques come from? Su Muan expressed that she had finally managed to enjoy a rare and restful sleep after so many years. Last night, after Qin Luo administered an acupuncture treatment to dispel her cold energy, the effects were remarkably beneficial, allowing her to sleep soundly until now. At this moment, her spirits were exceptionally high. Humph. Today is yet another day brimming with vitality. Meanwhile, Qin Luo was directing Zhu Lan and others in transporting a plethora of antiques brought over by Long Ding Tian. Upon seeing Su Muan descend, he approached her with a beaming smile, eager to take credit, saying, Miss, please take a look at these antiques I procured early this morning. Do you like them? Hearing this, Su Muan turned her gaze towards the antiques being continuously carried in from outside, blinking in astonishment. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Wow! Is this not the bronze statue from the antique market that they only display but never sell? How did you manage to acquire it? After speaking, Su Muan noticed another item she desired. She walked over and cradled a yellowed fan in her hands, gasping in shock, the 9-cold fan. It is said to be the exclusive fan of a master from 2,000 years ago who excelled in using flying fans as weapons. Oh, I recall that the individual even inscribed their martial arts techniques onto this fan. As Su Muan unfolded the fan, she found lines of martial arts principles intricately carved onto its surface. Hiss! She inhaled sharply, realizing the immeasurable collectible value of this item. She was as delighted as a child, eagerly examining the treasures around her. Is this a dream? Diving into the pile of antiques, she rummaged through them while not lifting her head, asking Qin Luo, How did you manage to acquire all of this? What did you do this early morning? In response, Qin Luo cheerfully waved his hand, appearing nonchalant as he replied, Oh, it was nothing much. I just visited the antique market and participated in an auction. A few ill-mannered individuals came over to cause trouble, including Jiang Sweki from the Jiang family, Situ Rufeng from the Situ family, and Jiang Sweki's lackey, Wang Yong. But don't worry, miss, I didn't suffer any losses. I simply gave them a few slaps to silence them. Some others wanted these antiques as well. But I couldn't let that happen. I know you adore these items the most, so I called Long Ding Tian over to announce a private auction. These treasures are his gift to you. Oh, by the way, there's also a chairman from a racing group who brought over a share transfer agreement. I've placed it in the pile of antiques as well. Please have a look. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the hall momentarily froze. Su Muwan's hand, which had been eagerly sifting through the antiques, hesitated slightly. She first glanced around at the room filled with antiques, then at the peculiar share transfer agreement in her hand. Finally, she stiffly turned her head to face the grinning Qin Luo. Her voice tinged with rigidity and trepidation. You said, what? Ignoring the number of people present at the auction, she was left in shock. How is it that you have encountered Wang Yong and Jiang Sweki again? They are the unparalleled poison kings. You. Su Muwen felt as though her once vibrant world was suddenly engulfed in malice. What? Did I merely indulge in a little slumber? Is it truly necessary to react this way? You merely stepped out for a moment. Must you provoke so many people? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Su Muwen's mind was inexplicably flooded with memories of a vision she had dreamed of previously. In that dream, Qin Luo commanded a multitude of fated individuals to stand before her, each delivering a slap to their own faces. Hiss! The mere thought sent a shiver coursing through Su Muwen's body as she turned to gaze at the plethora of antiques surrounding her. The more she looked, the more discomfort she felt, spiraling into a state of stupor. Tears threatened to spill forth. How many people must have been angered to amass such a collection of antiquities? Ah, Qin Luo. You. The young lady is fine. Seeing Su Muwen rendered speechless in her agitation, Qin Luo assumed she was contemplating bestowing him a reward. Thus he waved his hand dismissively, with an expression of unwavering loyalty. He shook his head. This is merely my duty. If possible, might I trouble you to lend me the black card for a couple of days? Upon hearing this, Su Muwen's eyes widened in disbelief as she observed Qin Luo's obliviousness to the severity of the situation. Instantly, her vision darkened. Ah, I am doomed. It appears there is no chance of reconciliation with those poison kings now. No, the Dragon King has yet to be resolved. How have I inadvertently provoked two fated individuals to their demise? Most importantly, they are skilled in the art of poison. Miss, quickly, the young lady has fainted again. Qin Luo, step back. Is the young lady perhaps allergic to you? Qin Luo. Chapter 55. In my dream, you gave me. Lin Jia, has Lin Wanrong arrived? Ugh, my head aches terribly. I seem to have fainted again. What is the current situation? Young Mississippi. At the sound of a voice, Su Muwen, bewildered, opened her eyes. She realized she was seated upon a throne. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Oh, it was merely a dream. As she lifted her gaze, she beheld Qin Luo, who was crouched respectfully before her, a cake precariously balanced atop his head. Young miss, please enjoy the world's most delectable cake that I have prepared for you. Observing Qin Luo's reverent demeanor, Su Muwen felt a surge of irritation. How infuriating. That pesky Qin Luo is causing trouble again. Humph. Just you wait. Dressed in a flowing black gown, resembling a sprite of the night, she nodded slightly. Leaning against the throne, she regarded the cake atop Qin Luo's head with a playful glimmer in her eyes. Give me the dream harmony patch. Humph. This is my dream. Though I cannot deal with you in reality, surely I can in this realm? In response, Qin Luo's expression morphed into one of incredulity. Bowing his head, he stammered in trepidation, the young Miss's exquisite feet are not for someone like me, Qin Luo, to touch. That would be highly inappropriate. Seeing this, a smirk graced Su Muwen's lips. She leaned forward, lifting his chin with her hand, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Qin Luo, you shall do as I command. Now, lick it clean. With that, she reclined back against her throne, arms crossed, gazing down haughtily at Qin Luo. The cake, unbeknownst to her, had vanished after all. It was merely a dream. Qin Luo, now trembling with anxiety, hesitantly extended his sinful hands. Witnessing this, Su Muwen's lips quivered with mirth. Yes, it is precisely these delicate hands that I find so appealing. Hurry. After all, it is a dream. No one will know of my fantasies. Qin Luo, let me tell you, this is all your fault. Had you not caused me to faint, I would not have to punish you in this dream. As Su Muwen entertained these thoughts, the previously anxious Qin Luo suddenly raised his head, looking earnestly at her. Young miss, please wait a moment. I have some people I wish you to see. Su Muin was taken aback, blinking in confusion. What people? Do not concern yourself with that. This is my dream. Follow my commands first. You should take a look first, young Mississippi. As Qin Luo's words fell, Su Muin felt the environment shift around her. Before she could comprehend what was happening, she realized she was bound to the throne. An inexplicable force pried her eyelids open, forcing her to gaze straight ahead. As for Qin Luo, he stood before her with a beaming smile, flanked by a row of individuals. Su Muwan glanced over, her complexion instantly paling. This familiar scene was. She saw Qin Luo standing there, accompanied by a row of individuals whom Su Muwan recognized. The first person was Xiao Tian. What is happening? Before Su Muwan could regain her composure, a resounding slap echoed as Qin Luo struck Xiao Tian across the face. Xiao Tian fell to the ground, clutching his face, and shouted at Su Muwan. Su Muwan, you have relentlessly humiliated me. I shall ensure that you and your Su family pay dearly for this. Yet, this was not the end. Immediately following, another slap resounded as Qin Luo directed his wrath towards the second individual. Wait. Su Muwan's face turned pale. The second person was none other than the ghostly immortal skilled in poison. Wang Yung lifted his head and roared, Su Muwan, you will come to regret this. But still, it was not over. A third slap rang out as the god of war fell to the ground. Pointing at Su Muwan with eyes filled with rage, you dared to make my wife and daughter live in a doghouse, you venomous woman. Next came the fourth. A woman collapsed to the ground, her expression venomous as she declared, Su Muwan, this grudge shall be avenged. Then the fifth. 30 years of prosperity in the east. Wait. No. Please, stop hitting them. Su Muwan wished to avert her gaze, terrified, trying to close her eyes. However, an unseen force compelled her eyelids to remain open, forcing her to witness the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, Qin Luo continued to strike while passionately proclaiming to Su Muwan, Miss, you must look. This is a group of blind wretches who have offended Miss Su. They shall never rise again in this world. Venomous woman. Su Muwan, I want you dead. Miss. Miss. Help. In Su Muwan's bedroom. No. Qin Luo, do not provoke them. Do not anger the Dragon King. Do not offend the god of war. Do not challenge the divine physician. Do not confront the young lady whose marrow has been drawn. Do not provoke the one who was jilted. Miss. Please no. Su Muwan's eyes widened suddenly, drenched in cold sweat. She heard a voice and frantically looked to the side. There she saw Qin Luo, bewildered, gazing at Su Muwan. He questioned, Miss, what is wrong? Did you have a nightmare? What is this villainous situation? What could she have dreamed about that was so alarming? Had she fainted from the excitement of all the antiques he had brought her? Su Muwan looked at Qin Luo, struggling to swallow hard. She quickly grasped his wrist, her expression filled with uncertainty as she asked, Qin Luo, what time is it now? Upon hearing this, Qin Luo replied, It's noon. Mississippi, don't you remember fainting? Noon? Fainted? Oh, right. Su Muwan's terrified expression gradually subsided as she began to regain her senses. Looking at Qin Luo's face, her heart felt heavy with despair. What in the world is going on? How is it possible to have 2 nightmares in a single day, and each time the same? Qin Luo, why are you causing me trouble even in my dreams? Clearly, if I just obediently followed her instructions, everything would be fine. With that thought, Su Muwan glared at Qin Luo in frustration, her lips parting slightly as she scolded, Scoundrel. Qin Luo? Loyalty level 5 Qin Luo? Oh, now I understand. The great antagonist is too embarrassed to express gratitude, so he substitutes it with scoundrel. How interesting. A subtle smile graced Qin Luo's face as he nodded, saying, Very well, my lady, I shall take my leave. What are you so happy about? Su Muwan scrutinized Qin Luo's retreating figure with suspicion. HM? Why does he appear quite pleased? At that moment, it seemed Qin Luo recalled something. He turned his head and said, Oh, by the way, my lady. Lin Wanrong from the Lin family has arrived with her husband. I've allowed Lin Wanrong to enter, while Xiao Tian is left outside to kneel properly. It is said they came for the birthday celebration of Old Master Lin. Chapter 56. Xiao Tian, no longer concealing his identity upon hearing these words. Su Muin's expression shifted dramatically. Internally, she screamed in disbelief. What? The old patriarch of the Lin family's birthday banquet. Isn't this the moment when the Dragon King revealed his identity in my previous life? How could it have arrived a year early? Could this be the result of my rebirth causing a butterfly effect? Just as Su Muin was about to ask Qin Luo to decline the invitation on her behalf, suddenly, A flash of insight illuminated her mind. The intelligence of the great antagonist regained its dominance. Su Yuan's demeanor darkened. No, she had already entered an irrevocable conflict with the Dragon King. Retreating now would undoubtedly place her at a severe disadvantage. Once he restored his identity, he would undoubtedly seek her out for trouble. Moreover, the trajectory of this life had become exceedingly peculiar. Rather than allowing this Dragon King to continue his antics, it would be far better to seize the opportunity to strike while he is vulnerable. In her previous life, Su Yuan was a ruthless and formidable antagonist, acting with audacity and arrogance. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she had attracted the ire of several fated individuals whom she could never seem to defeat. She was at a loss as to why, despite her immense strength, she could not overcome this group of fated beings. All she knew was that before her demise, they had cried out about bonds and friendship, unleashing an unprecedented surge of power that had thoroughly terrified her. This fear had prompted her rebirth, leading her to avoid conflict. However, avoiding conflict did not equate to fearing it. Since she was already enmeshed in a life-or-death struggle with the Dragon King, then it was too late to turn back. Su Yuan's demeanor gradually transformed into one of haughty indifference as she raised her gaze to Qin Luo and stated coolly, "Understood. Dragon King, it seems that in this life, you must be compelled to exit the stage prematurely." At this moment, outside Su Yuan's villa, the Dragon King, Xiao Tian, wore an expression of solitary pride. His demeanor was as calm as still water, as if he held all in his grasp. Beside him, Xin Fei and the others were puzzled, exchanging glances. What was going on with his son-in-law? Had he not learned enough from past lessons? Why did he still appear so unrepentant? Perhaps they should slap him a couple of times to gauge his reaction? Xiao Tian's tranquility stemmed not from ignorance, but rather from his decision to no longer conceal his identity. Once his cultivation was restored, all would kneel before him in submission. Furthermore, this decision had received the endorsement of his master, the old Dragon King himself. On the day of the Lin family patriarch's birthday banquet, it would be his moment to unveil his identity as the Dragon King. At this juncture, it was believed that all forces aligned with the Dragon King's palace had already received the news. Everything was in place, awaiting the right moment. Xiao Tian was prepared to showcase his might at the Lin patriarch's banquet 3 days hence. In truth, his long-standing purpose for entering the Lin family as a son-in-law was to acquire the Dragon King's exclusive technique, the Divine Dragon Technique. To fully cultivate the Divine Dragon Technique, one must thoroughly experience the myriad emotions and desires of the human experience. Love, anger, sorrow, shame, and so forth, all must be experienced in their entirety. Coincidentally, in his youth, Xiao Tian had been close to the old Dragon King, and from a distance, he cast a glance at Lin Wanrong, instantly falling in love with her. Consequently, he persuaded the old Dragon King and the elder Lin to arrange a betrothal. Until now, he had concealed his identity while marrying into the Lin family. According to the old Dragon King's words, he must endure for a full 6 years to achieve mastery of his powers. Yet this year marks only the 5th year. However, Xiao Tian has resolved not to wait any longer. He would rather start anew than continue to endure. He harbors a premonition that if he persists in his restraint, Wanrong might slip away from him. This is his greatest fear. He can forego everything, but Lin Wanrong, he cannot lose her. Thus, he implores his master to restore his identity. When that time comes, his wife, Lin Wanrong, will undoubtedly fall in love with him anew. As for the Su family and that lackey, they no longer hold any significance. Oh, wait, that lackey did save his wife's grandfather, so out of gratitude, he allows him to cripple his own cultivation and live a quiet life. And as for the humiliation inflicted by Su Yuan, he vows to annihilate her on the spot. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a calm voice resonated from within the villa. "Where is that son-in-law of yours?" Reporting to Miss Su. "That good-for-nothing from the Lin family is right at the door." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian outside the door sneered, suddenly enlightened. So that was why Miss Su inquired. Did she intend to mock him once more? Wrong. It was a grave misunderstanding. In truth, the influence of the Su family far exceeded that of the Lin family. Thus they had learned of his true identity as the Dragon King in advance. Therefore, this change in attitude was merely an attempt to curry favor with him. But alas, it is too late. He shall annihilate the Su family. With this thought, Xiao Tian sneered and stepped inside. In the living room on the first floor, Su Yuan sat calmly on the reception sofa. Just as Lin Wanrong finished answering her first question, the door creaked open. Xiao Tian stood at the entrance, hands clasped behind his back, as blinding sunlight streamed in. Lin Wanrong, who had been engaged in pleasant conversation with Su Muin, suddenly changed her expression. She immediately stood up, her face twisted with anger, and marched toward Xiao Tian. Scolding, good for nothing. Did Miss Su permit you to enter? Slap. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and struck Xiao Tian across the face. Get out and kneel on the ground. Begging for forgiveness. Xiao Tian held his stinging cheek, yet his expression remained prideful. Wanrong, it's not like that, I just wanted to. Slap. Do not call me Wanrong. You do not deserve it. Lin Wanrong screamed, delivering another slap. Xiao Tian tilted his head, still bearing a proud expression. Qin Luo looked on in astonishment at the scene, witnessing Xiao Tian, who had just walked in and received 2 slaps, still maintaining his proud demeanor. What was going on with this Dragon King? How could one burst in so forcefully? As for Su Muin, upon witnessing the confident and imposing Xiao Tian stride in, she couldn't help but think to herself that he was indeed preparing to reclaim his former status. Thus, he could not be allowed to remain, for he was a source of calamity. On Xiao Tian's side, he first cast a glance at the silent Su Muin before smiling at his wife, whose expression was contorted. He lowered his hands from his face and, with a confident grin, exclaimed, "Get lost?" Ha ha ha. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he raised his chin slightly, his gaze directed at Su Muin with an air of disdain, and began to utter, "Look at this young lady, Su, dare you let me?" Before he could finish his sentence, the word "get lost" had barely left his lips when, slap. In an instant, Qin Luo appeared before Xiao Tian, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap that interrupted his speech. She berated him fiercely, saying, "Good for nothing, just a mere son-in-law. How dare you stand while my young lady has not permitted it? Get down on the ground. And as for this esteemed one, what are you even worth?" Chapter 57. The fallen Xiao Tian, the latter was immediately struck, collapsing to the ground, his once proud expression shattered in an instant. He cast a troubled glance at Qin Luo. The force of that slap was unlike the delicate touch of his wife. It was excruciatingly painful. Furthermore, "I only permit my wife to strike me. When did I allow you, a mere underling, to do so?" He could not help but roar internally. This subordinate. How brazenly arrogant. Once I regain my strength in 3 days, I shall annihilate you without hesitation. The initial thought of merely crippling the opponent's cultivation dissipated immediately. Lin Wanrong, witnessing Xiao Tian's relapse, felt a surge of anger, her face alternating between shades of blue and white. Yet, inexplicably, she sensed that this usually inept son-in-law was radiating an aura of authority at that moment. Why? What had transpired with this son-in-law? Of course, that aura vanished the instant he was struck to the ground by Qin Luo, bringing Lin Wanrong back to reality. In a fit of rage, she slapped Xiao Tian on the ground. Smack. Useless. You speak of being a master. Xiao Tian, what madness has overtaken you? I summoned you to kneel and apologize to Miss Su, not to disgrace us further. Why must you bring ruin upon the Lin family? Lin Wanrong was utterly disheartened by her worthless son-in-law. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She had given Xiao Tian numerous opportunities, yet he failed to appreciate them. The Lin family had treated him with kindness, and yet he repeatedly provoked Miss Su. Xiao Tian, humiliated and beaten, clenched his fists tightly. Damn it. Wanrong does not believe I am the Dragon King, but this underling, likely due to his low status, is unaware of my true identity. Yet, Su Muin, you should know who I am. Do you comprehend what consequences will befall your Su family for angering me? Lying on the ground, he shouted furiously at Su Muin. The underling may not know my identity, and Lin Wanrong may also be oblivious. But you, Su Muin, must be aware. After all, I had already instructed my master to announce my status as the Dragon King. Logically, a prominent family like the Sus should be informed. Arrogance. This Dragon King must be a fool, incapable of learning from past mistakes. Qin Luo sneered coldly, preparing to advance for another round of slaps, when Su Muin slowly interjected. There's no need, Qin Luo. She rose gracefully, her indifferent gaze sweeping over Xiao Tian's furious countenance. With a dismissive tone, she revealed Xiao Tian's identity, stating, Your identity? The current Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall? Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly exclaimed to Su Muin, Miss Su. This fool is not the Dragon King. He is merely insane. Do not be deceived by his empty claims. Hearing his wife humiliate him so, Xiao Tian clenched his fists even tighter. However, he soon relaxed, taking a deep breath. His expression gradually softened. It matters not. In 3 days, the truth shall be unveiled, and Wan Rong will comprehend the true nature of his existence at the pinnacle of the pyramid. He slowly propped himself up, casting a proud gaze towards Sumu Wan, and spoke, "Since you know who I am." Before he could finish his sentence, a torrent of chilling, domineering energy surged towards Xiao Tian's chest. With a resounding thud, Xiao Tian was struck by this sudden attack, his eyes bulging in shock as he coughed up blood, his body soaring backward like a kite cut from its string. With a crash, he collided against the wall beside the door, finally coming to a halt as he slid down to the ground. His mind was left in a void, the sound of a deafening roar in his ears. Have I been struck? My entire meridian system shattered, my dantian damaged. Am I rendered useless? The realization struck him. One blow had incapacitated all his cultivation. Xiao Tian's face was a canvas of disbelief and astonishment. Why? He coughed up blood and horror. Gazed up at the indifferent Sumu Wan, who emanated a chilling aura. He perceived the disdain etched across her face, a feeling that pierced his consciousness. Stiffly, he inquired, Do you know I am the Dragon King? Her expression suggested she was indeed aware of his identity, yet why did she still strike? At his words, Sumu Wan, who had incapacitated him with a single palm, slowly withdrew her hand. The icy energy swirling around her made her appear even more aloof and formidable. She looked down at Xiao Tian, her tone dismissive. What of it? Even the Dragon King is insignificant. Should you dare to approach, I could obliterate you with the snap of my fingers. This strike serves as a lesson from your master to temper your arrogance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian was left in a stupor, utterly bewildered. What? This young lady from the Su family not only possesses overwhelming strength but also harbors such an insufferable arrogance. She truly believes she can contend with the Dragon King's palace? Qin Luo blinked in disbelief. What? Has Xiao Tian been rendered useless? What is happening? According to the original plot, he should be alive and thriving until the grand finale. Could it be? The thought sent a shiver through Qin Luo. Is this the moment where the antagonist severely wounds the protagonist, rendering him powerless, only for the protagonist to rise from the ashes, ultimately gathering allies to vanquish the antagonist? At that moment, a notification rang out, detecting plot disruption in Urban's son-in-law Dragon King. Initiating protagonist containment mission. Mission, contain Xiao Tian. Description, please assist the antagonist at the Lin family's birthday banquet in 3 days to undermine the Dragon King's palace. Reward, Destiny Mental Hospital X1, capable of containing all individuals defeated by the master or antagonistic figures. Every piece of knowledge acquired by the contained will be fed back to the master. Qin Luo blinked in surprise. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought I was in a bizarre realm. With the mention of containment, a mental hospital emerges. Qin Luo glanced at the dazed expression of Xiao Tian and suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Aha! With that thought in mind, Qin Luo looked at Xiao Tian and, with a flick of his intention, activated the mystical ghost's 14 needles. Lin Wanrong, on the other side, was so frightened that her face turned pale. In this world, martial prowess reigns supreme, and martial arts competitions are held periodically. However, this was indeed the first time she had witnessed a powerhouse like Su Muin effortlessly launching someone away from a distance. It was simply, utterly unparalleled, my lady. Qin Luo immediately showered her with flattery. Lin Wanrong, regaining her composure, praised, truly worthy of Miss Su. This worthless fool deserved to be sent flying for provoking you. Even now, he stubbornly believes himself to be the Dragon King. Well done, Miss Su. Su Muin slightly lifted her chin, clearly enjoying the compliments. Chapter 58 Xiao Tian, in a daze, proclaimed, If you possess the ability to provoke 30 destined ones, then I shall be impressed. Humph, I knew it. I am exceptionally powerful. Dealing with the destined should be so effortless, shouldn't it? This Dragon King appears rather unimpressive. One strike, and he falls. How utterly mundane. I genuinely wish to witness his full strength. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to toy with him a bit more to quell the darkness in my heart. Ugh. No, I have fallen back into my old habits. Su Muang took a deep breath, reciting her incantation in silence. In this reincarnation, she vowed never to tread the same path. She would not seek trouble, yet she would not shy away from it, since she had already thoroughly provoked death. It was time to take the initiative. However, Xiao Tian, as a destined one, seemed resilient against her intentions to slay him. Astonishingly, he was still standing strong. Contemplating this, Su Muang turned to Lin Wanrong, a smile gracing her lips. Miss Lin, fret not. Our friendship shall not be marred by this fool. She continued, I shall accept your invitation, but as for this imbecile. Su Muang's gaze fell upon the slowly collapsing Xiao Tian, her brow furrowing. Why does this Dragon King seem a bit off? Lin Wanrong, understanding Su Muang's implication, nodded vigorously and responded, rest assured, Miss Su, I shall take this fool away immediately. I am immensely grateful to you for attending our Lin family's birthday celebration. Without much thought, Su Muang waved her hand dismissively. Lin Wanrong, expressing her gratitude once more, approached Xiao Tian, berating him as she walked. Fool, get up. It's time for you to return to your doghouse. Meanwhile, Qin Luo sauntered over to Su Muang's side, leaning in to whisper, Miss, keeping Xiao Tian around will inevitably lead to trouble. I have taken some measures against him. Fear not, even if discovered. It will be attributed to a fracture in his Dao heart. What have you done? Su Muang, startled, covered her itching ears and glanced toward Xiao Tian. There he was, lost in a stupor, foolishly waving his arms and exclaiming, I want to fly. I am the Dragon King. None should provoke my true self. Lin Wanrong, infuriated, grasped Xiao Tian and scolded, Fool, what are you pretending to be now? Turning back to Su Muang, her expression softened with regret. She said, I apologize, Miss Su. I shall take him away at once. Moments later, the Dragon King and Lin Wanrong departed, leaving Su Muang and Qin Luo alone in the room. Coming back to herself, Su Muang gazed in astonishment at the grinning Qin Luo. How did you manage that? You made Xiao Tian go mad. In truth, Su Muang's strike had been delivered with the intent to kill Xiao Tian. Yet, regrettably, as she had anticipated, he remained unscathed, having suffered many setbacks in her past life. She understood that this was due to the unique protection bestowed upon the destined ones, their heavenly protection. Thus, under normal circumstances, should she continue to harbor intentions of killing Xiao Tian, she would undoubtedly attract even stronger adversaries than those she currently faced. For instance, the sudden emergence of a guardian from the Dragon King's palace, or the appearance of a once-favored recluse, bestowing grace upon the Dragon King's domain. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to Su Muang in her past life. She had encountered them innumerable times. Each time she sought to eradicate her adversaries, an inexplicable righteous figure would invariably surface to resolve the situation. Conversely, she found herself ensnared in various traps laid by those destined by fate, which gradually led to her family's complete disintegration at the hands of these fated individuals. It was not that Su Muang was reluctant to take decisive action, rather, it stemmed from her myriad bizarre experiences from her previous life that defied explanation through martial arts, science, or even theology. Take, for instance, the day she idly kicked a dog on the street. The very next day, a Taoist-like fated individual arrived, intent on seeking vengeance alongside the dog. After repelling him, another fated individual, a brother of the Taoist, came the following day to avenge the dog. In summary, Su Muang was utterly fatigued by these relentless encounters. The fated individuals were frightfully resilient. It was wise to avoid provoking them. Even when she did engage, her inability to vanquish them was deeply disheartening. These fated beings were akin to cockroaches, constantly resurrecting themselves in battle through the bonds of family and friends. How could anyone withstand such tenacity? Even someone as formidable as herself found that incapacitating a fated individual's cultivation was her utmost limit. However, Su Muang's gaze flickered towards Qin Luo. Astonishingly, his attack had rendered a fated individual dazed. How was this possible? Qin Luo shrugged, smiling at Su Muang, and remarked, I possess a modest understanding of poison arts. Poison arts? She blinked, pondering the extent of his knowledge. Most importantly, how could his methods prove effective against a fated being? This revelation left her astounded. Looking at Qin Luo, it seemed as though the words fated individual could be emblazoned upon his head in brilliant letters. How dazzling. Was this the privilege afforded to those of fate? With a single strike, he had rendered another fated individual befuddled? Yet, perhaps it was merely that she, Su Muang, had shattered the fated individual's fortunes with her own hand, thereby allowing Qin Luo to seize the opportunity. In any case, she was a prudent reincarnator, resolute in not treading the same path as before. She patted Qin Luo's shoulder with satisfaction and jested, Well done, Qin Luo. Come, tonight. I shall treat you to a splendid meal. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo responded with utmost respect. Thank you, young lady. The narrative of the Dragon King, Xiao Tian, was nearing its conclusion. However, it was imperative to trigger further plot lines. Otherwise, how could she reap her rewards? He cast a covert glance at the content, Su Muang, who was blissfully unaware of his thoughts. She felt an immense sense of relief after resolving a pressing matter. Humph. Splendid. Once the Dragon King's palace was dealt with in 3 days, only the Poison King and his consort would remain. Once these 3 fated individuals are dealt with, I shall find solace at last. As for the others, have I provoked them? If not, then there is nothing to worry about. Merely 3, not 30. Do you think that in this lifetime I would go out of my way to entice the protagonist? These 3 are but a coincidence, and there shall be no further additions. Moreover, Su Muin's lips curled slightly. She let out a soft snort. Huh, you absurd heavens, if you possess any capability, why not let me attract 30 fated beings this time? Do you consider the protagonist to be as common as cabbage, easily encountered everywhere? How ludicrous. Furthermore, if I do not provoke him, and he does not provoke me, then who could compel me? Su Muin furrowed her brow and turned to the ever-loyal Qin Luo. Miss, he inquired, tilting his head. Ahem, Su Muin, do not frighten yourself unnecessarily. It is unlikely, and should not be so fortuitous, that I would again attract the protagonist. As long as I keep a vigilant watch over him, such a situation shall never arise. So, Su Muin, rest easy. There is nothing to fear, nothing at all. Chapter 59. The wealthy protagonist and the landlady's sister at 6 o'clock in the evening. Outside the most opulent restaurant in Jiangcheng, Yundingshuan, the manager along with a cadre of employees had long been awaiting the arrival of a distinguished guest. They had received word from their employer that the notorious young lady, Su Muwan, had reserved the entire establishment for the night and was en route. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, the manager admonished his anxious staff in hushed tones, "When Miss Su arrives, you must all be on your toes. Understood?" "Yes," came the unified response. Moments later, a taxi glided into view and came to a halt before Yundingshuan. 3 figures emerged from the vehicle. Among them was a strikingly beautiful young woman, her skin as fair as snow, delicate enough to seem almost luminous. In stark contrast to her exquisite appearance, her attire was rather unremarkable. As she gazed up at the lavish restaurant, a flicker of anxiety crossed her features, particularly in light of the grand spectacle unfolding at the entrance, which only intensified her feelings of self-doubt. Turning to the plainly dressed man beside her, she hesitated before speaking. "Xianyu, why did you bring us to such an expensive place?" "I don't have any money." Her name was Xinyu, and she had a younger sister. Their mother had passed away from illness in her early years, and their father had become incapacitated after a construction accident. Xinyu had been working odd jobs since childhood to care for her sister and father, never having experienced a normal life. Due to their impoverished circumstances and the existence of an attic in their home, she had decided to rent out the attic to supplement their income. The man beside her had been a tenant for 2 months, but upon first meeting him, he had appeared quite destitute. However, unbeknownst to her, something had changed recently. Xinyu now exuded an air of confidence. Just that morning, he had even helped her fend off a scoundrel who had been harassing her and her sister. Upon hearing her words, Xinyu flashed Xinyu a charming smile, brimming with self-assurance, and replied, "Don't worry, dear landlady. From now on, as long as you desire, you can visit Yundingshuan as if it were your own home. Haha, my father has finally lifted my probation. Now, I, the young master of the Qin family, can revel in freedom once more. And as for you, gentle landlady, your kind nature makes you the perfect girlfriend for me." Xinyu naturally found this hard to believe. She assumed Qianyu must have lost his senses. After all, how could someone who once struggled to afford a meal suddenly afford the most expensive restaurant in Jiangxing? Reluctant to dismiss Qianyu's goodwill, she was taken aback at the thought that he intended for them to dine without paying. "Qianyu, let's just find a street stall for a bite. This place is far too costly," she insisted, shaking her head. As her words fell, another youthful and vibrant woman beside Xinyu cast a disdainful glance at Qianyu, mocking him as she said, "Qianyu, I know you have feelings for my sister, but there is no need to fabricate such lies, is there? To think that one would dine at the esteemed Yundingshuan, is this truly within your means? I was under the impression that you intended to treat my sister and me to something exquisite, yet it appears we have merely been deceived. Unable to afford a car, resorting to taxis, and yet you venture to Yundingshuan? Qianyu, are you truly out of your mind?" Upon hearing this, Xinyu swiftly restrained her younger sister, saying, "Xinyun, perhaps you should hold your tongue. Qianyu means well." The sarcasm in Xunyun's words ignited a surge of indignation within Qianyu. How could such a genteel landlady have such a superficial sister? Very well, after today, I shall ensure this materialistic woman comprehends the meaning of affluence. With this thought, he cast a glance at Xunyun and remarked nonchalantly, "If you think I'm insane, you shall see for yourself." With that, Amidst the astonished gazes of Xinyu and Xinyun, Qianyu strode proudly toward the entrance of Yundingshuan. The manager of Yundingshuan was momentarily taken aback, pondering who this individual might be, as he certainly did not resemble the esteemed Miss Su. However, demonstrating exemplary professional decorum, he refrained from immediately summoning security to remove the intruder. Instead, he approached with a smile and inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you?" "I must apologize, but this evening, Yundingshuan has been reserved." Upon hearing this, Qianyu slightly elevated his chin and replied, "Reserved? How much did they pay?" "I shall offer double." He paused for effect and added arrogantly, "Furthermore, do not address me as sir, call me young Master Qian." At this pronouncement, Xinyu felt as though Qianyu had lost his senses, while the younger Xinyun, feeling the weight of embarrassment, whispered to her sister, "Sister, we should leave at once. Qianyu has truly lost his mind." The manager of Yundingshuan surveyed Qianyu with astonishment. Who does he think he is? Can he truly afford to pay double the price set for Miss Su? Moreover, even if he could, I would not relinquish my reservation, otherwise. What would become of my business? Yet, it was odd. Despite his humble attire, there was an undeniable aura of authority surrounding him. How peculiar. In the next moment, the thunderous roar of a convoy echoed, instantly capturing everyone's attention. As Xinyu and her companions looked on, their eyes widened in shock at the sight of an impressive procession of luxurious black vehicles. Xinyu exclaimed, "So many cars. They all appear so expensive." Xinyun, rifling through her mental archives, suddenly exclaimed with gleaming eyes, "Sister, do you know whose convoy this is? It belongs to the eldest daughter of the Su family. In all of Jiangqing, the Su family is among the most prestigious. Sister, did you not mention wanting to join Su's group? It is now under the management of the eldest Miss Su. Sister, we have struck gold. We are fortunate enough to encounter her here. She must be coming to dine. Even if we cannot gain entry, it is still worthwhile to catch a glimpse of the ultimate lifestyle of the super rich, the young lady of the Su family." Xinyu gazed enviously, pondering if this is the essence of a young lady's existence. In contrast, Qianyu wore an expression of disdain. What is the Su family, after all? Merely sustained by an elderly patriarch at the peak of his power, is it not? My Qian family may lack such a formidable figure, but we possess wealth. With wealth, what cannot be acquired? He averted his gaze, scoffing softly. The landlord's sister and Xinyun, this materialistic woman, have become rather narrow-minded after lingering in this small place for too long. No matter, soon enough, I shall unveil to them the true essence of a lavish lifestyle. As for the Su family, their arrival is quite timely. I will soon demonstrate to the landlord's sister how the supposedly formidable Su family will ultimately prostrate themselves at my feet. Chapter 60. I offer 5 times the price. What are you? Moments later, the convoy came to a halt at the entrance of Yundingshuan. With a click, Zhulan exited the vehicle and moved to the rear to open the door. Not bad. You're beginning to look like a follower," Qin Luo remarked as he stepped out, clad in familiar sunglasses and a sleek black trench coat, his nose held high. Zhulan, filled with indignation, retorted, "You. What gives you the right to descend from this place?" Qin Luo shrugged, "Because you opened the door. You. I opened it for the young lady. Therefore, I was merely complimenting you on behalf of the young lady," he replied. At that moment, Su Muwan stepped out, dressed in casual attire, as if she were merely dining at a local eatery rather than at Yundingshuan. Seeing the two bickering, she chuckled resignedly. "Qin Luo, let Zhulan be. She has practiced martial arts since childhood and cannot articulate as well as you." "Young lady." Zhulan felt a pang of embarrassment. Qin Luo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Emir Zhulan cannot possibly match my eloquence." Eloquence. Su Muwan shot him a glare, sensing his teasing nature. Nevertheless, she dismissed it. After dealing with the Dragon King today, her spirits were high. With this uplifted mood, she felt inclined to indulge and spend lavishly. With a nod, she declared, "Let us go inside and dine. Today, I shall reserve the whole place for us. Eat as you please." As her words fell, the manager of Yundingshuan approached, bypassing Qianyu with obsequiousness, making his way towards Su Muwan. He bowed deeply before Qin Luo and the others, saying, "Welcome, Miss Su. Your presence at Yundingshuan truly elevates our establishment." It's not that grand," Su Muwan replied with a slight smile. "I generally detest noise, which is why I reserve the venue." "Manager Zhuang, I hope I haven't disrupted the reputation of Yundingshuan?" "Not at all. We were aware of your arrival, Miss Su, and had no intention of entertaining other guests," the manager replied, his tone dripping with flattery. Sumuwon nodded. Just as she was about to suggest they enter, her pupils constricted. Not due to anything else, but because she recognized three familiar figures. Her heart raced to Qianyu. And the two sisters, Xinyu and Xinyun. What were they doing here? In an instant, memories from her past life surged like a tidal wave. She recalled that this very Yunding Xian was the place where she had clashed with the arrogant young master of the Qian family. Qianyu? Gasp. Sumuwon's expression reflected her shock. In her previous life, she had also brought her entourage to dine at Yunding Xian, only to find it unexpectedly reserved by a mysterious wealthy patron. With her fiery temper, she could not tolerate anyone flaunting superiority in Jiangqing. So she had barged in and beaten the plainly dressed, haughty young master of the Qian family. As it turned out, he truly was the young master of the Qian family. Why was it that she kept encountering pivotal characters wherever she went? With this thought, Sumuwon immediately spoke up, However, before she could finish her sentence, Qianyu displayed a dismissive expression, mocking, "Hold on. When did I permit you to enter and dine? So, Miss Su, it appears you have reserved this venue. My apologies. Today, I have brought my companions and have laid claim to this place." Thus, as he spoke, Qianyu produced a special black card, embossed with the character for money. He surveyed the crowd with an air of arrogance, declaring, "I shall pay 5 times the price to secure Yunding Xian for today. If Miss Su wishes to contest, she may place her bid." However, he glanced at Su Muwen with derision. "You surely cannot afford to outbid me." As his words echoed, silence enveloped the room. The onlookers stared in astonishment at this seemingly ordinary man. Had he lost his mind? How dare he provoke Miss Su? With the revelation of the card, the manager of Yunding Xian experienced a dramatic shift in demeanor. His eyes widened in disbelief, gasping at the sight. Is that the exclusive black card of the Qian group? Could this individual be the heir of the Qian group? Xinyu and Xinyun exchanged glances, both reflecting shock. Was Qianyu truly insane, threatening and taunting Miss Su with what appeared to be a toy card? Xinyun trembled as she grasped Xinyu's arm, whispering, "Sister, we must leave at once. If we delay any longer, we may find it impossible to escape." Meanwhile, Xinyu swallowed hard, her gaze fixed on the arrogant Qianyu, feeling incredulous. What had transpired to transform him so? Although their initial encounter had revealed his dire straits, he had never been so brazenly insolent. In another corner, Qin Luo received a message in his mind. Detected protagonist Qianyu from Urban Strongest Tycoon. Please have the host take action. Reward, Wealth Elimination Card X1, capable of clearing the wealth within the card. Listening to the voice, Qin Luo's eyes subtly lifted beneath his sunglasses. How delightful. The protagonist has arrived. Truly, Su Muwen encounters the main characters wherever she goes. Even a simple meal brings forth such an opportunity. Thus, I shall not hesitate to take action. A smirk tugged at Su Muwen's lips. Realizing that the tone of his words was decidedly. Just as she contemplated this, an even more arrogant voice emerged from beside her. Qin Luo stepped forward. Nostrils flared, his tone dripping with disdain. "What are you, to dare emulate my lady's exclusive reservation? Waving around a mere card here? Even if you possessed a rainbow card, you would still have to yield to my lady. Remember this. In Jiang City, only my lady is permitted to reserve venues. Anyone else wishing to do so must first kneel and bow 3 times before her. Do you understand, worthless fool?" With this proclamation, the room fell into an eerie silence. Su Muwen stiffly turned her head, gazing at the arrogant Qin Luo. Her pupils instantly constricted. A sense of dread washed over her. She had anticipated this. Chapter 61. The Dull-Witted Tycoon. What a trivial place this is. Qianyu's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on his black card. His gaze fixed intently on Qin Luo. How dare a mere subordinate speak to him in such a manner? It was utterly audacious. Yet, Qianyu's intelligence was not to be underestimated. He quickly deduced that this was orchestrated by Su Muwen. Su Muwen, just a haughty young lady. Compared to me, the heir of the Qian family, she is nothing more than a country bumpkin. He could not help but scoff. How ridiculous. Do you even realize that even your young lady might not dare to speak to me in such a way? A mere subordinate should not be so arrogant. At this moment, Xinyu regained her composure and observed the throng of black-clad subordinates surrounding Qin Luo. Turning to Qianyu, whose arrogance seemed misplaced, she shouted in a panic, "Qianyu, what are you doing? I'm not eating anymore. Let us leave quickly." Upon hearing this, Qianyu glanced at the flustered Xinyu. "Is the landlady concerned for my well-being?" He mused. "Fear not. Soon you shall witness what it means to be the ultimate tycoon." A mere Su family was hardly a cause for alarm. Who is wealthier? I have never feared anyone. With this thought, Qian Yu flashed what he considered his most charming smile, gazing gently at Shen Yu. Rest assured, landlady, just watch closely. Today, everyone will know how blissful your life will be. Shen Yu was momentarily stunned. What was happening to Qian Yu? Shen Yun, on the other hand, was already overwhelmed by the tense atmosphere, her heart racing as she glanced nervously at the circle of black-clad subordinates. Trembling, she clutched her sister's arm and whispered, "Sister, Qian Yu has lost his mind. We must leave at once. She is the eldest daughter of the Su family. If we provoke her, we might end up as shark bait in the river." At this, Shen Yu's complexion paled. Where did this absurd rumor come from? Are there even sharks in the river? Furthermore, something felt amiss. Why did this scene seem so familiar? Shen Yuan had a nagging sense of foreboding. Following this trajectory, were they about to encounter some unpleasantness? Qian Yu looked at Shen Yun's timid demeanor with disdain. She always acted so snobbish, yet when faced with a crisis, she was paralyzed with fear. Very well. Considering you are the sister of my landlady, I shall overlook your previous disrespect. The manager of Yundingshuan was taken aback, glancing nervously between Qian Yu and Su Muan. Drenched in cold sweat. What? A tycoon from the Qian group and an eldest daughter from the Su family? I seem to have provoked both. He trembled inwardly, realizing that while Su Muan was indeed arrogant, she paled in comparison to the wealth of the Qian family heir. Any reasonable person would not dare to engage in a financial contest with a tycoon in such a setting, and Qian Yu shared this very sentiment. From a young age, he was endowed with everything, indoctrinated with the belief that wealth could procure all. Thus, he cast a condescending gaze upon Su Muan, slowly raising the black card in his hand, and arrogantly declared, "Shen Yun, you and your sister should observe closely, and see if this young lady dares to show me any disrespect after beholding this black card. Su Muan, if you recognize this card, you should understand the significance of my identity is." Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, in an instant, Qin Luo appeared before Qian Yu and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Qian Yu fell to the ground, clutching his face, his haughty demeanor replaced with shock. What? Did I just get slapped? Thud. The black card fell to the ground, only to be subsequently crushed under Qin Luo's shoe. Pointing at the astonished Qian Yu, he berated him. Waste. This slap is a lesson for you. How dare you threaten the young lady of my family with a mere toy card? What are you even worth? A fool, competing over a trivial matter just to curry favor? Are you out of your mind? Congratulations, master, for successfully humiliating the wealthy Qian Yu. Reward, Wealth Elimination Card X1. As Qin Luo launched his tirade, the manager of Yundingshin blinked in disbelief. Whispers effect activated. He looked at Qian Yu, who lay on the ground, surrounded by scattered glimmers of light, and could not help but wonder if he had lost his mind to think that this lunatic was the heir of the Qian family. He immediately adjusted his attitude, sneering, "It seems anyone can dine at Yundingshin these days. The elder is right. Even a black card is useless. Bring a rainbow card." And it would still mean nothing. Nearby, the staff of Yundingshin quickly caught on, echoing, "Huh? That card must have come from a 5-cent lottery at the corner store. How utterly ridiculous. A perfect jester. After provoking young Lady Su, you will find no opportunity to rise again in Jiangqing." Shen Yu's face turned pale as she glanced at the crowd of black-clad followers, paralyzed with fear. It's over. Meanwhile, Shen Yun, in terror, clutched her sister's arm, swallowing hard as she trembled before Su Muan, pleading, "Young Lady Su, please spare us. Please do not be angry. My sister and I will leave immediately. I swear to the heavens that everything this fool has done has nothing to do with us." On Su Muan's side, as Qin Luo delivered 2 slaps to Qian Yu, she was left in a daze. What kind of technique has Qin Luo mastered? How could he move so swiftly that she didn't even have time to react? Su Muan vowed to the heavens that she never intended to provoke Qian Yu, nor did she wish for Qin Luo to intervene. After all, in her previous life, those destined individuals had relied on the financial prowess of the Qian family to gain access to the most advanced training facilities and the finest recuperation venues. This compelled that group of individuals to focus intently on her. Qian Yu collapsed to the ground, shielding his face, his expression one of shock. He gazed at the black card, now trampled beneath Qin Luo's foot. Instantly, a wave of humiliation engulfed him. As the heir of the Qian family, when had he ever endured such indignity, save for the duration of his family's probationary period? In a fit of rage, he bellowed at Su Muan, "Su Muan, how dare you send someone to strike me?" But before he could finish, Qin Luo delivered another sharp slap. His gaze was frigid as he retorted, "What of it if I struck you? What worthless wretch dares to bark so fiercely? Merely a madman wielding a toy card. Do you truly believe yourself a tycoon? Su Muin's lips curled in disbelief. He truly is. Qian Yu lay on the ground, covering his face, his expression vacant and astonished. His heart trembled. He had been struck again? Why? This was not how it was supposed to be. How could it come to this? In this insignificant place. Did no one recognize his card? Shouldn't he have been able to slap the faces of these local ruffians and earn the admiration of the landlady? How could this be? Why did Miss Su disregard the unwritten code of conduct among the scions of noble families? Shouldn't we be competing over wealth? How could mere words lead to my subordinates delivering a few slaps? What kind of backwater is Jiang City? Qian Yu pondered if his prolonged stay in the royal city had caused him to underestimate the world beyond. After all, there is a saying, impoverished mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning folk. This Miss Su and her entourage truly are a den of rascals. They don't even recognize my black card? Chapter 62. The landlady's sister who sees through the true nature of the wealthy Qian Yu and her sister trembled in fear. Their eyes brimming with tears as they gazed at Su Muin, their expressions filled with desperate pleas. It seemed they were terrified that a mere frown from Su Muin might result in them being cast into the sea to feed the sharks. Witnessing this scene, Su Muin felt an overwhelming urge to weep, but no tears came. No. Older brothers and sisters, please, look at me. I have not uttered a single word throughout this ordeal. Do not misunderstand me. Truly, I am a good person. Qin Luo appeared beside Su Muin, offering a respectful smile. Miss, the situation has been resolved. Shall we continue dining here? However, I kindly ask you to quell your anger. This worthless individual is truly an eyesore. Upon hearing this, Su Muin glanced with difficulty at Qian Yu, who lay on the ground questioning his existence. She then turned her gaze to Qin Luo, who displayed an unwavering loyalty. An indescribable feeling of frustration welled up within her. How ironic. Just moments ago, I wondered if the heavens had the power to provoke 30 fated individuals. And now here we are. With a deep breath, she forced a dismissive smile and said, just a mere clown. Let us continue with our meal and disregard them. Oh, TT. Oh, Qin Luo. Remember this well. Qin Luo gleefully absorbed the loyalty value, nodding in response, of course, Mississippi. As for Qian Yu, a smirk crept across Qin Luo's face. Once you wield the black card, you will soon discover something that may drive you to despair. With a click, the grand entrance of Yunding Xian closed behind Qin Luo and the others, leaving Qian Yu, whose expression was one of humiliation, clutching his black card tightly. Why is this happening? I am clearly young Master Qian. This is infuriating. It must be the short-sightedness of these people that prevented them from recognizing me. However, he consoled himself with the thought of having the landlady's sister by his side. I may have faltered this time against the local powers, but soon enough, I shall take the landlady's sister on a spending spree and regain my standing in her eyes. Once the tide turns, I shall avenge today's humiliation. Are you all right, Qian Yu? Seeing that Su Muin and the others had ceased to create further trouble, Qian Yu hurried over to support Qian Yu. Feeling touched, Qian Yu waved his hand confidently, smiling. I'm fine. I simply underestimated the local power this time. But he raised the black card with a grin. Landlady's sister, what would you like to purchase? Allow me to take care of it. Qian Yu, now devoid of any cheer, felt that everything that had transpired was a result of Qian Yu's misguided actions. She shook her head and replied, no need. We should be heading back. Qian Yu added with derision, useless. Are you satisfied now? You brought disgrace upon both me and my sister. Qian Yu interjected, Qian Yu, hold your tongue. Quickly check if the taxi has arrived. As her words fell, a voice interrupted. Excuse me, I do not wish to intrude upon your conversation. But could you please settle the fare for the car that has come for you? At long last, the taxi driver, who had been waiting patiently, approached the trio who had yet to settle their fare. He gazed at them in disbelief, wondering how he had stumbled upon a scene reminiscent of a lunatic wreaking havoc in an upscale restaurant. His foremost concern was whether they would even pay him for the ride. Feeling the tension, Qian Yu awkwardly rummaged through her worn leather bag and inquired. How much is it, master? 200, the driver replied. Upon hearing this, Qian Yu's wrist stiffened. 200? She echoed. As she had never taken a taxi before and was unaware of the costs associated with traveling from the outskirts to the city center. Qian Yu cast a resentful glance at Qian Yu, exclaiming, Sister, this guy is deliberately trying to swindle us. In response, Qian Yu smiled confidently, pressing down on Qian Yu's hand as she reached for her money. Do not worry, I have it covered. With that, he produced a sleek black card and presented it to the taxi driver. With an air of nonchalance, he commanded, "Charge it." This card was a personal exclusive black card bestowed upon him by the Qian Corporation, boasting a staggering limit of 500 billion. However, with a resounding thud, the driver glanced at the card before angrily tossing it to the ground. He berated Qianyu. "You think you can just use a little card to get credit? Are you mocking me?" As the words left his mouth, Qianyu's expression froze, his disbelief evident as he stared at the card lying on the ground. His face contorting as if he had just ingested something foul. Damn. He had forgotten that the inhabitants of this impoverished place had likely never encountered such luxury. Xinyan chimed in with scorn, "See, sister? This Qianyu is clearly out of his mind, attempting to charge a card that isn't even a proper credit card." Xinyu, witnessing this debacle, felt a twinge of exasperation. "Qianyu, how could you make such a foolish display for the sake of pride? Wasn't the earlier lesson enough?" Gradually, Qianyu's demeanor became increasingly rigid. He quickly retrieved the card, turning to Xinyu with a sheepish expression. "Landlady, I currently have no cash, but rest assured, I will compensate you double." Internally, he seethed, cursing this wretched place that had caused him to suffer repeated humiliation. Xinyu shook her head with a sigh, extracting the scattered coins she had and handing them to the driver. He grunted in disdain as he accepted the payment, rolling up the window and casting a contemptuous glance at Qianyu. What a disgrace! Pretending to be affluent without any money? With that, he drove off, abandoning any intention of offering a ride to Qianyu and his companions. Upon hearing the insult, Qianyu shouted furiously at the departing taxi, "Who are you cursing? Who are you cursing?" Meanwhile, Xinyu felt a deeper sense of disappointment and a sense of betrayal. Taking a deep breath, she rummaged through her wallet, finding only a few scattered bills of 10 and 20. The 200 she had just paid was a sum she had painstakingly gathered. Although Qianyu was renting her attic, he too was devoid of funds. Out of kindness, Xinyu had not turned him away, but now, Qianyu's true nature had been laid bare before her. She shook her head with a soft sigh and turned to Xinyun, saying, "Let us head back, sister. We need to take the bus." Xinyun pouted. Oh, in truth, she preferred traveling in a car. As for Qianyu, he observed the two sisters who departed without a backward glance, his expression contorting slightly. How could this be? The landlady must be quite disappointed in me. But, no, I must change her opinion of me. Ah, women adore shopping. I shall invite her for a shopping spree. How clever I am. With this thought, Qianyu tucked away his black card and hurried towards Xinyu and her companion. On the top floor of Yundingxian, Sumu Wan sat at a petite dining table, a delicately crafted puppy ice cream before her. Beside her was a large floor-to-ceiling window, offering a breathtaking view of the nightscape of Jiangqing. Yet, at that moment, Sumu Wan had no inclination to admire the scenery. She was irritably slicing into the head of the puppy ice cream, muttering, "That wretched Qin Luo, always causing trouble for me." Just then, a pair of fair, delicate hands glided across Sumu Wan's neck, accompanied by a gentle voice. "Miss, allow me to place a napkin for you, so as not to soil your clothing." Sumu Wan paused, turning to see Qin Luo smiling behind her, with hands gracefully encircling her neck. He draped a pristine napkin around her cheeks and deftly tied it into a knot. Qin Luo exuded a subtle, pleasant fragrance, which was quite delightful. How remarkable that Qin Luo, of all people, could possess such an enchanting scent. Furthermore, his hands were as exquisite as white jade, radiating an alluring sheen. Sumu Wan felt her cheeks flush, her heart racing. Instinctively, she wished to evade his touch, yet she was reluctant to part with the exquisite sensation. Finally, when Qin Luo completed the task, Sumu Wan regained her composure, clearing her throat and feigning nonchalance as she said, "Thank you." Qin Luo smiled gently, replying, "No need to thank me, Mississippi." He then stood beside her, hands clasped in front, perfectly positioned for her to feel his presence. Her eyes flickered slightly. For the sake of those hands, I shall let you off this time." Ahem, but setting aside my fondness for hands, you must absolutely refrain from provoking the protagonist again. This wealthy individual can be overlooked. Losing one Dragon King and gaining a wealthy individual is acceptable, but you must not stir trouble again. Do you understand? As Sumu Wan continued her musings, her lips trembled slightly. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch Qin Luo's delicate hand. "I'm speaking to you, dear hand. Remember, no more trouble with this wealthy individual." Qin Luo blinked in surprise. "Miss?" Upon regaining her composure, Sumu Wan trembled slightly, raising her head to glare at Qin Luo as if to seize the initiative. Releasing his hand, she exclaimed loudly, "What is the matter? Is it forbidden to touch your hand? Do you think your hand is that remarkable? I was merely taking a casual glance. Don't overthink it. I truly meant nothing else." Who among my family understands this? Qin Luo? What did I say? Chapter 63. The protagonist in the dream of a psychiatric patient. The following day, at dawn, Su Muwen found herself in a dream. The eldest son of the Qian family, Qian Yu, knelt before her, coughing up blood, and roared, "Poisonous woman! If you have the courage, go ahead and kill me. Eliminate me. And the Su family shall surely perish." "Huh. Killing you would be as effortless as squashing a mere insect. Why should I fear?" Su Muwen replied, a smirk gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with mockery as she flicked her fingers. Boom! A formidable blast of icy energy surged forth, poised to obliterate Qian Yu. Yet, just as it seemed he would be reduced to ashes, a beggar emerged, countering Su Muwen's attack with a single strike. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, saying, "Hold on, young friend. I once received kindness from young Master Qian. This man you cannot kill." Su Muwen raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "Isn't this my dream?" With a frown, she coldly declared, "Then I shall kill you as well." With another flick of her fingers, a resounding crash echoed as the beggar was vanquished. She turned her gaze back to Qian Yu, her laughter ringing out. "Ha! Now, no one can save you. Grandfather Beggar! You! How could you even kill Grandfather Beggar?" Tears streamed down Qian Yu's cheeks, yet the resolve in his eyes remained unshaken. "Ha! You too shall die." With that, he unleashed another surge of energy. Wait! A figure cloaked in black appeared, neutralizing Su Muwen's assault. "When I was destitute, young Master Qian once offered me a morsel of food. Thus, this man you cannot kill." Su Muwen's irritation grew. "Are you not finished yet?" With a wave of her hand, she struck again, and the figure in black fell. "Grandfather in black!" Qian Yu's eyes widened in anguish. Su Muwen clapped her hands together, a sinister smile directed at Qian Yu. "Huh. Now there's no one left to rescue you. Hold on." Wait. In an instant, several more figures materialized, each presenting their reasons while standing protectively in front of Qian Yu. Su Muwen's expression froze. "What is wrong with all of you? Why am I reliving the torment from my past life in this dream?" Indeed, in her previous life, when she sought to eliminate those fated individuals most difficult to kill, such a scenario would unfold. Damn it, this is my dream. Why must I be bound by limitations even in my dreams? Begone. Su Muwen's fury flared as she relentlessly waved her hands to eliminate her adversaries. Yet, the allies of the destined individuals seemed endless, multiplying before her eyes. Gradually, Qian Yu stood tall, flanked by the very protagonists who had vanquished Su Muwen in her past life. With shared animosity, they glared at her, declaring, "Su Muwen, your demise is imminent. Su Muwen, you shall meet your end. No, this is my dream. Why must I face death once more within it? What madness is this?" Su Muwen's expression hardened, disbelief etched upon her face. "What absurdity is this?" Just then a haughty, cold laugh echoed. "Humph, how ridiculous. A pair of clowns dare to prance before my lady." Su Muwen blinked, only to realize that a shadow had positioned itself protectively behind her. The black trench coat fluttered as if in a wind that did not exist. "What is this?" Su Muwen's eyes widened slightly, filled with astonishment. "It is Qin Luo." What followed was a flurry of sounds. Bang, 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 bang. Qin Luo's figure flickered, and in an instant, he had subdued a multitude of destined individuals. Yet he himself appeared utterly unscathed. "No. Why, Qin Luo, can you really defeat these notoriously difficult destined beings, even in my dreams? Are you some sort of Superman?" After the commotion, the scene shifted. Su Muwen found herself seated upon a throne, while Qin Luo stood respectfully behind her. "Young miss, you have reached the pinnacle of martial arts." Su Muwen was momentarily stunned, gazing ahead. To her astonishment, a group of individuals clad in psychiatric patient uniforms knelt before her. "Long live the young miss! Long live the young miss! Long live the young miss!" Hee hee ha ha ha. Cackling with glee, this is truly a beautiful dream. Swipe. In Su Muwen's bedroom, she awoke with a dazed expression, her gaze weary. The sensation of the dream felt as though she had traversed a century. Yet, the most pressing question lingered. Why were the protagonists clad in psychiatric uniforms? Never mind, she thought, shaking her head in exasperation. With a throbbing headache, Su Muwen turned over. After a moment of silence, she shouted, "Qin Luo." Moments later, footsteps echoed as Qin Luo ascended the stairs and entered. His gaze immediately fell upon Su Muwen, who was curled up in her covers, resembling a loaf of bread with only her head peeking out, glaring fiercely at him. Qin Luo approached with a gentle smile. "Young miss, is it time to rise?" "TSK, TSK, The great villain seems to be experiencing morning grumpiness. Yet the angry expression is rather endearing. Oomph, that's right. From now on, you must remain by my side at all times. Attend to your duties as my personal attendant. Do you understand? Now, help me get dressed. Sumu-won huffed in annoyance, realizing that she could not allow Qin Luo to stray from her sight for even a moment. For once he was out of her view, trouble would undoubtedly ensue. Although Qin Luo was also a destined individual, she knew from her readings that the fates of such beings varied. In her previous life, she encountered several like the Dragon King, whose fortune was undeniably the highest in this world, making them nearly impossible to defeat. In contrast, the likes of Long Ding Tian had slightly lesser fates, allowing for their demise. And as for Qin Luo, he was just unfortunate enough. It provoked several destined individuals, all of whom happened to be the very ones she could never vanquish in her previous life. This was utterly infuriating. Su Muin glared fiercely at Qin Luo, who was approaching her, contemplating that even if Qin Luo was a fated person, his fortune index should perhaps be somewhat lower than that of the Dragon King and the others, right? In truth, Su Muin felt a flicker of self-doubt. She had stumbled upon a rather peculiar notion. Every time Qin Luo made a move, he seemed to emerge unscathed. He had not encountered the same fate as she had in her past life, where she faced foes both young and old, even the ancestors. The fact that nothing happened after confronting the Dragon King could be interpreted as a sign of the Dragon King's forbearance, but what about the others? No. Perhaps it was simply that the number of protagonists he encountered was still insufficient for any clear pattern to emerge. I have a brilliant idea. Why not provoke a few more protagonists and see the outcome? Slap. Su Muin quickly chastised herself internally. Have you lost your mind, Su Muin? Do you wish to throw your life away? How could such a misguided thought even cross your mind? What if Qin Luo's fortune index is not high? Wouldn't you be leading him to ruin? But what if? Indeed, Qin Luo had already entangled himself with the venomous couple, Jiang Sueki. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to conduct an experiment? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Su Muin sensed a peculiar shift in her toes. Chapter 64. Su Mu-wan, who is ready to seek trouble, and the effeminate Wang Yong. Upon closer inspection, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment, and she hastily protested, You. Qin Luo, what are you doing? On the other side, Qin Luo had seated himself at the edge of the bed, his demeanor solemn and dignified. Hearing Su Mu-wan's inquiry, he replied, Young miss, during the early hours, the human body accumulates numerous toxins. I am merely assisting you in detoxifying and expelling dampness from your jade-like feet. I possess medical knowledge. You must trust me. As he spoke, Qin Luo turned his gaze to the exquisite artifact before him, his breath quickening slightly. He was convinced that his peculiar inclination was definitely directed towards this. Su Mu-wan was momentarily taken aback. Is that truly the case? Her cheeks reddened further as her shy gaze fell upon Qin Luo's elegant hands. The sensation was strangely unusual. Speaking of which, had Qin Luo's breathing pattern become somewhat peculiar? Yet, it was nothing to worry about. After all, he claimed to be skilled in medicine. He was merely detoxifying me, nothing more. A sense of embarrassment washed over Su Mu-wan as she realized she had a penchant for hands. This was a secret she could not allow Qin Luo to discover. Qin Luo was momentarily stunned. Did this notorious villain actually believe him? Never mind, he swallowed hard. His unusual inclination must remain concealed from Su Mu-wan. For a brief moment, an odd atmosphere enveloped the two within the room. Half an hour later, after a prolonged interlude, they finally proceeded to the next step. Qin Luo, today accompany me to a certain place. A refreshed Su Mu-wan sat at the edge of the bed, while Qin Luo half squatted, gently assisting her into a pair of black ankle socks. As he tenderly pulled the socks upwards, he responded, Certainly. Young Mississippi noticing Qin Luo's prompt reply. Su Mu-wan curiously placed her foot on his thigh and inquired, Aren't you going to ask where we're headed? Having finished with the ankle socks, Qin Luo produced a pair of black knee-high boots. As he donned them, he replied, Wherever the young miss wishes to go, I shall accompany you. After all, a place frequented by the notorious villain surely promised ample opportunities to earn loyalty points. Su Mu-wan felt a sudden jolt upon hearing this. She lowered her gaze onto the devoted Qin Luo, an unusual sentiment stirring within her. Qin Luo, with her palm pressed firmly against the bed, she casually asked, Qin Luo, do you have someone you admire? Of course, I'm just asking casually. It's perfectly fine if you choose not to answer. Qin Luo paused momentarily, his hand halting in the act of fastening the boots. He then lifted his gaze, offering a smile as he replied, I have never had anyone before, but now. My favorite person is the young Mississippi humph. It must be that kind of admiration an underling has for their superior. Sumuwon huffed lightly. Qin Luo merely smiled in silence, suppressing a cough. It was truly not mere admiration. However, if this notorious villain were to uncover the truth of my feelings, it might lead to dire consequences. After all, how could I possibly articulate such an unusual inclination? Why does this villain persistently probe me? If he continues, I fear I might inadvertently reveal my innermost thoughts. Upon hearing Qin Luo's response, Su Muwan's mood brightened. Humph, that's good to know. Understanding that he has no former relationships online brings her peace of mind. Moments later, the two descended the stairs. A lingering blush adorned Su Muwan's cheeks, while Qin Luo clenched his fist, feeling a sense of unfulfilled longing. Zhu Lan observed the scene and sensed something was amiss. Good morning, Mississippium. Su Muwan gave a slight nod, her shy demeanor gradually transforming into one of haughty indifference. She calmly instructed, Zhu Lan, prepare the car. We are headed to Zhang's group. To validate her suspicions, they would visit the very center of Qin Luo's past entanglements. Understood, miss. Zhu Lan replied, swallowing hard. As the former aura of the young lady seemed to return suddenly, at Zhang's group, Wang Yong, who had lost his virility, sat with his legs tightly closed within the security booth. His expression was contorted. That morning, he discovered that his beard had completely vanished. Even his voice and visage had taken on a somewhat androgynous quality. After all, this toxic needle was the result of his painstaking research, yielding exceptional results. Originally, Jiang Sueki intended to expel him, but her parents opposed it, which is why he remained in the security booth. The mere thought of that subordinate's figure made Wang Yong clench his fists tightly. I shall not rest until I avenge this grievance. At that moment, a cacophony of approaching vehicles filled the air. The blaring of horns pierced through his already tumultuous thoughts. Infuriated, Wang Yong lifted his head and shouted, Who is it? Stop honking. Just as he spoke, a figure alighted from a vehicle, none other than Qin Luo. He looked curiously at Wang Yong, who had poked his head out from the security booth, perplexed. Wang brother, what has happened to you? Why do you appear as if you've been rendered a eunuch? As the saying goes, enemies meet with heightened animosity. Upon seeing Qin Luo, Wang Yong's eyes widened in rage, and he clenched his fists, his voice sharp with fury. Qin Luo, how dare you come to see me? I spared you once, but I never expected you to come knocking at my door. Very well. This time, I shall ensure your demise. Qin Luo, let me tell you, I must make you slap. Fool, can you not speak properly? Before Wang Yong could finish his sentence, Qin Luo interrupted with a resounding slap. Wang Yong was thrown out of the security booth and landed on the ground, trembling and looking dazed and aggrieved. I've been struck again. Why didn't you let me finish? Qin Luo flicked his wrist, disdainfully observing the quivering Wang Yong on the ground. What had become of him? Oh. Qin Luo realized that the automatic rebuff from before was indeed this. Truly a case of reaping what one sows. At this moment, Qin Luo wondered, what was taking so long? Why wasn't he the other party opening the door? Su Muwen also alighted from the vehicle, her gaze fixed curiously upon the security guard stationed at the booth. For reasons unknown, despite his somewhat effeminate demeanor, she could not shake the peculiar sense of familiarity that emanated from him, reminiscent of a past life. How curious. This individual bears an uncanny resemblance to Wang Yongchang, the king of poison from the infamous couple. Could it be Wang Yong's sister? Never mind. With an air of haughtiness, she approached Qin Luo and casually addressed the prostrate Wang Yong, stating, Open the door. I have business with Jiang Sueki. Wang Yong, coming to his senses, struggled to prop himself up, covering his face as tears streamed down his cheeks. In that moment, he comprehended the identity of the proud woman before him. Su Muwen, it is all your fault that she has become this way. I must inform my master to come and smack. Before he could finish, Qin Luo swiftly intervened, delivering a sharp slap while admonishing, What nonsense are you spouting? Open the door when told. My lady is here out of respect for your lady. If you wish to avoid further consequences, hasten to open the door. With that, Qin Luo raised his hand once more. Su Muwen, taken aback by Qin Luo's sudden intrusion, inquired, How did you manage to get in? Wang Yong, witnessing the exchange, flinched and hurriedly opened the grand door, standing aside while still covering his face and sobbing. Qin Luo and Su Muwen returned to the vehicle as the convoy proceeded forward. Meanwhile, Wang Yong, concealing his face, pursed his lips and cast a venomous glare at the departing procession, muttering, Su Muwen, I despise you. Chapter 65, The Enlightenment of Su Muang Qin Luo, Charge Ahead. You think you're the Tiger Commander? Inside the vehicle. Su Muang cast a perplexed glance back at the security guard, her mind swirling with confusion. He seemed so familiar. Who could he possibly be? Returning to the matter at hand, Su Muang glanced at Qin Luo, who was wiping his hands. Qin Luo, do you know that woman? The woman? Miss, don't jest. Qin Luo replied disdainfully as he continued to wipe his hands. That man is Wang Yo. He was originally Jiang Sweki's bodyguard. He tried to harm me at the auction, but failed, and now he is in that state. Upon hearing this, Su Muang nodded in recognition. Oh, so that's Wang Yo, the Poison King from my past life. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her eyes widened in shock. She hastily peered through the car window at Wang Yo, who was biting his lip and sobbing. What? How did the destined one end up like this? Suppressing her astonishment, she thought, this is unbelievable, illogical. She turned to Qin Luo with a flicker of concern in her gaze. No, Qin Luo, are you suggesting? No, it can't be. I need to observe further. Meanwhile, as the car approached, Jiang Sweki, who was treating her swollen cheek in the president's office, received alarming news. President Jiang, trouble has arrived. Su Muang from the Su Corporation is here, and she has already slapped Wang Yong twice. She specifically requested to see you. Her secretary reported in a flustered manner. Visibly anxious. This is bad. That Miss Su is notoriously domineering and unruly. Her arrival can only mean trouble. What? Jiang Sweki exclaimed, her anger causing her to rise abruptly. However, the sudden movement aggravated her facial injury, and she instinctively covered her face, seething with fury. Damn that Su Muang. She first had her lackey snatch my antique, then allowed that same lackey to humiliate me by slapping my face. Now, she dares to storm into my Jiang Corporation? Does she think I am to be trifled with? With a resounding thud, she slammed her hand on the desk, her expression darkening as she fixed her gaze on her secretary, coldly commanding, let her in. I must see what Su Muang intends to do. Yes. A moment later, in the president's office, two figures sat facing each other. Jiang Sweki reclined behind her expansive desk, her gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto Su Muang across from her. Though her demeanor remained grim, a subtle tension flickered in her eyes upon noticing Qin Luo, standing behind Su Muang, smiling amiably. Damn it, that lackey is here too. In contrast, Su Muang maintained an air of tranquility. Her gaze was profound, seemingly capable of piercing through the souls of others. Her posture was elegant, each movement exuding an unhurried grace. Upon seeing Jiang Sweki, a slight smile graced her lips. Ah, this wretched servant is exactly as she was in my past life. Oh, it seems her face has become somewhat swollen. Qin Luo silently stood behind Su Muang, smiling as she gazed at Jiang Sweki. TSK, truly the antagonist. Deliberately choosing to confront those with the protagonist. It appears a captivating spectacle is about to unfold. The atmosphere between the two was palpably tense, their gazes meeting in the air. Ms. Jiang Sweki finally shattered the silence, her voice as icy as a winter's breath. What exactly do you intend to do? Seeing me in this state, she dares to smile? Indeed, everything that this insufferable lackey has done was orchestrated by her. Su Muang offered a slight smile, her tone imbued with tranquility. Ms. Jiang, why such anger? I merely wish to discuss a business proposition. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sweki scoffed, a flicker of annoyance flashing in her eyes. After being treated this way, you propose a business discussion? You believe I would trust you? Ms. Jiang, in the realm of commerce, interests must come first. Jiang Sweki furrowed her brow, contemplating momentarily before inquiring, very well, do enlighten me on the nature of your proposal. As her words lingered in the air, Su Muang's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming strikingly audacious. She twirled a lock of her hair, casting a haughty glance at Jiang Sweki, and said with a smirk, I have heard that you are developing a new beauty product, Ms. Jiang. Coincidentally, I find the real estate business rather dull and am eager to venture into the pharmaceutical and technological sectors. Therefore, might you consider selling me the formula for this beauty product? In her past life, this beauty product had indeed caused a sensation in the industry, thanks to Wang Yong's enhancements. Given the timeline, it should be nearing completion now. Thus, this matter is undoubtedly of great significance to Jiang Sweki, and her intentions were clear, to provoke her opponent into a confrontation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sweki, as anticipated, slammed her hand on the table and stood up. With anger radiating from her gaze, she addressed Su Muang, enunciating each word with deliberate venom. You must be dreaming. You, Su Muang. have truly come with ill intentions. You dare to seek my beauty formula? You are utterly delusional. Oh, unwilling? Noting Jiang Shueqi's blatant refusal, Su Muin's expression darkened. She turned to Qin Luo, coldly instructing, Qin Luo, go, give her a couple of slaps. Qin Luo blinked, skiing in admiration. The true antagonist indeed strives to seize whatever she desires through coercion. This perfectly reflects her character. With a slight smirk, Qin Luo replied, understood. She then approached the suddenly stiffened Jiang Shueqi. Su Muin's expression became grave. She held her breath, watching Qin Luo. Qin Luo, the success of this experiment hinges on you. Jiang Shueqi, witnessing Qin Luo advance with a fierce determination, stiffened in fear. Qin Luo, I warn you. This is my Jiang. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Luo delivered a swift slap. With a disdainful smile, she declared, my lady has never failed to obtain what she desires. President Jiang, I implore you to reflect deeply, lest a moment of folly jeopardize your entire future. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qin Luo was taken aback. Oh, it seems Su Muwan possesses a rather twisted psyche, reveling in the misfortune of others, he mused. Jiang Shueqi felt her head spinning, covering her face in disbelief as she gazed at the intimidating duo before her. It dawned on her that Su Muwan was even more tyrannical than she had previously imagined. Meanwhile, Su Muwan felt a surge of anxiety as she observed Jiang Shueqi being reprimanded by Qin Luo. She swiftly scanned the surroundings, wary of any unforeseen interruptions. Yet, seconds passed. 1, 2, 3. Nothing occurred. No signs of disturbance. Not even a hint of fluctuating energy. A glimmer of hope sparked in Su Muwan's eyes. No. Perhaps it is my rebirth that has stripped the protagonists of their former fortune. She contemplated. I must endeavor once more. Only through this trial can I ascertain a crucial truth. Gradually regaining her composure, Jiang Shueqi shot a venomous glare at Su Muwan, biting her lip in fury. And retorted, Su Muwan, you are delusional. I would rather feed the formula to dogs than sell it to you. With those words, a chilling silence enveloped the air as Su Muwan's expression darkened, an icy aura radiating from her being. She rose, stepping towards Jiang Shueqi, raising her hand with a scoff. Oh, how eloquent you are, little schemer. Jiang Shueqi, in our past life, you and Wang Yong conspired against me, poisoning my spirit and leaving me vulnerable. I have not forgotten your smug demeanor. No, regardless of the circumstances, I cannot let this go unpunished. I shall strike you. At that moment, Qin Luo, who was instinctively about to intervene, cast a sharp glare at Jiang Shueqi, mocking, President Jiang, you have crossed paths with our esteemed young lady. Prepare to face the consequences. With that, he stepped aside, a smirk playing on his lips, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Yet, he couldn't help but find it peculiar. Why was the notorious antagonist suddenly inclined to take matters into her own hands today? Hadn't she always commanded her subordinates to act on her behalf? Jiang Shueqi, trembling under the weight of Su Muwan's formidable presence, retreated in panic. Su Muwan, what are you planning? I am the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, she exclaimed, attempting to assert her authority. But as Su Muwan continued her advance without hesitation, Jiang Shueqi's composure shattered. Though incapable of martial training, she was acutely aware of Su Muwan's impressive prowess. If struck, she could only imagine the dire consequences. Leaning against the wall, she swallowed hard and forced a smile. Wait, please, don't hit me. We are of the same age. You remember, don't you? We attended a banquet together as children. We even played with a doll. At her words, Su Muwan's fury intensified. She closed the distance in 3 swift strides, seizing Jiang Shueqi by the collar. With a resounding slap, she delivered a fierce blow. She exclaimed, that doll originally belonged to me. It was you, little person, who expressed your fondness for it. Only for it to be seized by your so-called brothers. Indeed, there was a time when she, too, was a dreamer, an innocent angel who cherished peace. Alas. As she grew, she transformed into a viper in the eyes of others. Buzz. The force of that slap was tremendous, leaving Jiang Shueqi dazed. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground, covering her face, tears welling in her eyes, trembling in fear. Su Muwan, you actually struck me. Do you not care for our past friendship at all? You wretched person. Cursed, curse it. Humph. What a mouthy one. Su Muwan brushed her hands together, placing her hands on her hips, feeling refreshed. Hee. At last, she had successfully taught that lowly maid a lesson. By the way, now that I have struck, nothing seems to have occurred. It appears that the lack of consequences for striking the fated one is likely not due to any special reason concerning Qin Luo. The next moment, crack. A furious roar echoed, "Viper! How dare you treat my sister Sweki this way?" Su Yuan was taken aback. She slowly raised an eyebrow and turned to look. There stood a formidable man, bursting in with fervor, fists clenched, his gaze directed angrily at Su Yuan. Su Yuan blinked. Huh. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Sweki's eyes lit up with surprise, and she immediately cried out in a choked voice, "Brother Zishuan, please help me deal with this wretched person. Rest assured, Sister Sweki, I came to see you, but I never expected to encounter such a situation. Su Yuan, you vile woman, I shall make you kneel and apologize to my sister Sweki." Jiang Sweki, tears streaming down her face, shouted, "Not enough. I want her limbs disabled. And her lackey too. I want to personally ruin his dantian." Su Yuan felt a sense of helplessness wash over her, sighing softly. How foolish of me, truly. Knowing it would end up like this, I still held on to hope and tested it once more. Look at you. Look at you. Are you happy now? Su Yuan ceased her laughter. Well, I concede. I am utterly defeated. Alas, things have come to this. With that thought, Su Yuan expressionlessly approached Qin Luo, resting her hand on his shoulder, turning him towards the man at the doorway. Taking a deep breath, she counted 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, Su Yuan's demeanor shifted. The corners of her mouth curled up mischievously as she pointed at the man with a fierce glare. Qin Luo, go. Teach this blind fool a proper lesson. Hee. What does it matter if you are the fated one? You've made me feel so insignificant. Su Yuan hid behind Qin Luo. Oh, Qin Luo. Go. Publishing villain's main storyline task. The lesson is bestowed upon the destined individual, the formidable Tiger Commander Jiang Zishuan. The reward, a coveted position as a judge for the International Martial Artists Selection Tournament. Qin Luo reveled in the melodious chime of the system notification echoing in his mind. A smirk graced his lips. Indeed, he was the quintessential antagonist. Wherever he went, the protagonists arrived in pairs, eager to present themselves. With a burst of energy, Qin Luo clenched his fist, stepping forward with an intensified aura. Little pup, grant me. The buff. Dog's Heart Sutra effect triggered. Current situation assessed. Receiving directive from the villainous subject, Master's combat prowess has now doubled. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Qin Luo rotated his neck and, with an air of arrogance, cast a disdainful gaze upon the approaching man, taunting, Zhongdang. So you are the Tiger Commander, are you? Chapter 66. Brother Zishuan, keep going. Slap. What? How dare someone speak to me like that? An uncontrollable surge of fury welled up within Jiang Zishuan's heart. He cast a glance at his sister, Sweki, who lay on the ground, pitiful and vulnerable. Then he turned his gaze toward the brazen bullies before him. An indescribable rage consumed him. How many years had it been since he felt such wrath? His family, subjected to the merciless torment of these villains in his absence. He had trained in martial arts since the age of 8, joined the Tiger Wolf Warriors at 16, achieved the title of Tiger Commander at 20, and now at 28. He qualified for the International Martial Arts Selection Competition. His life had been smooth sailing, and he had always cared for his family, especially his dear sister. Yet now, the sister he cherished so dearly was being bullied to tears by the young lady of the Su family, Su Yuan. Her tears were the most unbearable sight for him. Thus, Jiang Zishuan clenched his fists, his expression darkening as he glared at Qin Luo and Su Yuan. His voice booming. I have not felt such primal anger in a long time. Vile woman, I hope you and your lackey can withstand the fury I unleash. Boom. As Jiang Zishuan's words echoed, his early-stage great accomplishment realm surged forth instantaneously. A powerful gust of energy erupted. Jiang Zishuan's eyes shimmered with a fierce light, resembling an enraged beast ready to pounce on its prey. Around his body, formidable auras coalesced, forming visible whirlwinds. His anger erupted like a volcano, his voice reverberating through the air like thunder. Vile woman, you shall face the consequences of making my sister cry. With that declaration, Jiang Zishuan's figure dashed towards Qin Luo and his companion in an instant. His gaze was filled with murderous intent as he roared, Tiger Wolf Fist. He struck out with a punch, imbued with the spirit of a roaring tiger and howling wolf, directed straight at Qin Luo. This punch contained all of my rage. Can you withstand it? Su Yuan's little lackey, Sweki, having regained her footing, looked on with sparkling eyes, filled with emotion. Brother Zishuan, you must win. She recalled the times in her childhood when her brother stood protectively in front of her whenever bullies approached. Jiang Zishuan, too, thought tenderly, rest assured, dear sister, I will avenge you. However, just then, slap, A crisp sound shattered his thoughts as he was suddenly sent flying against the wall like a kite severed from its string. Thud! He crashed heavily against the wall before slowly sliding down. Alas, Jiang Zixuan's mind was a blank slate. His expression was vacant. A sudden wave of searing pain coursed through his cheek, and he could not suppress a pained and questioning wail. A flicker of bewilderment crossed his eyes as his cheek swelled rapidly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. What has transpired? In the next moment, a voice of derision echoed. Ha! Chattering away for ages. Turns out you're utterly worthless. Zhongdang, who do you think you are to dare threaten my young lady here? Jiang Zixuan's face stiffened as he turned to look. There, Qin Luo swaggered toward him, wrist flicked, an expression of mockery plastered across his face. At that moment, Jiang Zixuan comprehended the truth. He had been slapped by his opponent. The handsome one has been struck? An immediate sense of humiliation surged within him, and he glared at Qin Luo, struggling to rise. You dare to strike me? Smack. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Luo delivered another swift slap. He gazed mockingly at Jiang Zixuan, who was holding his face in shock, and scoffed. So what if I did? Don't think that just because you're the Tiger Commander, Wolf Commander, or Dragon Commander, you hold any weight, as long as you are in this Jiang city. If you are a tiger, then lay low. If you are human, then you shall kneel. Boom. With those words, pressure activated. In an instant, an overwhelming force that shook Jiang Zixuan's very soul surged forth. Boom. Under this immense pressure, he involuntarily bent his knees. Bang. Without hesitation, he knelt heavily to the ground. Impossible. Jiang Zixuan's pupils constricted, his heart filled with utter disbelief. What? What kind of technique is this? Get up. Stand up for me. Jiang Zixuan's heart screamed in fury. Brother! Jiang Xueqi exclaimed in alarm, horrified to see her brother Zixuan kneeling before that wretched lackey. Oh, Su Muan blinked in surprise, her eyes sparkling with incredulity as she looked at Qin Luo. Hiss. Qin Luo, you truly can deal with the chosen one. Feeling his sister's gaze upon him, Jiang Zixuan was engulfed by a profound sense of shame. He lifted his head and shouted angrily at Qin Luo, turning his ire towards Su Muan. Poisonous woman, how dare you allow such humiliation to befall me? How audacious. Smack. Before he could finish, Qin Luo struck him once more, a cold smile gracing his lips. What are you to speak so insolently to my lady? It seems you need a lesson to realize you are not as important as you think. With that slap, Qin Luo retaliated with another blow. This strike was for your disloyalty and lack of filial piety, for daring to speak arrogantly in front of my lady. Smack. Another slap followed. This one was for your arrogance and rudeness, for failing to kneel and show respect upon seeing my lady. Smack. Another blow. With a resounding slap, I chastise your arrogance and the ineptitude of your worthless sister, who has obstructed the esteemed vision of our noble lady. The sound of slaps echoes. These blows serve as a lesson for your parents to properly educate you, warning you to refrain from provoking those who should not be trifled with. And the final strike is a consequence of your unfortunate appearance. The consecutive slaps resound, leaving Jiang Zixuan's mind in a tumultuous state. His consciousness begins to fade, overwhelmed by disbelief. What is happening? How can this handsome figure be left utterly defenseless? Impossible. Move. I command you to move. Sister Xueqi is still beside me. If I falter, she will undoubtedly fall victim to this wicked woman's malice. Su Muan watches as turmoil engulfs her heart. Her lips part in shock. Oh my, this has gone on for far too long. This person is a formidable foe, not a patient son-in-law like Long Wang. Logically, after such a beating, surely someone would come to assist. Yet, despite Qin Luo's relentless assault, no one dares to intervene. What is happening? Jiang Xueqi stands frozen, her mind blank. Why is her brother Zixuan kneeling there, enduring such punishment? The tears well in her eyes as she cries out, Brother Zixuan, fight back. I believe you can defeat the villains. Do not lose, my brother. Upon hearing Xueqi's heartfelt plea, Su Muan's expression shifts sharply. Oh no. This scene is reminiscent of a past life. Whenever the destined child calls out, an inexhaustible surge of faith emerges, unleashing unparalleled power in the midst of battle. Could it be? Su Muan quickly turns her gaze to Jiang Zixuan. He seems to awaken from his daze, and a look of clarity replaces his confusion. Indeed. I cannot disappoint Sister Xueqi. I have family and friends. If I succumb, she will surely face the wrath of this wicked duo. Therefore, I cannot lose. You vile woman, how dare you humiliate me so? I shall ensure you and your minions meet a gruesome fate. Jiang Zishuan roars. And with a surge of power, has he broken through at this very moment? He realizes he can move again. Jiang Shueqi's face lights up with joy. Brother Zishuan, you can do it. I have always believed in you. You will defeat the villains. Su Muan, sensing the urgency, prepares to intervene and swiftly escape with Qin Luo. However, no one anticipated the ensuing chaos. A loud crack reverberates. Smack. With a swift motion, Qin Luo delivers a resounding slap to Jiang Zishuan, who has just experienced a surge in power. On this occasion, a lethal toxin was introduced. Boom. The force of the strike was astonishingly powerful. With a single blow, Jiang Zishuan was hurled against the wall, crashing heavily and spewing forth a stream of green, toxic blood. One side of his face visibly deteriorated and rotted away. The dog-like poisonous palm. Activated. What? Jiang Zishuan gradually descended from the wall, collapsing onto the ground, his pupils trembling in disbelief. Am I defeated once more? Jiang Shueqi's previously ecstatic expression instantly turned to one of astonishment. Chapter 67. Two people separated by a chasm. The atmosphere was thick with silence, shock, dread, and disbelief. Jiang Shueqi trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground. She gazed at her beloved brother, Zishuan, her face etched with incredulity. Why? How could this be? Zishuan had evidently broken through during the battle. Jiang Shueqi murmured to herself, her eyes wide with disbelief as she watched Zishuan, once again struck down by Qin Luo. She felt a wave of despair wash over her. Unable to comprehend why, after all these years of protection from her brother, he was now at a loss. I almost forgot about you, you wretched girl. Qin Luo sneered, turning his gaze toward Jiang Shueqi upon hearing her voice. He then clenched his fists and advanced toward her with a menacing stride. Jiang Zishuan, witnessing this scene, gradually regained his senses, his eyes narrowing with fury as they locked onto Qin Luo. Stop. I want to allow you to harm her, he bellowed. Why was it that, despite having made a breakthrough, he was still no match for this subordinate? Could it be that this lackey was also at the peak of his power? No, it wasn't that he was outmatched, but rather that he was unable to react in time to Qin Luo's swift strikes. Su Muan swallowed hard, her gaze fixed on Qin Luo, who sparkled with an aura of brilliance. Qin Luo, you have truly astonished me. Jiang Shueqi, regaining her composure, looked up at the approaching Qin Luo, her body trembling as she cried out in panic. No, please. I was wrong. I sold the beauty formula to your young lady. I beg you, do not strike me again. I was wrong. I cannot cultivate. Why do you bully me so? Su Muan, I grew up with you. How could you be so cruel as to let them hit me? Jiang Shueqi wailed, her voice rising in desperation. As she spoke, she burst into tears once more. Su Muan listened with a mix of curiosity and surprise. Was it possible that Jiang Shueqi could exhibit such vulnerability? In her previous life, Jiang Shueqi had always looked down upon her, labeling her as a villainess intent on wreaking havoc upon the world. Yet now, why was she attempting to align herself with me? Well, enough is enough. The lesson has been imparted, and my spirits are lifted. It's time to retreat for now, Su Muan thought, casting a glance at Qin Luo. Just as she was about to urge him to stop. Slap. Qin Luo delivered another swift strike to the tear-streaked face of Jiang Shueqi. Silence, he commanded. At this, the child ceased her weeping. Jiang Shueqi covered her cheek, biting her lip, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Qin Luo. Su Muan's lips twitched slightly, and at that moment, Jiang Zishuan's spirit shattered completely. He lay curled on the ground, incapacitated by the poison coursing through his body. Upon witnessing his beloved sister, Shueqi, being struck, the valiant Jiang Zishuan could no longer suppress his tears. With reddened eyes, he cried out, "Stop! Please, stop! Why? He roared within. Have I devoted myself to training solely to protect my family? Yet, I have allowed my sister to be slapped before my very eyes." Jiang Zishuan struggled and howled, but his body remained utterly immobile. He collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down his face. Damn it all. Jiang Zishuan, you are nothing but a useless wretch. You are utterly powerless, utterly incapable. Su Muan cast a pained glance at the crumpled Jiang Zishuan, who was engulfed in despair. She swallowed hard, anxiety creeping over her as she turned her gaze towards Qin Luo. A chill ran down her spine. This is not good. Under normal circumstances, a destined individual in such an oppressive environment should unleash considerable power. Even though Qin Luo is also a fated one, the current situation fills her with an ominous premonition. It feels as if the previously stable situation is about to unravel. Thus, Su Muin opened her mouth to address Qin Luo. Qin Luo. Yet before she could finish, she saw Qin Luo standing with his hands behind his back, looking down with disdain at the aggrieved Jiang Xueqi, who was covering her face. Coldly, he proclaimed, "Jiang, you not only must provide the beauty formula to my young lady, but you must also." Turning to Su Muin with a gentle gaze, he added, "You must apologize to my young lady." Su Muin's expression froze. Wait, Qin Luo no? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xueqi was momentarily stunned, then trembled as she glanced at Qin Luo's hand. With quivering lips, she looked up at Su Muin, her eyes reddening. I am sorry. Not only did you steal my formula, but you also humiliated me so disgracefully. Su Muin, I shall remember this." At this proclamation, Jiang Zixuan erupted with even greater fury. "Oh, no. My sister has suffered such humiliation, and I can do nothing." Su Muin observed the increasingly unhinged Jiang Zixuan, then turned her attention to Jiang Xueqi and forced a smile. "All right, I forgive you." She then looked at Qin Luo and began to speak, but before she could finish, Qin Luo offered her a reassuring glance and coldly stated, "An apology is made, but it is still insufficient." Jiang Xueqi was taken aback, then incredulously asked, "Not enough?" Su Muin gasped, "Not enough? Are you even more villainous than I am?" "Indeed," Qin Luo nodded, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it upon the crumpled Jiang Zixuan. "This worthless fool dares to insult my young lady, and although I have already taught him a lesson, it is clearly not enough." However, it was still insufficient. Thus, Qin Luo arrogantly lifted her chin and slowly addressed the pale-faced Jiang Xueqi. "Go, General Jiang, give him a slap to teach him a lesson." Upon uttering these words, a thunderous shockwave reverberated through the minds of everyone present. Jiang Xueqi widened her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. "What? You want me to hit? Brother Zixuan, this is too much." Jiang Zixuan stood in stunned silence. Incredulity etched across his face as he glanced at Qin Luo, and then at Su Muin. "Vile woman, how cruel of you, to pit my Xueqi against me in such a brutal manner." Su Muin, taken aback, thought to herself, "No, I never imagined it could be played this way in my past life. You truly dare to conceive such a notion." Jiang Xueqi's expression was filled with hesitation and struggle. Observing this, Jiang Zixuan sighed inwardly. His dear sister Xueqi was inherently kind-hearted. She would surely be unable to bring herself to strike him. Yet, if she refrained from doing so, she would undoubtedly face punishment. Therefore, Jiang Zixuan prepared to urge Jiang Xueqi to act. Noticing her indecisiveness, Qin Luo shot her a sharp glare. "What? Are you unwilling?" Before her words could settle, just as Jiang Zixuan was about to prompt Jiang Xueqi, she exclaimed, "Wait, I am willing." Fearful of Qin Luo's impending wrath, Jiang Xueqi spoke up hastily. At her declaration, Jiang Zixuan, who had been prepared to encourage her to strike him, suddenly froze, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at her. It felt as though his heart was being pierced by a knife. "Xueqi, you." Strangely, upon hearing Jiang Xueqi's words, the ominous premonition that had enveloped Su Muin dissipated inexplicably. She blinked in surprise. Following this, Qin Luo gestured dismissively. "Then go ahead. Remember to make it a sharp one." "Oh, okay." Jiang Xueqi nodded, her lips pressed tightly together as she trembled towards the fallen Jiang Zixuan, whose expression was one of bitterness. She raised her hand, looking at him with deep remorse. "Brother Zixuan, please do not blame Xueqi. I am left with no choice." At this moment, Jiang Zixuan's heart brimmed with desolation. He could have urged Jiang Xueqi to hit him, yet he could not bear her doing so of her own accord. He gazed at her, his features twisted in sorrow. Memories of their past flooded his mind. "Brother Zixuan. Brother Zixuan, why are you so good to Xueqi?" "Haha, because we are the closest of siblings." "Brother Zixuan, Xueqi does not wish to remain your sister. When she grows up, she wants to marry you." "Ha ha ha, let us not speak of that. Come on, brother will take you to buy candied hawthorn." Those days of yore seemed to linger vividly before him. The image of the innocent Xueqi began to merge with the terrified Xueqi standing before him. She extended her hand. Slap. A piercing sensation of anguish flooded Jiang Zixuan's cheeks and heart. He was overcome with disappointment. With a thud, Jiang Zixuan succumbed to his profound despair and fainted entirely. Chapter 68. I have Qin Luo, love whomever I please. Su Balian receives a call with the dust settling. Su Muin lifted her gaze to the ceiling. A sigh escaped her lips. What a fright that was. The unsettling premonition she had just moments ago had inexplicably vanished. But why? Was it perhaps because Su Muan glanced over at Jiang Sueki, who had knocked her brother Zixuan unconscious? Could it be that this righteous self-inflicted turmoil would not trigger the melodramatic mechanisms of her past life? Of course, the primary concern was Qin Luo, who had stealthily approached her side. This rascal was simply too wicked. Yet, somehow, she found herself intrigued. With a smirk, Su Muan crossed her arms defiantly, her long legs striding confidently towards Jiang Sueki, who was cowering with her face covered, fear evident in her eyes. Naturally, Su Muan had no intention of striking her. She was wary of inadvertently creating an even more formidable adversary. Instead, she regarded her haughtily, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. Jiang Sueki, you truly are your brother's dear sister. Turning to Qin Luo, she declared, let us depart. Qin Luo responded with a subtle smile. As you wish, young lady. Congratulations, master. On teaching the fated individual, the formidable Jiang Zixuan, a lesson. Task completed. Reward, qualification as a judge for the International Martial Arts Selection Competition X1. Congratulations, master, on diminishing the fortune of the fated woman, Jiang Sueki, to T1. Reward, fortune identification, allows the viewing of all individuals' fortune indices. The higher the index, the graver the consequences of provocation. Note, the master's ghostly poisonous palm ignores fortune protection limitations. Congratulations, master. On fostering a rift between Jiang Zixuan and Jiang Sueki. Title earned. Canine Strategist. All titles can be worn simultaneously. Effect. Any discord instigated by the master against a fated individual will create a misunderstanding that cannot be resolved as long as the targeted party complies with the action. Tisk. TSK. Look at this. What did I tell you? Aligning with the archvillain has its perks. In such a short span, I have amassed an abundance of rewards. Fortune identification? Does this mean he can actively discern who the fated ones are? Although the system also provides prompts, those require specific conditions to trigger. And to think, my ghostly poisonous palm is so potent it can directly disregard fortune protection. This makes things even more convenient. As for the Canine Strategist title, it implies that any scheming I undertake will inevitably lead to misunderstandings and rifts, provided the fated individual, like Jiang Sueki, follows my lead. How utterly perfect! And to receive rewards for creating such rifts, I must continue to stir the pot. With a decisive click, the door closed. Qin Luo and Su Muan departed, ensuring to leave behind their entourage, lest they inadvertently suffer harm. In this moment, only Jiang Sueki remained in her office, alongside Jiang Zixuan, who had succumbed to unconsciousness due to overwhelming disappointment. With the pressure dissipating, she collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. Why? Why has it come to this? My face aches so much. The wounds from earlier had yet to heal, and now I have been struck again. Su Muan, I despise you. And Qin Luo. The mere thought of Qin Luo's domineering demeanor, juxtaposed with his gentle loyalty towards Su Muan, stirred a wave of jealousy within her. Su Muan, how dare you possess a follower so devoted to you? Memories flooded her mind, recalling the first encounter with Su Muan in their childhood. Envious of the doll in Su Muan's hands, she had merely expressed her desire, only for her brothers to snatch it away. Indeed, she had been pampered since youth, yet perpetually compared to Su Muan. She envied Su Muan's ability to cultivate, resented the fact that, despite others branding Su Muan as arrogant and spoiled, they still acknowledged her martial prowess. Thus, her animosity towards Su Muan deepened. However, Qin Luo's presence had led to her repeated defeats. Her gaze fell upon Jiang Zixuan, sprawled on the floor, his face marred and defeated. Disappointment etched across her features. She lamented, Zixuan, you have disappointed me greatly. Given the circumstances, Jiang Sueki wiped her tears, her resolve solidifying. I too desire a follower like Qin Luo. That useless Wang Yong is certainly untrustworthy. I will demand my father summon Wang Yong's master, the divine physician. I demand the divine physician treat my inability to cultivate. And then, I will find a follower just like Qin Luo. Su Muan, do not revel in your triumph. What you possess, I shall also obtain. What you lack, I shall possess even more. And as for your follower, Jiang Sueki rubbed her face, a strange sensation flickering in her eyes. This time, it seemed the force of his blows was not as severe. Could it be that he deliberately held back? It would make sense. That follower radiated a warm, sunny aura, in stark contrast to Su Muan's malevolent demeanor. Indeed, he must have been coerced by Su Muin. Su Muin, you truly are a venomous woman. Half an hour later, at the Su family villa, on the sofa, the eldest young lady, burdened by her myriad responsibilities, must be weary. Allow me to massage your legs. Qin Luo, basking in the rewards of his efforts, cheerfully placed Su Muin's legs upon his own and began to gently knead them with his small fists. Su Muin reclined languidly on the sofa, glancing at Qin Luo with a look of satisfaction. Humph, this fellow is indeed quite extraordinary. If only one could gauge the fortune index. Qin Luo's status would surely align with the most formidable fated individuals from my past life. Having been reborn, Su Muin had already established a ranking of those destined individuals. Individuals such as the Dragon King, the God of War, and the King of Hell are regarded as T0 level fated beings. In contrast, figures like Long Dingtian and Tang Wenyu, who held significant roles in their previous lives, are classified as T1 level fated individuals. As for Su Balian and her ilk, oh, can such insignificant little white lotus flowers even aspire to be on the list of fated beings? In any case, Su Muwan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She could now rest easy. Yet, she remained cautious, aware that dealing with one or two adversaries might pose some challenges, but inciting too many at once could spell disaster. It was likely that Qin Luo also belonged to the T0 level of fated beings, and provoking a group simultaneously could lead to dire consequences. Thus, Su Muwan's mindset began to shift. Life must continue, albeit with a more conservative approach, refraining from antagonizing the protagonists without cause and avoiding any display of arrogance or bullying. You inquire about my reasoning? Because I am benevolent. However, should trouble arise, it would not be a grave concern. For, if the enemy does not deploy their fated individuals, we shall certainly refrain from sending out Qin Luo. I have Qin Luo. Let whoever dares to challenge us come. At that moment, a series of notifications rang from her phone. Su Muwan furrowed her brows and retrieved her device. To her dismay, it was a call from Su Balian. She rolled her eyes, fully aware that this White Lotus's call could only mean trouble. Nevertheless, she answered. With a click, the call connected, and a saccharine voice emerged. Is this Sister Su? Long time no see. Lian truly misses you. Su Muwan felt her scalp tingle and replied coldly. Be quiet and get to the point. The response took the caller aback. You. Humph. Su Muwan, I remember you used to be quite the speedster, didn't you? There's a midnight street racing competition tonight at Qinshan Mountain. Are you brave enough to come? Don't forget to bring your bodyguard. Su Muwan let out a derisive laugh. Why would I attend? Racing is far too dangerous. The unexpected retort left Su Balian momentarily speechless, causing her to panic. Didn't you used to love racing? Recalling some less than pleasant memories, Su Muwan pouted. I used to enjoy it, not anymore. Come on, you must come. You won't be disappointed. Many top-tier racers will be there. It will be exhilarating. Oh, and Yinjia Qiuyue will also be attending. We're all in the same racing group. Sister Su, I have but this one request in my life. Please, just this once. Hearing the desperate plea from Su Balian sent shivers down Su Muwan's spine. However, upon learning that Yinjia Qiuyue would also be present, she felt resigned. Yinjia Qiuyue was her closest friend, a rising star in the entertainment industry, yet she had a penchant for thrilling endeavors. Who would have thought that she would also partake in this racing event? Alas, speaking of which, this young lady has indeed returned from rebirth, and it has been quite some time since she last engaged in a thrilling race. Previously, Qin Luo had concocted some sort of shareholding agreement for a racing group. It would be just the right opportunity to procure a vehicle. With that thought, Su Muwan pouted slightly and declared, All right, I shall go. On the other end of the line, Su Balian wore a triumphant expression, advising, Excellent. I shall eagerly anticipate Su's sister's elegance. And do ensure that Qin Luo comes along as well. Since Qin Luo is my subordinate, he must accompany me. With a snap, the call ended. A smirk crept across Su Balian's lips as she turned to a sturdy man beside her, clad in simple attire, saying, Big guy, don't embarrass me tonight. Su Muwan's companion is quite formidable. Don't let yourself fall short. The man, with a calm and indifferent gaze, replied, It matters not, in the entire Jiang city. There can be no one who surpasses me. Su Balian's lips twitched. Her father had certainly brought someone exceedingly arrogant. The man noticed the skepticism in her eyes, but merely scoffed internally. How amusing it was that the esteemed king of the Death God organization, the most powerful assassin, had now become the bodyguard of this young lady. It was of little consequence. after growing weary of a life steeped in bloodshed abroad. He found a peculiar delight in indulging these wealthy youths in their games of make-believe. As for tonight, his gaze was dismissive. All would be awed by him. Meanwhile, Sumu-won hung up the phone and blinked, feeling an unexpected wave of unease wash over her. She looked towards Qin Luo, bouncing her legs playfully atop his. Qin Luo, relishing the softness beneath his fingertips, looked up in response to her query. What is it, young lady? How skilled are you at driving? The title of driving god is tailor-made for me. Haha, Qin Luo, you truly know how to boast. Sumu-won chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. All right, continue. Tonight, you will accompany me to a racing competition, and I shall introduce you to my dear friend. As soon as Sumu-won finished speaking, the next moment echoed with the system's voice, detecting the strongest assassin entering the urban narrative. Please, master, during tonight's racing tournament, command the destined assassin. King Azuralingya. Engage in servitude. Reward, 5 attribute points. Hearing the system's notification, Qin Luo smirked, intensifying his efforts. Understood, young lady. Sumu-won. Oh Sumu-won, you truly embody the ultimate antagonist. These protagonists are rushing in like cabbages, eager to offer themselves. As for Sumu-won, she opened a chat window, rapidly typing away to someone saved as wife. Speaking of which, considering the time since her rebirth, it had been far too long since she last met Yin Qiuyu. At this moment, Yin Qiuyu had yet to be pressured into marriage. Thus the racing incident from her previous life would not be triggered. This time, it would simply be a straightforward thrill of racing. So, Sumu-won, relax. Having encountered numerous fated individuals, one must acknowledge that such extraordinary beings are not as common as cabbages. It is unlikely that wherever I go, I shall stumble upon them. Thus, there is no cause for concern. Rest assured, even if I were to meet one, there remains Qin Luo, is there not? With this thought, Sumu-won cast a sidelong glance at Qin Luo, who was massaging his legs. Ahem, perhaps it is for the best that I do not encounter such beings after all. Chapter 69, The Young Lady of the Yin Family. Destiny recognition at 11 p.m. that night, on the winding mountain road of Qingshan. This road is renowned for its treacherous terrain, spiraling precariously along steep cliffs. Midnight transforms this route into a sanctuary for a group of young thrill-seekers, eager to push their limits and chase excitement. At this moment, the entrance of Qingshan's winding road is teeming with a plethora of modified cars and youthful drivers. The air is filled with the intoxicating aroma of gasoline and fervor, illuminated by flickering lights and the growl of revving engines. A line of modified vehicles stands proudly, yet amidst the array of dazzling machines. One shabby white Santana stands out conspicuously. Beside the Santana stands a burly man clad in simple attire. His expression is indifferent, and as he surveys the crowd, a hint of arrogance and disdain flickers in his gaze. Humph, so dull. Just a bunch of pampered rich kids who have never tasted the harshness of the world, each one comfortably ensconced in the gentle cocoon woven by their families. It is truly laughable. They remain blissfully ignorant of the darkness that permeates this world. Well then, perhaps I shall showcase a fraction of my prowess today. Beside the man stands the confident Su Bailian, utterly unfazed by the curious glances of those around her. A bunch of oblivious fools. Initially, I too doubted his driving skills. However, prior to this event, I personally experienced his astonishing prowess behind the wheel. So, at this grand banquet today, Sumu-won, you shall undoubtedly find yourself kneeling before me, weeping in despair. At that moment, the roar of engines reverberates through the air. All eyes turn to witness a sleek black modified car and a vibrant red one speeding towards them. Hiss. Is that not the car of young Lady Yin? One whispers. Who owns the other one? I've never seen it before. After a brief pause, the screech of tires fills the air as the two vehicles come to a dramatic halt before the crowd. Following this, 3 figures emerge from the cars. A tall, blonde woman with a high ponytail, her face alight with surprise, gazes at the young man stepping out of the driver's seat. Hey there, handsome. Your skills are quite impressive. I can barely keep up with you. As Qin Luo closes the car door, a subtle smile graces his lips. It's all thanks to the diligent training from the young lady. And he pats the car, adding, this vehicle is quite commendable as well. Sumu-won lifts her proud chin slightly, striding over to Qin Luo's side with her arms crossed, casting a challenging glance at the blonde woman. Yin Qiuyu, how is it that you become so sluggish in just a few days? Even my little sidekick can outpace you now. Are you even capable? At her words, Yin Qiuyu's eye twitches slightly. She steps forward, forcing a stiff smile. Sumu-wan, do not revel in your triumph. I was even competing with you this time. Leaning closer to Sumu-wan, she glances at Qin Luo and whispers, by the way. Where did you recruit this handsome guy? He is not only good-looking but also possesses remarkable driving skills. I perceived him to be rather gentle, yet I was taken aback by his wild driving. To my surprise, I found myself quite enamored by it. Initially, Su Muin relished the admiration and awe of others, as it validated her discerning taste. However, upon hearing the slightly suggestive remark from Yin Shiyue, her mood soured instantly. Su Muin pushed aside the encroaching Yin Shiyue and shot her a glare. Yin Shiyue, Qin Luo is my subordinate. What do you mean by liking him? Yin Shiyue, having been brushed aside, shrugged helplessly and deliberately licked her red lips, casting a flirtatious glance at Qin Luo. Sister merely has a fondness for cute boys, especially one as humble and polite as Qin Luo. Humble and polite? If that's how you feel, I won't be angry, Su Muin retorted, her lips twitching as if lost in thought. Regardless, she stood beside Qin Luo, glaring fiercely at Yin Shiyue. Don't forget you're a major celebrity, Yin Shiyue. You wouldn't want any scandal to arise, would you? In response, Yin Shiyue chuckled, altering her voice slightly, and playfully linked her arm with Su Muin's. See, you're getting anxious. My favorite person is undoubtedly you, my dear. Su Muin rolled her eyes in exasperation. Meanwhile, the crowd began to realize the situation. So, this was Miss Su Muin's car. Where did she procure such a professionally modified vehicle? Regardless, they thought it wise to flatter her first. Who would have thought Miss Su would also grace us with her presence? Surely, the title of car god belongs to her tonight. Indeed. It has been quite a while since Miss Su last visited. We can finally witness her brilliance once more. By the way, where's Zhulan? Why has Miss Su changed her attendant? They chimed in with smiles. Su Muin cast a glance at the crowd, feeling vexed. In her previous life, it was this very group of fools who incessantly uttered foolish praises, leading her to develop an inflated sense of confidence in her driving skills, which ultimately resulted in her humiliation at the hands of that fated individual. Thus, she composed herself and stated coolly, my affairs are none of your business. In reality, she had left Zhulan at the villa to safeguard it. At the Su family villa, Zhulan sneezed. Instantly invigorated, she thought, surely, the young lady must be thinking of me. I cannot disappoint her expectations. I must guard the house diligently and prevent any intruders. Back on the mountain road, those present froze momentarily, their expressions stiffening. They exchanged awkward smiles, hesitant to approach the thorny rose that was Su Muin, who had angered this local tyrant of Jiancheng. She certainly appeared to be in a foul mood today. Meanwhile, Qin Luo was reviewing Yin Shiyue's information. Yin Shiyue, Fortune Index, 2000, false. Fortune Gradient, T4, false. Future queen of the entertainment industry, marked by her role in persuading her friend Su Muin to break off her engagement with the fated individual, Yi Jun of the Yi family, which results in her being resented by him and ultimately meeting her demise at his hands in the future. With a sense of intrigue, Qin Luo observed the unfolding events. It was curious how none of the individuals surrounding the grand antagonist met a favorable fate. The presence of the word pseudo accompanying the luck index raised a thought. Did it imply that should she sever ties with the fated individual, her luck index would plummet exponentially? Aside from Yin Shiyue, he could perceive the luck indices of everyone present, most of which were confined to single or double digits. He could also discern Su Muwang's luck index. Su Muwang luck gradient, T, luck index. Typically, a normal person would possess a positive score, yet Su Muwang's was shrouded in mystery, represented by a question mark. How intriguing. Young lady, you truly deserve the title of the ultimate antagonist who has survived until the end. At that moment, a brilliant luck index within the crowd captured Qin Luo's attention. Lingya, luck index, 20,000, luck gradient, T1. The protagonist from the strongest assassin enters the city, the most formidable assassin of the Death God organization, Shuriking. Chapter 70. Qin Luo, please strike her. Upon encountering this individual, Qin Luo's lips curled into a smirk. In the next moment, a familiar voice pierced the air. Hello. Sister Su. Lian has been waiting for you, feeling quite bored. Qin Luo and the others turned their gaze and saw Su Balian approaching, accompanied by a tall, imposing man with an air of arrogance. Upon witnessing this, Su Muin's lips twitched in irritation. Su Balian, could you perhaps speak normally for once? Goodness, why do you still flaunt that same attitude? Nevertheless, as she observed the man behind Su Balian, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Frowning slightly, she scrutinized the proud figure. Suddenly, realization struck her. Wasn't this the king of Shura, Lingya, from her past life? What was he doing on this winding mountain road? More importantly, why was he with Su Balian? Su Muin felt a wave of confusion. This was nothing like her previous experiences. It was no wonder she failed to recognize him at first. Lingya had not even survived to the time when they sought to hunt her down. In terms of destiny rankings, Lingya would barely be classified as T1. Once, while she was out shopping with her entourage, this man had unexpectedly attempted to assassinate her from a nearby building, thereby sealing their fate. Not long after discovering his identity, she had swiftly dealt with him. If there was any impression she held of him, it was that he was far easier to eliminate than those of T0 level. She had dispatched several of his ilk without much effort. However, setting aside his ease of defeat, why on earth was the foremost assassin of the Death God organization associated with Su Balian? In her previous life, there had been no connection between them whatsoever. Meanwhile, Su Balian remained unfazed by Su Muin's mocking tone. After all, she was no longer the frail second daughter she once was. Now she glanced at Qin Luo, who stood behind Su Muin. You have your entourage, and I have mine. We are both on equal footing. This time, I shall not lose. Seemingly sensing the confusion in Su Muin's eyes, Su Balian stepped aside to reveal Lingya, explaining, Sister Su, I almost forgot to introduce him. This is my newly recruited subordinate, Lingya. Though he may not speak much, his skills are vast. Upon hearing this, Su Muin furrowed her brow, her gaze shifting between the arrogant Lingya and the smirking Su Balian. Understanding dawned upon her. Although she was uncertain about where Su Balian had found this individual, she comprehended the reason for her summoning. Was it merely to compare subordinates? How childish. She had no interest in such trivial comparisons. As she contemplated, Su Muin smirked, taking a step forward with an air of superiority, gazing down at Su Balian with an arrogant glint in her eyes. How laughable. You wish to emulate me, don't you? Pray tell, what skills does your minion possess? With her words, a palpable tension filled the air, causing everyone to hold their breath in hushed anticipation. It was already well known that the two young ladies of the Su family were like fire and water, and witnessing it firsthand confirmed the rumors to be true. Su Balian felt a gulp catch in her throat under Su Muin's imposing presence. However, recalling that she too had a capable aide at her side, she steeled herself against any intimidation from Su Muin and her notoriously sharp-tongued follower. If her companion could decisively outperform Su Muin, she would finally have the opportunity to avenge her previous humiliation. Calming herself, Su Balian spoke up, Sister Su, my aide possesses a myriad of talents. They excel in various endeavors, such as fighting and racing. For instance, in this upcoming racing competition, I am destined to claim the title of racing champion. As for you, Sister Su, she glanced at Qin Luo, who stood behind Su Muin, and added with a smirk, that remains to be seen. Oh, Su Muin arched an eyebrow at this remark, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. Is that all you can boast of? You dare to compare yourself with me, yet you are unaware of your minion's capabilities? You are truly a fool, a mere jester. Infuriated, Su Balian clenched her fist and retorted, what did you say? But then, recalling her carefully crafted persona, she suppressed her anger and sneered, ha, why don't you enlighten me about your minion's talents? What can a mere follower do, aside from being a sharp-tongued nuisance? In response, Su Muin lifted her chin slightly, her voice imbued with a touch of pride as she replied, he possesses a wealth of skills. Listen closely. Qin Luo is not only proficient in the arts but also excels in discerning the authenticity of antiques. All the treasures I possess were procured through him. Qin Luo blinked, wishing to clarify that he had no such expertise, as the antiques were actually gifts from Long Ding Tian. Surely, gifts from Long Ding Tian could not be counterfeit? He had once dazzled at a banquet, outshining others with his melodic performances. Ah, dazzling, did that refer to my sharp retorts? In melodic performances, what could that possibly mean? Moreover, Qin Luo is well versed in medicine, having achieved remarkable feats in saving countless lives. Well, I have only saved old Master Lin, and perhaps Long Ding Tian counts as half, along with old Huang from the racing group. His excellence is beyond your reproach. Realizing this, Qin Luo blinked again. It dawned on him that titles were self-bestowed when out in public. Beyond that, as Su Muin concluded her statement, she pulled Qin Luo closer. In front of the gathered crowd, she proclaimed, Qin Luo will prepare my breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and meticulously arrange my daily itinerary and attire. Whatever I desire, he shall procure without delay. Whatever I wish him to do, he shall do. Su Balian, can your attendant achieve such feats? Su Muin cast a mocking glare at the discontented Su Balian, whose countenance grew increasingly grim as she clenched her fists, filled with resentment. What? Is it possible for an attendant to possess such capabilities? I refuse to believe it. She took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. These are merely your claims. I am not convinced. At this, Su Muin scoffed. Believe it or not, it matters not to me whether you are convinced. With a derisive laugh, she continued. Your lack of proof renders it false. If it is false, then it is a lie, and this implies that Su Muin, your attendant, is no more remarkable. Is that so? Very well, I shall demonstrate the truth of my words. Upon hearing this, Su Muin trembled with fury. She then forcefully grasped Qin Luo's arm, pointing an accusing finger at Su Balian, and shouted, Qin Luo, teach her a lesson. She infuriates me. What are you, Su Balian? Must I prove myself to you? Fine. If you seek proof, I shall unequivocally showcase that Qin Luo heeds my commands.